Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-cut.
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
on foot?
Metroplex. We are live with the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. The Firehouse Tour is out and about again. Not Friday. It's today. I had to remind Atolo yesterday, don't mess it up. Don't take off work. Don't get the kid out of school for Friday. Today we are set up in Arlington at Firehouse number 1, 401 West Main. If you're looking to park, you can put 406 West Main into the GPS, and we're right here smack dab in the middle of it with a beautiful, for now, breezy morning with Whataburger breakfast to come and 105.3 The Fan bucket hats.
Yeah, I would say definitely when you see us and you're driving up, do not park directly across from us. As Ruben tells me, you will get towed if you park directly across from our site.
At least you could see it get towed.
So you can see it, but I mean, it's not a far walk. It's not even half a block. Just right over here to 406 West, but we're at 401 West Main Street.
I don't see any scary tow signs over there.
No, it's like a men's warehouse that opens at like 8. So when they get closer to open time, then I guess it's a problem.
Okay. So you can park right around the corner. You can put in 406 as well. And Bobby, as you do when we hit up these Firehouse tours, give us a little background and education of the city.
Yeah, Arlington is, I was kind of surprised to know this. I mean, I knew Arlington was one of the bigger cities relative to the way that, you know, how America's generally a small town city. But I didn't realize that it is a top 50 largest city in the United States population-wise, and it is the 7th largest here in Texas. Officially incorporated, R.J. Choppy, as a city in 1884.
Well,
Became home to the Rangers in 1972. That was the second biggest thing to happen in Arlington behind the 1961 opening of Six Flags. Plenty of stars are from here. It's the hometown of Myles Garrett, Hunter Pence, Cade Cunningham. Pantera's Dimebag Darrell Abbott lived in Arlington during his younger years. He was buried here in Arlington after he was killed in 2004. And then, of course, the most important one, perhaps most notably, from 1986 until 1997, this was God's country, as it was the residence of one Joe Exotic, who lived in Arlington, Texas, and frequently fought with Arlington lawmakers over his little exotic zoos and everything else.
I don't know if it still is, but at one point it was the largest city in the U.S. without public transportation.
Really?
I think it still is.
So take me back to the selection and the choices for Jerry World when Arlington got named and talked about like we do now with, you know, Irving, AAC, where's the new Mavs setup going to be when Arlington got picked?
So they were in Irving, where the Mavs are going to theoretically move to, basically in the same property. And when they were looking for spots, you know, Dallas has always fumbled the bag. Like the downtown has always kind of fumbled the bag. And Arlington was there, was like, hey, we got room. Yeah. You know, we got some room over here, and we're the entertainment capital of the of the Metroplex. They already had.
They were the entertainment capital. Why?
Because they had land. They had land. They had land and money they were willing to spend and taxes they were willing to raise.
Yeah, and so they had wanted to initially put the Cowboys Stadium in Fair Park, is where they were looking, which honestly it's in a safer spot now, if you want to be honest. But,
hey, areas developed. Okay, I used to live around there.
It wasn't gentrified, but it was there were all their little issues that they had in Fair. Still do. I mean, Fair Park can be, you know, a little bit difficult, but a big part of what they ran into were a lot of people who didn't want to give up their houses, who there were going to have to be houses demolished. It was going to be like an eminent domain situation. But it was something where, Dallas just kind of kept being difficult, had issues getting things passed, had issues collecting all the land they needed, and Arlington's like, man, we got Six Flags over here, we got the Rangers ballpark, we got you guys set up, and it has become just a massive entertainment hub.
So when it got selected, you all were like, okay, that makes sense. Not like, okay, Arlington, how far out? What's my drive? Does that make the most sense? Because,
well, it makes the most sense because it's the center of everything. It's the most convenient for all of. I mean, one of the most. It's right on 30.
Yeah.
360. Brings Fort Worth into it. It's the most convenient for the whole city.
It doesn't make sense for people who don't live here, and they're like, oh, right, in Dallas. I'm going to the sporting event in Dallas, especially the Super Bowl, right? I'm going to stay by the AAC. I'm going to stay in Uptown. I'm going to stay in downtown, and then you're going to have a 40-minute drive to your sporting events.
That's the way it is. That's the way it is. I mean, the same thing if you're going to Fort Worth. It's a 30-ish, maybe a little less in a drive. But, yeah, the part of town that really gets hosed by it is the Frisco's. That's a haul. To get to a weeknight Ranger game
where all the players live. Football
for Cowboy players, yeah. But at the time, when the stadium was in Irving, Cowboy players, the Valley Ranch was in Irving too. Like they weren't living in Frisco. Nobody was. Now it's just different. Because you live near where the facility is.
You going to get on the Zoom or fan cam any day now?
I'm opening it now. Look, people don't want to see my face.
5 minutes in.
You think people want to see my face, Sean? That's not what people come here for.
On, get here prepared.
All right, Quacktastic. Just give me a break here.
Let's go, Carter. You don't need to show up in a minute. Say, all right, so early shout-outs to Bobby. His son-in-law, Steven, is a diehard who has some sports podcasts of his own. Rodeo Ron.
He's out here. He's hanging out. He said this wasn't even his part of town, but he wanted to come by, say hi early. He came out, shook our hands. He's looking good. He's lost a lot of weight, man.
And he says he's back.
He said he's back. He said he's back, which I knew that from listening to What You Drink and What You Think of the other day. And the whole fan text did. They were like, oh, Ron's back.
All right, we are brought to you by Fraser Roofs and Gutters, Firehouse Movers, and Whataburger is already serving breakfast, it looks like. So stop on out and enjoy your hump day with us as we try to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. Do we have a dynasty?
Down to the final 5 seconds. Rats rain down. Lord Stanley staying in South Florida. Last year was greatness. This time it's historic. The Florida Panthers are back-to-back Stanley Cup champions.
Panthers radio with the call and RJ Choppy. They left zero doubt.
The Oilers led for a total of 33 minutes in the entire series. The final 4 games of this series, and you go back and look, it was a destruction, and that includes that would include the 3-0 comeback. That was.
And think about 3-0 last year.
Yeah,
they were about to sweep them.
Yeah, it was 3-0, and then
the Panthers spent more time leading the Stanley Cup Final than any previous team in history. 255 minutes and 49 seconds.
Final 4 games, Panthers won 6-1. Then they blew a 3-zip lead. Then they won 5-2. Then they won 5-1. I mean, they left no doubt who the best team is. It is complete back to the drawing board for Edmonton, really for the rest of the NHL. Now, the good news.
Drawing board?
Yeah. We got to figure out how we can beat this team.
Okay.
Not blow it up, but we got to figure out how we can beat this team. Now, the good news is that, Marchand is free and Sam Bennett is free, who won the Conn Smythe. And what does that do for his salary? If he was an $8-9 million guy, is he now at 12 because he won the Conn? I don't know. I don't know how his salary's gonna look, but they've got some guys that can move.
Who's the comp for Florida compared to other sports we've seen recently, where it's they just seem different in the postseason? Because it's you look at remember Dallas lost, what was it, 8 to end the season, 8 in a row, 7, 8 in a row, something like that. Florida to end the season had lost 7 out of 10 and had not looked if you just look at compared to last year or the year before that, even Florida's just they weren't the same team. But then they get into the postseason, everybody's like, oh yeah, that's the best team in hockey.
Well, they were just worried about getting healthy and getting into the playoffs. Kachuk didn't play after the 4 Nations. He tore his adductor and a hernia, and he's out there just skating around. He tore the adductor off the bone.
That's disgusting.
Off the bone.
That's gross.
That's basically pulling your groin off the bone. It's disgusting. I don't know how you play on that.
So are they they're the NBA team or something that goes, well, we just worry about getting into the postseason. And then once we're in there, we're just going to dominate.
Kind of the old Lakers, maybe. Yeah. It felt like a light switch situation. I don't want to insult them by comparing them to the New York Giants, because the Giants were never as good as Florida. How are we defining dynasties nowadays, by the way?
That's a great question, because 2 in a row, to me, never was a dynasty. It was all right, you could see it from there, but it never was a dynasty. I hate to compare them to the Astros, but the Astros kind of do this. Remember the Astros went to 6 straight ALCS. They were cheating their way. But, they were kind of those light switch teams, too.
So, yeah, to me, a dynasty would be, and I know we view differently, because, like, for instance, you would say the Giants under Bochy were not one, right, Chop?
I think you might have to win a couple, at least one back-to-back.
I don't know
Maybe
that
the Spurs are the only one I would not do that with.
Back-to-back's not a requirement to me. It's 3 with the same core. So if you're 3 and it's the same core of players in a 7-8 year span,
7 or 8,
then I think you're a dynasty.
Did Vegas get this wrong when we kept talking about, this West team's going to be the favorite?
Yeah.
And, the winner of that series is going to be the favorite? Or was it Florida the entire time in the back of your mind?
Florida had kind of they kept creeping up there on who was the favorite, who wasn't. But Edmonton was, the problem with Edmonton is that they have the hype. They've got the best player in the world, and they've got maybe the second best player in the world. And you are going to find people wanting to bet on that more often. So they're going to get the benefit of being the favorite. And I think it was it Marchand said last night, we were everybody picked against us in every round. And I'm like, okay, let's just tap the brakes here, champ. I mean, you guys are the defending champs. You had basically everybody returning, and you added Marchand. I don't know that everyone was picking against you.
The internet is now coming for Connor McDavid. I got James Harden in Oilers jersey. He's not the best player on his team. Connor McDavid should be grateful that Bayless and Stephen A. don't care about hockey.
Man, it's because he touched the trophy. He touched the Western Conference
there
trophy.
You go.
Well, he didn't do it last year,
right?
And they actually pushed him further this year, didn't they? So
no, last year they went to 7.
Or no, they went to 7. Okay, it's the trophy issue. There's no winning for him.
But we're in now 4 straight elimination games for them. In those 4 in the last 2 years. I think he's got like 0 points.
3 game in do or die Stanley Cup Final scenarios. 3 games, 0 goals, 0 assists, 0 points, 4 shots, 10 for 31 on faceoffs. We're in Arlington.
Ooh,
so let's talk
10 for 31. Oh.
Yeah, on faceoffs.
Oh, God.
The Texas Rangers, right down the street, they were finished early.
Leiter over the top and to the plate. And Bobby cranks it deep to left field. That one is way back, and that one is gone. First home run he's ever hit in this ballpark. It comes in his 10th game here. It makes it 5-1 Kansas City. Home run number 9, RBI number 39 for Bobby Witt Jr.
Way to go, Bobby. Bobby Witt, local kid, gets on the board early. The struggling Royals offense takes care of Jack Leiter. Kansas City easily in the opener, 6-1.
I thought I got to hand it to the Dallas Morning News. They don't do it often. They had a good headline about Jack Leiter.
Did you pay for it?
I did not. I just saw the headline, literally the headline. Jackal and Hyde. That's solid.
Ooh,
pretty good.
I got to hand it to them. You got to give them their dubs when they get them. But yeah, I mean, and usually he's fine in the first inning, and it's the third time through. This was kind of the opposite of it. I mean, he got blowed up in the first inning, as Emmett would say.
And Lugo, Bobby, had 9 strikeouts.
Yep, it was a season high for Lugo. He was just working them last night. That was not a great performance all the way around. I mean, you talk about Leiter. It was interesting to me to see how much Bochy was like, let him go out there and work through it, because I mean they kept him out there for deep into the 6th. He threw 94 pitches. He wasn't on the entire night. He didn't look good the entire night, and they let him go 6 innings, and he ended up giving up those 3 home runs. Salvador Perez last night looked like Babe Ruth.
Yeah.
Like hitting his 2 home runs, getting his double. Like it was just this was a game where you never felt like, as soon as it got down 3-0, it's like, all right, even if the offense has turned around recently, this feels like not your kind of night. Right. And then when you get 2 on, 1 out, and Adolis strikes out, and then you get Osuna striking out, and I think it was the 7th. That was like, all right, that was probably your last really good chance of the night.
I do like, though, let Jack try to work through things, and then also giving your bullpen basically another day off. Because they had yesterday off, the day before, obviously, and then they had yesterday essentially off. They had the one pitcher to come in, but you're giving your bullpen essentially 2 days off. They needed it. They needed the rest after that weekend.
And Bushley was good for the 3 innings he came in there.
Sure.
He pitched well, and Kansas City couldn't touch him. They didn't have a problem with him. It feels like this is the Mike Bassick curse. Because it feels like Leiter's just not pitched as well since Bassick said, we are watching a superstar in the making. In fact, I think Leiter gave up some stuff immediately after that, and then his next 2 starts have been bad.
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. We are live in Arlington, Firehouse number 1, 401 West Main, with Whataburger to feed you some breakfast. We got 105.3 The Fan bucket hats as well. Stop on out as we try to get you to that weekend. Dan Quinn says we got it all wrong making fun of this new player in the NFC East. We'll take you around the National Football League on the home of the Cowboys next.
something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
214-4817-323-3233. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to contract attorneys in Dallas.
We are live, Firehouse number 1 in. Excuse me, sorry.
It's been hitting you lately.
Yeah.
Could be bronchitis. I have no idea. My in-laws apparently have bronchitis. I'm going to burn sage in my house.
Do it.
I'm going to do it for the first time ever.
Yes, sir, Kyrie.
I don't believe in all that crap, but I'm like, this has got to be, or I'm going to buy like $500 worth of humidifiers because I'm convinced when I go back home, more grass, more trees, more pollen, more crap, more dust, and I just can't escape it. It's worse in my house. I'm going to have to leave my house and move back into the city.
The humidifier. So you don't have a humidifier now. You're going to have to go get one?
My daughter has one in her room. I grew up with humidifiers that my mom would set it right next to the bedstand, but she says they don't make them the same anymore.
Okay, see, that's
I don't
what
know
I was
whether
going
it's
to
a
say.
cold thing, a hot
That's
mist.
what it is. They make cold mist ones now, and I hate them.
Cold.
As a kid, I felt like the like warm,
it breaks
the
it up.
steam one was what was beneficial about it, and now. Every time we go looking for one, if the girls are sick or whatever, they're all cool mist humidifiers.
There had to be a medical reason with an advancement, right?
I don't know. I mean, there are a lot of ways you could say medically we've regressed. You know what I mean, Chuck?
Well,
My brother, when he was all stuffed up, he'd get a warm washcloth and stick it on his face, and it looked ridiculous, but it helped.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Now we'll
You put your. A lot of
to-
times I'll put my shirt over my nose at night if it's killing me because I don't want to breathe in. Maybe I need to dust the fan.
I used to get in the bathroom, turn the shower on as hot as it can go, get on a stool, and just get up to the ceiling.
we'll put a towel under the little crack in the door and just crank up the heat on the shower and let it steam up because now we can't get regular humidifiers anymore.
What an awesome breeze we have early this morning. 401 West Main in Arlington. We got Whataburger to feed you breakfast, and of course 105 through the fan bucket hats here with DFW Sports Station. All right, Jeremy Fowler went and polled the executives and other people with professional football opinions about different pickups in this offseason. And here's what an AFC personnel man said about George Pickens of the Cowboys. He'll be a big piece there. When he's covered, he's really open. I know the concerns are there, but I think having an already established passing game with veterans to help him along and the fact he's in a contract year will help keep him in line. If you can tap into what he can do fully, his major ability will shine through.
This is a revelation because this was a deal that I felt like Pittsburgh was getting credited for more than Dallas throughout the offseason when it initially happened. Not from us, but like whenever you would get the quotes from in anonymous league people or the initial trade grades, everybody was giving Pittsburgh for, wow, you got rid of somebody that everybody knew you wanted to get rid of. You got this nice pick. Is it going to work out in Dallas? And then I guess that little debate point has subsided enough to where people are like, yeah, George Pickens is pretty good, and that helps Dallas a ton. But yeah, this to me was the move that really was a real punctuation mark on their offseason, which had been solid, but you didn't feel like there was anything that really improved them.
I love the sentence right there. When he's covered, he's really open. That's a different type of receiver. You know, when you have that guy who is always open, regardless if he's actually open or not, you know you've got somebody that can go get the ball. And I think the Cowboys have missed that. I think they've missed that over the years. I mean, they had Dez, but like somebody who can go up and get it. For some reason, I feel like Eli always had those guys when he was winning titles.
Yeah, it's for some reason because you watch them just heave it.
Yeah, but like, and I don't even mean Tyree. Like, Hakeem Nicks just went and got balls. Just you know,
Plaxico was a big body.
Yeah, you know, like they just need that. I think they've missed that over time, and maybe they have it now.
I sat down with RJ Ochoa, blogging the boys the other day, and he's like, "Why?" We almost got into two arguments. One, he tried to say McCarthy was the best coach since Jimmy Johnson around here. And I was like,
you might be right.
Well, I mean,
No,
if Bill Parcells and Mike McCarthy are on the street and you hire Mike McCarthy over Bill Parcells, you can have Mike. I'll take Bill.
Oh, I think Bill, obviously Bill's a better coach all the time. Bill here, Bill was a great roster.
Bill helped get that stadium.
He was
built.
Bill was a great roster guy. There was a lot to be desired about his coaching.
Really?
There's a lot to be desired about the last guy's coaching. You were 12-5 in years you should have been 14-3.
Give me a 1 or 2 point criticism of Bill's coaching.
Antiquated. He was antiquated.
It was Stone Age. The offense.
But his quarterbacks before Tony were bums.
They were bumps. And look, Bill. I'm not comparing the two, right? Bill did a lot. He transformed this organization.
Yeah.
He took it from they had no direction, nothing, and he rebuilt the roster, and he gave us basically 20 years of solid play.
And Mike came into a win-now setup.
He did. No, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. But I mean, you know, Mike had a lot of success here.
Yeah, if you want to go record-wise, but that was one
different, totally different.
That was one almost near argument. I said I'll save that for Bobby. And the second was he's like, why isn't Pickens just extended? Why did they trade for him and not just lock him up? I said they want to put him through the test. They want to see what he really is. And I actually agree with the Cowboys' approach on that, especially with the safety net, hopefully, of a third-round comp pick. So you can trade for him, win-now situation. You get to see if he's a psychopath behind the scenes, what type of money he's going to want, how he's going to work with Dak, and if he leaves after 1 year, you get the same exact pick back that you gave up to get him. That's why they did not extend him, and I understand it, and I agree.
I wouldn't extend him yet.
Unless he wants to take $20 million.
Right. Yeah, because you know what he's going to want? He's going to want that kind of cash. Let him play under that. Let him play with that. And then tag him, and then let him walk.
Yeah, if you think about it from the perspective of...
or just tag him and keep him for another year.
Right.
If the Luka trade had been, we're going to get Anthony Davis for 4 months, and then we're going to get Luka right back. Like, nobody's going to complain about that. Like if they're just looking at, all right, how can we operate with Anthony Davis here and different things like that? Dallas basically just did that, where not that kind of a return, but how they traded for George Pickens, and if we don't like it, we've got a 90-day return where we get it back. Like, we gave up a third, and now we'll get the third back. We'll slide down maybe 10 spots, but ultimately, if he does what he's supposed to do here and what we think he can do here, we're going to be picking in the playoff realm of these draft picks, and so we're not going to be very far at all from the back end of a third-round comp.
Dan Quinn says, Internet, your eyes are wrong. That Deebo Samuel video that we talked about the other day where I thought he looked
beefy.
He looked thick. He looked beefy. He looked beefy. He looked thick. Well, Dan Quinn the other day, the headline reads on ProFootballTalk.com, Deebo Samuel's speed is impressing Dan Quinn. Somewhere along the way, I forgot how fast he actually is. and I'm sitting there, and he's beating this guy on a route, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's Deebo Samuel. He just running by someone down the field on a deep ball, and I was easily reminded he's one of the fastest players on the team. So that's Dan Quinn saying, Internet, your eyes got it wrong. And Deebo. If Deebo, even if he's in good shape, is one of the fastest players on your team,
Slow
you
team.
still don't.
He's got a 4.48 guy.
Yeah, and that's 30 pounds ago. Yeah, that's a 4.48 guy. Look, you want to say that your eyes are deceiving you on the thickness of him because he's wearing 3 or 4 shirts or whatever, pads, whatever. That was one of the slowest routes I've ever seen. Like that one route that circulated, he looked like he was putting in work to get to half speed for somebody else, and that just looked slow. Now, maybe there's a chance that he was filming it on an old phone, and it looked like it was in those sectional cameras. Was like you just kind of missing, you're skipping frames.
Yeah,
it looks slow. Now maybe that's it. Maybe they recorded it in halftime. I get it, but I don't think so.
Bobby, they are hyping up their new quarterback in New York. This continues the propaganda for Jackson Dart.
This is just stupid here. This is what we were talking about yesterday about when we had talked about, Jackson Dart, will they resist the temptation? It's like, what temptation? Jackson Dart's nothing. Well, it started yesterday, the buzz about Jackson Dart, when Brian Daboll was asked about, hey, how's old Jackson coming along?
Yeah, he's done excellent. He's picking up information. It's really good to have Russ and Jameis and even Tommy, because Tommy's been in this system for a few years here, and he's kind of the head statesman in terms of that and all the adjustments that take place, or the calls. He's fit right in with those guys. He's smart. He's aggressive with the football, which I like. And then, the true test will be once we start, and there's live hitting and preseason games and things like that.
And that
but he's
wasn't
progressed, since he's been here to where he's not. He's made good improvement.
Shea Tierney, the quarterback coach for the Giants, went even slobberier. He goes, it's been impressive to see the last couple weeks just how he's prepared and made the transition to becoming a pro. We thought that about him, which is one of the reasons why we liked him. So it doesn't sound like the Giants are going to be able to control themselves. They are going to do the Eli, Kurt Warner half a season, and then he's going to be thrown out there, it sounds like.
Look, is there a Bo Nix element to him to where, now I know he didn't play nearly as long in college as Bo did, but we're talking about a guy who played almost 40 games in college. Like that's you know what I mean? Like, so he's seen a lot. It's not like he's like JJ.
He's very frustrating. Dart is very frustrating because he should be better, and he's not. And that's the thing that I really hated about Jackson Dart. Now, I last year I was somewhat wrong. Don't play the sounder, Peyton. I was somewhat wrong about Bo Nix. I still think I'm going to be right in the long run, but Bo Nix was similar in that sense that when you watched Bo Nix at college, it's like there should be more here. Why isn't there?
Yeah.
And there wasn't. But Dart has just consistently been an underperformer throughout his whole career.
Didn't the Buffalo Bills vote against the tush push? Were they one of the teams?
I think they were.
Okay.
They run it a lot. They ran it a lot, but I think they were one of the teams that voted against it.
Well, Josh Allen came out yesterday in support of it staying alive.
Yep, he is. Look, he is one of the players that uses it quite a bit, and he is like, I like the tush push. The tush push is a good play, and I think at some point
he's subscribed to just stop it.
Stop it. Absolutely. So I think this is one of those plays, though. You keep running it. There's a few teams that do it better than others, but then you look at a few teams that try to do it and it doesn't have the same success. Maybe they don't practice it, yada, yada, yada. But the question now is, like, what onus does the league have, if any, to poll the players on rule changes?
Well, they don't poll them or care about the turf argument.
Right. They don't care about a lot of things. But
concussions.
If the quarterbacks are the ones that are most at risk, and the quarterbacks who run it the most are fine with it, do you have any onus as an owner to say, all right, fine, or are you supposed to protect them regardless?
No, when the medical board steps in and they say, yeah, there's been no injuries on it yet, but the medical board's recommendation was when we get one, the word they used was catastrophic.
Right.
They said the injury will be catastrophic the first time we get an injury on it. Because, I mean, you're talking about you're lowering your head, you're jamming in there. Like, somebody is going to have when they get a neck injury the first time on that play, it'll be done.
Is it the
instantly.
quarterback or the linemen who are more susceptible?
The quarterback is a lot of times more susceptible, but linemen are the same sort of risk. Yeah, because they're
at the bottom of the pile.
They're lowering and they're driving. It is rugby.
I thought Jason Kelsey had talked about like what a brutal play it was and how much it beat him up, and then they let him walk into the room in his stupid jester outfit probably and sell them in this hour-long presentation as if everything he said previously didn't matter whatsoever, and Jeffrey Lurie got his way.
Yeah, I mean, look, the quarterback is susceptible from the neck. Also, somebody could like step on the back of their Achilles or foot, break it, snap their ankle. There's a lot of injury risk that the quarterback has.
There's Around the NFL here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Stop on out, say what's up, Firehouse number 1 in Arlington. Was Bobby Belt able to prank the G-Bag Nation? Let's see if the fellas fell for another Bobby plot after this. But
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Hump Day edition is really picking up here in Arlington. Firehouse number 401 West Main. If you're coming to park, you can put 406 West Main into the GPS, and we are brought to you by Firehouse Movers and Fraser Roofs and Gutters, as Whataburger already out here serving the breakfast and the coffee. What'd you get?
I got the bacon, egg, and cheese taquito. They got the egg or they got the cheese or the no cheese options for you. They got the bacon, the potato, the sausage, so they got you hooked up.
We got the Tolos rolling out. I just had a great conversation with Mark. He was giving me the political insight to the stadiums in Arlington versus Frisco and all that.
Yeah.
So thanks, Mark, for rolling out.
And we got a lot of folks here. We had Scott from Fort Worth, Tony, who was with us for the entire show last time we were out at the Firehouse, and he was like, I can't stick around the whole day. I was like, yeah, you put in your hours, you're fine. Mac from Fort Worth, he said his brother Matt will be out here later. We have Bob in Roy City, Jameer, Miguel, and Alito, which Alito's going to come up here in a sec. Paul and Cleburne. In fact, Paul and Cleburne and Treble Hook, which is his Twitch name, from Fort Worth or from Arlington. They both they're rolling in here on no sleep. They got off work. They're overnight men and came rolling in here. We had.
Does
Paul,
G-Bag get that?
No. In fact, Treble Hook said that he tends to doze off and then he wakes up. And he's got KNC on, and it puts him right back to sleep. And then he's able to go to bed after that. And so it's like, I told him, it's like Radio Z-Quil, KNC. And so, but Paul said he goes Cleburne to Dallas every day for work, hour 15 drive every day. So he said, We're on in the car with him, keeping him awake when he's going home.
Thank you all. You appreciate it. All right, let's see if Bobby Bell could screw around even more with the afternoon show.
Yeah, I did. I successfully did it. Eric does this segment every Friday, Biggest L, Biggest Dub, where he will say, all right, tell us where you've taken some L's this week, where you've taken some wins, let us know, text him in. And he is just in word vomit mode in those moments. He's just reading off the fan text and just...
They don't get to talk the rest of the show.
I know. He's got to knock it out. And so, thank you. Oh, David Crothers bringing us candy.
What is this?
So if you listen to Biggest L, Biggest Dub, you know he just reads off the fan text nonstop. That's what he does. And Zach will do the same thing. So a couple months ago, I was like, I'm going to start taking advantage of this. And over the course of the last 2-3 months, I have just texted them random names. And they're not real names. They're fake names. But I've texted them random names to see if I can get, a Seymour Butts or something like that out of
You're doing a Simpsons bit at the bar.
Yeah.
Amanda Hug a Kiss.
Exactly. Yeah. And so I threw out a couple names, and every single time they have Ron Burgundy'd it and blindly read it.
Biggest dub in the 214. Happy birthday to my Tolo bride, Amanda Mount. Happy birthday, Amanda. Getting a victory there. I'm sure hubby's got a nice birthday weekend planned for you, Miss Amanda.
Amanda Mount?
Amanda, yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Mount. Celebrating together.
214 Biggest Dub. Tolbert fixed my garage door today. Hey! That's Tolo Chastity Bell.
We've gotten some incredible stories of folks.
214 Big Dub for the Alito High School boys winning state. Sherwood Lovetail was the MVP.
Nice.
How about that?
Congrats, Sherwood.
Sherwood Lovetail.
So they just will consistently read. They don't even think about it. And
no. I think
that's fantastic.
Whoever followed up on the Mount knew.
Brian claims he knew.
Brought us new.
I think he just thought it was an odd name. I don't know that he knew what they were saying, but I mean, the way he said it phonetically, he said straight up Amanda Mount. So I don't know if he.
So you are texting this in?
Yeah, onto the fan text.
Okay, so that's Eric reading the full name, because very rarely do we get full names, right?
Yeah, right.
Very rarely.
So the only, and I thought that was going to raise alarm bells. So the way I had to cover it was I had to be like, shout out to my Tolo bride and her happy birthday to her. So I was like, Eric's not going to want to ignore one of our sweet lady listeners who it's her birthday. And then the other time I had to go like, hey, Tolbert fixed my garage today. So we got to give a shout out to Tolbert.
Yeah, there you go.
And then I had to localize it. I was like, Alito won state. Give a shout out to the boys. The MVP was Sherwood Lovetail. And so they went about it. And this won G back of the day for one day. Then they voted it down. No rap songs. I won one. That's fine. But they voted it down. And after they had played the clip, they were going back and forth a little bit about, come on, Eric, you were playing along, right? And Eric insisted he wasn't, and got a little too loose with his own fake names.
Chief, you knew what you're doing there, right?
I honest to God, I
seriously, you just.
If you look at the video, I don't think he did.
I'm telling
seriously,
you, man.
I thought you you play the game. You're like, okay, I'm just going to go ahead and do this.
Listen,
kind of
I love these little euphemism games or whatever it is, but like I've never heard these. Amanda Mount's never been tossed my way. Sherwood Lovetail never been tossed my way. I missed the I feel like I would have got Chastity Belt, but at the same time, I didn't catch it when Walchuk said it.
No, you sure didn't.
So if it was like Mike Oxbig or Oliver Closeoff or something like that, I'd be like, okay, I know those people. Okay, I'm familiar. Mike, I know about Mr. Hunt.
Whoa. The Hunt family. Yeah, the Hunt family.
Lamar's brother.
Yeah. Or the Hawk family. Mike Hawk is a perennial all-star.
The Hunts and the Hawks.
But I'm not familiar with these other names.
I kind of feel like the fact that you just rattled off all these, you knew what you were doing. I'm just going on record.
No.
I gotta hold that L.
We
bleeped what he naturally said
because there was no pause. He did not give us Mike pause Hunt. He squished it all together to the point where legitimately, like, I talked to Eric later and he was like, yeah, Dawson, who doesn't really react to much, like when you say something, he likes to play it cool. He his eyes widened and was like, should we even say that? I watched on the fan cam. I saw Lucius look over at the delay, to see if it was rebuilding because he wanted to see if it had been dumped in the back by Spittle or Tim. And so, Eric ended up getting a little too loose with it. I actually think that's the theory. So whenever anything is up for a potential tie on G-Bag of the Day, Brian will always vote to give the next thing a tie. And he'll be like, I'm going to turn it over to the listeners. He did not do it this time. It was 2-1, and he voted against this because I don't think he was comfortable with Eric potentially reading names every day.
You ever think that they're just plotting and just saving up to try to get back at you with one big rebuttal and move?
They might be, but there's a problem. Like, they don't have his abilities.
Yeah, we heard that during the wraps.
Not even abilities, time. Time is the key.
No. Do not adjust down. Do not
define
it's not adjusted
down.
No, it is. You're going to try to throw it down to it's just a time issue for me. You're going to at least give my your
abilities are
psychopathic abilities.
Sinister, psychopathic. I love it. Your kids, your wife, they're missing out. Right? They were probably tugging at your pant leg during this entire time.
Hey, I got to say, I'm not worried about it with Zach and Eric. I am worried about it with you. You would do that.
What?
You're petty enough to just build up. Like, we're going to do a segment later today that I don't think you're going to be happy with. And when we do it, like, I do wonder.
What time is it?
I don't know. It may be on the wheel. We'll have to see. But, I mean, obviously, the wheel is the wheel.
The wheel's random, Bobby.
It is.
Yeah.
And so the wheel's the wheel. So, I mean, but I'm hoping we get that segment. And if we get it, I do have a small amount of concern that you're petty enough to go look for it. But I would start creating things that weren't real. I would AI you in just really bad positions.
We got the greatness of the number 1 seed Whataburger out here, which feeds all the Tolos for every single Firehouse tour. RJ Choppy has some fast food issues, though, of his own with a commercial and reviews.
Yeah, so the commercial, let's do that one first. This is, and look, anybody who has a dog, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Got 2 dogs right here.
Got that dog.
Wait, let me read that. Sure, I like cats.
I just can't eat a whole one by myself. You're not from Springfield.
I'm sorry to hear that. But
I didn't know if that was gonna.
Yeah, it could have taken a turn.
Dude, could have
took a turn. There's no doubt about that one.
It was a G-bag prank.
But this is just one of the 4 billion reasons why Whataburger is better than Wendy's. Is because Wendy's has a commercial where they had doorbell. And the doorbell is annoying dogs. Not annoying, it's terrorizing families. And this happens. Any company that has a doorbell in their commercial, I refuse to shop at. I don't worry about anything else. All I worry about is, does Pudge go crazy and start barking? Does I have to yell at him? And he's ruining everything in the house. So these stupid companies with your dumb commercials that have a doorbell, it should be banned. The FCC should not worry about language. They should worry about doorbells and commercials.
Is this as bad as sirens? Do you have the audio, by the way?
No. I don't.
Well, because he was trying to protect the dogs.
Yeah,
that's what he was doing. Yeah.
I'm so anti-doorbell.
So what is the doorbell ring?
It's just like in the middle of the commercial.
Yeah, but what is the sound? Like that?
Just like just the regular doorbell, right? Yeah.
That?
That. It's a doorbell. It's a doorbell in a commercial. And you have this, and there's other companies that have these commercials too. And it's just very, very annoying, and people are pushing back. The FCC needs to put a stop to this.
Is this worse than the siren on the radio that we got banned from? Like hot take, it'd be a hot take alert, or that siren that just drove by us, or that siren right there,
FCC's
where
coming.
people driving were scared, and I get it. that they were being pulled over or get to the side of the road.
And that's something that's been, people are trying to put a stop to that, obviously. And I think the same thing needs to happen with the doorbell in TV commercials.
Wasn't that also originated from that War of the Worlds stuff? Like Orson Welles did a national radio broadcast on War of the Worlds, and it was presented as this drama, and nationally people thought it was a real newscast, and they started freaking out because there was nothing that said this isn't real. And so it's that same sort of thing. I think the doorbell causes more problems, though.
What's your other issue?
Well, my other issue is with Yelp and food reviewers. We had 40,000 food reviews as to which French fry is the best, and I'm sorry, the amount of companies that are on here that I've either never heard of, or B, have the best French fry. This is just intellectually dishonest. This is why I don't trust food reviews, because I've had all these French fries. I've had a dozen of these.
Well,
none of these are any good. And 40,000 people said that these were the best French fry that you could possibly get. I'm sorry, it's just intellectually dishonest. I'm not even going to name them.
Okay.
I'm not even going to name them. It's just dishonest. You do not have the best French fry. We all know where good French fries and bad French fries are, and none of these places have any good ones.
Whataburger. That's where you can get the best fries right there.
There you go. And I'm sorry, but this is just wrong.
We got an injury update. They may end the NBA Finals. Are the NBA Finals getting screwed up again? And a brand new concert ticket giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on. Next with Sean and RJ live at Firehouse number 1 in Arlington on The Fan.
product? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Pepper Lady. Basil Bakes. Not make maybes.
The Fan.
An explosion of Tolos here. Firehouse number 1 in Arlington. We are out today, not Friday, so stop on by if you are in the area or even if you have to make a little bit of a drive. 401 West Main. We got fan bucket hats. I haven't seen the bucket hat.
I stole one. I've got it right here. Because
Okay.
I stole one for a listener.
Y'all getting the bucket hats, right? Make sure you get the bucket hats if you roll on out. We got Whataburger Breakfast, which everyone is raving about. We're brought to you by Fraser Roofs and Gutters and Firehouse Movers. I'm going to go ahead and get the shout-outs out of the way. We got Matt in Fort Worth, Calvin and Samuel, my boy Don.
The welders.
The greatness of Don. David, Don just gave me a bucket hat. Thank you. David from Hazlitt, he brought us out these candies.
Yeah.
This is clearing up my throat right here.
David, David Carruthers, his daughter, Abby, he's brought her to stuff before. She listens a lot, so thank you to David.
Randy in Arlington, Jr. in Fort Worth, Esteban and his son Noah with these awesome R3 hats, and the Wells brothers, the Wells boys.
Chris and Rusty, the Wells boys are out here. They're ready to party and get it. Now I did get a follow up from one of the guys we had mentioned earlier, Jameer. Jameer said, "Hey, you talked about being wingman or whatever. I've texted in and said like, hey, set me up. You and Peyton, let's go run the town." And I'd missed it, but he was like, "I just wanted to let you know," even though I hadn't heard back. He's like, "It's not necessary anymore." He's like, "I met somebody 2 weeks in, so he's 2 weeks deep now." Jameer is. He no longer needs me. He never did. He was always going to crush it by himself.
All right, Kyrie Irving is defending someone in the NBA Finals, but the update with Game 5 tomorrow night. Tyrese Halliburton, according to Shams, believed to have suffered a strained right calf. He's apparently going to undergo the MRI to determine the severity of it. And RJ Choppy tried to rub this in my face last night in his email. Very passive-aggressive.
This is what I do. I just be passive-aggressive because I don't like aggression at all.
Right.
But I'm sure they've gotten the results by now, right? If he had it yesterday,
you would think so.
You would think so. Like they probably get it. It's not like us where it's like, hey, we'll call you in 3 to 5 business days.
Right.
They probably
go on my chart.
Yeah,
my chart.
It'll be on the portal.
We'll
put it on the portal. We'll send you an email.
We'll call you if something's wrong. If there's nothing wrong, we won't call you. But then they do call you when there's nothing wrong and scare the S out of you in the process.
So what does that tell you? Because your last read over the releasing of information was correct in the NBA Finals. You're like, they're trying to hide something. Does this tell you anything, or Shams just hasn't gotten it yet?
I think he hasn't gotten it yet. I mean, but now if they have the information, if Indy already has it, they haven't said anything, that might lead me to believe there's something bigger here, and they're just trying to let's see what happens. But calf strain. I mean, that leads to a lot of problems with your Achilles, and that's
what Bob Myers said.
And that's that's basically what happened with Durant, right?
What would have to happen to the spread to make you believe or not believe in the injury? Don't go to it. I have the spread.
Has it moved?
You tell me.
Well, see, what was that 5? I mean, obviously without him, it's going to go to dang near double digits. So yeah, like it would have to go quite high. For me to think that he's not playing.
6.5.
Went up a point.
That's not enough.
And
so,
that's not makes me feel right.
I mean, that's about what Tyrese Halliburton puts up every game, right? A point, something like that.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, that's all you got to worry about. But no, this is.
Does this change your mind about his performance and what's going to happen in the series?
He said, "If I can walk, then I want to play."
Right.
What do you mean, if you can walk? I saw you running for 34 minutes. Like, okay, if you're hurt, you're hurt. Say you're banged up. I'm not questioning that he's banged up. He's clearly banged up. But the idea of just like, I've gone from running for 34 minutes to now I can't walk. Then it's like, okay, well then that seems a little sensationalist to me. I think he is hurt, but like a lot of other players do, when they're hurt, they play through it, and I would imagine he's going to do that.
Because, if it's a structural, like a knee or an ankle, like a bone, something like that, that is something that swells overnight. That would hurt the next day. You can maybe run through that. If you have a pulled muscle, that's an immediate pain.
Yeah. Give me his over-under points right now at Underdog.
Well, you said it had gone to 15.5, 16. I'll say it's down to 14-5.
It's 13.5. 13.5 for Tyrese Halliburton for tomorrow night.
And I mean, coming off of a 0-point game, that sounds pretty optimistic from him.
Kyrie Irving is defending the Merchant.
He is. So we've been calling. Was that the internet who said it first, or was it Doris Burke who said free throw Merchant? I can't remember who it was, but yeah,
I'd have to have the volume up to hear if Doris said it.
He's a grifter.
That's become the common refrain from people about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. It's their new way of hating on him and cutting him down. At least if you listen to what Kyrie Irving had to say on his Twitch the other day.
And I know a lot of you guys be talking about, you guys be being funny, talking about he's a free throw merchant, he's this and he's that. Nah, man, Shai just plays the game the right way. He plays at a high level. You got to be a master manipulator out there, man. It's part of the game. All the greats have done it. You know, for me, I look at him as one of the guys that's going to be the prototype for the next generation.
This is something where if he's, I get what he's saying, and I don't disagree with him, but I do wonder, there's a little bit of the reputation of just like, oh, Euro players come over here and they flop and they do this and that. Kyrie was just telling you, and I've never heard a star say it that directly. They'll talk about earning calls or how they should be given the benefit of the doubt on stuff. I've never heard any of them just say like, yeah, part of being a great player is like being able to make it look like you just got fouled when you didn't.
Hot take. They should not count free throws on your points per game.
Why?
It's not like a skill. Making free throws for an NBA player is not a skill.
Shaq thinks it is.
That's not. It's nobody guarding you. You're not creating a shot. You know, like it. Obviously, they count for the game, but on your points per game, it should be field goals made.
The bigger thing I took from Kyrie right there, and yeah, the SGA thing is annoying. I'm not going crazy on him yet. I haven't seen it for enough years. When he said the prototype moving forward, that to me would mean guys are going to go back to the mid-range game.
That's exactly.
That's what I took.
Yeah. I mean, look, sports, they swing. We've seen the pendulum in baseball swing.
I don't think Kyrie tried to get that deep with it. You know, they're just like, this is a guy to model your game after. Who's the kid who is the Shador now of the NBA draft?
Ace Bailey.
Yeah, he took a lot of mid-range shots because I think he had horrible 3 numbers. So I thought of that with Kyrie's comments. I don't know if he was trying to go that deep, but swinging back to mid-range.
So, I mean, Flag will take some. I mean, now a lot of those are on the drive. But he will take some of that. I mean, everything kind of is cyclical. Are we not talking about maybe the NFL running the ball more, paying running backs now? Baseball, we're seeing teams like
small ball.
Everything kind of shifts.
So what? And it cuts off there because it was like whoever had screen recorded it cut it off after about 2 seconds. But you hear him start going into his explanation of why he's the prototype. And what he leads off with is he says, 6'6", long, ball handler, and then it cuts off. And so you don't hear the rest of where he's going. But I think what he's talking about is in general, like how we see with Halliburton and how we see with Shai. And, yeah, certainly some of that, the mid-range game too. But I think a lot of it, too, is just like that's going to become the new way to really own the NBA are the big guys who can handle the ball.
The latest on KD Watch, apparently the Suns have no leverage and may have to lower the asking price.
Ooh.
How cheap does it got to get for you, Sean?
How cheap?
How cheap before you're jumping in there with Nico?
God.
I got to think about that. And I got to put that through the trade machine in terms of my salary and my numbers and having depth. I love right now the Mavs roster. I don't think I really want to mess with it. I mean, you have to be real cheap.
You would have to be real cheap.
They're deep. They're big.
They're
skill.
Yes.
This is all with Kyrie back.
They're hurt.
And then with Flag. Like, I love the roster.
I like the roster, too. Throw names out. Like, are we talking here? Because I got to go look at Durant's salary.
Gafford, PJ.
You're probably doing some collection of Gafford, PJ. A third team probably has to get
Clay.
involved.
But let me read you what an NBA scout said about the Durant sweepstakes. The teams would just be looking to sell jerseys. Quote, most teams that want him, they want to sell some jerseys. At this stage, He's 36, 37. I don't see a real benefit in giving up much for him. He's not leading anyone to the promised land anymore. A team could take him as a rental to move merchandise for a year. That's not a terrible idea. Just don't mortgage the future. Anyone from that 35 and over crowd isn't worth it these days. This came from Sam Amick, who,
yeah,
I mean, he's credible, but this executive sounds like a moron.
Well, if you pair Kevin Durant with Anthony Davis, and Cooper Flagg, and whatever Kyrie comes back to, I mean, I'm sorry, that's formidable. And then you add in the Liveleys and
Kevin Durant had an outstanding year on paper. Now, maybe you want to take it to a paper argument. What's he done with any of these teams? That's not Sam Amick. This was Sam Amico, who I've still heard of before. But Kevin Durant's shooting percentages led the league in many different ways.
Was he not 50, 40, 90?
Yeah.
You by the way, Sam Amico, you have to change your name. You can't be an NBA guy and have the same name like that. You just can't do it. You got to change your name. I think that, KD he's got value. He could still maybe not be the number one, but when he is a one of three-headed monster or four-headed monster, as it would be, there's absolute value there.
What year was it the last year? What was the last year KD shot under 50%?
No idea.
2011.
Wow.
From the field?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, he's still a ridiculous. He's the Slim Reaper for a reason,
I've
man.
been thinking about this KD question. I've been sitting on it.
Well,
I don't think there's another star in NBA history who is as teamless as Kevin Durant.
Oh, you can't. You mean you can't picture what team you play? Yeah.
LeBron.
Cavs.
Okay. Obviously Shaq.
Lakers.
Any other star.
Man, LeBron is creeping up on that, though. I don't know.
Okay.
I would have thought maybe Miami, but I get what you're saying.
Miami was just so brief.
It was.
I would probably think, if somebody's going to ask me, honestly, to this day, I probably think OKC with Durant.
But think about basically every other star in the history of the NBA, and I wonder if that is. I'm trying to make sense of it. Am I just going to think of his skill and not? Oh, he was a Thunder.
I mean, is Kyrie the same way, or do you think of a specific team with Kyrie?
I think Kyrie's a good one as well.
What, McGrady,
Orlando.
You think Orlando?
I think Houston.
You do?
Yeah, just because that's where the
chubby?
Spurs. That's the 13 points in 30 seconds against the Spurs.
Okay.
That's what kind of stands out to me. But no, this is also it's the
Kyrie.
new era.
I would probably say a Cav.
He only
That's
played in
where
Orlando.
I would lean.
He only played in Orlando for 4 years. Well, I guess 5.
Shams, by the way, making my point with these trade compensations that we all lose our mind over because of the Luka deal. He said, if you put Anthony Davis on the open market right now, he's fetching you 4 or 5 first-round picks. Do you want to trade for the player or the picks?
I will trade Anthony Davis for 4 or 5 first-round picks right now.
Give it to me.
Well, what he's trying to say is, if you trade for Durant and you get back an Anthony Davis, you're not going to get the first-round picks. What do we do when all these trades happen? Where are all the Mavs' first-round picks? You're not going to have them because you got Anthony Davis, who's is worth 4 picks on the market, maybe 5 after the Desmond Bain deal.
So then you trade Anthony Davis for the picks, and then you take the picks and you trade them for Durant.
Guys, we're not trading Anthony Davis.
That's what I want to do.
That's not the topic. That's not the segment. It's just
but is it the smart thing to do?
You guys heard Sean Sharania. He wants to trade Anthony Davis for 6 picks.
How hurt is Kyrie? That's the biggest Maverick mystery.
Yeah. I mean, what is he coming back? And, are we talking about, does he opt in? So does he opt into this year, or does he opt out and then you re-sign him? What are you re-signing him for? I think the Mavs are scared of the opt-out. I think they would much rather him opt in and then see what he has.
Well, I mean, Stein said a couple weeks ago, he was like, Kyrie's going to opt out. He's going to opt out and he's going to resign. And so, I mean, if they're scared of it,
Stein said that?
Stein had said a couple weeks ago that he thinks the Mavericks are expecting Kyrie's going to opt out and he's going to resign here. And so it's I mean, they better prepare for it quick. If they're scared of it, they got to come to terms with it pretty quick.
NBA Finals resuming tomorrow night, where we think it's probably going to end in Indiana. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on. We got another concert ticket giveaway. We go commercial-free with the Expressway. We'll chop it up at 7:40. But first, Rangers lose to Kansas City. But how many All-Stars do they currently have? The All-Star voting, are you voting yourself as a Ranger Tolo? That's next in Diamond Cavs on The Fan.
Said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Time experts and the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Comes Leiter, and the pitch is lobbed in the air to right field. Garcia moving back to the front of the track at the wall. It's gone. That ball had a lot of carry off a 99-mile-an-hour fastball. Perez goes oppo, and it's 3-0 Kansas City in the first.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Rangers get beat down 6-1 by the Royals in Arlington on this radio station. Jack Leiter takes the loss. This is Diamond Calves here with Sean and RJ. Arlington Firehouse #1. I'll tell you what, stepping out on that sidewalk with the breeze.
Oh, yeah.
It's nice.
That's amazing.
Feels
we got
good.
Whataburger to feed you. We're brought to you by Fraser Roofs and Gutters and Firehouse Movers. The Ticket Master, Mike, is here with the West Point hat. He's hawking tickets, and you want to sit here and get something for something. Mike's got all the tickets set up for you. Tolo Vince, who said his favorite part of the show is me and you fighting.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, he came up and told me that. I was like, oh, yeah, well, then I'll be sure to do it a lot the rest of the day. I want to put on a show, so I'm going to just keep poking all day.
We got Scott, we got Mikey, and Kyle from, he goes, I'm the only other one in the Metroplex who can identify with you. I said, what's that? He goes, I was in Rockford, Illinois, the biggest crap hole I've ever lived in my entire life. He could not wait to get out like me, but he was serving. So Kyle knows Rockford, Illinois.
I was so excited.
Get the kids out here, by the way. They're putting the ladder out. That's awesome.
I was so excited the other day. I found 2 games.
2 games.
From when you were in Rockford, Illinois, calling them. The problem is that they were like coaches' film, so like it's none of the play-by-play. And I was when I saw the area of the game, I was like, oh my gosh, I got Sean doing play-by-play, and then I realized it was just somebody filming B-roll, and so then I just started trying to find, like, do I see Sean anywhere? And it was 240p. It looked like it was filmed with a toaster. So.
As long as you didn't get me doing the. As the mascot.
There were photos of the mascot from around that time, but I don't know if you were in it or not. The hood was on.
All right, so some extra Tolo shout-outs here in Arlington.
All right, so first round of All-Star Game voting is in the books, and it's clear there are 2 leaders in both leagues, well, 1 in each league. It's Shohei and Aaron Judge, no surprise there. They have combined to win 5 of the past 8 MVPs anyway, but Judge leads all vote getters in the All-Star Game voting right now at almost 6 million, and Shohei leads all NL voters at about 4 million.
So Judge has gotten 1.6 million votes for every run the Yankees haven't scored in the last
3 games.
Yeah, 29 straight innings without scoring for the Yankees.
Someone took a shot at our 920 guest and said, must be a Boone thing. Come on, man. We got Brett Boone.
Ours is turned around. It's not. We got the good Boone.
Cal Raleigh is the only other American League vote getter above 1 million. So I went and looked. I was like, all right, let's just see where the Rangers sit on this list. And if there's any Rangers in the top 10. And yes, there are. There are 2 Rangers in the top 10 of their respective positions.
2 Rangers.
In All-Star voting. Name them.
Well, I already know, so I won't name them, but I'll let Sean name them. But
Josh
he probably already
Smith.
Knows. It is not Josh Smith. It is not Josh Smith.
Screw you, Peyton.
Think somebody who would just absolutely not deserve it.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
No. Somebody who would be like you have been one of the biggest disappointments in baseball this year.
Simeon, Seager.
Well, Seager is 10th in shortstops. 10th. He is 9th in DH. It is Jock Peterson.
This is Jock and
who hasn't played in a month.
He's the highest ranked Ranger in any of the All-Star ballot. Bunch of Dodgers fans filling out their ballot for Shohei and then just go, yeah, sure, Jock.
What? Yeah. There is not a Ranger in the top 20 of outfield.
And that's where they've got Josh Smith. Josh Smith is being voted on in the outfield, which I don't know if that makes a ton of sense, but
so that's just so you're Bobby Jr. is not leading shortstops. Jacob Wilson, who he played for,
no idea.
The A's. He is leading the shortstop list. Let's see. Any other guys I can say who he played for to you? Ryan O'Hearn, who he played for.
Ryan O'Hearn plays for the Orioles.
Okay, very good, very good. Riley Green, who he played for.
Riley Green plays for the Tigers.
Yes, very good. Your top 6 in outfielders, you got Judge, Riley Green, Mike Trout is 3rd.
Would everyone know Cal Raleigh?
I think just because
the West
division, he's still on pace. He homered again last night. He had a grand slam. He's on pace for 62 home runs this year.
Wow. Stephen Kwan, Javi Baez, and Cody Bellinger, your top 6 in outfield. So the way it works is the top 2 make it, and then they do another voting thing to see who is the leaders there. But that is your American League vote for the All-Star game right now. And like I said, only 2 Rangers cracking the top 10. We'll see what happens. I was very, very surprised by this MLB player poll.
I love these things.
Oh, good. Perfect.
Love polls.
So, there we go. This was 134 respondents. And the question was, are you in favor of robo-umps calling balls and strikes? Out of the, well, I'm not going to give you the raw total because I can't do math like that. 63% said no.
Yeah.
Only 17% said yes, and then another 20% that said they weren't sure. Not sure. Or you want no flat out. They do not want robot umps. I was a little surprised by this.
Why? Because they think it'd be more. You think it'd be more accurate?
Well, I think it would be.
Would you guys think it'd be more accurate?
Yes and no.
Yeah, it would and it would not. Like,
what does that mean?
Because here's the thing: is that, and they've talked about one of the biggest concerns that you get if you go to the robo umps is a tailing breaking ball.
It's a 4-dimensional plate and not a one-dimensional plate.
Yeah, a tailing breaking ball that clips the plate and is technically a strike, but has never in the history of baseball been an actual strike because of the cut that it has on it, where it's just like technically one. They're like, that kind of kills the spirit of what balls and strikes have even been in the last 150 years.
So think of it now. Like, we look at the strike zone as just an outline of a box, of a rectangle. This is going to be a cube. And to me, a curveball that's one of those Aaron Seeley-esque curveballs, right? Straight up, straight down, 12-6. Mm-hmm. That just nicks the very front of the plate. It could land on the plate. That's not a strike for the history of baseball, but it would be in this because it just nicks the front of the cube.
Right.
So there's concern there. The players, I don't think, would love that. It would cause a lot of strife, and you can't argue it.
There was one NL pitcher, and like a lot of pitchers were arguing against it in this poll. There was one pitcher from the NL who was went into all these details about saying it was ineffective at the minor league level. He said nobody's out here pounding the table saying umps need to get every single call right. Their biggest thing is just make sure the biggest, most consequential balls and strikes are right. That's all we want. We don't need every single pitch to be just down to the smallest detail. And there was one catcher who had played for 15 years and said, "This you're taking away an art form of part of my game. Part of my game is framing. That's what I do,
right.
And it's something I've worked really hard at to become good at it. And you're telling me it won't matter anymore."
Next one on the player poll. What is one change you would make to improve baseball on or off the field? These were the top answers. Less games, more off days. And they also said same pay on that one. So less games. I think a lot of people are down with less games.
In all sport.
In all sports.
Except for football.
Yeah, because that's, quite frankly, it's once a week. It's it, right? It's all you need. Another one, old school baseball. Rule changes have helped, but they're basically saying, let's go back to the small ball. We've kind of seen a trend where they're going back to
Who's
small.
the Shea Gilgeous-Alexander of baseball?
He plays for Milwaukee.
A Rise is kind of the Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, a guy who he's an average hitter anymore.
Sal Frelick. That's who it is. He plays for Milwaukee.
So, average hitters, like guys who hit for average, not pop, and they steal bases.
High average, low slugging.
And do you think that guy is going to get big-time pay?
Big-time pay.
Those guys.
So, from a Rise's standpoint, he doesn't play the field well, and he can't run well. So all he does is hit. Oh, he doesn't walk either, really, right? So
he's Wade Boggs at age 38.
So are they going to come back? You may not get big contracts. You're not going to give them $300 million deals because it still is about power. But those guys may be coming back.
He's hitting 280 this year, Rise is, and his OPS is barely above 700. That's just single after single.
That's actually really, really low for him, is it not?
Yeah, 280 because he's a career 320 hitter.
Another one, do what the NBA did, which is more marketing. That's kind of what they want.
Yeah.
So that'd be a nice one. So there you go. That's just some of the ideas from the player poll. They only had 2 questions on that. It was what would you do, and then the robo-umps.
Diamond Cavs here on 105.3 The Fan. What happened with Mr. Viral Nick Castellanos?
Man, this is I really was hoping I had found something, and I'm still not going to let it die. I still think there's a chance for this to be right. So Nick Castellanos had been pulled from the game on Monday by Phillies manager Rob Thompson, and he was not in the lineup yesterday. And everybody's like, what's going on? Why is Castellanos not here? Apparently there were people in the stands yesterday screaming free Castellanos and stuff like that. Well, apparently he had said something inappropriate, and they will not get into what it was, but said it was an inappropriate comment, so he was pulled from the lineup. So Castellanos is the guy who he always hits the home run whenever we're talking about inappropriate or awkward or uncomfortable things. And so I was thinking about it. I was like, well, what happens if he's out? Who's supposed to hit the home run? And I realized who was supposed to do it. It was supposed to be Jonah Heim. And I think there's still an argument to be made. Jonah Heim might be the true forerunner as the Grim Reaper. So I went through the Castellanos timeline. I checked the dates of his awkward home runs.
A man of faith.
I cross-referenced them against guys who homered that day. Gives us a few homers. August 19th during the Brenneman apology. July 5th, 21 during a eulogy for a World War II vet. May 30th, 22 during a tribute for Memorial Day. July 13th before Trump was shot later in the day. July 21st.
Was he?
July 21st.
Kidding.
After Biden announced the end of his campaign. And then,
oh, my God.
I'm getting the psychos all worked up.
The 9/11 anniversary. So I went back and looked. I'm discounting the Trump and the 9/11 because those aren't like real events that were occurring or anything else. If you look at the others, those 4 home runs that we're left with, Castellanos hits the home run. 5 days later, Heim is called up to the major leagues. It's like he couldn't be birthed until Castellanos was the Grim Reaper.
Right.
The other 3 home runs, Heim homered on the same day. And so last night it was like, there was also another guy, it was Rhys Hoskins, had also homered on those 3 days, but he was playing in 2020 and he didn't homer. So I looked at this and I said, last night they're playing the Royals. That's who Castellanos homered against the first time during the Brenneman apology. This is all setting up to be like fate. Heim is supposed to homer tonight. He did not.
So all that work and that airtime was a waste.
Yeah. No, it was not.
That's the way baseball
Here's
goes.
what I'm thinking, is that I wonder if he needs Castellanos still. So like his return to the lineup would be the push to get him to hit the home run. I'm still opening it up for the first time Castellanos is back in the lineup.
We have a concert ticket giveaway. We're going to chop it up here. Commercial-free Expressway live at Firehouse No. 1 in Arlington, 401 West Main. I got a playoff update from Vegas. Let's see how they're feeling about the Rangers. Actually, let's test your overall baseball knowledge. Teams from the preseason that were favored to make the playoffs that are now favored to miss. Would you like to try to name, Peyton, you can as well, one of the 5?
Boston.
Boston is 1.
Rangers.
No.
Baltimore.
Baltimore is 1.
The Braves.
The Braves are 1.
call.
Well done. 2 more. 1 AL, 1 NL. They were supposed to make the playoffs, and now they're supposed to miss. 1 has a Ranger connection in the NL.
Padres.
No.
Seattle.
In the
Seattle
NL.
in the
No,
NL.
I was just guessing.
Diamondbacks.
Diamondbacks, Pepe. And then the Cleveland Guardians.
Oh, okay.
Now give me 5 teams that were supposed to miss that are now favored to make. Actually, 4 teams.
Detroit.
4 teams? Yeah,
Detroit, yes.
Is Minnesota on there?
The Cubs.
St. Louis.
No. 2 AL, 1 NL.
Toronto.
Toronto is 1. Well done. One just made a huge deal.
Oh, the Giants?
Yep. And then the Rays.
Yeah.
The Rangers were a pick-em to make it, and they're now favored to miss. So they're yes to make the postseason if you're a gambler is plus 190 at BetOnline. No is minus 230. So they're saying there's a 70% chance the Rangers do not make the playoffs.
Okay. 70%.
After Jim Bowden just said they're going to come back and win the West.
I mean, they crawled back to 500. Now they went back. What? They went a game under
They're
now.
a game under.
But they crawled back. I don't know. I like that.
Does it say whether this was before or after Brett Boone was hired? Because that may be affecting it, as they may not have realized Brett Boone came here and turned this culture around.
Yeah, it's after.
And got the bats.
Yeah, so they're factoring in Boone, still saying no.
Hater.
Brett Boone will join us at 9:20 this morning.
All
Diamond
right.
Cavs.
We remember Roman Anthony because of his sister.
Yes.
One of the most predictable things of all time. Her Instagram following has gone from 3,000 to 35,000.
Damn.
Can you share your screen to the Zoom?
I don't know how to do that.
She's attractive. She's very attractive.
If I knew how to do that, I might give it a shot. But it's Leah Anthony with 2 Y's. That is her handle. So from 3,000
and she's single
to 35,000. Yeah, I think she is.
They put her on Boston Sports Radio.
Yep.
Single.
Yeah, it was not the greatest interview.
You're kidding.
She's a hot girl.
She gave like 3-word answers. I felt for those guys. I felt for them. It was like we've been there. We've been there. The
last one. Give us the last interview that reminded you of that with us.
Oh. PJ Washington was pretty brief on all his answers.
Did you have one in mind that you were thinking of?
No,
not for us, but at the station, I always think of Wyatt Langford.
Oh yeah, that was tough.
Wyatt's pretty rough.
Yep. Top lineups in the sport. I was seeing if the Rangers had crept up there at all. ESPN put this one out, and they had Dodgers 1, Yankees 2. This is probably before their 3-game scoreless streak. Cubs, Diamondbacks, Mets. That's your top 5. I went down all the way. The A's are in the top 10. They are at number 9. They had a walk-off the other night, home run by Nick Kurtz. Hit the walk-off home run. But the Rangers, they are 25th. 25th. Colorado, Pittsburgh, Chicago, Miami, Kansas City, and then the Rangers. Right ahead of them is the Guardians, who, Guardians were a great team last year. 90-plus win team last year. But there you are. I mean, they are at the very, very bottom of basically of the American League. Just the Rocky.
Is that too low or fair?
So they, they crept out of the bottom 5. That's nice. But if you look at all the statistical categories, they are bottom 5 this year. They are heading into last night, and I'm sure it didn't get better. They were 26th in average, 28th in on-base percentage, 26th in slugging, 27th in OPS, and 26th in runs scored. So basically everything to do with offense, they're bottom 5. The thing is that since May 30th, it's basically June, but also those last 2 games of May, they've been a lot better. Texas ranked 5th in average, 3rd in on-base percentage, 8th in slugging, 6th in OPS, and 6th in runs. They've been 9th in walks, 6th in strikeout rate, 4th in double plays hit into, and they are 1st in run differential before last night.
But good news, they are up to 15th in the power rankings, up from 20, so up 5 spots. Now they've had a really good week, and a lot of that is getting healthy against bad teams. But you don't ask questions. So the Rangers up to 15th in the power rankings.
Is this the trade-off we're getting? We're going to get the offense start hitting a little better, and then Leiter's going to come back down to earth, and Malley's going to be hurt, and
all the pitching gets hurt.
Like this, we're basically just going to have to, like the baseball gods are saying, you're going to have to give up some of that pitching if you want this.
Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers. Game 2 against the Royals tonight on this radio station. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
And I am crazy for loving you.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call on number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to the Outlaw Music Festival on July 5th at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Out here, Firehouse number 1 in Arlington. Is this a noisier atmosphere?
It is a little noisy.
I think they've had more. So we've got the wind.
My wife told me Arlington has always been crazy, so it's not surprising me that they're getting more calls.
It's the wind is part of it. We're getting some of that, and then we're getting more just general ambiance because there's been more calls. They're busy today.
And we're right here, kind of like on a main street.
Yeah. I mean, we are, and that's the
West
thing.
Main Street.
Yeah, if you are coming out here, you're going to want to park across the street from us, but not directly across, kind of catty corner. But yeah, it's been active. It's been very busy.
It's a hump day.
Hump day.
It's
Hump
the
day.
Expressway. We are commercial free. Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Check your text messages, boys and girls. Scammers are on the prowl. If you have received a text message from the Department of Motor Vehicles, which I have, where it says your toll payment for your is due, that is a scam, and they say not only don't open it, delete it immediately. Like, delete it off your phone. That is
going to venom into my phone?
Basically, yes. Just by having that is going to put some kind of hack, fish, malware crap thing onto your phone.
What age do you think you get to where you start falling for the scams? Or will we never fall for it because we grew up in the age of it?
How old's Broadus?
Someone said, Don said 53.
So, yeah, I think a lot
Don
of
is nowhere near 53, so I'm wondering why he's guessing that.
So,
I think he may be older than that.
I think it's older, but I think you're right. I think we might be more
leery.
Conditioned to it.
Yeah. Because the new one, or not new one, but
I don't know how my dad hasn't been robbed blind.
Right.
Like, every stupid fake article he gets, he sends me. Here's a news flash. I'm like, you're following the wrong things. You have the wrong apps.
No, there are a lot of people who fall for like young people who fall for dumb clickbait articles. So maybe it's just a common sense thing for like our generation. That'll be what it is.
You calling out Jane Slater?
No.
Hey.
I mean, Jane shouldn't have clicked on the link. I told her that.
Yeah.
But it is just kind of, I think it may just be anybody who's probably clicking on dumb articles and sharing them at the age of 25 today is probably Peyton going to be doing that when they're 80.
They flood phones with texts, hoping to trick people into handing over their personal info. They lead to phishing websites designed to steal your credit card information. So if you get this, just delete it. It puts these texts just put malware on your phone, and they can steal information from your device. My grandmother fell for not one of these. She passed before this, but somebody called her up and said, "I got a great deal for you, buying land." She bought swampland.
Does she actually? Did she own it?
She bought it. Yeah, I don't know what happened to it.
Did she go look at it?
I don't
or she
think
just
so.
like
It was like they're
too
buying,
good to pass up.
It was like too good to pass up. They're buying property, new development being built in Florida. The village is a retirement community, golf carts everywhere.
Which family member got that passed down to him?
Well, let's see. That would be my mom's side. So I'll get it eventually. I'll get that swampland.
You have swampland, and what else are you? You're a count or something? You're
a lord.
A lord.
I'm a lord. Yes, I'm a lord.
So you have land in Scotland.
I got a 1 square foot land in Scotland, so I can move there. I could absolutely. I should get a passport, and then I can go buy some swampland, and maybe I'll contribute to the snake population.
Yeah,
the overgrown snake population in Florida.
If your grandmother would have done that hundreds of years ago, you know what they would have called it?
What's that?
Louisiana Purchase.
Oh,
because that's what they did. Why was that such a great deal? The Louisiana Purchase. You bought nothing but like
you got like half the country.
You bought a sinking state.
Speaking of Scotland and Great Britain, another L that they're going to take from us. This is a new study that shows that Americans cuss at a much, much higher level online than they do in Great Britain and Australia. Another W for Team America. 13% of Americans use profanity online.
This is a W.
It's a W. Yeah. Now, think of how much more we would dominate this
online. Like if I read a Facebook post, Twitter,
yeah,
Reddit.
If the three of us, we don't really do that online. We don't really curse online that much,
right?
But imagine if we did.
I would if I didn't have this job,
right?
I'd be
absolutely,
cussing people out.
We would be. This.
I'll put an exclamation point, sh, exclamation point, t.
Yeah. I mean, this would be up to 30%.
FUK.
If it was us.
Are you embarrassed?
So
I said FUK.
Great Britain.
It took me a second.
0.036% of all words used online from the U.S. are 4-letter words. This steeply drops for Great Britain and Australia. We are owning it. We are dominating. Singapore ranked 4th in the usage of English profanity online.
Did you find that you were around a higher culture of people in Italy and traveling? Like these people are prim and proper and more cultured than us?
Well, look, it's hard for me to say that they're not more cultured. They speak like 5 languages over there. I'm struggling to know what pharmacia means. Okay, like they're just They know more language, so they're probably more cultured.
He's like, "Viva la Bluetooth." Esta.
I don't know, but
Dundee Bluetooth.
What?
So are they fact? I assume they're not. They're not. They're because it says there like Singapore was English cuss words or whatever.
But and that's like their fifth language.
So are they not counting probably all the times that somebody from the UK says like bollocks or something on social media?
Probably not.
Well, then of course we're gonna
bloody.
Be highest. It's ours.
Bloody.
Yeah,
bloody.
exactly.
Bloody and bollocks. That's not a curse word, is it?
Yeah, they'll use it like damn out there or something.
Yeah, but do we consider damn a curse? I don't consider damn a curse. Maybe we do.
I mean, I don't consider it a foul word, but it's a cuss word.
Okay, very good. Chopping it up here on 105 through the fan. Speaking of social media and online, this is kind of scary. Over 100,000 Americans were polled over 48 states, so obviously just the lower 48.
Good for them.
More than half say they ingest their news from social media over traditional news outlets, which has its positives and negatives. The negative, obviously, is discerning what is real and what isn't. Like AI or anything that you can manufacture that is fake.
I don't know what internet news source I use or trust.
Like social media news source?
Yeah, social media.
Yeah.
So that's So is this talking about things they hear reported, like people talking about on social media, or links they get from social media? Because if that's the case, I consume most of my news through social media too.
Links,
but I filter out what I think is legit or not based on what the website.
But like, how many times have you been on TikTok and you're going through?
Never. I'm not a girl.
But you go through it and it's somebody saying that this happened, and they're speaking that as fact. Then you go look it up, and it's not even close. It's not even remotely true. It's just they're trying to get the whole
Twitter,
algorithm.
I don't trust any Twitter news. I always have to double check a Twitter story.
Absolutely. You got to double check everything.
That's why the whole Seat 11A thing I wasn't buying at first, and I mean I still am not. But like that's why I was like, okay, is this even being claimed, or is there something people have circulated around social media with the pictures?
I got to go to Truth Social, and then I'm like, oh, he did say that.
He did say that. 70%
Confirmed.
70% of Americans say they are concerned about their ability to tell what is true from what is false when it comes to news online. 1 in 5 Americans get their news from Joe Rogan on his podcast. 1 in 5 out of the 100,000 that were here.
20,000 people said that's where they get their news.
He dominates.
Wow. He does.
No, it does. But like to say, like I would, even if I I listen to Joe Rogan, but like if I listen to it, I wouldn't ever say I got my news from him.
Right. It's a side. It's a side of an opinion or an argument. Right. It's one side. AI.
What side would you say he is right? Leans right?
It depends. It's very issue dependent. Like he's very left on drugs and abortion rights. He's very left on that.
He's libertarian-ish, but I mean, he also voted for Bernie Sanders in 2016, and Bernie Sanders is not libertarian at all. And so, I mean, I don't know. I think he definitely strikes me more as there are issues that he votes on, and then he's a vibes voter.
Who do you hate more, the news media or sports media?
News media.
Who do you trust more? I hate the news media more as well.
Yeah.
Because they have more importance.
They do.
And they
have more
screw
importance.
around with, like, a greater responsibility.
They both play, like, both sports news and news media feel like they play analyst with the news.
Yep.
And they interject opinion on everything.
Yeah. I trust. Ooh. Man, I don't know. I think I trust the sports media more.
I do, too.
Yeah.
We
all hate the news media.
Yeah, we all hate the news media. People under the age of 25 are using AI for their news. Chatbots, where 15% of the people under the age of 25 get their news from. So I don't even know what a chatbot is, Bobby. So
like ChatGPT, that is a chatbot. And so, but I mean, also ChatGPT's got its own issues with it. It can do really good things with research and organizing. But if you start challenging and say, that's not true, then it'll go, you're absolutely right.
Oh.
And then it'll like...
I'm trusting Grok right now. Right now, Grok,
Yeah.
Grok is my number one.
Grok?
It's like, Grok, is that true?
Let's do this one. Washington State is now the second state to implement restrictor plates on their vehicles if you get a reckless driving. So if you're driving 90 and a 60, the state of Washington has enacted this law where they are going to put a restrictor plate. It's like Talladega out there now. Everyone going the same speed. I have no idea whether I'm in favor of this or not.
I was
think
looking forward to fighting you on this.
I have no idea.
I thought your email said you hated it. I absolutely love it.
I hate it, but I also think that's smart. But at the same time, is this going to lead to we all have them on there?
So what is it? What is it specifically for? Is it for specific violations?
So if you're reckless driving. So if you are, like I said, I think reckless driving is like 25 over.
So if you've been convicted of something,
yeah,
then why is it different than one of those breathalyzers to start your car?
Well, because
they don't
when
put those on all our cars.
when I drive fast, I'm just better.
So you finished in second place whenever.
I love it. It should be done. I talked the other day about the 150 mile per hour driver weaving in and out, the motorcyclists weaving in and out. They never get pulled over. I never see a cop car chasing them. Restrict them.
Yeah. Now this is
can't keep up.
Real quick. This is again. You have to be convicted of the reckless driving and have your license suspended. So it's while your license is suspended that you would have the restrictor plate.
I'm also not a fast driver because my Jeep can't get up to that without feeling like the doors are going to fall off. So this does not apply to me, as you all have always called me a grandma driver.
In favor of it for somebody who's been convicted, if they were just trying to slap these on all cars and go let's
convicted. Convicted. I'm okay. That's good compromise. Good compromise. Justin Bieber, man, we gotta. This has been a week-long issue. He posts on social media a giant post, a conversation with him and a friend, basically blocking his friend, saying, I want nothing to do with you. He had a fight with paparazzi at the beach.
That was in Malibu.
That was in Malibu, yeah.
Our neck of the woods for one night.
So this was, we have this audio. I sent this audio to you earlier in the week.
Yep.
This is Justin Bieber getting into it with paparazzi who was waiting at his car at night at the beach.
I'm a dad. I'm a husband. You're not getting it. It's not clocking to you. It's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business, is it? I don't give a f*** if you're on the sidewalk. I'm a human being. You're standing around my car. At the beach. You know what I'm saying? You don't think I'm a real f***ing guy, do you? You're going to take this video out of context. You're going to say I'm mad. I don't know who the f*** is paying you to provoke me, but I'm not the f***ing one. Okay? Stop provoking me. I'm a real dad, a real husband, a real man.
All right.
So don't f***ing do this to me. Okay?
All right, cool.
I'm not to be f***ed with. I don't know who's paying you to f*** with me or provoke me, but I'm not the one. I don't care that you're on the sidewalk. I don't care what kind of dirty work, what kind of nasty you're getting paid in the background to provoke me, bro, but I'm not the f***ing one. I'm really not the one. I don't care that you're on the sidewalk, bro. Clearly you're here for an alternate agenda. Why would you want to be here to provoke me like this? This isn't love.
You're not provoking, Joseph.
This isn't love, bro. This is weird, bro. Y'all are on some real weird shit. Literally.
Man, I don't think there's any coincidence this is happening during the Diddy trial. He's going through it.
Why? Why is he going through it?
Because
he loves Diddy, is the mentor.
There's a lot of videos that have surfaced from when he was
worried,
when he was really young about Diddy going you're coming to my party tomorrow. And that's so there's a lot of people who, even if it's not true, it probably is stressful having a lot of that thrown at you consistently of just we know that happened if it did or didn't.
Because this would be the adult Bieber meltdown. When we first started, we were covering the youth Bieber meltdown.
Right. Yeah, and now listen, being a child star probably is not easy.
No.
Your life it's great, but it's also never the same.
Look at Britney.
That was a brat. That era, I felt like this. It sounds to me like he probably was provoked. So I would probably.
You find him likable now?
I don't. Yeah, I think he is. I don't have anything against him. I think he's talented, obviously, and he seems to have found peace.
He gets killed by Selena fans still all the time, and Benny Blanco fans and stuff since they're together and they used to be together. But I mean, he gets dragged on the internet,
chopping it up every hump day.
Hump day.
During the commercial-free expressway, we are live with an awesome breeze this morning. Firehouse #1 in Arlington, 401 West Main with Whataburger. We got fan bucket hats. We're brought to you by Fraser Roofs and Gutters and Firehouse Movers. Come join us for the final 2 hours. The Texas quarterback that's now cool at all the cookouts is a Texas team moving to the Pac-12, and we may be getting a college football fight between me and Choppy.
Oh, no.
A college football kegger is next.
After we get you over to Platinum.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ live at Firehouse number 1. The Tolos continue to roll up. We got Vance and his son Luke. We got Blake from Firehouse number 5 up the street. We are at Firehouse number 1 in Arlington on West Main. Ryan in Saxe. And then, man, it's really embarrassing when I can't read my own writing. Oh!
You are a doctor, son.
One of the Tolos is an architect working on the Cowboys stuff. So I thought that was very, very cool. We dropped our first of the show. So that's my shout-outs.
Yep, shout-out to Preston, too. I was just chatting with him. He was, I'm not going to say where he's working.
Ryan in Saxe was the architect.
I don't know if Preston was supposed to say he was working while he was here while he's on the clock. But, yeah, shout-out to Preston.
Choppy, college football kegger or college kegger in general here as we have another concert ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour. And Bobby Bell has rigged the random Wednesday wheel spin.
No, it's fair. It's random.
Sounds like it. Something he's been working on, some devious Bobby project at 8:20.
It's a 2020 wheel spin. You know
I see what you did there. Yeah, I see what you did there, Bobby. Well done. All right, it is the college football kegger here on 105.3 The Fan. Arch Manning, good in any hood. That is the headline that we have. He's 21-year-old, and he took a road trip with wide receiver Ryan Wingo, and they went back up to St. Louis. They went to the St. Louis area. Wingo hosted his first ever youth football skills camp. It's his hometown, so he goes up to St. Louis, and there's Arch. So a few of his teammates were there: Aaron Butler, DeAndre Moore, Colin Simmons. And he said yes without any hesitation. What?
I get it. St. Louis, there's Arch. It was very
yes, the gateway to the West, or as they say. So here we go. Now a couple of things here. All right, He goes back to Wingo's childhood block on Greer Avenue. Arch Manning stuck out like a sore thumb, they say. First off, it's the middle of summer in St. Louis, and there's Arch. What is he wearing? The standard Manning issue quarter zip.
Why don't they just come out with a clothing line of it?
They really should.
They really should.
They really should. And then, of course...
By the way, when I watched the video of this, and this shows you how video can fool you, Arch, to me, he looks short. What's his height, Bobby?
He's not 6'5".
No,
there's no way he's 6'5".
He's not 6'5", I don't think. I think he's like 6'3".
Okay.
He didn't seem 6'3" to me in that video.
6'4" is what he's listed.
6'4"? Okay.
But they usually give you an inch at college, so I was right again.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I'm trying to think of how, if Eli, Peyton, Cooper was, when I met him at the Super Bowl, he was quite large. But there's obviously another very obvious difference here between Arch and everybody else that was at this cookout. But they say Arch Manning can handle it, and he was a hit. Everybody loved him, and this is fantastic. This is what teammates, leaders do. You go, be in place that you've never been before. You wear quarter zips in the middle of June in St. Louis, one of the most humid places in America.
Disgusting.
And you ingratiate yourself to your teammates. You help your teammates out. Your teammates got a youth football camp. It's like, I'm not going to be your team. I'm going to be your friend, and I'll be there.
I will say it does seem like all the Mannings were like raised right.
Yeah, they're awesome. They're awesome. What I can't help but notice was, didn't that just sound a little bit like RJ Choppy advocating for culture?
I know.
That's what that sounded like.
Kind of am. I do advocate for that, Bobby.
That sounded like you were thinking culture makes a difference. Showing up makes a difference. You're growing. You're evolving.
It can't. I think from a teammate perspective, it can't hurt to be, when you're the quarterback, to be friends with everybody. That's why Dak won the locker room in 2016.
Yeah, because the other guy was not necessarily friends with everybody.
Or anybody other than two guys, right? It was DeMarco and Witten. It seemed like they were the ones that were going on the trips to Duke. It felt very cliquish, and then Dak comes in there and everybody's his friend.
Well, look, culture didn't. I'm not going to say it didn't work. It didn't jump out to me with Michael's Bulls. As I was rewatching Last Dance,
right?
And Steve Kerr, Michael didn't have Steve Kerr's phone number when he punched him in the face. He had to call the practice center, get them to connect to Steve, and everyone's like, we couldn't really talk to Michael off the practice court. He was so famous, so we didn't hang out with Michael, and Michael was a hard ass, who was grilling everybody.
Which culture obviously can mean different things. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to mean like.
Meanwhile, they do give Phil the credit for the culture of.
Yeah. It's not necessarily like a summer camp, right? Like, I mean, it can mean like, a certain standard can just be your culture, and accountability and different things like that. Everybody's trying to achieve different things. Michael Irvin loves this Schottenheimer culture, right? And he's talked about how much he loves it. You would not say that the Cowboys locker rooms in the 90s looked like the Cowboys locker room today. So, I mean, he clearly thinks that that's an acceptable version of it, even if it isn't quite what they
I'm
had.
still a little bit surprised. Cover your ears, Longhorn fans. I'm still a little bit surprised that Arch has kind of been put atop all the Heisman boards.
I
know there's a height factor.
There's a height factor.
I mean, based upon what he has done.
Yeah, it's all projection. It's all projection.
Is that hedging too?
Yeah, it might be because
I imagine Vegas is they're gonna have to take on a lot of money with him.
Yeah, probably.
Which one of us you think most accepted at the cookout?
I mean, if it's about like wearing
quarter
clothing
zips
that's too hot, then it's me. Like I would, it's me with my. Which one of us has been to more cookouts? Do you think?
Probably me.
Not just
me.
I don't know.
The answer is me. It's not even close.
That's true. I did see your
Especially
Cambridge
after
video.
you saw where I'm from.
I did. I saw your Cambridge video over the weekend. We're gonna maybe hear more about that at some point.
Diego Pavia.
Who?
Sean Street's favorite quarterback. Completed a grand total of 8 passes in the game against Tennessee.
Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah.
My godson of Vanderbilt, his quarterback. That's my quarterback.
I better hope he isn't. You only complete 8 passes in a game.
Yeah, not the best thrower.
He says, and he was on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast, he said an SEC team offered him what to go transfer?
How much after the year was the portal blowing up for you on potential teams wanting you to come be the quarterback for them at a different school?
A lot. It was
probably
less
nuts.
like it was less reaching out to me. It was like more reaching out to like my brothers and my family and stuff.
Was there a dollar amount that you heard that was like, holy
Yeah, I don't know if I'm supposed to share, but like anywhere from like 4 to 4.5
to leave and go somewhere
to
else?
leave.
What conference?
SEC.
Checks out.
Ooh, in conference. Any Big Ten teams trying to get you?
You want to play with the best. You don't want to play with the Big Ten.
Some cats, man.
Wow.
Yeah, he said you ignore those calls from the Big Ten, so you don't even answer.
Dang, shots fired.
Shots fired. So people are speculating where it was. I mean, it could have been Auburn. Oklahoma got Mateer he was from Washington State. He was a tremendous transfer, but they were in need of a quarterback. Tennessee later was, but that was probably after they had run out of their money because they had already gone through the portal. But this late in the game, I don't know where it was going to go. This is the thing. This is the new era of college football because there is – now you can't – if you transfer to an SEC school in the SEC, you got to sit out a year. There's that rule. I just hate the poaching. You don't poach in conference. That's a family. You don't poach from family, okay? You never poach. It's Bush League. But there's Diego Pavia could have got $4.5 million to leave to go to other SEC school.
And he took a shot at you.
Yeah, why are you so angry? Why are you making such a point of how many
What did he
passes?
say?
Oh, did he not even see this? He was just taking – oh, you're about to take more shots at this kid. Peyton, play the other clip from Bussin' with the Boys.
You guys don't read the cut sheet either? In addition to my email, no cut sheet either?
Diego Pavia talking with Bussin' with the Boys about Vanderbilt's about to take over.
Oh.
Vanderbilt's going to run Tennessee after this year. Like, this is going to be the new staple of, like, college football is going to happen here at Vanderbilt.
Do any of you and the boys ever, like, talk about that? Like, we got to be the state school.
Well,
we're in Nashville, Tennessee. We're in the Music City. Like, we need to be the brand of Tennessee.
Everyone wants to come to Tennessee because of Nashville. So they want to come to Nashville, so Vanderbilt. And then when we have, like, the most money in NIL, like, why not come here? So, like, we literally just have to win this year and throughout the rest of the year. It'll take care of itself.
You think Vandy will have the most money in the game? Or
I think we'll be up there.
Yeah.
But, like, it's Nashville.
That's right. Rise of power. We're not just nerds anymore.
That's right. There you go. Vanderbilt, look, they had a great year. Their win total is 3 in Vegas.
What?
3. That's their win total over-under.
3?
3. 3.
Okay, so that's Bama, and what are the other two?
Charleston Southern, Utah State.
Shut up, Mike.
Georgia State. Their conference games this year. Well, they play Virginia Tech on the road.
We already beat them last year.
Conference games this year at South Carolina, LSU at home at Bama, Missouri at home at Texas, Kentucky at home, Auburn at home at Tennessee.
Hey, let's go to the Texas game.
I'm going.
Oh, well, thanks
November
for
1st.
the invite.
November 1st.
Yeah, I'm going. The family's flying in, taking the road trip.
Yeah.
First Texas game ever.
Wait. Okay. Duh. Never mind. I was thinking it was in Nashville. But that'd be fun. That'd be fun. You've never been, right? You've never been to Austin for a game.
Not for a game.
No, I haven't either.
Have you?
You haven't?
No, not for Texas. I've been to the Cotton Bowl for the OU Texas.
Have you spent much time in Austin? Period.
I've gone 2 or 3 times. I don't love it.
It is such a bizarre vibe. But because everybody thinks it really is like equal parts like Portland and Nashville and Dallas, and like it's really weird the whole vibe of the city that exists.
I didn't love it. I didn't love the person I went with either.
Well, okay.
Yeah. Did you at least tell her that?
He's a tool. It was a dude. Took a weekend trip. Ended up being a tool.
Wow, very romantic.
Yeah.
The Big Ten and the SEC met to revamp the college football playoff, and all they did was grow further apart. The Big Ten wants 4 automatic bids, and they want the SEC to get 4 automatic bids, and then 2, 2, 1, and then 3 at large when they move to 16. The SEC has had an about face. They originally wanted 4. Now they want just 1. And they want all 5 conferences to get 1 bid and then 11 at large. So you could get 11 or you could get 0.
Dear God, the complaining and crying that conference will do when their like 10th team doesn't get in if it's at large. I am so sick of this conference. Texas needs to.
This is the
Texas
Big Ten
needs
that you
to
should
secede.
Well, this is
They
the
need
Big
to
Ten that
secede.
you need to be.
No, the
upset.
SEC wanting to do the one. Like the only reason they're in favor of the one now is because they're like, oh, we won't be capped. We'll be able to collect 10. So they will cry every year at the at.
No. So you don't think it's way worse to guarantee 4?
No, I think it's bad either way. I'm saying the only reason SEC is flipping on it now is because the point was raised to them you cap yourself at 4. And then so I'm saying
you don't cap.
I'll deal with them being cut out of it. That's fine to me. But they will at the end of it start complaining that they didn't get 10 teams in.
You cap yourself at 7 because there's 3 at large still at the back end.
So they think they can get
8.
They believe they can get 8 or more, which is silly.
I mean, I guess they do believe that. It's at least a possibility. I just want the best teams in. I don't care. I don't think you need to have a limit.
I agree.
So if it's 5 plus 11, I think that's the better way to go.
College Kegger with Ralph James, Choppy Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ on the road in Arlington, Firehouse number 1 with the fan bucket hats, brought to you by Whataburger, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and Firehouse Movers. It is a wheel spin Wednesday on the fan cam.
What?
Oh, wow.
What the hell?
What do you know? Look at that.
What?
Way back Wednesday 1.
That's every option, though.
That's every option.
You can't do that.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
It's on here as every
It is. No, it's not. It's a way back Wednesday 1, which means next segment, I pull up all the receipts of Sean and RJ's high school time.
No!
Yay!
Yo, kid, stop clapping.
Yeah.
That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's for Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, repeat.
And also brought to you by the personal and jewelers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
It is a Wednesday Firehouse stop in Arlington, Firehouse number 1, as they gave us these sweet hats. I already changed my hat out.
Me too.
It's an awesome hat.
I love it. The Firehouse gave us these hats. They're great. Also gave us some shirts here, which are fantastic. It's been a good time. We're all out of bucket hats, and they're all gone.
All gone. And Whataburger just dropped off brand new collectible cups.
Yep, these are 2 of the 12 that they have coming out. So
on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube, if you want to check them out.
These are going to get snatched up by Kristen when she gets here at some point, I'm sure. So
baby.
I won't actually get to keep those, but still.
And Tolo Sebastian stopped by.
He did. This is Sebastian from the famous Cat and Sebastian, the wedding that I attended in December, the Tolo wedding.
That you didn't know. You didn't know him, hadn't met.
And yet they're still naming their baby after me, which is on the way in December. They just announced that they're having a baby.
Roberto?
Yeah, Roberto. I told them Bobby. They could do
Bobby.
Bobby,
You could do either one.
IE if it's a girl. But yeah, he's actually working, doing some stuff with Fraser Roofs and Gutters now. So it's all my worlds colliding. It was meant to be.
All right, well, apparently me and Choppy's world is going to collide with you rigging the wheel spin.
Yeah,
I did no such thing. Fate just took it there. So, yeah, let's take a trip down memory lane. I got a subscription to newspapers.com recently by accident. It's a long story.
By accident?
It's a long story.
What other website could be as old and extinct and antique as newspapers.com?
That's a great question.
CDplayer.net.
It's proved quite useful because I was able to find lots of newspaper clippings from the state of Maryland and the state of New Jersey from 30 years ago. So
yes, thank you. 30 years ago.
Let's take a trip down memory lane. We're going to start with RJ Choppy.
All right.
We all appreciate the humor Chop brings to the table. Well, as it turns out, he's been preparing for this role his whole life. I take you back to May 13th, 1997, and a copy of the Central New Jersey News, which reads, the coach, Charlie Olenek, I guess is his name? Olnick, okay. He's describing to them the Caddyshack vibes on their golf team. And he says, our bus trips are crazy, Olnick said. As a 49-year-old, it's a little loud for me. You'd like to think they're thinking about what they're going to do on the golf course, but they never seem to be planning for the round. And who's the lead on that? Senior RJ Choppy is the lead comedian, and he has a very encouraging audience. As long as nobody falls out of the bus and they keep doing what's necessary to get ready, why change?
Wow.
What a comedian. Were you just doing material all the way back then on the bus?
Nonstop. We would stop. We'd always get them to stop for, for McDonald's, food, whatever, or bathroom breaks and all that. And it was you try to house as much food as possible. The burps, the farts.
Yeah.
All you could do. On the bus, showing the bat. If you know, you know. They were fun. They were fun bus
Feels
rides.
like that's like a Rodman description. Like as long as he gets the job done, as long as they get the job done, I'll let him keep goofing off. I'll let him keep going to Vegas and doing drugs.
We'll hear in some future ones here. He was not getting
doing
the job
now-laters.
Choppy was not getting the job done consistently enough. I've said time and again that the birth of Ava was going to be great for Sean. I said it was going to soften him up a little bit. It was going to change.
It's great for my insurance and my medical bills.
It turns out Sean didn't need any softening. I take you back to August 10th, 1999, a write-up from the award-winning The Star Democrat in Maryland, honoring the boys'
already don't like the newspaper.
First-team tennis player of the year. An undefeated singles player? You were undefeated?
I'm trying to tell you.
I didn't know you were undefeated. That's very impressive.
This mixed doubles thing has been labeled on me. That was just one tournament. I did not play mixed doubles in my high school career. I never would have done that. Too much shame. It was one tournament. I was undefeated, I believe, in my 4 years.
We'll get to
That's
the mixed
pretty
doubles. This is what your coach, Bill Busick, is that
Bill
his name?
Busick.
This is what Bill had to say. He said,
I think 18 or 19 in a row undefeated seasons. Yeah, he's on the Maryland Hall of Fame.
He says, Sean is a very special young man, and I'm going to miss him a lot. This is when you were leaving as a senior. Tennis really brought him into the community. He's a born leader.
Look at that.
The kids like him. I remember one time, this is the softening. I remember one time we had a young man who had lost a match and was off in a corner really upset. Sean called him out of the blue because he knew what he was going through and just told that kid to hang in there. He didn't have to do that, but he knows this game can be tough at times. My thing is, you don't know what he's going through because you were undefeated.
Yeah,
so
I
that
didn't.
Loser.
The game couldn't be tough for me.
Do you remember who you called? Do you remember what his name was?
No idea. No idea.
Could you name, how many of your teammates can you name?
All of them.
Really?
Yeah. I just don't remember us really. I mean, we didn't lose really that much, so I don't.
That's enough flattery. You're a comedian. You're nice. Okay, whatever. All right, let's.
We have there's a photo of like us, like our team photo, and I went through it the other day, and I was like, there's like half these people I just don't remember.
Yeah, I think I can name all of them.
Oh, I can. I'll remind you of some of these, Chop. Do you remember the Trenton Scroths and a game one day in June of 1997 at Wetzel Field?
I have no idea. No.
Trenton had trailed Choppy's Princeton squad 5-1 in the sixth before Choppy and his reliever Chris Butts.
Oh, Big Butts. We called him Big Butts.
Big Butts and a
Oh, Big Butts.
Walked 6 straight batters.
I walked 6 straight batters?
You took part. You walked the first 3, and then he walked the next 3.
Oh,
they allowed 5 runs to lose the game without giving up a single hit in the inning.
Yeah, okay. So
you could be in the Rangers pen.
Yeah, Tommy Parker was the coach that
4 1/3 with 6 walks to 2 strikeouts from you that
well, I
day.
wasn't a
What were you
strikeout
doing?
guy. Tommy Parker pulled me, and he said, he goes, we're going to get you out of here with the win. That's what he said. He goes,
That's a great line.
He said, he waddles his big butt out there, and he goes, good game, man. We're going to get you out of here with a win. I was like, okay.
That's the best pitching change line I've ever heard.
And I was like, fine. I walk out there, and then the 3 people that were in attendance, a little round of applause. But I don't remember the walk of 3 in a row. If I did, I would have seen. Now I get why.
Was your dad crazy dad in the stands? Would he have been yelling or say something to you afterwards?
Yeah, he would have been. I don't think he was there that game because he was probably traveling. But boy, I'll tell you what he would do. He would scream at the umpire. Scream.
I believe it.
Oh, I thought you have arthritis in that arm. That's why you're not calling strikes.
Choppy Dangerfield.
Yeah.
So, Sean, I didn't know you played soccer. What position did you play?
Goalie.
Well,
the leader.
The one position on a
We
soccer
sucked.
field where you need your hands. Your coach said,
that's why we suck.
Let's have Sharif do it. Well, September 15th, 1998, the undefeated Cambridge boys soccer team was not going to be undefeated much longer. Sean manning the net against Queen Anne's County High, and you guys got pummeled 3-0. You made 10 saves, 10 on 13 shots. That's not a great percentage. But those hands were still a problem even when you got your saves. As the Star Democrat notes that David Hinton sent a crossing shot that Cambridge goalie Sean Sharif was just barely able to knock down with a sprawling save, and then they make sure to note the ball briefly squirted from Sharif's grasp.
Yeah.
But no Queen Anne's player was able to actually make a play by the time the keeper regained control. So just the ball was too
Yeah,
big.
like Barkley, the elbows. These are all positive highlights so far. 3-0. I thought it was going to be like 6 or 7-0. That would have been embarrassing.
We're going to come back around on you. We talked about Choppy's 6 walks. I think 6 is just an unlucky number for Chop. Chop, do you recall the 1997 Group 1 tournament at Rutgers?
Yes, I do. It was one of the better rounds better tournament. I was a gagger, man. I was a big-time choke artist.
Heard that.
It was one of the better rounds of golf I played in a tournament, yeah.
I'll quote from the Central New Jersey News to refresh you then.
Hey, you better mark that, Peyton.
Choppy said he missed 6 2-foot par putts.
Damn!
But was able to maintain his composure. And here's the like cliche athlete quote from Chop.
6 2-footers?
We all know we can play and do what it takes to win. 1 bad hole isn't going to kill you. 5 or 6 bad holes might.
Is it quoted 5 or 6?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, that was I finished 3rd. I think I was 2 strokes back, and I wound up missing 6 putts for par. It was 2 may have been an exaggeration. It was more like 3.5 to 4 feet.
What made you go down this rabbit hole, Bobby?
I was trying to find something for Bassick, and then when I realized just how much information I could find out about all of you, I was like, yeah, this is fun. Let's do this. So we are taking a look back at Sean and RJ's high school career as told through their local newspapers. Let's fast forward a little bit to 2006. Pretty happening place, apparently, in Cambridge, Maryland, was a place called Great Slates. Specifically on Thursday nights, I guess, Sean. As I learned from a 2006 edition, you were the Thursday night host of Ladies' Night at Great Slates in Cambridge, Maryland. Do you even remember getting this gig?
No.
Did it not last very long?
It was like a radio station deal. So it's like doing a remote.
Okay.
So it was like part of the radio station, maybe my country music days, and it's like, all right, they're gonna advertise. I did not go out there as a random Jonathan Shipman DJ to try to start some career with my record players. That was part of the radio station gig. Great Slates, that was the horse track. It was set up next to online what do they call it? Off-track betting.
OTB, baby.
OTB
Yeah.
was fantastic with pool tables. That was one of 2 spots to go party.
It was a steamy July 1997 evening when R.J. Chappie's Princeton baseball squad had those punks from West Windsor, Plainsboro on the ropes until all hell broke loose.
Did they write punks in the article?
That's what I say. The Times of Trenton detailed what happened in a headline they called The Miracle Comeback from WWP. Princeton had been up 7-2 in the 7th before they gave up 5 runs to tie it at 7. Bottom of the 8th inning, Charlie King gets a 2-out double. They go, no, Charlie, you're not fast enough. You're out of there. We're putting Choppy in there. So Choppy gets brought into pinch run. Rich Wright at the plate. He manages to reach on an error, but the inning ends when Choppy gets greedy, thinking the Rangers are playing defense and he can score from second, and he's thrown out, rounding third. Again, sending into a tie. The game went into extras, and Chop actually came on in relief, and he allowed the inherited runner to score, and Princeton goes down in defeat.
So I was on.
Wait, so you're the wrong end of the miracle comeback?
Yes.
Both times, yeah.
Both times.
So I was on second base. They put me in on second base, and there's 2 outs. He hits a ground ball. I think it was to short. I'm able to get by the ball, and I don't stop at third. I just keep going. I'm like, they're making the play. They're throwing to first. I'm going to bet that I can beat the throw. Well, about halfway there, I realize I am not beating this throw, so I stop. I run back. The catcher drops the ball. I would have scored if I just kept going. I remember this like it was yesterday. I would have scored if I just kept going, and they get me going back to third. Very disappointed in myself.
Let's since Sean says these haven't been bad enough.
Yeah, I'm dominating this.
Let's take a look back at your state title that you won. Go ahead and jump.
Yeah, that'd be real embarrassing.
Well, let's see. Yeah. Go ahead and jump to 9 on these pictures for me, Aiden. So we got Sean and his doubles partner. There's mixed doubles partner Brooke. Which is very nice.
Sean did you?
I struck out.
Sean was
that's my biggest high school failure.
Sean was a big cliche guy. So we're going to start. We're going to sit out with that. After he won, Sean gave the quote, "I don't think it's really set in yet. It's just a lot of hard work that paid off." He gave the cliche athlete quote, talking about the nerves. He said earlier, it was like the nerves were getting to me before the match, but he settled in there. Here's the thing that I found out: Brooke was really the alpha of this team. Apparently, after the opening set, according to the Star Democrats, 6-1, Brooke and Sharif fell behind 2-3, then battled to 3-3. That's when Brooke delivered a message to her partner. Do you remember what she told you?
No.
I told him, "I'm not playing 3 sets." And then Sean says, it was 3-all in the second set. She said, "You might as well do something because I'm not playing the third set."
And you see, that must mean I took control.
And so, well, did you take control? Because here's what I found out. You guys played an unorthodox style as a mixed doubles team, didn't you?
How do you play unorthodox?
Oh, I'll tell you how.
Boy to girl.
I'll tell you
Pickleball?
how. You flipped the traditional roles. So they said, look, we just needed Sean to hit it. Whereas Sean doesn't hit as hard as Brooke, but he didn't have to.
God.
He just has to put it where they are.
That's bad.
So they said, look, we had to flip it up a little bit because Sean didn't have as much power as Brooke, so we had to play them in an unorthodox style. But Sean can place it anywhere on the court.
Wow. And they said, I bet he didn't miss 2 overhead smashes the whole match. That's phenomenal. No errors.
That's ridiculous. That's bad.
You know, it's not all about power.
You know what? This is just newspaper. There's one audio clip you need to hear real fast, though, Sean, because this is discovered in the archives recently. Peyton, do you have that audio clip that I've been saving up for?
I got it.
Okay,
I got
hit
it
for me.
Yeah, the judge said, "Boy, just one more."
Sean's bad.
I'm gonna throw your ass in the city joint. Look me in the eye, said, "You get my point?" I said, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." Go on and write me up for 125. Post my face, wanted dead or alive.
So
Take
I'm
my
not
lessons, all that
I'm not that mad or embarrassed over this because that happened here. This was a song that we recorded for the great Brian Purdy, our general manager, and we all got involved in it. So I thought you were going to get something way back, but no, that is not good. That's 2 bad endings for me. 2 horrible, horrific endings to end the segment. Screw you, Bobby Bell.
Yeah.
No applause, man. No applause out there. Let's play a little bit of Cowboys Buy or Sell. Bobby's going to read a statement about the boys. Y'all tell us if you're buying or selling on the home of America's team next.
true, but you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are you doing, sister?
Basil Bowls.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Free Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Oh, it is the middle of June, so you know what that means.
Everybody loves lists. It's time for lists.
And that's what we're doing today. We're doing some Cowboys buy or sell for the 2025 regular season here on 105.3 The Fan, as we do Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. Check them out at dmautoleasing.com. We're also here doing the Firehouse Tour. We're out in Arlington at 401 West Main Street, and we got some shout-outs from the last commercial break. Parker, little baby Parker, with his parents Rachel and Colby came through. And then we just had Philip, who had talked to you on, you were talking to him on Twitter yesterday with his kids Levi, Jackson, and Aria.
Asked if it was fan-friendly. Yeah, man. Come out here and check out the fire trucks.
Yeah, my kid is sitting in the front seat of a fire truck right now. So,
wow, okay.
It's a good time.
Better than the back seat.
It's what?
Huh?
Yeah.
Dude.
All right, Choppy. Rude. There you go. Speaking of lists and everybody loving lists,
Everybody loves lists.
I'm going to request Chris Arnold having a list tomorrow.
You're going to have to.
It's me and CA
tomorrow.
We may call it, I don't know what we're going to call the show, but he is in with for you guys.
CNC.
The CNC Sports Factory.
Yeah.
You know, it's the Music Factory. Maybe we'll call it that one. But me and Chris Arnold rolling 6 to 10 tomorrow.
Nice. Look at that. All right, we're going to do some Cowboys buy or sell here. It's obviously a simple concept. I will list something out, a statement for you, state it as fact, and then you just tell me if you're buying or selling that as a fact. And I got one for every position group on the team. So we'll kick things off here. The increase in reps for Brevin Spanford in offseason practices means second-rounder Luke Schoonmaker is on the bubble heading into training camp.
Buy.
Time to show up?
Yeah. I mean, again, now the Spanford reps were a little deceiving, I think, in what it meant for Ferguson. So
Sure.
maybe it works the other way as well, and what it means for Schoonmaker. But I haven't heard you say anything on or off the record that's glowing about Luke Schoonmaker whatsoever. So what has been holding him back the most?
Talent.
I mean, honestly, he's not shown he can play football at a decent level consistently. Like, he had traits coming out. I thought he was going to be good. He has not been good at this point. I had a miss on that one. Chop, buy or sell?
So this would be year 3 for him?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the only thing that I could say is that we've seen it sometimes where one person's getting all these reps and they're just seeing if they can do it before getting rid of them, and they already know about the other guy. But I don't think that's the case. Was it Dan Bailey that one year we just like Dan was out of nowhere, they just cut him. They just kept giving
Brett Maher hit that
all these reps
at the end of the preseason.
And they're just like, and we're out of nowhere, they just cut Bailey. But I agree with Sean.
How long has Spanford been around?
This would be year 3.
Last year was his first year. This is year 3 for Schoonmaker, year 2 for Spanford.
Yeah. Not good for Schoon.
Next one here, as we do Cowboys buy or sell. The Cowboys offense will be as good or as bad as Terrence Steele and Tyler Guyton are.
I would buy that, but I think you need to include the entire line.
I think I'm just assuming a baseline level of play from Tyler Smith, Cooper Beebe, and Tyler Guyton, or Tyler Booker, that makes me say, I know.
But why are you assuming the Booker play after Guyton last year?
Because Booker is, like Guyton was a raw player coming out, Booker is not. Booker is kind of like a baseline. So the variance is not very wide.
Okay.
Guyton and Steele, the variance could be super poor or really good. It just kind of depends on how they click.
I can buy that.
Chop, you're selling, though.
Repeat it so I can hear the exact phrasing.
The Cowboys' offense will be as good or as bad as Terrence Steele and Tyler Guyton.
Well, the number one thing I would say is Dak health.
Which is tied to that probably in a lot of ways.
Yeah, so I'll buy it.
Yeah, I guess I will buy it again.
Because you have Tyler Booker making the Pro Bowl.
Yes, I do. I do. It would have to be the entire O-line, but yeah.
Next one here on Cowboys buy or sell. Unless Miles Sanders or Javonte Williams shows themselves to be significantly better, the Cowboys should just start Jaden Blue and not waste time with mid-tier veterans.
Sell.
You're out on that one?
I mean, I haven't heard you say anything about Jaden Blue at practice.
Right, and that's why I would say, like, the idea being here is that just find out what Jaden Blue is, because you already know generally what Miles Sanders and Javonte Williams are.
Nah, we can start off with the vets, and then we can give the young kid looks, unless you're absolutely in love with Jaden Blue.
I have not been. He's been
but
fine.
Coming out college prospect.
Okay, he went on day 3 for a reason. He's got a big fumble issue, but I mean, he does a lot of different things for them as a receiver.
Juice, right?
Yeah, he's fast.
I would not let Jaden Blue anywhere near the field in the preseason, and I would roll with him week 1, game 1, snap 1.
So you're buying?
Yeah, I want fresh legs at that position.
Next one here on Cowboys Buy or Sell. If Dak Prescott misses significant time due to injury, the Cowboys absolutely have to acquire his eventual replacement next spring.
Sell. They already have Joe Milton.
That's a gamble.
I'll buy. I'm done with Dak if this is a disastrous injury season. I'm over and done with it. Figure out a way to get out of it, or have him sit there on the bench like Deshaun Watson's going to do with the acquired replacement.
I agree.
I agree.
You agree?
If he gets hurt again,
Bobby Belt agrees.
If he gets hurt for a significant amount of time, like, I still think he's a good player, but it's like, all right, if you're not going to be available, you've got injury issues that we need to start adjusting.
Yeah.
So I need to look at his contract real quick. Hang tight. So
I'll probably tell you he's probably got it tattooed on his lower back.
Oh God. Yeah, I'm gonna sell. You can't.
It doesn't mean you move on from him next year. You start.
Cleveland's doing it.
You acquire his replacement.
Cleveland is doing it.
I didn't say they can't move on.
Yeah, that's why I said acquire his replacement. Like, you start
now
figuring out how to get him.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. I'm not getting his replacement until he's off the books, and you can take advantage of the 4-year window or 5-year window.
I can see it.
Because he's going to have a cap hit. I mean, for crying out loud, if you were to cut him right now, it's a $180 million dead cap hit. Is that right?
Yeah,
and then next year it's $130 million.
Look, you got to.
No one's talking about cutting him.
Oh, I know, but like
he's got to sit over there and rot.
To me, you're not doing the system right if you get his replacement and sit him.
And I'll add on to it, if he gets hurt again, that's probably as high as you're drafting. Yeah. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
The rookie quarterback season could be bad too, but theoretically you have a bad record and higher pick to get the quarterback.
Next one here on Cowboys Buy or Sell, last one on the offense. If the Cowboys are running a true meritocracy, Kevontae Turpin should just be the team's third receiver.
Sell. I don't know if Kevontae Turpin has earned, like the third wide receiver spot. I always said Kevontae Turpin was underutilized, underused, and just get the ball in his hands. That's what a coach is supposed to do. The man is electric. He's terrifying in any time he gets the ball, but he has obvious severe limitations.
Yeah.
So, no, he shouldn't just be given the third wide receiver role. But, yeah, get him creative touches, which I'm hearing Schottenheimer is going to do.
Creative, not necessarily make him the 3, but be creative with him. He's cute. He's fun. He's fun to watch, right? It's a cute little toy.
I can argue Jalen Tolbert has earned the 3.
Well, and that would be kind of
because of the touchdown catches.
Yeah, that would be kind of like do you think Tolbert has done enough to reverse the bust label at this point to be like, all right, you can competently run with him?
Maybe not. Bust might be harsh, but I'm not excited about Jalen Tolbert yet. Are you?
No. I mean, I think he flashed a little bit last year, and losing Dak hurt him more than it hurt probably any of the other receivers. But yeah, I think that Turpin will be in a competitive spot. It's really hard to run out there with CD playing in the slot frequently and then still putting Turpin on the field consistently too. Next one here as we look at defense, Cowboys Buy or Sell. There's nothing left to learn about Mozzie Smith. We know who he is.
Ooh.
Year 3, just like Luke Schoonmaker.
I'll lean towards buying it. Even though I can hear Jerry Jones for the 50th time saying, Tom Landry told me you got to wait 3 years. I don't know whether that was for an O-lineman or what position it was.
I think it was D-line.
The thing that's contributing the most in my mind to saying this is Mozzie's body language at training camp. Now, again, that's a very small observation. I'm not out there in Frisco every day like Bobby, but I will. He had some flashes last year.
Yeah,
he did.
He had a couple really. It seemed like every game he played against the NFC East, he was awesome.
Shouldn't Eberflus be better for him? With the emphasis on D-tackle?
Yeah, if they plan on using him more like a traditional 3, a 1 technique, a nose guard, not necessarily. But yeah, I mean, he's got traits where they could probably have him be competitive as a 3.
What's your answer?
I know what I know about. I know what he is. He's a C player at best. At best.
Bobby?
Yeah, I think we know.
Is it more internal? Is that the problem?
Yeah, because I mean, he looks good, and we've seen him. He flashes. A player who flashes, that says there's something wrong that's making them not a consistent football player. That is broken. All right, next one here on Cowboys Buy or Sell. With so much pass rush ability among their edge rushers, finishing outside the top 10 in sacks would be coaching malpractice.
No, because you went through the Eberflus sack stats, and I'm excited but not greatly confident about this group of pass rushers. Give me a name besides Micah Parsons and Dante Fowler. Sam Williams is a huge question mark.
Yeah, he is.
Nealon is not for sure. Ezeraku is a rookie. So, no, I can't say it's malpractice because there's questions.
Sure.
There are questions.
There's more unproven than proven.
Sure, Fowler is obviously proven to be what he is, which isn't Micah, but he's proven as a good pass rusher. Micah is what Micah is. And then you've got what you know are traits, though, with the other three.
Yeah.
And so traits with two solid guys should equate to, you would think, top 10 production.
You would think, but Marshawn Nealon hasn't done anything, and Sam Williams hasn't really done anything, and obviously Ezeraku is not.
I would say finishing outside the top 10 in pressures.
Okay.
Just because the sack is, it's great to get, but the pressure's almost equally as important because a lot of pressure can lead to turnovers. But, yeah, I would say outside the top 10 in pressures.
All right, and we'll do one more here, again, on the defensive side of the ball, and this is Cowboys Buy or Sell. If last year's third-rounder Maris Leofau can't start ahead of no-name veteran Jack Sanborn and journeyman Kenneth Murray, there's something seriously wrong.
If Leofau can't start ahead of the other two?
Mm-hmm. Murray, who's a journeyman and considered a first-round bust. Sanborn, who was an undrafted free agent 3 years ago, and the Cowboys scooped up.
And Leofau was what round pick?
Third.
No, I think that's a little harsh. I saw some decent flashes from Maris last year. I'm not down on him.
Right, and that's what I would say. If he's shown you those flashes, and you got two guys who don't seem like starting linebackers.
Yeah, but you gave Murray. I don't remember what the money was.
They traded for him, and they signed Sanborn.
Yeah, I don't have to. I'll sell.
I sell too. I think Murray has been kind of impressive at camp during these camp periods. And Sanborn is an Eberflus guy, so I get it. I understand it.
Yeah, again, I don't think there's something wrong there because, like you said, different scheme, different coaches that were a part of that draft. So I don't think it's that big of a deal.
All right, and that's your Cowboys Buy or Sell.
From our insider, Bobby Roberto Belt, who's got the family out here in Arlington. Firehouse number 1, 401 West Main. We got the fan bucket hats. They are gone, though. Whataburger, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and Firehouse Movers responsible for today's broadcast with the Hump Day edition. We got 1 hour left. After last night, do we have a brand new dynasty in sports? And we give away another pair of concert tickets before Brett Boone joins us at 9:20 here on Sean and RJ.
Uber Eats has Lola B products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
What's it, San Francisco?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Down to the final 5 seconds. Rats rain down. Lord Stanley staying in South Florida. Last year was greatness. This time it's historic. The Florida Panthers are back-to-back Stanley Cup champions.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. This is the 9 o'clock hour in Arlington, Firehouse number 1401 West Main. Brought to you by Whataburger, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and Firehouse Movers. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. And feels nice out here. What do you think of the turnout so far?
Very nice turnout. This is like an easy one, kind of very centrally located in DFW. And the breeze. The breeze is phenomenal.
Yes.
And I was worried, every time we do a Firehouse, I'm always worried, like, is the sun going to come in right in our face and fry the computer, right? So I was like positioning ourselves. But today, overcast. Very nice.
Overcast and breezy.
By the way, is it me or is the sun up at like 5:50 every day now?
Yes, it is. I thought it was going to rain here for a second.
Yeah, looked like it.
But yeah, when we're walking into work, it's starting to come up.
I'm like, what the heck?
The Florida Panthers leave absolutely no doubt. Beating down the Edmonton Oilers 5-1, back-to-back championships. You guys are not labeling it a dynasty yet?
I'm not yet, although they have now been to 3 straight. Now, they lost the first one. But I think obviously if they win one more, I'll put it in that category. Even if they don't win one next year, if they win another one in a couple of years, I'll still maybe put it in that category. But this is a phenomenal team. They're well-built. They made amazing trades, to get guys like Kachuk, obviously, and then they got Marchand. I think they traded for Reinhart too. Like they've done such a great job of getting these guys together, and they did something very gutsy. They were the number 1 seed. They won the President's Trophy, and they got bounced. I think in the second round. And they're like, you know what? We're not built right. How many teams? Could you imagine how many teams? Could you imagine a 70-win NBA team? Could you imagine a team that is the 105-win Major League Baseball team saying, you know what? We just won 105 games. We didn't make it out of the division series. We got to completely gut and redo the roster.
That's what the Orioles should have done.
Yeah,
and now they suck.
Yeah,
so.
and that's what Florida did. I mean, it was gutsy what they did. And it's worked out so well for them. And they are the blueprint. They're the blueprint. And they broke the Stanley Cup last night.
They did?
It fell on the ice, and it cracked. And it's got a huge crack on the side of it, in the cup. Yep. So no one's drinking beer out of the cup tonight.
If they are the see, it's interesting because, we had this discussion about the Chiefs and the 49ers before, where the Chiefs were winning the Super Bowls, but people kept talking about the 49ers as the blueprint because they felt like what San Francisco did, you could replicate. You could build like San Francisco did. You can't get Patrick Mahomes necessarily. So is Florida, Florida is something you can replicate? That's not just they've got whatever they've got.
Like McDavid.
Yeah, they don't have McDavid, right? But they've got gritty, tough players. You could do that. You've got to make a gutsy trade. So, if the Stars this year said we want to try to replicate that,
and they did make their trade,
and they did make their trade, but they got to get tougher. The Stars were to go out this offseason, and I don't know how they're going to do it money wise, but they signed Sam Bennett, who won the Conn Smythe, and they trade for Brady Tkachuk. Then you've revamped your team. You're still great. But you've got toughness, and you've got guys. This team needs guys that have won cups. Go look at Florida, man. I mean, they've got guys that have obviously they know how to win. They know how to win. Right now the Stars have two. They've got Tyler and Miko. They're the ones that have won cups this day. I don't think there's anybody else. But Florida also went out, so they got Marchand at this trade deadline, right? They also got Seth Jones, right? I think they got Seth Jones this year, and that's Popeye's kid.
Seth Jones.
He's from.
Is he for real?
Yeah, he's from here. So he was. I think he was the first. He was projected to be number 1 in the draft. Nathan McKinnon went. Colorado was going to take him, but they took Nathan McKinnon instead. Good pick. Seth went like 4th. Barkov went 2nd. He plays for Florida that year. But yeah, that's Popeye's kid, and he was one of the first ones out of this area to be that highly picked.
Now that we have all become, by the way, Brett Boone is going to join us live at 9:20. We have another concert ticket giveaway. This segment for you turning it on, leaving it on. Now that we've all become hockey experts like Choppy, I want you to tell me the favorites for next year's Stanley Cup. Ooh. The favorites from Bet Online in Vegas.
Florida.
No.
They're going to. Marchand's a free agent, so is Bennett. So I don't know. Let's go Edmonton.
Edmonton is at 6-1. Florida is second. Then?
Stars.
No.
Winnipeg.
No.
Colorado?
No.
Carolina.
Carolina Hurricanes are plus 750. Then the Dallas Stars at 9-1, followed by the Avalanche at 10-1. Vegas, Tampa, the Kings, Devils, Toronto. So the Stars.
Did you mention Winnipeg in there at all?
Winnipeg, no. They're 22-1 right after Toronto.
Why did you guess Winnipeg then?
Well, I mean, they had the best record.
I guessed Winnipeg. I'm screwed.
They had the best record in the sport. So
I forgot what he guessed 20 seconds later. I love it.
This is so much of a brain as it is a filter. Okay.
Hey, that was the thing that Choppy's always been guarding against.
All right, so there's the Stars, 9-1 odds, 4th best next year heading into the season. Let's hook you up right now for turning it on, leaving it on.
And I'm crazy for loving you.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call in number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to the Outlaw Music Festival on July 5th at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas. That's call in number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Game 5 of the finals is tomorrow night. Shams Charania said that Tyrese Halliburton was supposed to get the MRI to determine the severity of the strained right calf. So while we have a couple of days in between to react, people are wondering, you got trade talk, you got Kevin Durant. We have said multiple times, other people, why are the trade possibilities more entertaining than the finals, which have had really bad ratings? And now that was an article and a topic that came up. Why is Adam Silver allowing what the other leagues hate?
Yeah, this is something that I thought was interesting. It was done by Michael McCarthy over at Front Office Sports. But he had basically asked the question that, look, when you watch the NFL, how does the NFL approach things? They always say, respect the day, respect the calendar for the NFL, respect what's going on, where we want the attention of the football world on what we're doing.
Yeah, Jerry.
And this is totally different with the NBA and the way that they approach things. We've got Kevin Durant chatter going on, like you just mentioned the whole time. Indiana literally made a trade yesterday. Indiana traded a draft pick yesterday. and it's like there's this level of that, like what McCarthy's argument is he says when you look at the way the NBA does things, they have to start cracking down on their teams and saying, you guys can't do this.
I agree.
You cannot talk about off-season topics while it's not the off-season. You can't start forcing issues. If you want to get things in order, fine, but you are not going to start stealing the news cycle. As they pointed out, they said get up the day, but like leading into Game 5. It's Game 5 in the NBA Finals. It's 2-2. It's a big game coming up. Get up. They went 40 minutes before they referenced Game 5 of the Finals. But they talked NBA.
Like KNC.
They talked NBA during the first 40 minutes. It was just all about Kevin Durant and other stuff relating to the league.
Yep.
And it's like the NFL would never stand for this. They would never let teams take the spotlight like this.
It's dumb business.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Like, it's kind of like us saving show topics. It's like, okay, we can get away with saving this topic, less prep work. You're going to talk about, like, let's have Kevin Durant own post-finals media coverage.
Yeah.
Own more of the news cycle.
Yeah.
Don't let them
Stretch
take
it
the
out.
finals and then hit. Yeah, exactly. Like this is part of the reason why this league has popularity issues, because they mismanage it, because they got a spineless commissioner.
But hang on, isn't their marketing the best?
Their marketing is probably the best in terms of social media. And naturally, the sport lends itself to branded players more than the NFL and MLB do, because MLB, it's individual at-bats that constantly cycle. NFL, they've got helmets on, and it's a team game. NBA, it's ISO, it's cool, it's, look at all these, shoe brands and different things like that. So in theory, they should have even more of a leg up, and they don't have an excuse to struggle like they do.
All right, I'm just thinking out loud here. Can you make the argument that since you're in the finals now, and you have more people consuming your product now, so there's more eyes and ears on what you're doing, that you have a greater chance to reach more people by having news come out this week?
Yeah. I mean, that's a plausible way to state it, is that in order to get people engaged. The problem to me is...
I agree with what you're saying, though. Like, you spread it out. Like,
I understand.
Yeah, no. 2 weeks from now, we're talking...
Because we get fear. I think you call people out, too, when A-Rod signs his deal.
Yeah.
And Jerry makes his move. And it's like, you're being... Right? We view that as selfish. And not letting the teams who actually earn their championship appearances get the attention.
A-Rod opted out in the middle of the World Series.
Colorado,
Yeah,
I hear your argument. I don't know if first take viewers will turn them off after the finals. Maybe they will.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, and the article points out in Front Office Sports, they say that, there's oftentimes a lot more attention paid to the NBA offseason and acquisition season than even the finals. Like there's more discussion about that. So all you're really doing is pulling from the finals, which are already struggling. I don't know that there's eyes on the finals that would then be pulled in by that.
Well, speaking of viewership, another win for Caitlin Clark. She makes her return from injury, 7 threes, 32 points, 9 assists, 8 rebounds as they beat the New York Liberty. And we now have the end result of no Caitlin Clark when she was hurt.
We do not have a league. We have a player. And I want everybody to recognize that. So we had, remember the Chicago Sky played Indiana without Caitlin Clark. The tickets were around $18. With Caitlin Clark, games against Indiana and Chicago have hovered around $120. Angel Reese still played in that game. Angel Reese is not, if she was...
and they got blown out.
They got blown out. It's not anything close. It's not a league. It's a player. The entire league, ratings across the entire league dropped by 50%, more than 50%, while she sat out with an injury. If anybody else in the league was as big of a draw, the ratings wouldn't drop by even 10%. So Clark made a return on Saturday. The third most watched WNBA game ever. 2.2 average, peaked at 2.8. I mean, that's...
Yeah.
What was
it's
that?
obvious. I mean, come on.
That's a really good Sunday night baseball game.
Wow.
On ESPN. It's a really good one.
Now, look, I know that this is the obligatory, especially for me, crap on Angel Reese moment to rub it in her face. But I got to give Angel Reese some credit here. She's trying to trademark the phrase...
Me bounds.
Me bounds.
Me bounds.
But she stole it from the internet.
So, yeah, but she's making... willing to make fun of herself.
They came up with it.
Off missed shots, right? Getting her own boards off missed shots.
Yep.
That's funny.
That's funny. She goes, me bounds, rebounds, key bounds. She goes, I'm getting them all.
Okay.
They're all mine. That's a likable move.
By the way, Caitlin Clark helping the ratings didn't do S to help her last night as she got assaulted basically on the court. She got bodied down to the ground. She got poked in the face. They still don't like her out there. They are still smacking her around.
Let's check in with our Hump Day buddy.
Hey!
Brett Boone, Rangers hitting coach, joins us live on the home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ next.
But first, let's talk about Twin Peaks. It is the perfect...
low fee products? I got to remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Seven 333-3233 with Frankel & Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car insurance attorneys in Dallas.
Here comes Leiter, and the pitch is lobbed in the air to right field. Garcia moving back to the front of the track at the wall. It's gone. That ball had a lot of carry off a 99-mile-an-hour fastball. Perez goes oppo, and it's 3-0 Kansas City in the first.
Royals take the opener 6-1 on this radio station. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby out at Firehouse number 1 in Arlington, joined by our Wednesday buddy, Odyssey Baseball insider Brett Boone. Insider calls presented by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, they offer the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop by. And Brett is also host of the Brett Boone podcast. So we are right down the street from wherever you're staying. And I would like to know how you've become familiar with DFW. What have you gone out and done, or what have you noticed about your new home that we know so well?
Well, I'm close to the ballpark, so I've got a great little place they set me up with. Let's see. Off day, my wife's in town for the week, so on the off day, I went to a little place in Fort Worth called Little Cowboy Town. What's it called?
Like a restaurant?
No, but it's like a little city.
Oh, Stockyards?
Oh, yeah, Stockyards.
Stockyard. So that's what all the...
Did she like to smell manure?
No, she at first she said, well, Brett, the girls, the wives of the coaches and the players, they said, they told me to go to Dallas and go to this place. I said, anyone can go to Dallas. I said, wait till the girls come to town and you guys can go to Dallas. I want to go to the Stockyard. She said, who told you to go there? I said, well, 4 guys. Exactly, guys. So anyway, we we went there, and she ended up having a great time. She goes, actually, this is kind of cool. So we took I did all the honeydews. I jumped in a horse and buggy, took that trip, got on a bull, watched the bulls, had a nice lunch, checked out the John Wayne Museum, got a half a haircut at Supercuts, and then fled the scene, went to the cleaners, and came home. That was my off day the other day. So I'm really living it up here in the Arlington area.
Are you downing barbecue, or I know you said the spread with the team is insane.
It's insane. So I'm so spoiled at this point. Going to steak dinner's like, what do you mean? I have that every day.
That's awesome.
So my whole life I've been, from my childhood, growing up with Dad being in the big leagues, and then my career, I've been in the big leagues my whole life. But they, like I said last week, they've upped their game even from my past two lives that I've experienced it. So yeah, the food hasn't been a problem. But yeah, I still the wife needs me to take her out to a nice dinner once in a while, even though I said, honey, I have nice dinners every day. So
Brett Boone joining us here
do that
on 105 through the Fan, Rangers hitting coach. All right, so last night, guy like Seth Lugo, you played in the same era. You played with Jamie Moyer, just threw slower velocity than the rest of the league. Located his pitches, mixed them up well. Lugo, he throws much harder, but a lot of guys are throwing much harder than 91 these days. Is that just difficult for guys to see when they're used to going up against just blazers?
Well, no, and yeah, the velocity's up a tick from my generation, but it's not up as much as people think. The guns are different. All I could do is the eye test for me from the side, and I can definitely tell it's up a tick from when I retired from the game. And yeah, there was a lot more velocity consistently in the bullpen, and I see that. But pitchers are pitchers, and I don't care about velocity as much as location. And you just saw Seth Lugo. He's just, and I said it before the game, I said, this guy is very unpredictable. I said, he's just a pro. He's just a pro. If he gets you out one way, it doesn't mean he's going to stick with that one way, which makes it unpredictable. Most guys, and I would say throughout my career, 9 out of 10 guys, except for what I call the dudes. The dudes are the guys that, the DeGroms and the Evaldis and those type of pitchers, the Garrett Coles, those are the dudes. When they get you out, or if you get a base hit in a certain way they pitched it, that doesn't mean they abandon that way of pitching. They might go right back to the well because they're playing chess with you. So Seth Lugo is one of those guys, and I said it before the game, he's going to be unpredictable. We're going to have to take care of business when he's in the strike zone, and if you don't swing at strikes, he will not throw you a strike. And he put on a clinic last night. And some days like that, it had a bad feeling from the beginning. Kansas City jumped on us a little bit. We just won 7 out of 8. And that's why baseball is so tough. And you just never know. You're not going to win every single night. I tip my cap, great pitching performance. I'll tell you what, the Chicago series to me was telling. It was the Chicago White Sox, and everybody knows they haven't, they don't have the best team in the league. But I'll tell you, we ran into some pretty darn good pitching with Chicago. And we did what we had to do to win games, and we won all 3. And I told the guys, I said, sometimes you got to find a way to win games. It's not, coming off of Minnesota where we scored 16 runs twice. Yeah, that's great, but that's not reality that you're going to go out and do that every night. The good teams are the ones that find a way to win the tough ones. And we faced some tough pitching in that White Sox series. And we came out, found a way to win all 3. I think that's the sign of a really good ball club, is a ball club that does that. Because the mediocre ones, in those tight games, they lose at least 2 of them. So that was a positive sign. You never last night wasn't our best night. Chalk that up. Just file that one away and start fresh tonight. Try to win another series against a tough Kansas City Royals pitching staff. They're pretty darn formidable, and not only in the starting rotation, but in that bullpen too. We're going to have to go out and create some runs tonight, and I think the guys will do it.
When you see a weekend where the team's not hitting with runners in scoring position, I think it was like 4 for 22 in one game. Do you even worry about the stats of that, or is that something like your average with runners in scoring? That's going to even out over time.
Yeah, I don't look at the actual stats, but believe me, I'm watching the other night, and I'm going, That's like we've left 15 on now. We've left 19 on now. Bottom line, obviously, at the end of the day, is winning the game, and we won that game. But I know what you're talking about. Yeah, we've left a lot of guys out there lately, and it's not a concerning thing. It's something that kind of ebbs and flows with the course of a season. When you're hot, it seems like whenever you get a guy out there, somebody's coming through and knocking him in, and when you're not particularly hot, you're leaving him out there. So no, that's not something statistically I get caught up in. That's something as a player, and I know what it's like as a player. I've been on teams where you're going through a lull where you're not, people start to talk about it. Well, with runners in scoring position, you're X, Y, and Z. Now all of a sudden everybody starts thinking about, oh, there's a runner in scoring position. That's what you don't want to get to, is start putting that individual pressure as a player. Just because I got a runner on second, I got to drive him in, and usually you go backwards when you do that. So yeah, it hasn't been the best lately, but I don't worry about that from a statistical standpoint.
Osuna's been up for a couple weeks now. You've gotten a chance to be around him. He got his first RBI last night. What's in general just been your thoughts on him, his approach, and where he can improve after these first few weeks?
Ozuna, what a good kid. I mean, I just love his preparation. He's just one of those guys. He's got that friendly face. He comes into the cage and he almost says, "Hi, Mr. Boone. How are you doing today? Are we ready to hit?" It's kind of very endearing guy, but a really good approach. Wise beyond his years. Sometimes I forget how young these guys are doing this at the big league level. I remember when I was 22, 23, I got to the big leagues and how hard it was and how much I had to learn. And I forget sometimes how young these guys are. When Ozuna's like 22 years old, Evan Carter's 21, and sometimes I have talks with Evan, and I said, Evan, you're supposed to be a junior in college right now, and you're doing it in the middle of a big league lineup. That's tough for me to even conceive, because when I was 21, I was just getting drafted and just signing. So I have to take that in consideration. I think Ozuna, I think he's got a real bright future. Unfortunately, sometimes when you're young and you get called up early, you don't get the at-bats. And lately, Ozuna hasn't been getting the at-bats that he got when he first came up here, just because circumstances change. And the bottom line is we got to win games. And when our guys are healthy, he's going to kind of be an extra player right now. So it's tough, not only being that young and learning at this level, but especially when you're getting in there once in a while. It's good to see him get a big hit last night for us, the only run we scored. So I think the future's bright for him.
Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone joining us here on your home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ, brought to you by Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Jim Bowden, fellow media colleague of yours, talking baseball, said,
my GM, my old GM.
Your old GM?
Right, yeah.
Oh, so you'll feel very comfortable answering this question.
Yes.
As Jim suggested that this could be it for Boch with the contract up. This is the regime who brought you in. You getting any feeling from Bruce Bochy that this might be it?
No, not at all. Not at all. I've been friends with Bruce for a long time, and I remember when he walked away from San Francisco and kind of recharged his batteries and took care of some personal business. And I remember talking to him during that time. And then I remember when he gave me a call and he goes, Booney, I'm going to do it again. And he went back and won a World Series. So no, not at all. I think Bruce right now he's in the fight. He's grinding with the rest of us through some tough times we've had this summer. And my 5-6 weeks that I've been here, and the good times. Like I said, we're just coming off winning 7 out of 8. Lost last night. Try to win another series, be our 4th series in a row. But he's in the grind right now. And the last thing we've talked about, or anybody's talked about, was the future and what Bruce is going to decide. I think most importantly, the unbelievable career that he's had to this point. I think he'll when he's done, he'll make that decision. But that's been the last thing on anybody's mind down there in the clubhouse, is talking about Bruce and what are you going to do in the future. All he's worried about is winning this year.
What do you know about Bubic tonight going against y'all?
I've watched a little bit of video. I see an ERA that's pretty low. I see a guy that's trending to go to the All-Star game. Actually, I just got off the phone with my brother and said, yeah, we got Bubic tonight. He's got good stuff. He goes, we beat him up a little bit. And I said, yeah, your team that's scored 5 runs in the last 7 games beat him up.
That was the last runs they scored, I think.
I hope you're not getting offensive advice from Aaron right now.
And That's the thing. I placed that call this morning on purpose because I've been watching, and I said, and because I remember we were going through, I think we lost 4 or 5 in a row. Aaron called me, and they were rolling. And he's like, "Hey, how's it going?" And I said, "How the hell do you think it's going?" So I had to return the favor.
Yeah, you did.
I know it's been, and that's what is so unbelievable about baseball, and especially at the big league level. This Yankee lineup for all years kind of been on point and just like a well-oiled machine offensively. And then all of a sudden they run into 5 or 6 games in a row where they can't score a run. So that just tells you it can happen to the best offenses. I've seen it on our side with a talented bunch that, let's not forget, won a World Series about 1.5 years ago, this same group. And I've seen them score 16 runs twice in 72 hours. And I've seen us get shut out and score 3 runs in 3 games. So that's just how it ebbs and flows. The name of the game is the long run and just wins and losses. And we're going to be just fine. We're going to get Corey Seager going in the middle of that lineup. It's great to see Semien being back to that high caliber, all-star caliber player that he is. And I feel good about this. I think we got one of the best defenses in the game, healthy, as good a formidable starting rotation as it gets. We're getting healthier in the bullpen as the summer moves on, and this offense is very capable. So I think all those things together, this is going to be a playoff team. But it just goes to show you, on the offensive side, the best of the best can struggle. So, yeah, that's why the call was placed to a young Aaron Boone this morning.
Great stuff as always, brother. We appreciate it. Have fun with the wife in town, and go get him tonight.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
The great Brett Boone, Odyssey Baseball Insider Rangers hitting coach, brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need delivered.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let us crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece as we are out here, Arlington Firehouse number 1 with the Hump Day edition.
It's the windiest spot we've had, isn't it?
Welcome wind though.
It's been nice. It's been breezy, but from 6 a.m. we've been having to hold papers down pretty consistently.
Okay, let's head on over to the studio.
Hey guys,
are you on the fan cam?
This computer's video is broken. So I'm there, but
what was that saying you hated yesterday?
If you're not on, or if you're on time, you're late.
Corey?
Which is that the phrase? I thought it was to be on time is to be early.
No, it's well, that may be one, but on the famous one that I know is if you're on time, you're late.
Where's Corey? Corey,
I'm here, guys.
Corey's here.
Hold on just a second. I'll be there
He's
in
in
a
a
second.
tank top, so
Corey's
I don't
just
know
late.
if he's self-conscious about that. He shouldn't be. He looks great.
A tank top?
Hell yeah, that's his dream outfit for the radio.
Yeah,
Tim
that is
Collins
true.
Doesn't even underdress that much.
Just wait till you see what I have prepared for y'all on the day before July 4th.
Oh, are you going to wear the Will Ferrell American shorts?
Just wait.
Look at Corey in the Fred
Dude.
outfit from the night show.
Oh, do you see what his what's that as your name there, Corey? It says Sean can't hit as hard as his partner.
God.
I was listening to the show.
That's
so
good.
I was just trying to be part of the show, guys.
Man, Kevin, I heard we got some business to settle.
What is this alleged thing that I said or did?
I got the Tolo snitches, baby. I got
Let's
them
hear
out
the
there.
audio.
Something with G-Bag. I don't have the audio. Something with the way I yell at people, and then you did try to take it back a little bit. What was that about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I believe you've been lied to.
Yeah, dude.
I don't know. This source does not lie. Comparing the way you yell to whoever they were talking about.
Yes. Okay, that I do remember.
I don't know how that works.
But I don't remember who we were comparing you to. Oh, it was Philly radio, because they were like, why the hell, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, that's Philly radio. And I said, or sometimes Sean Sharif.
Oh,
wow.
Do you think that is an inaccurate description?
Do you think I'm like the number one yeller on the station?
No.
Me or you?
Is it yelling or talking loud?
Bobby talks loud.
Like when you were the high-low thing the other day when you're like, shut up!
Yeah.
And we'll get those a little bit.
Yeah.
It used to be Mike. Mike's
Yes,
gone
for
now.
sure.
But, I don't think you yell in the Philly sense. The Philly sense is in like, what did they say up there? I don't know.
Yeah, G-Bag.
My dead grandmother. My dead grandmother.
Hey, yins, whatever.
G-Bag can't yell as much. It was tough to get that hype, while on a half a gummy.
Well, baked.
While baked.
Oh, my gosh.
Just suited out of the mind.
Kevin, you got a pretty high pitch delivery.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
I yell a lot.
By far the highest
I'll
pitch.
yell.
I did not think that was a particularly inflammatory comment.
Nah, I don't think so either. Corey, what is coming up today besides triceps?
Sun's out, guns out.
Yeah, well, there is no sun.
What are you
There we
wearing on
go.
your feet? Are you going full summer mode? You got sandals?
Yeah, we got the flippy floppies on today, boys. Yeah.
Is that flip or is that flop? Which one is that?
This is Flojo's. I don't know. My mom gave me
Now,
for the
Corey,
weekend.
He
Corey,
can run
what
so
will you-
fast.
What will you honestly think
Well done.
if Bob McKay walks by with some very important clients, the general manager of the building, and they're all in suits, and you are sitting there like, what will you honestly think?
I'll tell him it was hey, it was supposed to be Tank Top Thursday, but we're off on Thursday, so it'll be Tank Top Wednesday today, and that's just how it is during the summer. Mr.
Are you wearing
McKay.
a
I appreciate it.
swimsuit too?
Not today,
Okay.
because all the swimsuits are packed for next week.
That's his dream.
Yes.
Tank top, swimsuit, flip flops to work.
Yes.
Where are you going?
We're just heading down to Galveston. My mom rented a house down there for the whole
Wow.
family. This is the first time we've ever done like a whole family trip. So we're
Can
really
you
excited.
well Galveston?
Well.
No.
Yeah.
That doesn't feel right.
No. Not at all.
How many people are going?
Let's see. Two nieces, sister, husband, wife,
oil
my
wells
3
being
kids,
the
my
water.
Man, that's
mom.
why you're going to Galveston.
Yeah.
Galveston, because you got 38 people going. It's the
Yeah.
only place you can afford with
Yeah,
38
it's
people.
super cheap. Yeah.
I like the tank top and the goatee. He does look a little bit right now like the stereotypical like jerk stepdad in a coming of age Rob Reiner flick or something.
You got to just get rid of the bottom goatee and just handlebar that mustache.
Hey, why'd you kid always causing so much trouble?
You got to do.
Why aren't you in school?
Yeah, lifting weights in my garage while also drinking some Miller Lights.
Oh, or riding one of those old-timey bicycles with the big wheel.
Yeah.
You know, Kevin, you're giving off the impression that, Corey just wants to dress like a bum all the time, but he doesn't. He probably dresses,
no.
He dresses the nicest of all of us.
Misinterpretation. Ask Corey. I am the #1 supporter of him dressing exactly how he wants. I have told him to embrace his dream.
Sean,
who am I to tell anyone how to dress?
Hagee, are you wearing Duke or Star Wars shirt today?
Duke.
Okay, I knew it was one of the two.
Sean, there was a time that I remember Choppy said to you, he said, your happy place is your backyard. It's your pool. And I was like, man, that's true. And since I got the pool, that's where I enjoy being. I enjoy going back there. All my neighbors like 56, 60. They're all older, retired people. All they do is walk around in their swimsuits and tank tops all the time.
I told you, I support
I'm like, that's
your
what
dream.
I want. I want to wake up every morning whenever I'm done doing whatever. I want to wake up, walk out onto a deck, and look at water. That's all I really want to do in life.
Amen. I'm in the pool every day. I call it shower time, but
it's disgusting.
So does my middle son also. He's like, yeah, I took a shower, jumped in the pool.
Yeah,
no, you didn't.
Yeah. That chlorine takes at least a layer of skin
You
off.
smell like an onion.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Corey, what's coming up?
We do have Bruce Bochy joining us today at 12:30, so we will ask him all the questions y'all just asked Brett Boone. And
About
then
the retirement?
Call it a day.
Yeah, Brett Boone said earlier on our air you're about to retire. Your thoughts?
No, I don't think Brett said that at all. Please don't do that.
For your job. Your
Are you going to ask him? Have you asked him?
I think so. We can.
It's a report.
Yeah.
Is it a report?
Bowden said the chatter in league circles is that Bruce Bochy will retire at the end of the year.
Do we have to also mention that Bowden ruined
Mike Bass's
career? Or no?
Did he make him throw 81 instead of 83 or something?
Oh no, surely Mike's told y'all about his thoughts about Bowden before.
We know he doesn't like
positive.
him.
Yeah. I think we know Mike's thoughts on everything. What else is coming up?
That's a good point.
Is this the season Josh Smith becomes an all-star right at 10:20? Kevin's been vying for it all year long, and I've been against it the entire time.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is one of those where I'm like, I just don't think, but he keeps proving me wrong every step of the way. And
Kevin,
who's the make or break player for the Cowboys this season at noon?
Kevin, are the Panthers a dynasty yet?
I really liked. I'm sorry to interrupt here. I really liked what Bobby said this morning when he said it was because we always do kind of put dynasties with certain players a lot of times.
Yeah.
And the idea that what was the line that you used, Bobby? It was the same players over a 3 to 4 year span.
3 championships and I said about 7 year span. The same core players winning 3 titles in like around 7 years.
And I was kind of curious about that, Kevin. It got me thinking. Was okay, let's say you win 2 championships with a group that's aging out.
Yeah.
And then your coach sticks around. That core leaves, and you get a new young core, and they win a couple championships within a 5-year span. That's the coach's dynasty. Like, that's his dynasty, but it's not necessarily the team's, right? Because that core is different.
So 05, 06, 06, 07, Mavs lose the finals, and then they were a 67-win team. They get bounced from the first round. But let's say they would have won the title those 2 years. The radically different team in 10-11 that played Miami, would that be that team was a dynasty since the roster was so different in 10-11?
Wouldn't you say yes, though, because that was the Dirk
I probably would. I just know other people might say, well, that's a Dirk thing then. That's not the team as a dynasty.
No, I hear what you're saying. I understand the logic of you got to get 3 to really be counted as a dynasty. So, I mean, it looks like the Panthers are on the cusp of it, but right now they're the team that won 2 titles in a row, because I don't really think of the Penguins necessarily as having a dynasty, right. And they won back-to-back.
Yeah, like Chicago, they had like 3. You got to win. To me, you got to win 3.
That makes sense.
Because if you
did the Patriots win 3 in a row ever?
Patriots won 3 out of 4.
They won 3 out of 4.
Yeah, not 3 in a row,
but they won 6 in like a 20-year span or whatever. Yeah, because if you have to win 3 in a row, then the Cowboys of the 90s aren't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. 3 in a row is a little bit too high of a bar.
Three in a compact set of time, like Bobby said. I'm with you on that.
But yeah, and there's also tiers of dynasties.
Sure.
Like there's mini dynasties. Like 3 of 4. That's a mini dynasty, I think. I don't know. I'm trying to go back. The poll 6 of 8. 6 of 8 is a dynasty.
Hold on. Then did the Patriots never have a real dynasty? Did they have 2 mini dynasties? Because people like to throw out this nonsense that they had a dynasty for 20 years. They didn't win the Super Bowl for 10 years. They had 2 distinctly different runs.
Yes. Yeah, they did. They really did. But I think when you have 20 years in the NFL of sustained success like that, and you roll out and you win, 6 titles in basically 18 years, I'll put that in the dynasty category. You're winning 1 out of every 3.
You don't think they just got lucky? That's what the Cowboys tell me. Is they just got unlucky that they didn't win.
That's right.
Those playoff games.
I can't remember who said it. Somebody said if you take Brady's career and break it up into 3 segments, you'd get 3 Hall of Fame quarterbacks. Like if you look at his titles and the stats he put up.
I would disagree with that because I don't think there's any way that first run is a.
His Hall of Fame. I mean, his Hall of Fame career. If you did 07 to the end of his career, that's
2.
Legendary.
I would buy 2. Yeah.
All right, Arlington, y'all gave it up. Firehouse number 1. Thank
well
you.
done.
Tolos represented. Thank you so much. And we'll see you at the next one as well. It's the KNC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has frozen?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got Tank Top Corey Majors and famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, actually, Alec, I'm going to turn my attention to you first.
Oh,
no. Would you love it if the persona of Tank Top Corey Majors was different than actual Corey Majors? It was like when, Finn Balor would be the demon or whatever. Like,
Yes.
it's different, Corey.
I want this to be a character. I want it to be, I know, like you were explaining earlier, Thursday, you guys are going to be gone, but every Thursday during the summer.
Hey, by the way,
Tank Top
who's going to be on in that spot?
Oh, I think myself, Zach Wolchuk, Carter Freeman, live at Globe Life Field, 10 to 1. Tomorrow, Comerica Backyard, come say hi. But yeah, Corey, I think this needs to be a character. You need to work yourself into a shoot, brother.
Okay, all right, so basically I need to bring my guitar in and be El Vagabundo, if you will, and write some songs.
I do not know if anybody listening right now has any idea what that's a reference to that's not in this room.
There's a wrestler, all right, and I'm pretty sure his name was, he wore a scarf or something. I don't know.
It was Elias.
His name's Elias. And one night I looked up, I decided, you know what, I'm watching wrestling tonight. And out of nowhere, this dude walks down to the middle of the stage with a guitar and just starts playing a song. I was like, this is my character right here. And he said, El Vagabundo. And I was like, I love it. And I guess the character only existed for like 2 shows.
Yeah, because he got kicked out of wrestling, so he came back with a mask. And so, yeah, this is masked Corey.
Yeah.
Tank Top Corey.
I don't know. So that's the thing, though. I'll just be me. Because I feel like my character's already kind of all over the place. You never really know what to expect from me. I'm not a wild card like Mike was, but I do have some things going on in my mind.
All right. Well, would you guys rather start?
That always gets
me. Would you guys rather start with the Panthers or the Rangers? Because the Panthers scored as many goals as the Rangers had hits.
Oh, come on,
dude. I guess. Is
that? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did that hurt your feelings?
Yeah.
Is that factually inaccurate?
No, it just didn't feel like it was necessary. All right.
Was it not? It is necessary. No. So we're going to keep this offense on its toes.
Will you tell Boch that today?
Yeah. I have a question about runners in scoring position and how much it matters if you don't actually drive them in.
Yep, that's a good point. I guess then let's talk a little bit about the hockeys.
All right. Give me cut number 1. Because you know what? There was a whole lot of these last night. I'm sorry.
Aristotle works it back.
Thank you.
Now across from Ekholm to Bouchard. Reinhart with the steal. Nice move. Goes to the net. Scores!
All right. So that was actually cut number 3. So props to Alec for being able to interpret what I was trying to say. All right. Give me cut number 5 because this man was going off last night.
Now Barkov with it. Defended by Henrique. Carter Verhaeghe turns, shoots, knocked down by Skinner. Puck is loose. Score! Sent towards the net by Barkov.
Now, you knew it wasn't going to be a Rangers highlight because I said they went off. So, although I guess in a way, the Rangers offense just went off.
Gosh. They had scored a run?
They did. They did. Yeah, for a while, it looked like they were going to get like 2 hit, and I was concerned about that. Reinhart would go on to score 2 more goals. Now, part of that is because Edmonton pulled the goalie with about 7 minutes left to go.
Yeah, that was a what?
And like,
you know what?
Really?
The announcers, too, everybody that was announcing on the show was like, great move. This is a smart thing because you have this much ground to cover.
Yes, their offense couldn't do jack S. So, like, why not? And I also think, this is just a theory, that Edmonton saw how Skinner reacted to the 3rd goal, and they were like, we might as well not have a goalie.
Dude.
Because he blocked it. And then he just stood there and just watched the puck and was like, well, I guess that guy's going to get it.
It was goal 4. It was goal 4, definitely, when I looked over. They showed the bench for Edmonton, and everybody on the bench, their heads were just hanging. McDavid was staring into nothing.
You
know, it was.
He really was.
Yeah, that was the moment where it was like, oh my gosh, this thing is completely over. We don't even have another game after this one. This is wild, though, dude. Marshawn was the one that everybody's like, he was the one that made everything happen for the team, right? Like, everybody loved what Marshawn did. Bennett wins the Conn Smythe. Reinhart scored 4 goals last night.
I believe he was the second player in the history of the Stanley Cup Final to do that.
Dude, this team they looked loaded, and they are loaded.
Goalie is unbelievable.
Yeah, and that's why they can play as aggressive as they want. They can play as aggressive as they were. Dude, their aggressiveness was insane last night too. They just kept going at it. They're up 3-0, and they're just like, let's add a fourth. Let's keep going at it. And their goalie, because they know their goalie has their back. He was like, I'm going to shut the door tonight, and he did.
Look, it's tough, and it pains me to say this for the person asking if Florida would have swept the Stars. You saw the first 2 games of this series when it looked like this could be an all-time great series, and the Stars did not belong up against the Panthers. They just didn't. It's really interesting. You look at, this was a dominant series victory, even though it did go 6. Both of Edmonton's wins were in overtime. And then you look at the other 3 Florida wins outside the double overtime win that it felt like they had to get. But now looking back, maybe they didn't.
Yeah.
They dominated 6-1, 5-2, 5-1. Now, I know that includes several open net goals, but you felt the dominance last night, and even the game that they lost, or one of the games that went to overtime, they had a massive lead. Florida was clearly the better team than Edmonton.
When you watch them play, did you become a fan of Florida?
It's hard not to enjoy how good they are at hockey. I did kind of feel bad for Connor McDavid because he's the best player in the world, and he still doesn't have the cup to show for it. But
and what time? It is time, right? It's time for him to start looking for another team.
Oh yeah, it's time for super team buildup for sure.
It's time for him to say, okay, you know what? I'm going to Kevin Durant the son of a gun. I got to get my ring. If I'm that good, I guess I need to go to the Stars and team up with Mikko.
Okay, obviously I would support that. How the hell we could possibly make that work, I don't know. But I also feel bad for this person on Twitter.
Oh no.
I tweeted out last night, as you would expect, shocker, the trophy that essentially belongs to America staying in America. Because that's what I say. And then somebody
that's what I say.
Named the Sport Dogter MD said, man, you're a dumbass. And then they posted a thing from Wikipedia to let me know about the origins of the Stanley Cup. So, not quite sure if the sarcasm translated there. It kind of feels like it
did. You explain it to him, or did you let it go after that?
I just let it go.
You just let it be. That's the way to do that, dude.
If you don't get it, then I'm probably not gonna
go
American
explain
trophy.
It to you. It's been that way for a long. How many? 35 years now.
33 straight years. I
keep
believe.
rolling. Let's keep that thing going, and maybe bring one to Texas.
The 3-2-1. McDavid needs to go to an American team. That's a great point. That is a great point.
What's more American than Texas?
Man, nothing.
I've always said Texas is just one big America.
Which is still...
Always said that since the night.
He actually has said that for a really long time. It has perplexed me the entirety of the time.
But it
that
also
he's
makes
made
a
that
lot
statement.
of sense, doesn't it?
It kind of does. But that's just because I've known you for a long time. If we had never met, I'd be like, this person is an idiot. But now that I know you for a really long time, I realize it's
new
just
listeners every
one
day,
piece
every 3 minutes
in the genius of Corey Majors. All right. Well, let's go ahead and fire up what is surely a plethora of Rangers offensive highlights. I don't know. Give me cut number 2. Surely that's the Rangers.
Leiter over the top and to the plate. And Bobby cranks it deep to left field. That one is way back, and that one is gone.
That was immediate.
First home run he's ever hit in this ballpark. It comes in his 10th game here. It makes it 5-1 Kansas City. Home run number 9, RBI number 39 for Bobby Witt Jr.
Knew it like as soon as he swung.
Yeah.
And then you go back and watch, and it was Leiter's changeup, and that changeup was too high and sat right out in the open for way too long. And that's something that I'm sure Bochy's going to talk about a little with us today. Just how his his ups and downs are still kind of going because last night wasn't an up for him at all. But that home run specifically was one of those moments where you're just like, that's Bobby Witt Jr., and he will do that, and be prepared to see something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, one of the things that we talked about is this was going to be a good representation. We did the segment yesterday. This was going to be a good determination of how far the Rangers offense had advanced. And unfortunately, game one shows not a lot because you went up against, like I said, a very good pitcher, and he just crushed us. Unfortunately, you go up against two really good pitchers, probably even a better pitcher today before finishing the series out on Thursday.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you knew about this series was that you were going to be facing good pitching.
Right.
Your weakness so far has been your offense. Your pitching is going to have to match it. If you want to stay close in these games, your pitching has to match it. And that's going to be a difficult thing to accomplish whenever your offense is kind of in the place that it is. But, Kevin, when I was going through I'd like to see them win 10 out of the next 12, this was one of the series where I didn't say sweep. So I did have this one marked as a one. I didn't expect to lose game one.
Yeah.
But after having a good winning streak like that, you have the tendency to be like, okay, have we found it? And now it's kind of time to reset. They also were missing a couple of their better players yesterday. Not saying anybody, but with Josh Smith's hamstring,
which
Josh
Boch
Young
said shouldn't require IL.
Yeah, so like there's a little bit going on there, and Josh Young may need it. One of the things I want to ask Bochy today is, do your guys tell you when they need a day off? Are they that honest?
That's a good
with
question.
You? Because we heard Saquon Barkley, Philadelphia Eagles player, say that to his coach during the Super Bowl run as they won a championship last year.
Indeed, they did. Doing? Now you're
just telling the facts
because he loves the Eagles.
Just telling.
So you're going to get Patrick Corbin tonight. We'll ask Boch, but tomorrow has bullpen day vibes around it again, especially since Chris Young had said, hey, man, look, we might be in a tough spot starting pitching-wise the next 7 to 10 days, but then felt pretty confident about Evo bouncing back. So I don't know if they're thinking maybe that Baltimore start and maybe tomorrow will be a bullpen day, but that's kind of what I would guess. I'm really hoping, obviously you want to win the games. If you can win these next two games, like Brett Boone kind of said, I don't entirely care how you win either. It would be great if you were knocking people in with runners in scoring position every single time. And instead, the Rangers have struggled mightily at that. But they've gotten more opportunities. And even with the low batting average, that has led to more runs. And they have won the games. And so I'm satisfied by that. I would just love to see a little bit of pickup from the offense in the next 2 days because you're going up against two really good pitchers. And you want to feel like your offense is step up because they've definitely taken a step up from being god-awful to just below average. And you'd like to see them take another step up against quality pitching. That would be really encouraging for me.
I want to see them be able to step up, bounce back.
Yeah.
After a bad outing like that. The bounce back part of it is, that was some of Wash's best teams were, man, they won one, lost one, and they weren't going to lose the last one in a series. They would bounce back real quickly, and the step-up part of the offense is something that needs to significantly happen for this team to get the kind of streak or run that they need. We asked the question last week, is it time for them to go on a run? It is time for them to go on a run with this stretch, but that stretch can carry over to the second half.
For sure.
And I think that's what they need to find, that confidence and that rhythm.
And the good news is you're still in the middle of a run. You're still 7-2 in your last 9. Absolutely. This one was just disappointing because your offense looked anemic yet again. But I know that can happen.
And it can all spiral out of control, Kevin, at any point.
Well, I'm hoping that does not happen. That's my exact point.
It's a delicate balance to be able to keep it all on the
not
tracks.
happen. They're still 7-2 in their last 9. I would just like to see their offense pop back up a little bit more. Yes,
I'm nervous.
Clearly,
because it could go out of control.
Okay, not
my nerves.
Are you doing what Mike did with the Colorado series last year? Now we know in retrospect, if you ever lose to Colorado, you should probably just pack it up. Look at it, you Nationals.
Should be relegated.
Yeah, look, man, there's some teams, we'll get to in baseball nuggets. They got some issues that they need to take a look at. I don't think the Rangers feel that way at this moment. And no, I'm not going to say this could be the beginning of them spiraling.
I'm not either.
It sounds like you are.
I'm just nervous that it could. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
It won't.
Well,
maybe.
For the sake of Corey,
Thank you.
and the team. Let's get some runs out there tonight. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. One of the people that could help with that. Is this the season Josh Smith becomes an all-star? Next on The Fan.
30 straight minutes without interruption.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, that's your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Ready again with a 1-2. And that ball is hit deep into right field. Thomas going back on this, and it is gone. Well, that's the second hit, but the first run, Josh Smith cranks one out into the seats in right. His third homer of the year to put the Rangers on the board here at 13-1.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Is this the year Josh Smith is going to become an all-star? And will Corey naysay it? So
probably not.
Okay, good.
He's probably not going to become an all-star.
I don't know why I didn't see that coming. So MLB.com had 8 players on the all-star ballot who deserve a second look. Of course, Josh Smith was not on that list because, the disrespect is crazy. So I wanted to go back and look at some of his numbers, and maybe I'm just thinking about this disproportionately. Josh Smith, 27. He just won AL Player of the Week, hit .423 with an OPS of 1.269, pair of home runs. He has also already this year played 34 games at shortstop, 11 games at first base, 11 games at third base, and he's played at least one game in every other position outside of catcher and pitcher. So he's not like your typical, hey, I'm going to be lined up at shortstop every single day, obviously. So first of all, I'm terribly impressed just by that. I'm terribly impressed by the fact that he's been able to be so versatile defensively for the Rangers. Then you look at the numbers. He's hitting .288, OPS of 799. I believe both of those are at or near the top, depending on if you classify Evan Carter as qualified for it. I think he's put together a solid offensive year, and the versatility that he brings to this team. He has bailed this Rangers team out defensively time and time again. I think he is worthy of an all-star selection, although I can see how they would want to default to just the pitchers.
Where are you putting him?
He's utility.
That is a legitimate spot.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
Oh, yes!
I don't know who else deserves it. So.
By the way, he is second on the team in offensive WAR. He's .1 behind Wyatt Langford, and he's second on the team in OPS, although Evan Carter clearly has played significantly fewer games. So of like the full-time players this season, Josh Smith has the best OPS on the team. He has the best batting average on the team. He's .1 off of having the best offensive WAR on the team. And then you factor in all the defensive aspects that he brings to the table.
He just, I guess for me, All-Star is the best player on your teams, right? It's changed a lot since the ability for fans to vote and take over.
That is true.
And we benefited from it 2 years ago.
By the way, I think the Rangers only have 2 players in the top 10 at any position.
Wow.
And one of them's Jock Peterson.
All right.
So,
it is concerning.
Yeah.
Yes. No, I saw that yesterday.
Yeah.
I was like, the hell is this? Jock Peterson? Because he's played for every team. So they all the fans are like, I recognize that name, despite what he's done this year. But he is your kind of best player right now.
Yeah.
And
offensively. Yes.
Yeah. And it's just, I'm going to ask Boch about this in a little bit. Last year, he played a lot more than he'd ever played before. And by the end of the season,
the second half last year was atrocious.
Yeah, by the end of the season, you could kind of see that it wore on him. And I'm kind of curious how differently he prepared and how Boch looks at that and the work that he's putting in on this team and how he's your leadoff hitter.
Yeah,
he is an important leadoff hitter for this team right now because he can get on base and he provides hustle runs too, and that's important. And I thought that pairing of him and Wyatt Langford was going to be very beneficial. Wyatt's kind of taking a little dip, and he's getting more walks than usual as well. But I think that there can be a very strong case made for Josh Smith as a utility. Now, as a fielder, he can't compete with, in the outfield, he can't compete with the Aaron Judges and the rest of that group.
Sure.
In the infield, there are other players with positions that they play at that level. But again, I go back to a couple of years ago, the Rangers and the Tampa Bay Rays, or the Tampa Rays, decided we're not letting any Toronto Blue Jays into this thing.
Yeah.
So the fans just won the vote on it, and 6 Rangers got into that sucker to start. So like, if that's where this stands, is if the Rangers fans can go out there and vote, which you need to do. You need to be voting for your guy.
If you vote multiple times a day.
Do fans not vote whenever they're frustrated that their team's not winning?
See, I think that's maybe the case. I'll tell you this, and this might sound really dumb. Hopefully, I'm going to need older people to back me up on this, because I can see Alex be like, that's stupid. You're stupid. I think one of the things, I swear I really believe this, that hurt all-star voting, just in general, is the disappearance of the paper ballots from the ballpark.
Because of the hanging chad.
Because, no, not because of that, but yes, I understand that reference. I think more than hockey, football, basketball, baseball obviously leans back on like, oh, this is the way my dad did it, my grandpa did it. And there was something about, like, especially as a kid, getting that all-star ballot and sitting down while you're watching the game, and then like Julio Franco or whoever comes up and you're like, oh my God, obviously he's an all-star. Because like there for a time, there's nobody at a certain age, there's nobody who can tell you that any player is better than your guy. Like there's probably kids out there, or maybe it's changed way beyond what I understand. There's probably a kid out there who's like, Wyatt Langford's better than Aaron Judge, and nobody can tell me any different. Because that's like your guy, and like you get to see him all the time. And I do really think like baseball voting in general took a hit when they're like, all right, well, we're not going to be handing out paper ballots because that's just not the way the world works anymore.
Do you remember voting on those?
100%.
Was Julio Franco always the one that you were like, he deserves it the most?
And Ruben Sierra, there's nobody who could tell me that they weren't all-stars every single year. And I think some people would be like, you're what's wrong with all-star voting. And I hear you, but I was a kid. And then you would like take it to the box, and if somebody had left an all-star ballot, you were like, oh my God, I just got an extra ballot. Now, MLB.com's like, run, don't walk to vote many, many times.
Yeah, the more
in
times
a day.
you add All-Star, hashtag All-Star,
Yes.
the more votes they get.
Yes.
I'm like, that's too easy.
And so I wanted to give you an example of, I don't know if they're really worried about the all-star voting getting hacked or whatever. I would love to see that, and all of a sudden Josh Smith has like 4 million more votes than anybody else.
I wonder if we could give him the KNC bump. If look here, I'll
vote for Josh Smith. Right
I'll admit it. I have been very adamant that I did not think Josh Smith was a starter on this team. Boch has not necessarily even made that. When all players are healthy, Josh Smith is our utility guy.
Yep.
And that's been the case, and I don't know how he can squeeze his way into a role that is any different right now or on any other team. He might be on another team before it happens. I've been adamant about it. But I'm very patriotic about the Rangers. Does that count?
I like it.
Does that work?
Yeah.
I care for this team. So if that's the best candidate we have, I'll put my entire endorsement on his election.
Tank Top Corey says do it.
Yeah. So if we can give him the KNC bump and get him up to 4 million, because Kevin, we've been on the march to 1 million. For our Twitter account for a long time. Where are we at right now? About 20,000. We still got a way to go. All right. We still got a way to go. But if you want to follow us at KNC 1053, you can. And if you want to vote for Josh Smith for All-Star Game, KNC suggests it.
You know, I think one of the things that could really accelerate our individual or show social media, because I've noticed this from several people.
Go buy a bunch of followers.
That is true.
Like some people.
But also, just put out an angry statement that's not really a take about somebody that you know people don't like, and just quote tweet like a national story and just be like, oh yeah, he's the worst. And like, you'll be amazed at how much traction that picks up, and you're like, okay, so you don't like the person that other people don't like?
Or what about if you just go like say, I hate the person that everybody likes? that a lot of people like. 'Cause
yeah.
then they're going to follow you because they're like, why are you hating on the person I like?
Either that or pick up a radical political agenda. I have really been
This
curious.
is sports talk.
I know.
dude.
How dare you?
I've been really curious about running an experiment, like on my Twitter, or maybe probably better off a burner Twitter, and like take a really extreme political position on either side and see how quickly I can get embraced by people as like an actual logical person who has thoughts about this. Anyways, the text has a couple of questions from the 239. Where's Josh Young? I'm really glad that they brought that up. And this is an example of how much better Josh Smith has been than the rest of most of this offensive team and how it might surprise you. Right now, Josh Smith, his WAR is more than double of Josh Young. His batting average, 35 points higher, and his OPS compared to Josh Smith is 101 points higher. That is staggering. Now, you might also be shocked to hear this when I answer this question. Guys from the 214, what kind of haul could the Rangers get for Seager and Simeon and put Smith and Duran at shortstop and second base? I think you would get very, very, very little in that deal. Like, you'd be shocked how little you would get.
Don't you think your experience and ceiling level drop a lot?
Oh, yeah.
Like, just nothing against Josh Smith on this, but the experience that those two veterans have,
Yeah.
and their ceiling, if they play up to where they are, is far more than Duran for sure.
And so, like, the issue is, and somebody suggested earlier, like, hey, could we get a package started for Connor McDavid with Jason Robertson, Mikko Rantanen, and a first-round pick? Like, I don't even think that gets the discussion started because you're trading away players who make lots of money already.
Yeah.
So what is going to...
Wyatt Johnston.
Yeah, see, and
Robertson,
and so you're going to need
2 first-round picks.
You're going to need players that are already good that don't make a lot of money. And the issue is you still owe Marcus Semien and Corey Seager about
$1 billion,
a combined $302 million. So what team is going to be like, let me trade to take on all of that salary and give a lot back? Now, would the Rangers be willing to pay some of that? If they do, it would help. But at a time when I know they want to clear out some space under the ceiling, I don't know if they would. And you would get shockingly little back in that trade. I know it's weird, but I'm telling you, that's the way it is.
They're pretty much, and it sounds bad, but this year, for the remainder of this year, stuck with this team.
Yeah.
Like there's just really not a lot they
For
can
sure.
add. Jock Peterson has to be good.
Yes.
The reality is they signed him in the offseason. That was their major investment. He has to be good. He has to live up to that contract because that's the bat that you need. That's what you need, what you would need to replace. And his money is almost irreplaceable because you can't trade him right now.
Yes.
The
Oh,
way
my God.
he's playing.
No.
And that's what you would need to be able to move around is his money, and you can't. So you need him to play up to that level.
All right. Would you guys rather talk about sports gambling or the Me-Bound?
Sports gambling.
Okay. We didn't get a chance to mention the Me-Bound yesterday. We'll get to it at some point. All right. Sports gambling. Let's go to Louisiana, where you kind of ask, what would happen with the NCAA and the settlement, and how would that affect the schools, the states, and everything like that? Well, Corey, as you probably guessed, the schools have said, you know what, we've made enough profit. We're just going to leave it be. We're going to give the money to the student athletes, and it will negatively affect our bottom line, and that's unfortunate.
I always knew that the college system was compassionate to the students.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. It appears as though I might have misread this article.
My bad.
Actually, what's happening is Louisiana is going to raise taxes on sports betting to get $24 million that they can divide across 11 state schools that have Division I football programs to help offset the costs of revenue sharing. Now, at a time,
there it is.
When, don't worry, they're making plenty of money, but they're like, you're going to cost us? The hell you are. It goes on to the consumer. And that's why people were like upset about tariffs and everything like that, because you'd think like, oh, is that company going to be like, hey, that's a tough break, but I'm in for the United States. That's not how it works at all.
You got to figure out how to pass it off to the consumer. It always is.
Exactly. So Louisiana will raise taxes on sports betting with the hope of raising $24 million. So all of that money that's going to get taken out of the school's budgets, don't worry, they're already doing just fine. Look at those endowments. And they're going to pass the lack of savings on to you.
They sit in that room with the leather seats and the bourbon and the cigars, and they go, who has the money? And they go, well, our audience doesn't, but they'll spend it. So
see, and that is a great point. If that isn't one of the general issues with what we've done with capitalism, is it's not we pass it on to who can afford it. We pass it along to who doesn't really have a choice, and we'll keep doing this behavior no matter what.
Yeah.
Like we do that with so many different things.
They're addicted.
Yeah.
They got to have it.
Yeah. I feel like they're talking to me, and they're like, what are you going to do, fatty? Not go to Jack in the Box? I'll put that to the test.
Those tacos are so good.
I see. The same with sports gambling, cigarettes, soda, and on and on and on. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Why is everybody losing? And why is the baseball behaving differently? Next on The Fan.
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Major Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg.
Who said that? Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. So, let's start with all of the teams that are spiraling right now, because there are a lot of them. So, we talked about in the opening segment, the Rangers' loss, but they still have won 7 of their past 9. Now, things could be significantly worse if you were the Yankees. Yankees, they've lost 5 games in a row.
Or they haven't scored a run in 20 innings.
I think it is actually 28 or 29 innings.
They stink.
They are spiraling offensively, to use Corey's word. Then there's the White Sox. White Sox, well, they have lost 6 games in a row. Oof. Not good. Not good at all.
Guess who made them lose 6 in a row?
We did. But then there's the Washington Nationals. And I don't know if we'll need an intervention or what might need to happen, but the Washington Nationals have lost 10 games in a row. I believe that is their longest losing streak since 2008. Far more concerning than any of that. They have currently lost 2 straight games to the Colorado Rockies. The Colorado Rockies also ended their series and prevented a sweep against the Braves, which means the Colorado Rockies have won 3 straight games. This is not a drill, everybody. I repeat, this is not a drill. The Colorado Rockies are on a roll, and they are now on pace to win 36 games. Catch the fever. Now, that would still put them at 36 and 126, which would be the worst record in the history of baseball.
Time to invest in some Rockies hats, season tickets.
Man.
Who's their best player?
I remember when the Rockies and the Marlins became expansion teams. I thought that their hats and their colors were the most awesome.
I didn't think they were cool.
Yeah.
So, back when we were kids, there was nothing cooler than the White Sox hat.
Okay.
Like the White Sox hat was the one everybody. It was a black hat with socks on it. There was the Raiders hat too. Those were the 2 at the time when we were kids. Everybody wanted those. And then the Rockies come out a little bit later on, and because it's a black hat with that purple on it,
it
became that's a good one to have right there. And then they're in Denver also.
My suggestion, if Washington loses the next 2 games, they should be relegated. Send them down to AAA. Let a AAA team pop up. Because if you get a 4-game sweep by the Rockies, give up.
Start investing in Hunter Goodman cards, Kevin.
Yes.
Batting .285, 14 bombs, and 46 RSBI.
He's pretty young, too.
Yeah,
he's not
invested in his cards.
Super duper young, but hey.
Maybe this Aaron Judge kid, too.
Let me tell you this. That is one of the beautiful things about the card industry. So much focus gets spent on like these few individual players that if you have a player like Hunter Goodman, I bet you can get the most badass Hunter Goodman cards in the world for really,
$3 or $4.
really, really cheap. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's talk about Rafael Devers. Apparently they did have that conversation because he said the Red Sox are in the past and he is eager to play for the Giants wherever they want me to. Now, I don't know if that wherever means in the field or if he means sitting on the bench and DHing. I'm assuming it actually means wherever. But
he said wherever.
That's a huge positive for them.
Why?
Because the whole reason that he became toxic in Boston was their, whether you think it's a confusion, argument, disagreement, whatever, about him playing in the field is what led to him becoming disgruntled.
No, that's what I'm saying, though. Why is he deciding for this team, but he wouldn't do it for the Red Sox? And the reason is, you hired my replacement.
Yeah.
That's effed up of you to hire my replacement while I'm still here. You clearly don't want me here.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, we just want you to be different here. And he's like, that's not how I feel about it. And he's probably looking around at that championship team that he was part of, and everybody from it's gone. And he's like, dude, y'all shipped off everybody from this group. So that's probably part of it too. The why is he deciding for this team and not that one? It's because he was hurt by that other team emotionally, and he's an emotional player.
No, I could see that. Now, speaking of emotions, Nick Castellanos, he was benched for a quote inappropriate comment on Monday. Now, I really enjoy this. Rob Thompson, the team's manager, said one of the many things I love about Nick is he's very emotional. He loves to play. He loves to play every inning, every game. I just thought last night he made an inappropriate comment after he came out. And so today, he's not going to play. I'm going to leave it at that. Now, let's go to Castellanos, who'd played 236 straight games dating back to the end of September in 2023.
He's going for Ripken's thing, huh?
Yeah, just needs more than 10 times as much. Do you think he's gotten over it? Quote, I wasn't happy about it, spoke my mind. He said I crossed the line, so my punishment is I'm not playing.
Yes.
Okay.
What would a player have to say to you that would cross the line for you saying you're out of the lineup today?
Ooh.
He's calling you a CS? Or is that like, no, you know what? That happens all the time.
I don't think a generic name call
would
hurt me. It'd have to be something personal.
Dip it in about Jess or Noah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
That would do it for sure.
Okay, all right. What if he...
Brandon?
What if he took the last piece of chicken? The big piece, too.
I think I'll let it go.
Okay, all right. What if he signed the sweet spot on the baseballs?
See, that wouldn't bother me as much. But like, I know that can be problematic.
I am very curious, like what he had to have said that crossed the line to be something that made you go, you know what, you're out for this game, and set an example to everybody else. It had to have been something that I don't want anybody, other player on this team, to say that to me again or think they can say it to me. At the same time, it's also a good player.
Okay,
you do it to a chump player.
Yeah, who cares?
You do it to a guy like that, and it's like, whoa, hold on.
Okay, would this work? Oh, are you actually going to make a decision that might help this team for once?
Oh, wow.
Like something like that feels like, I mean, and they've been good this year. They've been really good this year. So
maybe he's like, I've been making some damn good decisions. Don't worry about it. Keep playing well.
Yeah.
So man, it's got to be something.
All right, now let's go to the physics of the baseball.
What if he called you a jive turkey from the 940?
I have to admit, I don't think that would really throw me out.
A bunch of jive turkeys.
Yeah, I'd be like, okay, whatever.
You're chicken jockey.
So, and that definitely wouldn't bother me. So, The Athletic has been doing research about the baseball. And is it possible the baseball is at fault for all of our offensive woes with the Rangers? Probably not. But as a result of more drag on the baseball this year, 20 2025. That means equally hard-hit fly balls compared to previous years are ending up 4 feet shorter. All right? So the Athletic contacted MLB, and MLB confirmed that there was a difference in a 4-foot reduction on long fly balls, but didn't offer any other explanation. And they're like, hey, don't worry about it. And so if you change the seam width or height, the theory is that that's what's happened with these baseballs, and that they just don't want to talk about it because then obviously they'll get crushed and everything like that. Rob Manfred, though, he was there to say, hey, don't worry about it. He said, hey, players have talked about the ball performing differently, but he hasn't noticed any difference in the statistics. Even though the statistics were plainly presented to MLB and they confirmed that, yes, in fact, the baseball is going 4 feet shorter on deep flies.
You think that the drag wouldn't have a problem for the Rangers because they have a lot of power and
they do
that, but evidently that can be a psychological thing for you.
Yeah,
your whole philosophy is to get your best swing off and to send it out of the park, and you start going, okay, that was my best swing. And it still didn't make it out of the park. Why not? When it was doing it last year, what's going wrong?
So this is like the benefit and problem of analytics, I think, all rolled into one, depending on how you feel about analytics. This is Brent Rooker from the A's. I've definitely hit some balls that I thought were going to have a chance, and they've been caught against the wall. Maybe the extra drag is why my expected slugging percentage is 100 points higher than my actual slugging percentage.
Interesting.
So, like, in terms of actual slugging percentage, not so great. But he's like, hey, look at these numbers. In theory, my slugging percentage is off the charts, which means I'm having a good season. And I think that's the disconnect between some analytical and non-analytical people. I think the answer is probably all, in the middle. It's like maybe you have been unlucky, but you still got to get better, even if the baseballs are working against you.
Some people say, like, I know certain beer companies that are like local and smaller, they have trouble with consistency.
Yeah.
Making the same thing every single time. It's just difficult to do that.
You wouldn't think MLB would be one of those places.
And this sounds like the MLB is like, nah, they just stitched it wrong this year, and so we're stuck with these. But hold on. What? It seems like you could mention, hey, we would
can't
need to do
redo
something
it.
Here. And
You can't redo it.
It does seem like there is an ebb and flow yearly with the balls and how they're like, maybe some years they're like, we need to protect pitchers. Okay, now we actually need to give the hitters some. It seems like there's a back and forth, and I don't know if it's because of the economics of the game.
Yeah.
They're like, we don't need pitchers to want more money this year. We needed to have a down year.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for NFL Overreaction or Reality right here on The Fan.
North Texas.
In order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for NFL Overreaction or Reality. Gentlemen, I'm not supposed to ask you if you're ready. That's what Mike taught me, so I won't. Overreaction or Reality, the Arizona Cardinals will have a better record than the Bears this season. So sometimes I like to throw out these questions, and I think we talk about the Bears as if they were better than they actually were last year, and the Cardinals like they were worse than they actually were last year.
Makes sense.
And so this is my overreaction reality. The Cardinals will finish with a record equal or better than the Bears. I added equal.
Dang.
They were 3 games better than the Bears last year. Although I know, obviously, the Bears have really revamped things.
Yeah, and that's what's kind of throwing me off here, because how much am I really putting into Ben Johnson's basket?
Sure.
And were the Cardinals was that they were 6-3 at home and 2-6 on the road.
Oof.
So they were a good home team last year.
But that means they'll have more road games this year.
They actually, I mean, they scored some points. They weren't a good offense, but they weren't a bad offense. They were what I expect out of the Cardinals, honestly.
They were what the Cardinals are. They're there.
I rephrase the question.
The Arizona Cardinals will have a record better or equal to the Bears this season.
Reality.
Oh.
Because I think it'll be equal.
Oh, I like it.
I expect the Bears to jump up, but that's a tough division.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a very tough division, so I can't put 15 wins in the Bears basket. I have to put 9.
Okay.
That's fair, and I'm going to go with reality because there is at least some consistency there. Like Kevin said, Cardinals are the Cardinals. They are what they are. They exist. I feel like I have a generally good idea of what's going to happen with them every year, with Kyler Murray at quarterback, with Jonathan Gannon at head coach, Monty Austinford at the GM, which, I mean, I was what was I doing last week? I did a hit on Kansas City radio, and they were talking about the Cardinals, and it seems like a lot of people really respect that front office and that coaching staff more than the general public does.
Yeah.
So, and I kind of agree. I thought Gannon was awful his first year, but he's only gotten better since. So I think they're going to be decent and decent enough to contend with them. Yeah, I'll go with it.
Now, the wording on this question is very important. NFL overreaction or reality? If Tyler Guyton struggles again this season, Cowboys fans are going to label him as a bust.
Yes. Reality. I will. And that's unfortunate because I expected him to be good last year, but I also knew how raw he was.
Yeah.
You had an off season to get it in gear and get away from some very bad habits.
Sure.
As high of a pick as you were, Cowboys have been, I don't think they were as openly adamant about it as they were under the rug adamant about it.
Okay.
Undercover like adamant. That. But they told us many times without punching us about it, we feel like it's going to take time for him. But we thought at the position where we were in the draft, he would be the right pick for the future of this offensive line. So the expectation is that he makes a jump in year 2. And I'm expecting that right now too. I need it from him. So I absolutely will be going, all right, man, we're putting that bust label on you right now if he isn't better this year.
It's a reality, and I think some people already have unfairly put that label on him.
That is tough.
At least on, and social media is not a real place, but people voice their opinions there, and there's been a lot of shocking opinions about him that I'm not ready to make. I still think he's really talented, and I quote this every single time his development gets brought up. Last year, one of the final 2 weeks of the season, I talked to Jerry Jones on these airwaves, and he said, I got out in front of my skates on Tyler Guyton.
Yes.
He openly said that unprovoked because we all know that's how the Cowboys run this team.
Right.
They put really high leveraged expectations on their first, second, and third round picks to be immediate contributors because they draft so well. And they usually are immediate contributors. So the minute that one isn't, everybody panics. because that's the norm around here, and that's totally fine. That's just a great job by Will McClay and Stephen Jones.
And
Good on them.
I'm pretty sure at the end of that conversation, he goes, "You guys don't want me to make any headlines for you?" And you're like, "No, we're good, Jerry. Thanks."
Yeah, and I was like, I got the one I wanted. I got you to unprovoked say that you were wrong about Tyler Guyton being a day one starter.
There you go.
You already gave me my clickbait, so thank you. But yeah, I didn't want to make him mad. But I still go.
What's he gonna do? Fire you?
Well, you can try. But I'm just not ready to put that on him, even after year 2. I think reality people will. I won't.
NFL overreaction or reality. Anthony Richardson missing minicamp is a big problem for a couple of different reasons.
Yes.
Okay.
Reality.
Okay. What do you think the reasons are?
Daniel Jones could take his job.
Yep.
Daniel Jones is poor at football. Maybe basketball too. Who knows? But he's not good at the game, so that's going to affect them negatively, the whole team.
I agree with that.
The positive thing that could happen is maybe they get Arch.
Oh. See, I think the other big negative or concern then is he's hurt again, right? Like, unfortunately, early in his career, Anthony Richardson has missed a lot of time and been tagged with the fragile label, which, especially considering his game, that's not good.
Will that affect him with other teams or
so.
Just this team?
I think it'll affect him with other teams because then he'll be brought in as the Zach Wilson. Like, wherever he goes next, he won't be brought in as a real starting candidate. He'll be brought in as like, oh, yeah, well, you used to get drafted high, so we'll have you.
Yeah.
It's a reality just because that team is already in such a weird spot. Not just at the quarterback position. We're already a few years into the Shane Steichen experience.
Yeah.
They've already got some turnover, unfortunately, with ownership. Maybe the family of Jim Irsay has a different kind of timeline and a different gauge on their hot seat for some of the ideas that they have for this team. Maybe the window is this year for them. It's okay if it doesn't work this year. We need to start all over again. So I do think it's just bad for the short term and the long term future, but it's bad for him because, like you said, I fully agree that if he can't play the whole season, whether it's because he's not good enough or he's not healthy, he's not going to be a starting quarterback in the NFL again unless it's by force.
Now, I'm intrigued to see which direction you fellas go with this. NFL overreaction or reality, we should be paying more attention and have more concern about Micah's contract.
Overreaction. Man, you were on fire, dude. It was reality, and then
went
you
too far this time.
Bring this crap up.
Maybe I'm trying to balance it out.
What's the problem here? Like, what is there that we need to think about other than we know how the Cowboys operate?
So to you, it's a foregone. I think I'm with you. It's a foregone conclusion that he maybe shows up at training camp, doesn't do anything. Maybe he doesn't show up, and then the Cowboys are like, we'll give you all the money.
He wants to be here.
Yeah. I agree with that.
The Cowboys want him to be here. The fans want him to be. Most of the fans want him to be here. Think about I'm bringing up internet isn't a real place in C Block today. I want to have that conversation because I love it. But most of the fans, there's a large portion, maybe 30-40% that are like, screw that guy, get rid of him. But most fans love Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
And so they all want it to happen. But again, we know how Jerry and the Cowboys like to operate. There's going to be a couple weeks here, Kevin, after minicamp where there's nothing going on
right
until training camp starts. And guess what? That discussion will leak its way into conversation once a week at least. And ESPN will have it as a lead story.
Yeah.
And Fox Sports will have it as a lead story. And that's the thing that Jerry's cool with because he knows. He talked to Micah already probably.
Yeah.
Look, man, we're going to get this done. Things are going to happen. It's going to happen, though. Do you feel like it's...
No, I think it is going to happen. I'll just tell you, Alec, before your answer, I am so jaded by the way the Cowboys do this. I had a dream, and in part of the dream, there was, I don't know, some nonsense talking head ESPN show that said that the Cowboys could have signed Dak long-term for $12 million a season. Like, I don't know why, and I don't know how we came up with that number, but that's how jaded I am by how terrible the Cowboys are at managing the salary cap that I was like, stupid Cowboys, $12 million, what a bargain. And that obviously didn't even happen.
Yeah.
It's amazing. This guy is so addicted to math, Corey, that he's having salary cap dreams during his sleep.
Yeah.
That's the kind of commitment you get on this show.
Somebody messaged that they bumped into Kevin at a Garskeet Walmart and that his math skills were faster than the register, but he kept saying dumbass under his breath. Is that true?
Was it Red Foreman?
Okay, look.
Dumbass.
I didn't say dumbass, but I will tell you this. There have been multiple occasions where I've calculated more or less, including the tax, what it should be. And if it's really out of whack, then I'm like, I have to kind of look at the clerk. And I'm like, And I see, I hate it. But then you have to decide, is it worth $4 for that random stranger to think you're a D-head? And sometimes I decide it is.
Yep.
And I'm like, no, you scan that twice. I'm going to need you to take it off. And they think I'm a jerk. But they are wrong. So I don't think they should think I'm a jerk. But I also think they think I shouldn't care. And I do.
That being said, if you know the person that messaged that, then you know Lasso. So he's on the Twitch. So if you remember his face, you can be like, hey, you're Lasso. At the Garskeet Walmart.
I can see how you might have lost track of the question. We've covered a lot of ground.
So the Cowboys, no, this is Micah's contract. I'm with Corey. You are on a roll, Kevin. This is overreaction, though, because this is just the game they play. It's everything we've ever talked about, and it's the game that they like to play. It's not just the game that they play. They enjoy to play. I mean, you're seeing Micah go directly to Clarence Hill and giving him stories. And saying, hey, I've seen TJ Watt's request. I see what he's wanting.
Yeah.
It's literally just to get people talking and to get more stories out there. And, we have a void in the media now that David Moore is not writing stories to, help get the Cowboys side of things out there. Ooh. So now we've got the player side. So if anything, I'm kind of enjoying it a little bit more than I used to.
All right, I'm going to try to get back on track here. NFL overreaction or reality? The Eagles' defense will take a step back, perhaps a big step back this season. So you lost Milton Williams, Brandon Graham, he retired, Josh Sweat, Darius Slay, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You lost a lot of players off of that defense. Now, I know that the Eagles have shown to be excellent at personnel and salary cap management, but overreaction reality, the Eagles' defense will take a step back this season.
They are younger and... This is the quote here. Younger and more homegrown than ever. And the question is, will that keep them up?
Yeah.
Or will it be the thing that destroys them? And being that young can be a very positive thing. Hell, last year, their cornerbacks were great, young.
And it's tremendous for your cap.
And you were just like, hey, how can we get any better?
Yeah.
And so I think that they're going to take a small step back early. But I think because of the youth, they're going to have legs late in the season. And again, they have it right now. For whatever it is, they have it. They're celebrating a Super Bowl. How much hangover is going to come with that, we don't know. But I do believe that this Eagles team is very focused on that next step, doing more than just this one. And Jalen Hurts is right there at the forefront of calmness. He just seems composed and calm through all this, even though there's a lot of storm around him.
If they're more homegrown than ever, I'm actually more scared of them.
For sure.
Because it seems like they're really good at developing talent and finding good players. So if that's the case, I'm still worried about them. I still think they're going to be really good. So I don't think it changes my perception. Now, there is something to be said about veteran presence and, having that leadership in the locker room. But I feel like they've already got that. I think they're going to be just fine.
Now, can I ask you my wife overreaction or reality?
Dude. Are you sure you want to do this?
Yeah,
you might be listening.
It's a harmless one.
All right.
Overreaction or reality, my wife needs to update her news sources because last night she goes, did Gary Coleman's wife kill him? And I was like, what? Hasn't he been dead for a long time? She's like, I don't know. Says she might be getting arrested. All right. So Gary Coleman died 15 years ago. And I guess his wife is now saying she'll take a polygraph test or something, but that was a long time ago.
So she's got all this time just going, oh, he just died from Short age. I don't know.
What did you say?
He was short, and I don't know if there was a thing.
But like, she's also the same person who.
That wasn't at you, Alec.
When the Jared Fogle documentary came on, she goes, "All right, but like a whole documentary just because he lost weight."
Yeah, that's really
and I was
valid.
Like,
that
well,
is
all the other stuff. And she
there's
goes,
some bad things.
"What do you mean?" So, overreaction to reality. My wife might need to update her sources of
I think
news.
this is on you.
What? How's this on me?
Yeah, thank you, PJ Washington. Look, dude, you're the newsman of the house.
Okay, but this happened before I even met her.
Right? And you never had a discussion about different strokes.
Okay, I do reference that episode.
Whose last name is Drummond, which was her last name. You never have the conversation about that cast.
I have to admit,
and Dana Gold.
I don't think I've ever openly discussed Gary Coleman with her.
Why not?
I don't. It just hasn't come up.
I feel like that's first date kind of stuff right there.
Do you think, you know what? We actually did talk about murder on our first date. I don't know if I ever told you this real quick. Alec, it's up to you. I'm going to cut into about 1 minute of your time.
No, I got to know now.
All right. So on our first date, we were talking about like, we had a date in a park. And I told her that I thought it was a nice place and it'd feel safe for her. It's in public. And she goes, exactly. And I was like, some people told me it was creepy. And she goes, no, it's not creepy. Like, I'll feel safe here. And I go, I mean, so you'll be a lot safer here. And she goes, yeah, you're not going to murder me in a park. It's not like we're on a train.
Park seems like a good place, actually.
Yeah, okay. But see, so she said it's not like we're on a train. And I said, hold on. Do you think people frequently get murdered on trains? And she said, I think I'm way more likely to get murdered on a train date than I am at a park date.
Murder on the Orient Express.
That's true.
So it kind of depends on
like
the type of
60
train.
years old. Okay.
But they just remade it a while back. Yeah, it was good. But I feel like Park's a great place to murder.
Oh my gosh. I thought you were going to say for a date.
Because there's lots of shrubs and bush areas around to just leave things. But I guess on trains you can just throw the body from the train. We saw that with the mama. Throw mama from the train.
Is this tank top Corey or is this regular Corey?
Yes.
Who knows at this point?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, and no, it hasn't happened yet. I'm going to make you listen to the dumbest thing you've heard all week.
Are you sure it didn't happen?
It did not, I promise, because Jake Paul exists. Next on The Fan.
Your proud home of the Rangers, Cowboys, and the
4-night stay in Cancun on us. Call 214-655-COOL or visit astardfw.com. Restrictions apply. Visit website for details.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Walked off at the line. Excellent stick there by Lundell. Here's Los Marinin. Back out, jump back and jump.
Future Dallas star Kachuk right there as the Florida Panthers win their second straight Stanley Cup and extend the streak of non-Canadian teams winning the Stanley Cup will now trickle over into its 33rd straight year. The only way anybody could possibly be cheered up with that news is with this.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time. 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. I want you to answer the question of the day there on Twitch and YouTube as well. Plus, yeah, I have the power here. I push the buttons. I'm going to make you listen to the dumbest thing you've heard all week.
Courtesy. You're sure it's dumber than what we just did?
Yeah, okay. Because of one certain line in this quote that you're going to hear from Jake Paul. I feel like if I tell you it's from Jake Paul, you know it's at least going to contend
that's a good point.
With what you and Corey brought down there at the end of NFL Overreaction or Reality. I like the one person that texted and said, yeah, parks are kind of stabby. Never thought of anything as stabby.
I did not think that through then.
That's going in my dictionary. Thank you for that. Stabby. I really like that. But we go to the National Day calendar, gentlemen. There's actually a few really good national holidays today. Today is National Wanna Get Away Day.
Oh.
Today is National Splurge Day.
Ooh.
But it's also National Go Fishing Day. Not the card game, actually go fishing.
See, if the Rangers would have won, we could ask Boch about that.
Today's National Go Fishing Day?
Yeah.
I need to text my son.
I haven't gone fishing ever since high school, I think. I need to change that. So, that being in mind, for National Go Fishing Day, what is the most underrated hobby or activity? 877-881-1053.
I think it's putting together puzzles. So,
dude, I love putting puzzles together.
It's so much fun, and then depending on what it is, you can have a nice little decoration in your house. My wife said that she'd never heard of the idea of framing a puzzle before she met me, and Brandon and I had framed multiple fun video game puzzles that we really, really liked. So I think it's fun, and you can turn it into a decoration.
When my roommates and I, back in the 20s, not the 1920s, oh, we're in the 2020s, aren't we?
Yeah.
Back in our 20s, we would buy a puzzle about every month, throw it all out on the table, and we wouldn't sit down and do it right then. We would just do it over time. So we'd probably spend the first day doing the outline, an hour or so doing the outline of it, and then we would just leave it, and then through parties and stuff, everybody would kind of look around, grab a piece. We'd slowly put it together.
Were you always worried that you'd get to the end and there'd be one piece missing?
Always. But it never was.
Yeah.
But I have had that happen one time to me. It's very, very concerning. But then, and we would always yell in the house, jealous, because it's we found a piece. Hope everybody else is jealous about it.
Gotcha.
And so, but that was a lot of fun. And I do that now at the house. Lucy and the boys, we do the same thing. We'll throw one out there. And I think that's an absolute blast. It's a lot of fun. For me, is yard work a hobby?
Sure.
Yeah.
I think it's underrated I love when the pool is clean. Now, I've gotten all the leaves out of it. Everything on the bottom's clean. The whole yard looks nice in the backyard. It's nice to go do your front yard. Trim it all down, weed eat it, edge it and everything, and then you look at it and it's satisfying.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think it's underrated. I do think there are a lot of guys out there that do love that experience.
I saw a tweet that was name the most underrated feeling. for a man in the world, and it said like non-sexual. What is the most underrated feeling? And it said that moment when you're done mowing the yard and you put your hands on your hips,
yes,
and you just stare at the yard like
I can see that.
I did that.
I did it. I put some man work in today.
That man work. Another thing I'm adding to the dictionary.
Welcome.
Thank you. I really love yard work, and I'm glad you said that because I have a weird like affinity for it because my dad's always like, no, I'll help out or like I'll get somebody to do. I'm like, no, don't you dare.
It's like a punishment if you can't.
Exactly, because it's almost like on a day that I can't go to the gym. It's like I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like I cheated myself. I feel like I'm not deserving of enjoying the day anymore. It's like if a week goes by and I didn't mow the yard because of something that I could control, I'm like, what is wrong with it? What's your deal, Medford? Dang it, man. What are you doing?
Yeah.
877-881-1053, the most underrated hobbies and or activities. Now, I did see one from the 817 that I kind of like because I've only experienced this a handful of times. Instead of going to the bar for the women, me and my buddy would just go to people watch because so many act a fool. And whenever I've been like the designated driver for like birthday outings or whatever, and I'm drinking nothing but water and electrolytes, it is really entertaining to watch your friends be people that you know they are not. Or just strangers be people that you know they are not. Or that moment when you do walk into the bar and you haven't had anything to drink yet, and you see that one guy that's getting escorted out of the bathroom and out of the building because he passed out. You know, it's just like, what a tone setter for the night. You know, so.
When you say people being who they're not, are you talking about anytime Peyton is on air with Chris Arnold?
That's a deep cut. That's a real deep cut.
Bobby's got the receipts there.
Yeah, if you want to know about that next time there's a morning show remote, Firehouse tour stop, or a fan hang, just ask Bobby Belt.
I'm told we do have a fan hang coming up soon. Be prepared.
Whoa!
Be prepared. We'll have more information on it soon, but for those of you who like fan hangs with us, we love being at them too, so we can't wait. And evidently, we have piled up a lot of things that y'all need to ask us at these because we've told you, hey, that is something this show does a lot of.
Sources saying, look at that. Sources Corey. Are we the show of sources of record too?
Dude, we're gonna be this. We're gonna be the. I want all the records.
Like Broadus.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough to beat him, but if we keep on getting station intel, I think we can make that claim.
Yeah. Exactly.
Just like you have the intel about Peyton code switching.
I'm telling you, man, there's a lot of it too.
It's amazing. I'm serious. Ask Bobby the next time you see him out in public. The most underrated activity and or hobby from the 469, just in general, cleaning my house. And I will say, there is something almost in the same way about mowing the yard. There's something satisfying to me about vacuuming the carpet because you do see the difference where if you do like half the room, you see the streaks from the carpet. From the vacuum going up and down the carpet, you're just like, yeah, I'm doing good work.
The guy who used to host Double Dare, maybe he still does. Summers, what's his name?
I think he's dead.
Oh, no.
Oh.
I think he might have.
Oh, this changed everything. He had OCD so much that he would back out of his front door vacuuming. He wanted the lines to be perfect, so he would get to his front door, pull the cord.
Oh, he's not dead. All right.
Okay, yeah. So now we can talk about this a little more.
Oh, I might have been thinking of Family Feud.
Oh,
yeah.
From the 817, and I agree with this. Very underrated. Metal detecting. Have you ever used a metal detector before?
Yep. On the beach.
I don't think I've ever done that.
My dad got one. I don't know. He found one at the property that he lives on, and he was like, "Oh, this is fun." And so he used it for a while, and then for Christmas, his wife got him one, like a good one.
Yeah.
And that first thing, everybody in the house was like, "Can we take that?" Like, none of the presents mattered except for the metal detector. We all wanted to go out into the field and just see if we could, and we did. We found wires, we found all sorts of stuff, and it was an absolute blast. Thinking there might be a box full of gold under this dirt right now.
Yeah.
And that feeling of excitement was there, and it just turned out to be
this is the box full of gold.
It just turned out to be like, railroad ties and stuff like that. It was nothing. Spikes, railroad spikes.
Okay.
That is so disappointing whenever it ends up being like the top of a can of soda or something. You're just like, I thought I was going to find the pirate stash or something. And I just found a piece of aluminum.
But then you're like, on to the next place.
Exactly.
Let's go see what else is out there.
It just builds the intrigue, and it's amazing. I do love that. And I'm seriously, it's not just because of the national holiday. I do think that fishing, just as like a hobby, if you're not actually trying to like live off of what you're catching and not trying to like eat every day off of that, if you're just going out to fish for fun, I do think getting a couple of your friends, getting on a boat or on the edge of a dock, having a couple beers or something, just chatting, casting the line out, that is peak male activity right there.
It is nice. It really is nice.
It really is. And I seriously haven't gone fishing since like high school, and I need to change that. Because I think I lost, whenever we moved houses, I kind of lost all my equipment in the shuffle. Like, it's not lost for good. It's somewhere in the house. I just don't know where, so I need to track it
Big
down.
house.
Not as big as yours with all those tables.
And it's not his house.
Just had to Peyton Russell dunk on me, huh?
Dude.
Just had to Peyton
Trying
Russell
to prop him
dunk
up
on me,
for the
huh?
ladies.
Yeah.
If you would like to meet Alec Medford.
No, but that is propping him up for the ladies. Y'all could pick your house together.
Look at that.
Look at you trying to redeem
Look at the
yourself.
spin on that one. Nice work, dude.
And one last one from the 940. Doing math faster than the clerk is underrated. Okay. Jake Paul, the problem child, as he is called. Very fitting nickname.
Yeah.
Very fitting. But remember, he beat 58-year-old Mike Tyson via decision in his last outing in the ring. Yeah, it was awful. November of 2024. However, but his first real challenge against a lifelong boxer is yet to be tested. Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. might be a good test for him, who he will be fighting next. And Jake Paul was speaking to DAZN in a little media session, and I'm not even going to set it up. Just listen for the one key phrase that I think is going to catch you off guard.
To me, he's done nothing in this sport. I feel like I'm the only one doing it. Everyone else is just trying to gatekeep or say that they're doing things for the sport or something is bad for boxing, but I'm the greatest thing to happen to boxing since Muhammad Ali, and there's no even debating that. No other fighter is building gyms, getting boxing gloves into the hands of kids, throwing multiple events a year, donating my whole entire purse back into my own charity when I fought in Puerto Rico, taking women from getting paid $1,000 to $5, $6, $7 million, breaking Netflix records, shutting down the site. I've done this in only 12 fights, where Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, Floyd Mayweather, Marvin Hagler, like, you can name any of these people, fought nobodies for their first 15 to 20 fights, and no one even knew who they were.
All right.
I leave the floor to Kevin Hageland.
So there is a variety of arguments that can be made right there. But let's go with the people that fought nobodies. You've seen multiple fighters that have had world title shots, let alone won them. We just saw one of them retired in their first 15 fights. Manny Pacquiao went back to be a government worker in his home country so he could rectify issues of the country. That feels like a pretty big give back.
Yeah, that whole thing, it just got worse and worse as he kept talking, but right in the meat of that quote where he says he's the best thing to happen to boxing since Muhammad Ali.
And that's the other thing. I'm not saying that Muhammad Ali didn't do good things for society, but I don't think that was the main focus of why people loved Muhammad Ali at the time. It was because he was a great fighter. And so Jake Paul tried to reframe that as a thing. And also, I feel like if your just argument is strictly monetarily, Canelo Alvarez has been a huge draw for boxing.
He has.
I think the issue is the lack of fights against real people.
Yeah.
Because that would he is right about one thing.
There's a lot of attention.
And there is a lot of attention. The other thing that he said that I did think was probably fair is he has showcased real fights on the undercards of some of his events, including some big-time women's title fights. And I will agree with him there. Like, there's some things in there that I don't agree with. But I do agree with his logic of I think he's brought more eyes to women's boxing. I'll concede that point, absolutely. But I think people's issue is Jake Paul is the second biggest draw in boxing. He is. You can get mad. I don't like it either, but it's a fact behind only Canelo. But all of his fights are like what you would kind of tag as like freak show fights or whatever. If he went out and fought, like if he would have gone out and fought Errol Spence Jr., I think he would have got annihilated. But at least then you could be like, well, he fought a real boxer. Yep. And a lot of people watch. And I bet a lot more people would know who Errol Spence is. And plenty of people do, but not as many as Jake Paul.
And that's my time.
Whew. We're the KNC Matt. Man, I feel like we could have done a
That could have been a whole segment.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But that's a great bit of audio. I really appreciate it right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are these players guaranteed to improve this season? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll talk with ESPN NBA reporter George Saddam.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Play action for Stroud. Good protection. Loads it up. Fires downfield. Excellent touch. Perfectly delivered. Touchdown. Dalton Schultz. Stroud strikes again for 37 yards.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Dip. And we start with this interesting point from Lamar Jackson. And I do think this is one of the things that motivates people, players, whoever, to potentially be greater. He said that he is still haunted by the deep felt loss to the Bills. Like, you remember going into that Bills game, the divisional round game with the Ravens and the Bills last year, it was like, whoever wins this game, like quarterback wise, will have a chance to really reshape what their legacy is, versus the loser, whether it's their fault or not, will just kind of have to sit with it. And I know the Mark Andrews drop and everything like that, but still, you have a multi-time MVP who still hasn't been to the Super Bowl, and you just have to sit with that.
Yeah, and hope that you can overcome it at some point.
Yeah.
Okay, so we all know what we feel about Dak, right?
Uh-huh.
Had he been two-time MVP, how different would the environment be around him fan-wise?
See, and I've heard the argument that people think it's worse for Lamar because he has won 2 MVPs and still hasn't even been to the Super Bowl. I guess I'm in the camp of, I think way more respect would be on Dak's name if he had won those 2 MVPs.
It's more like, I mean, he is MVP, and the other person just goes, yeah. And that stinks. You know, like, it's a frustrating feeling because you do kind of feel helpless to it. And I bet Lamar feels, he's like, what more can I do?
Yeah.
But I know he's not the kind of dude, though, to go throw his team under the bus.
For sure.
And go throw those guys under, and coaches and everything, be like, hey, they all are costing me something. He's the one, he's a good leader. He seems to be, from what I hear in that locker room, very good leader trying to get everybody on the same page.
And I don't know if this is a weird way to tie it in, but I saw the quote that LeBron James had about...
I did too. I was wondering how to fit this into the show.
Maybe right here, about Charles Barkley, Steve Nash, people like that, and how... So
ring culture.
Yeah, I didn't totally disagree with his point. I disagreed with one of the ways that he phrased it, and he's like, you can't talk about those people in the same way as somebody who has 1 or even 2 rings or even only 1. And I agree that is true, but I don't think people ignore the greatness and importance of Charles Barkley, Steve Nash, Dan Marino, whoever. But I actually think it does make a lot of sense that you don't talk about them the same way as your Brady's, Montana's,
the best players
Jordans.
On the best teams.
Exactly. Because
yes, it was a team
for sure
success, but it also, like, in that thing, you were the best player on it, and you were the one driving the force behind the team.
And odds are you played the best when it mattered the most. And I think that's what people ignore about the Dak Prescott discussion at times, much like they ignored with the Tony Romo discussion at times. Neither one of those players played their best when it mattered the most, whereas Troy Aikman absolutely played his best when it mattered most.
Dirk is a great example of
that is a great
bipolar part of it.
Yeah.
In that he wasn't great. He missed the 2 free throws. That was when it all fell apart for me.
Yeah.
It all unraveled after that. It spiraled, if you will, Kevin.
Stop saying we're going to spiral.
But why does everybody give him no, he wasn't just a soft Euro? Because when it mattered the most the second time, he was the best player on the planet.
Yeah.
Nobody could stop him. He went lefty with broken fingers when Van Gundy said it was too soon.
Yeah.
And he finished and then got that championship. So, yeah, that's the difference, is playing at your best when your team needs you the most. I do wonder, though, how many championships, like Tyrese Halliburton's gold, that a LeBron or one of those greats got just cruising on the team.
Sure.
Did Michael Jordan? No. Michael Jordan was the star for every one of his teams that won a championship.
Yeah.
It is interesting, though, to listen to Michael Jordan talk about Kobe and LeBron. Who's better? Me, Bill Russell? Well, I mean, like, it's go by the championships, go by this. I'll never say it because we were all uniquely good in our own way, and that's just what we were.
And that's a great way to put it, because
especially
it is
when you're the greatest.
It's even complicated. Let's just look at those three. Well, championships seem to define who's the best in football, but not in baseball or basketball. Like, you don't hear people saying that Bill Russell and Yogi Berra are the best of all time. You don't. Like, they're awesome. And they are true blue Hall of Famers. And for Bill Russell especially, it feels like pretty consistently listed in the top 10. But you don't hear that many people say he's the best. And then you have Kobe, who has 5 rings. Well, he was the secondary player on 3 of those teams. But that doesn't always get brought up, you know, because he won 5 titles. Jordan won 6 titles. But to me, I do think it makes sense to talk about Nikola Jokic different than Charles Barkley, because Charles Barkley was a great player. But when everything was on the line and it mattered most, Jokic showed, I'm the best. And
Connor McDavid.
And that is unfortunate. But if you look at the greats,
he's the best.
Mario Lemieux kind of reminds me of Michael Jordan a little bit. He was really good, but the ring showed that he could be the best. And that's when everything changed for Mario Lemieux, and he rocketed up the charts of all-time great players. Same with Jordan. You think about Andy Reid. People thought Andy Reid was a darn fine coach, and that's about it. And then he got Patrick Mahomes, and now he's one of the greatest coaches of all time. Is it because he got significantly better at coaching, or is it because he just needed that little extra bump
the right player
to get him over the hill? It's the same thing with Lamar Jackson. Think about Lamar Jackson. He's like a tragic playoff figure now, right? If he wins a Super Bowl, now all of a sudden he's got a Super Bowl, is probably going to go down as the greatest running quarterback of all time and won 2 MVPs. You're like, holy crap, that's amazing. But that is a big hole in the resume. And I know it is not his hole alone. Same with Josh Allen and everything like that. But that's just the way that sports gets judged.
That's the way sports go, as Wash would say.
Yes, it really is. For the KNC masterpiece, well,
I got 1 minute of something.
Okay.
There is a report, and this is not football related either.
Rappaport?
That the Dallas Mavericks have emerged as a possible landing spot for Colin Sexton, per Andy Blarson of NBA writer in Utah.
Okay.
So that's this is just a report. Dallas Mavericks have emerged as a possible. That's a lot of weird wording there. But Colin Sexton, not a lot of assists, but he might be a good point guard kind of guy for the team.
Yeah, and I think you've seen it move closer in that direction, but sometimes I feel like Colin Sexton is a shooting guard masquerading as a point guard.
Yeah.
And so, but that is interesting. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Speaking of interesting, from the mind of Corey Majors.
Oh, no, I haven't looked.
Who's the make or break player for the Cowboys this season? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
tea products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen this before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Roger that. Roger that, Sally.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. 877-881-1053 Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line if you want to get involved. A couple of things I want to update real quick, and maybe this could be a bigger topic tomorrow, another day, whenever. You mentioned perhaps the Mavericks would be in the mix for Colin Sexton. The Mavericks have also been rumored to potentially be after another first-round draft pick. Now, that's a lot that you're going to have to pull off.
For this year?
Yeah, for this year. And
what do they want? They want something lower? Or?
So my guess would be, we had talked before they won the lottery about Igor Demin.
Okay.
And then Walter Clayton Jr. And I know you guys are probably more familiar with Walter Clayton Jr. Obviously, he had a hellacious run in the NCAA tournament. And so the kid from Florida, I think that is one of the players that they might be interested in. With Igor, we had mentioned him. I think that could end up being too high for them. But with Igor, that's somebody that we had mentioned perhaps they would be interested in before they won the lottery, and Walter Clayton has been moving up the boards. And I think some people have looked at what he did in the NCAA tournament and been like, you know what? I might have more confidence in him, especially because he's a leader, than thought. So Walter Clayton would make more sense to me personally.
NBA DraftNet has Igor at 10 to Houston.
Yeah.
And then they have Walter Clayton at 25 to Orlando.
Okay.
Have I heard Orlando whispers with the Mavericks, or did I hear something else about Orlando recently? They made a trade with the Pacers, right?
Yeah, and so the Pacers moved into to grab that pick in the first round. So something to just keep your eye out on. Maybe they would want to try out a young point guard, or maybe they would want to try out the young wing if they went with, although he's kind of a shooting guard, with Igor. But
doesn't it feel like it would be an old time Donnie Nelson would go get the kid from France? Is it Noah? And he would be like 6'10" point guard. Like, what are you guys even thinking right now? We're going to convert him to a 6'10" point guard from France.
So, I mean, that does...
it isn't the Nico model. The Nico model is who signed with Nike.
Or Behringer, also out of France. They're like, hey, we need another big. I'll just warn you, if they were, I don't know about Sexton, but if they were to try to make a move into the first round, maybe PJ Washington or Daniel Gafford.
I mean, that makes sense.
I'm not recommending.
I don't know exactly what the return is going to be, but I would have to see the return, what they want.
You'd have to make the money match and everything like that. That's why maybe that would make more sense, like on the Sexton route, if that's what ended up happening.
Sexton and a pick for something.
Ooh, let me see what his. Let me see what his.
I can make the money work, but also get the
yeah.
Mavericks what they want. And so that could probably be a thing. From the 806, Cooper Flagg and Trey Johnson to the Mavs, dude. That's a dream of Kevin's. Like, that would be, although you've said two guard more than point guard.
Look, he reminds me, there are elements of his game that remind me of Colin Sexton in terms of, like, you could run him at the point if you really want it. I would not do it for a consistent amount of time. Oh, yeah. Okay. Colin Sexton actually makes less money than I thought. He's only under contract for one more year, and it's $19 million. So maybe that does make a little bit more sense. But I told you, before we got to number one with Cooper Flagg, my first dream when we moved into the top four was, holy crap, maybe we can get Trey Johnson.
Jordan Schultz is reporting that the Ravens have signed Jair Alexander.
Oh.
Of course the Ravens have signed a cornerback like Jair Alexander to their team because that's what they do. They add pieces like that, and they're like, no, he'll work out here.
I hate them.
Yeah.
They're so good at making smart decisions.
Hey, hold on. This just happened.
This just in.
And they just heard our conversation about the obvious hole in Lamar Jackson's resume and how winners get talked about a different way, regardless of if you think it's fair or not.
Yeah, because they're team efforts.
Do you think that's why they made the move?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yes, that's a fact. People who wear purple listen to the KNC Masterpiece.
What?
Yeah, the Eric DeCosta show of record.
Yellow and orange. Yeah, people that wear colors listen to us.
What? I don't.
Prove me wrong.
No.
I can't. You're technically correct.
Thank you, Alec.
Okay.
While Kevin's over here trying to figure out how to prove me wrong.
He's trying to think of a math formula to prove you wrong.
Go with it and enjoy.
Okay.
Carry the one.
Let me ask you guys a question, and we can just produce on the fly. There was a big thing from Gridiron that I didn't get to. Okay. Do you want me to attack it here and then make a break another time?
Or do you make a break anytime.
Okay.
I might do it on Friday.
Okay. All right. My answer, Trayvon Diggs.
Okay, I'll write that down.
Okay. Crap. And you actually know my reasoning behind that as well. So that will actually be really good. All right. So NFL.com put out this list of NFL players that are guaranteed to improve this season, essentially. So I kind of wanted to run through some of these and see if you believe that that is factually accurate or not. Now I'm going to start with Bryce Young. So post benching 2024 Bryce Young looked like a significantly different and significantly better player. He was way better with taking care of the ball. His interception to turnover ratio increased massively because of it. What do you think about Bryce Young as a player? You could even say confident that they'll improve.
He got a.
And there are a lot of people wearing purple.
Yeah, I love. Thank you, Tolos, for texting in. I really appreciate it. From the 321, Corey's right. I'm wearing colors right now. So your face, Kevin.
Okay.
They gave him a legitimate receiver.
True.
A legitimate can be a number one receiver. Now, I think he still has room to grow in his polish, but the guy has the size and speed to go along with it. So they finally gave him somebody. Dude, go back and watch Bryce Young the last couple years. His receivers were slow. They looked like they were running in sand a lot of times. And, yeah, did we trade for Jonathan Mingo? The Cowboys did. But a lot of times they just look slow. Receiver. But I do think that Bryce Young is going to have a better year this year. I think he gained a lot of confidence the back half of the season last year, and they really needed him to take a step away so that he could get clarity for himself, regain a little confidence, and get back to rolling on things. So I think he'll be better this year.
All right. There's a few players I want to key in on. Bryce Young is one of them. I'm going to run down the ones that I'm not necessarily going to focus on, but if you want to stop on any of them, please let me know. Brian Burns with the Giants. Adrian Cooper, linebacker with the Packers. Christian Gonzalez, the cornerback for the Patriots.
Dude, he was already good.
Yes, and so was this guy. And Milton Williams, who now defensive lineman for the New England Patriots.
Dang it, dude.
All right, so there's two other players I want to focus in on. And let's start with Deebo Samuel. What do you think about the idea that Deebo Samuel is definitely going to improve this season? Obviously, change in circumstances, potentially better quarterback. A lot of people have probably already made that decision. I'm with you. I don't think Terry McLaurin's going to miss actual games. But what do you think about the idea of Deebo Samuel getting better with Washington? Or do you think he's to the point where you're like, I don't really think it was his team that was holding him back?
Watching OTAs right now, he is a little thicker than I even remember him.
Right.
And that is something that he sat down with Shanahan and had like a 3-hour conversation about his body and how he takes care of his body and how important it's going to be for the longevity of his career. Then the next year he gets hurt again, and I'm not blaming it on him not taking care of his body, but then Shanahan's like, all right, that's it. We got to move on from him. So that's one reason that I don't think he will be better.
Okay.
A reason that I do is because this offensive scheme fits him so well. And he doesn't have to be as physical as he usually does with San Francisco's scheme. San Francisco's scheme relies a lot on that next level physicality to create that one miss. But they give you a lot of space. The way that Kingsbury likes to run his offense, Deebo Samuel is now the queen piece, and that can be moved all over the place. But it's more finesse than it is the physicality of run the ball down somebody's throat as a running back, and then we're going to line you up in the slot and give you a crossing pattern that's going to get you lit up by somebody. Like, it's a little more of creating and keeping that space. So I think there are two things. One, his health is going to keep him from doing it. His shape is going to keep him from doing it. But also the offense is going to set him up for success. And they have, I think they're going to have Terry McLaurin back. Luke McCaffrey was a significant addition to what they had there. Noah Brown missing, that's sad because he got hurt here in the OTAs. Him going to be missing is going to be sad. Michael Gallup, is he going to actually do anything? But they have a lot of names that they can throw out there and a lot of different types of offense they can look at. So I think he'll be somewhere in the middle there.
And the next player I want to bring up, maybe the last player for the day that I want to bring up, is C.J. Stroud. So C.J. Stroud threw for more than twice as many interceptions as he did in his rookie year. So you went from a touchdown to interception ratio that was like 4.6 to 1, give or take, to one that was less than 2 to 1. And another reason for that is he saw a massive uptick in the number of times he got sacked. He got sacked almost one extra time per game.
Yeah.
That's a disastrous combination.
And if that's on a big third down, that's a big moment in the game. That's a difference. If it's a big third down, so the pressure, you go look at the pressure numbers that he got last year too. It wasn't just that. So, Kevin, what happens when you're pressured? Now you're rolling out, trying to make something happen when you don't need to. You could be standing in the pocket, delivering throws. That was tough for him last year. My friend's a big Texans fan. I just kind of get a lot of information from him, and we went back and watched some stuff, and he was explaining how bad they were there, and their run game was pretty good. Now they've added another good running back, and so I think that C.J. Stroud can be better if they can block it. That's the only thing.
And they did some, man, you want to look at somebody who's like, let's just change everything. It is the Houston Texans with their offensive line. So they had the 29th ranked offensive line per Pro Football Focus last year. So not good. What did they do? They traded away Laramie Tunsil, who a lot of people thought was their best offensive lineman, and Kenyon Green. But they also went out and signed Trent Brown, Ken Robinson, Laken Tomlinson, and traded for Ed Ingram. You brought up the selection of Chubb, and then if you look at the first 3 picks they made, they took 2 wide receivers and an offensive tackle. So, like, they have just like, the hell with it. Let's just change everything.
They had a lot of injuries. They've had over the years a lot of injuries at the receiver spot too, and the connection with Diggs, was it ever truly there last year before? And then just the inconsistency of the Nico Collins and some of the Tank Dells being on the field, being healthy. That was another problem for those guys too. Once they can stay, it's kind of like we talk about with the Rangers. Can their lineup stay consistent for a month? Can you keep the same lineup and maybe give some guys rest, but also have consistency? And that's something that they're going to need, plus their offensive line. But I think C.J. Stroud, here's the conversation that Stroud was against Bryce Young. Bryce Young was the more polished, ready quarterback coming out of the draft.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud had probably the highest ceiling with talent. Like he's got the size, he's got the arm. Can he do all these other things? He's not much of a runner, but he can run. But can he put it all together inside the brain without an offense from Ohio State in place?
Right.
And so whenever he got there, everybody was very surprised that he was making all these great decisions. Then things got a little tougher last year. Now it's time for him to show that he's a great leader in addition to all the other things.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we have a jam-packed expressway. We're going to talk about more Cowboys positional battles and roster spots to watch. Plus, we'll talk with Bruce Bochy at 12:30, and we'll lead it off next with nobody believes in the Pacers at this point, right? Do you? Maybe? Kinda? Next on The Fan.
know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut for next year on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
The Pacers with a chance to win it. Final seconds, no fouls to give. Halliburton looking. Halliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's good! It's good! With 0.3 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC. Tyrese Halliburton does it again.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll talk with Bruce Bochy, Texas Rangers manager, in just a few minutes. But first, does anybody still believe in the Indiana Pacers? It's only 3-2. And the Pacers have Game 6 in their arena. But Corey, you sent me a staggering list, and then I have another factoid to add to it. First of all, Alec, do you believe in the Indiana Pacers?
Yeah, because of the amount of sacrifices that city has made in the past calendar month for their success in terms of life or injuries or whatnot. There's some weird stuff on their side right now.
Oh, okay. So they're 2 wins away. But other things that have better betting odds right now, the Indiana Fever to win the WNBA title. I think they're like 5-5. Purdue to win the NCAA Men's Basketball Championship. Travis Hunter to win NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year. Travis Hunter to win Defensive Rookie of the Year. Penn State to win the College Football National Championship, which I don't think Carter would hate that prediction. The Dodgers to beat the Yankees in the World Series, specifically that matchup. Bettors think it's more likely that the Dodgers will make the World Series and the Yankees will make the World Series and the Dodgers will win that World Series than Indiana wins the next 2 games.
Wow.
But here's the most damning statistic of them all. ESPN bet this morning had the Indiana Pacers as more likely to win next year's NBA title than this NBA title. Think about that for a minute. I get it. They're 6.5-point dogs in their own home floor. It means they'll probably be, 10-point underdogs, give or take. If you got it to Game 7, maybe depending on how Halliburton looks and everything like that. But ESPN bet this morning said it's more likely that the Pacers win the title next year, then win the next 2 games. That feels insane.
Okay, can you do me a favor? That is wild. And I'm sorry I didn't ask you this sooner.
Okay.
What's the likelihood then of Oklahoma City winning it next year? Ooh. Is it even better? I would assume it would be better if they win this year.
Yeah,
because
for sure. I bet they'll be the favorite or second favorite.
And I'm wondering what the difference would be. Halliburton's a year better. The team is a year better. I guess because they went where they went last year.
Yeah.
The Eastern Conference Final last year, and then they advanced to the NBA Finals. Maybe that's the mindset of, hey, look, they're a team that's progressing and trending in the right direction. But from the 806, would you call today a pivotal game for the Pacers? Absolutely. If they win this, it swings everything back into their favor for one more game.
But probably more importantly, if they lose, their season is over.
So it is pivotal.
But you know what? Actually,
it would change everything.
Sometimes people overrate the process of winning basketball games and how to run a team. Because let's take the Nuggets, for example. The NBA draft, a.k.a. Cooper Flag Day, I believe is in a week.
Yep, next week.
and the Nuggets don't have a general manager. So while yesterday the Pacers, I think I said they traded back into the first round. They sent their first round pick to the Pelicans to get their 2026 first round pick back. So while the Pacers are in the NBA Finals making draft pick trades, the Nuggets are a week out and they don't have a GM or a president of basketball operations or an assistant GM.
This is chaos for me.
Do you think Jokic is just going to make the pick?
It's he's no.
Okay.
He doesn't want to be around. He wants to be with his horses.
Man, that's true. Hey, I know you're with your horses. Quick question.
Shut up. I got to go back to the horses.
Who would you draft?
Yeah, he does not care. He's like, can they play basketball? Get them.
Do you think maybe after this last year, he probably should care?
Maybe.
Like, about how the team gets better?
I don't know. He already has a championship. Yeah. So he's already kind of sitting there going, I mean, what else do I need to prove? I have horses. I just keep going back to the well on that one. This is chaos to me because it seems like Denver's ownership was like, hey, we don't know when any of this stuff is going to... We don't know what the timeline is for any of this.
Yeah.
When the season starts, we'll start getting our new GM and our new coach together. Like that... Or they're planning on getting rid of everybody and dismantling the whole thing.
Okay,
and trying to figure out how to trade it all away and they just need to find somebody that can do that.
Could you imagine, like, if the Dallas Mavericks didn't have a GM at the draft?
When was that? Hold on. When did that happen?
Oh wait, we had a GM that some other guy said wasn't capable of making a pick.
That was
this whole big thing.
Yeah, that was a big thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it is concerning to say the least.
Yeah,
but you're probably right. I do kind of think Jokic is off in is it Serbia? He's like, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
You let me know what happened.
From the 806, why would the Mavs not call the Nuggets and try and make a deal? Probably dealing with an intern right now. See, that's what I'm saying. Calling somebody, and there's got to be an owner. Or I wonder who's making those decisions and if they're just like waiting on elevating that person, or if they're just like, no, we don't have a clue who we're working with yet.
And from the 817 Flag Day, this guy's not going to be what y'all think. ? Flag Day. First of all, we didn't name it Flag Day.
Right. New
Balance did. They said next week is Flag Day. He will be good at best, but no Giannis or Joker. All right. So there's a big gap in between those two things that you said. Giannis and Joker is the best player in the NBA. Giannis is what? At worst, fourth?
Mm-hmm.
There's a big gap between good and the fourth best player in the NBA.
I think the other thing, too, is if you've listened to our show, we've been very adamant.
Yes.
Very adamant to not get, as Alex said about Jerry, ahead of his skis on this one, or ahead of his skates. We've been trying to tell people, look, there are so many good qualities of this player. Everybody, there is a lot of funniness when it comes to, he's going to be the next Christian Leiter or all those guys from that Cherokee Park.
Sure.
This is a different era, a different player. But we've been very serious of trying to tell people he is going to be good. He's not polished yet. His first season, there might be some offensive struggles. But you're going to get, what you're going to get from him is you're going to get absolute competitiveness.
Yeah.
That is one thing that this dude is all about.
Defense straight away. I do.
And that pays off in defense because those two things go hand in hand, I think. And so you're going to get somebody who comes in here and works hard. And that's important. But we've been trying to tell people realistically.
Yeah.
He's not walking in here as LeBron James.
Yeah.
He's walking in here as a good third piece to this team. And eventually, maybe you can build around him. So don't say he's not as good as he's not going to be what y'all think is. He's going to be exactly what we think he's going to be.
Yeah.
If he can be more, that'd be even better.
And like, you haven't had a lot of excitement being a Mavs fan since February.
Yeah, having the number one overall pick for the first time in team history?
So it's not the first time we've ever had the number one pick, but it's the first time we've ever moved up. Because didn't we, was Kiki Vandeweghe one of those times? And he's like, I'm not going there. But we've
first time we might actually make the number one overall pick in the player will play here?
We have made the number one pick. It's just been like 40 years.
Yeah.
So even when we were the worst franchise in basketball, unquestionably, we didn't get the number one pick. So yes, I am absolutely excited about the prospect of Cooper Flag.
Also, according to Andy Blarson, who told us, Kevin, that Colin Sexton might be an option for the Dallas Mavericks, it appears that the Lakers and Jazz have had trade discussions centered around John Collins, who we tried to get 4 years ago for the Mavericks. And
that's why I assumed that the Mavericks are going to make that move now, because especially the Mavericks and the Cowboys, they're really high on making moves that we said like 3 or 4 years ago. And look, I would, and by the way, just real quick, going back to the Cooper Flag thing, if he did end up being Scottie Pippen, how awesome would that be? Because he'd play all the games.
Well, yes, playing all the games is cool.
All right, I got one more quick basketball note, if that's okay. And we didn't get a chance to bring this up yesterday, and I'm sad about that, that Angel Reese trademarked the term me-bound. So a lot of WNBA fans or MNBA fans have trolled the stats of Angel Reese because she does get a ton of her own missed shots as rebounds, and they have trademarked them me-bound. And then I even saw Angel Reese quote tweeted like one of her tweets, and they're like, look, she even rebounded her own tweet.
Okay.
So look, not me. I didn't say that.
Tweetbound.
So yeah. Oh, I like that. So it's definitely a thing that exists. And I will say this seems very smart by Angel Reese. And
somebody said she has prey-ups and me-bounds. They're not layups, they're prey-ups.
I could see that. Look, you look at her shooting percentage, it's atrocious. And so she said, whoever came up with the me-bounds thing, y'all, it says 8, maybe it meant to be hate, don't know. Because me-bounds, rebounds, crebounds, anything that comes off of that board, it's mine. She said in a video on TikTok. And now she's going to use it to trademark it. And she goes, and a brand? That's figures, right? That's 6 figures right there. The trolling, I love it when y'all do it because, like, the ideas be good. And, hey, a good idea is a good idea. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know, whether you're on the mound, at the plate, or on the road, National Car Rental invites you to stop waiting and start winning. Book like a winner today. And Olshan, we bring to you Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How are we doing?
We're doing okay, Boch. I feel like that's the word of the day today. I was curious something about Jack Leiter's start yesterday, and maybe I'm off on that. This is the third time this season he's gone that heavy with fastball usage, and it seems like all 3 of those starts have been on the lower end of his starts this year. Do you think that's fair to say that the rougher starts he's had have been too fastball dependent, or does that not sound right?
Well, I can agree with that completely, because the usage really depends on the command and command of both the fastball and the off-speed pitches. If you noticed last night with the fastball, I mean, he was missing pretty big at times, including spiking it and then missing away, yanking it. And so he was a little wild in the strike zone. The fastball was going to set up everything else. But his off-speed pitches weren't quite as sharp either. The home run he gave up to Witt, the change up, that was a mistake. Perez hit one for a double. So, both pitches just did not quite have the command. And a lot of times when you're having trouble getting the breaking ball over, then, you're forced to use a fastball a little bit more than you want. But I think that the percentage of the usage wasn't near the problem what we're looking at here, and that's just command of all the pitches.
Boch, how do you wipe a game like that, like last night's, out of your mind after the win streak that y'all just kind of went on?
Well, play 162 games. That's what you have to do.
Yeah.
I've said this: you have no choice, and you don't dwell on the loss, although the losses are heavier than the celebration of the wins. That's usually the case in our game, and you can't forget that we have been playing good and won some series, and including a sweep, and so don't let one loss dampen the mood and the tempo of what the club is feeling right now. And we ran in a well-pitched game. Lugo's tough. He
Yeah.
almost started the All-Star game last year. He had an incredible year. He shut down the Yankees one hit in 6 innings, I think, 6 or 7 innings. He's got 6 or 7 pitches. He throws the kitchen sink at you and uses his fastball well. That's what sets up everything. And what he does really well is he, throws that fastball on the top rail there after, showing a lot of off-speed pitches, and we had a tough time laying off it.
I'm glad you said tempo. I've used that word a lot, rhythm, in this win streak, and I'm glad you said tempo. Getting back into it, that's something that you really want to do. When you see players like even your own guys, Wyatt, Evan Carter, young guys in the league, and then you see guys like Bobby Witt Jr., do you often see a lot of former players that you've managed or managed against in some of these younger players that you're watching right now?
Yeah, you do. I look at the makeup of somebody like Wyatt. He reminds me of Buster. They're different players, but I'm just talking about the makeup. But there, some guys have swings that remind you of somebody. Carter, for example, I had a center fielder named Steve Finley. They were built alike, left-handed, and both ran well, both had power. I've said, he reminds me of Finley. That's what the beauty of this game. And I think that's why your older scouts, they have a little bit of an advantage because they have a reference point on what we're talking about. They look at a young player and they remind them of another player that they drafted that had success or did not have success, So, it's really amazing how many players will remind you of some players that you had.
Now, you're talking about how good Lugo is. You're arguably facing a pitcher that's been even better so far this year today, and then have another challenging starter against you tomorrow. What kind of, potential difficulties do these two starters bring to the table?
No, you're right. You're right. I mean, we're seeing 3 really good ones. They're tough. We saw Bumick, and he went right through us in spring training, and he's continued to do that. He's got velocity, but he's got location, and of course the changeup. But he's tough. I mean, the numbers show that too. So we have our hands full, and then tomorrow, Walker's been throwing the ball well, and they're catching us probably at a good time where we're having to bullpen it, and so anyway. It's going to be up to our offense to find a way to get some runs, and scratch and claw and do some little things and mainly get on base and create those chances. But with this guy, you're hoping your pitching comes through for you and keeps it close, and then anything can happen.
Yeah, I'm glad you said the scratch and claw part because I've always been a big advocate of just get on base. It creates pressure. It keeps the juices flowing for the next guy when he comes up. And when a hitter, I've been having a question about when a hitter hits a line drive for an out, analytically you kind of get good marks for a hard hit, but bloop singles kind of give you bad marks because it's kind of like luck. But what does that do for a hitter's confidence when he's on base? No matter how hard he hit it, when he's on base, it feels like he has confidence, hey, I'm standing on the bag right now. And then conversely, what does it do to a pitcher's mind when he gives up a couple bloop singles and instead of a line drive out?
Yeah, a couple things. We all like base hits, so the bloopers, we feel pretty good about when we're on first base. And that can get you out of a slump. Now, when you smoke a ball line drive and they catch it, even though you've done your job, you've done all you can't control the rest of it. It's frustrating. That can put you in a slump because now you're ticked off, because I kid hitters sometimes. Just because you hit the ball hard doesn't mean you get a hit. So you've done your job. And anyway, to your point, it's a much better feeling when you hit that blooper, believe it or not. And the pitchers, I can tell you this, there's nothing more frustrating than making good pitches and weak grounders get through or bloopers fall in. And sometimes, they just have a game where they may have their best stuff, but the BABIP, baseball's in play, is killing them. They're just placing it in their right spots, and And for a pitcher, yeah, that can be demoralizing actually, because you're making your good pitches, you're doing everything right, but you're not getting the results. And we all want results. No getting around it. So that's what you got to battle with mentally is dealing with when you're doing everything right and those results aren't there for you.
Is it safe to say that over your playing career, you had many, many conversations with a starting pitcher that went something to the effect of, this team sucks. How the hell have they gotten 3 runs already off these garbage hits?
Oh, all the time. All the time. I mean, you know who else is right there doing the same thing with me is Maddox, is Mike. He gets frustrated on that too. It's part of the game, you know it, but when it just happens a lot in one game, man, I tell you, that mounts up. And but hey, it's all about how you handle it. And so I think our guys do a great job. I do. I don't see anybody complaining, I had bad luck or whatever. They keep trying to do their job. That's all they can do.
You'd mentioned the bullpen day tomorrow. Do you get the sense, or do you have a feel at all for the potential availability of Eovaldi the next time through the lineup through the pitching rotation after Corbin?
Yeah, Nate's going to face some hitters here this weekend, and we'll see how that goes. And all goes well there. Yeah, possibility. He could start a game. Now, I don't want to set those expectations so high where he thinks he's got to make them, because we have to do what's right with him. And when he's in this live batting practice session, he's going to have 2 ups. If that goes well, then possibly he could start and maybe go 3 innings. But again, these are things we talk about after every outing they have.
Yeah.
Session, bullpen session, or live BP session, and then decide what's best for Nate and what's best for us.
What's the feeling on the timeline then for Bradford, Gray, and Spores? How are you feeling about those guys?
Yeah, Bradford's doing well. He threw live BP, and it was really impressive. So it looks like toward the end of this weekend, he caught some kind of bug, and had a pretty good temperature yesterday, but he could start his rehab as early as Saturday or Sunday, if all goes well. I haven't seen him today. Sporzy, he's going to throw live BP at least another time. If that goes well, he could be starting his rehab very shortly. Gray's got 3 more bullpens before he'll throw live. Okay. And then it really comes down to, all right, we're going to stretch these guys up to start or use them in the bullpen. Again, things we're talking about now.
Those are good discussions to be able to have whenever you got some good starters. Last year, you had to rely on Josh Smith a lot. And I'm not going to say it wore him down, but he had played more every day than he was probably used to in his career. And then this year, again, he's playing a lot more. How much more did he prepare? How differently did he prepare for this season? And how important is it to be careful with his hamstring tightness and what he's going through?
Well, that's why he's not playing. This guy's so valuable to us. Not to slight anybody, but I will say he's as valuable as anybody in our club because of his versatility, what he brings offensively. And so, we need to keep him healthy. That's why he's DH quite a bit, to get him off his legs. We need to take care of him and keep him on the field as much as we can. Now, this is this injury he's going through is very similar to what he had last year. And we gave him a couple of days off, and, he recovered well off it. But to your point, I probably did wear down. Wasn't used to playing that much. And I think he learned from the previous year how to take care of yourself, maybe cut back a little workload, things like that to keep you fresh.
I've started and been pushing feverishly the campaign to make Josh Smith an all-star.
That's true.
With his performance and versatility, like you just mentioned, do you think he would make a worthy all-star?
Oh, I do. I thought he did last year. I know he was considered. So, I think he has to be in the mix with what he does. Moving around and doing what he's doing offensively. I think he'll definitely be mentioned and has a good chance of making the club.
Do the guys ever tell you when they need rest, when they need time off, or are they all like, no, I'm playing no matter what until Boch makes me stop?
Some will say something, some won't. They're all different. But I try to check in with them. Carter, for example. But sometimes Evan, he wants to be out there, so he may not quite tell me the whole truth what's going on with them. But but that's the player. They want to be out there and they want to do something to help the club win. But our training staff, that's who I really keep up with. The medical staff, my coaching staff. Maybe every other meeting I'll mention something to them. Hey, if somebody's telling you something that's bothering them or they need a day, let me know, because they're going to let them know before they let me know. So we can stay ahead of it, and it's a lot easier for a player to say something to a coach or a trainer sometimes than telling the manager.
Now, the last thing I was curious about, you go back to Saturday's walk-off win from Adolis.
We were there.
Yeah, that was kind of a frustrating game in terms of, just to me, it felt like it should have been like 7-2 along the way.
How about 12-2?
Yeah. See, so I know obviously the idea is, well, you got to be hitting with runners in scoring position, and I think we all understand that. But do you see it as a positive sign at all that going from like the Tampa Bay series to Washington to the White Sox, that y'all have at least been getting more runners in scoring position to start?
Right, and that's why you have to look at the positive. What is going on now? We didn't put up the runs that we probably should have in that game. It's almost one of those games where you win and then you go, did we win? Because you're out away from, winning the game, and, they double and tie it. So anyway, but you won the game. And so, even ugly wins are good too. And you take those, and you're going to have those games where you're frustrated and, you're just hammering the ball, you're getting guys out there, and you look up there and, it's a tie game. You go, how's this game tied? So, no doubt that was a frustrating game for everybody, including the players. I'm sure a lot of them would tell you how disappointed they were because they had numerous chances to drive in runs.
Well, y'all got the win. You've still won 7-9. Whether it's an ugly win tonight or not, a win's a win. So best of luck this evening.
Well, thanks. Yeah. It's time to bounce back. Yeah, we got our hands full tonight, but I'm looking forward to this matchup.
Thank you very much, good sir.
All right. Thanks, guys.
There you go. Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, I love it. And the only reason I wanted to clarify about Saturday, because you might be like, it's just Saturday. They play 16 million games this season, so I wasn't sure if they all blend into one another. And I love when I said 7-2, he goes, like 12-2.
Because he was thinking the same thing we were. He's all of us in that moment right there.
Look, when we got to like the 8th inning, I was like, how are we not winning this game by 6 runs or whatever? And he felt the same way. Now, Corey, you asked a question that I think gave us a lot of information.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. About the pitching staff and the timelines on some of these. Bradford, you could see him start rehab this weekend. Spores, one more live BP, and then the potential for rehab. Though I think we all understand what Boch was saying of, like, with Evaldi, for example, maybe 2 more kind of those, throwing to hitters and stuff like that. And then you have to stop and check after each appearance. And that makes all the sense in the world to me. And then perhaps he'll be back at his rehab. And then John Gray, further away than the bunch, but at least the path is there to see him come back.
I love the line, though, at the very end that really stood out to both of us. I think both of us perked our ears up whenever he said, and then we got to figure out if those guys go in the bullpen or if they go into the rotation. And both of us sat up like, what question? Let's just let it be. That was good enough answer right there.
Yeah.
What other question could we ask? But Gray and Bradford could be.
Just tell me John Gray's going to be the closer.
That would be awesome. Gray and Bradford definitely could be bullpen pieces.
Sure.
Because Patrick Corbin's been good. And some of your other younger players are in this rotation. Do you keep giving them a chance? And then maybe it is that, let's say Rocker has a rough outing, goes 3 innings. Cody Bradford can finish the game. He can finish, and we've seen that happen over time before too, where you have a couple guys that you can do that with, and that would be beneficial. And again, I don't know if John Gray wants it or whatever. He has the best stuff to be a closer for this team. He has nasty stuff. And so that's why when that question is, or that he asked, do we stretch them out for this or that? You start getting them prepared for the moment, and then they're like, okay, that's how I can help the team. And it does seem, as he just said, there are a lot of guys in this room that just want to help the team, just want to make a play. John Gray's always seemed to be that kind of guy.
Look, and you go back, this is one of the things I was going to ask Boch about, but obviously, we have some time constraints there. But I know when people get upset, a lot of times the ire turns to the bullpen, right? And I get that, especially Saturday's game is a great example. You got one out to go, close down the game, and let me go home. Is the Rangers bullpen last week was actually tremendous. 1.88 ERA, and they had a league high 38 and a third inning. Now, part of that is because of the opener, although Boch just said we're going to see an opener again tomorrow as well, and they had a league best 0.8 WAR. So that means you look at the bullpen, they won you almost an extra game last week. But one of the issues has been closing out these games. Is the bullpen as a whole has been good, but the very back end of the bullpen has had some struggles, and that's why I'm intrigued about the prospect of John Gray being there in the bullpen, because I think he has the stuff, and I think there's actually a possibility it fits with his mentality. I know there might be some that disagree, but I think that could actually fit with his mentality a little bit more.
Do we have time to discuss that? Because
it cuts into your time.
He overthinks things.
Exactly.
And if you pitch for 7 innings, you have a lot more time to overthink. Yep. And if you pitch for 1 inning, you have less time.
Yeah.
And maybe it's a rush and you're out.
Yeah, and it's not always planned ahead. Maybe you'll pitch today, maybe you won't. And so, not that you don't have a strategy for that 1 inning, but it's more simplified, like you just said. And then the other thing is, if you have a bad outing, you might pitch again tomorrow. Whereas, if you have a bad start, well, I'll see you in 5 days.
Yeah, exactly.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh my gosh, there's so many things to discuss. And Kevin, one of them is, how do you break a beautiful piece of art? Next on The Fan.
Paprika.
No.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. This might be, I don't know if it's ADD C Block or if it's just regular C Block, but we're going to cover a lot of ground in this one.
Okay.
Step number 1. I saw this from Evan Grant earlier, and I wanted everybody to know. We get a lot of questions about Sebastian Walcott.
Yep.
And a lot of questions about when's he coming up and all that. They want Corey Seager to be Corey Seager first. All right. And if Corey Seager's Corey Seager, you are not asking a question about Sebastian Walcott. That's the reality. So they are waiting for that to happen. However, if you haven't seen Walcott play yet, next Tuesday is your chance. The game between Frisco and Tulsa will be broadcast on MLB Network. So if you want to get your eyeballs on Sebastian Walcott and some of the other Frisco Rough Riders players, I do believe that is a 1 p.m. Central game.
Okay.
So, Kevin, that should be right here in the middle of y'all's show on Tuesday next week. So be prepared for that, and you can watch some Sebastian Walcott. I'm going to name traits of a quarterback, and I want you to tell me which traits mean the most to you. I'm going to give you combinations of traits.
Okay.
And I want you and Alec to tell me which traits mean the most to you. Here we go. Trait number 1, mobility and situational grit.
Ooh.
Mobility and situational grit.
A lot. That's pretty darn high on my list.
All right, that's number 1. Remember that. Number 2, experience and arm strength.
That's lower to me, which might make some people mad.
Yeah, I think arm strength is overrated at times, depending on the right person.
Okay. All right. Number 3, vision and short area accuracy.
Ooh. I actually think that's higher than the last one. I would put that second.
Me too. I feel like that's fundamental.
This is interesting because I'm kind of curious if y'all are comparing all these traits to Dak. And you're like, oh, yeah, Dak can't throw for short to save his life.
Not necessarily.
Okay, all right. So you're up, down, up, down. All right, here we go. And then the last one, composure and downfield touch.
That's probably my new... I think that might be my second.
That's 2 for me.
Yeah.
That's number 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm with you on that.
So what was number 1 then?
The very first one you went over.
The very first one. That's the first one for you too?
Yep.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, your starting quarterback for your Cleveland Browns will be Kenny Pickett then. So you guys chose Kenny Pickett because of his mobility and situational grit. Would you like to know? Would you like to take a guess?
Well, if they're all Browns quarterbacks, I feel like either way I'm going to be like,
hey, he's a Super Bowl champ.
Yeah.
Let's pump the brakes here.
Yeah. No, I don't feel great about it. I don't. And by the way, when you listed off those capabilities and those traits, at no point was Kenny Pickett in my mind. It's like, that's my guy.
Yeah, he's the dude that I was wanting this whole thing. And I didn't even tell you it was the Browns either. I wanted to just kind of like be as bare as possible to get to what's important. So let me go through the other ones then. Experience and arm strength. Who do you think that is for the Browns? The word experience.
Joe Flacco.
Joe Flacco. So do you want Joe Flacco? Sounds like y'all put him 4th.
I don't.
Y'all put Joe Flacco 4th on the list. Short area accuracy and vision is Dylan Gabriel.
I could see that. Do you think they said short because
he's tiny?
Yeah.
Yeah. Composure and downfield touch was Shedeur Sanders.
Oh.
And I personally love composure and downfield touch. Now, there's a lot of other things that you have to have in your bag. You can't just be, hey, Anthony Richardson can throw the ball far.
Sure.
Does he have composure? I don't think so. He looks like he's like, I gotta go. But we've seen Shedeur hang in the pocket for a long time.
Okay.
Dak Prescott I think has a lot of these qualities, but still, some things missing. But you guys decided mobility and situational grit is what you want in a quarterback. And y'all got Kenny Pickett. So congratulations.
I mean, like straight out of the gate, are you good with any of those?
With any of those quarterbacks?
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually okay with Shedeur.
Take that, Kenny Pickett.
I don't know why we have that.
I don't either, but
that is awesome. You hate Kenny Pickett. Yeah, you love Kenny Pickett.
This is a confusing segment for me.
All right,
very, very torn.
Let's do this real quick then. For Dak Prescott, does he have composure and downfield touch? I did see that he was last year 4th among quarterbacks in downfield accuracy.
No, well, and when he played, a third of the season? No, I do not think he does.
Vision and short area access or accuracy.
It's all right. Yeah.
I'd say it's fair.
Yeah.
Like a check or a line?
I'll give him a check.
All right, check. Experience and arm strength.
I mean, he's definitely got experience.
Got 10 years of it.
Yeah, I just don't. He does not have the strongest arm.
So you give him a line.
Yeah, I'll give him a
That's
line.
a half check, if you will.
Yeah.
It's not an X.
Don't you think?
Yeah, no, I agree. The half check just confused me. That would be a V.
Mobility and situational grit. I feel like that's a line as well, because mobility-wise, he can navigate the pocket well, because I do think sometimes his footwork in the pocket is poor, but I also do think he has a pretty good feel in there.
Yeah.
And he'll take the hit. He will take a hit, but he can't run. Like we saw last year. He tried to do it, he can't. So I'm going to give that a line. Y'all agree?
I think he gets a line at best there.
Okay.
I actually, look, my issue is I think his pocket presence is shaky at best. And so, yeah, we give him a line.
You agree on a line there?
Yeah, give him a line. I think that, like you said, the composure is there, but is it always the cleanest and the prettiest? No.
From the 214, hang on a damn minute. You can't say Flacco has arm strength, but Dat doesn't. Come on.
I did not. I said he has experience.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go back and check in. Yeah, that was CBS, by the way, that said that. I'm going to have to go check in on his arm strength again during his Super Bowl run. Because I can't say that I thought it was, just bullets the entire time, but he had his ability to, him and Anquan Bolden had something figured out. And they figured out Anquan Bolden can jump up and catch a ball, and cornerbacks can't defend it.
Right.
And Joe Flacco was like, I'll throw to that spot then.
Yeah.
And it was usually high and in the back of the end zone or just for a first down on the sideline. They had a really good run with that, and they had stout defense to go along with it. That's how important defense is to a championship team. Alec, you said something earlier that might end up taking the rest of this segment.
Oh.
Because you said the internet is not a real place.
Indeed.
And we say that a lot. Like I say that a lot, but I wanted to dive a little more into what that really means, because the Twitch and the YouTube and the fan text, I believe those aren't real places either. And the reason I say that is because I know for a fact people on the fan text, I think the Twitch does a really nice job of complimenting me, so I love them for that. Thank you, Twitch. The fan text, though, we know for a fact they will send something in, you can call them out, and they're immediately like, you know what? You're right. I'm sorry. Or they're like, hey, I was just joking.
Yeah, like, look, I'll just throw it out now so I don't have to type back in advance. The comparison of Cooper Flagg to Keith Van Horn is a ridiculous comparison. Cooper Flagg is already infinitely better defensively than Keith Van Horn could ever dream to be.
And so those things happen a lot, and I've told people on many occasions, you're saying this right now on the fan text, but you would never say this to my face. And I've had people come up to me at events. By the way, hopefully we're having a fan hang really soon. I'm looking forward to it. I've had people come up to me during these events, and they say things, and they're like, I said this before to you. And I'm like, yeah, you would not say that, because we talk. You're going to have a better conversation with me, and we're going to have a good time. But Twitter, not a real place. People post things that they don't even believe. They just are saying it for reaction a lot of times. Like, Kevin, there was a time when I would go to Twitter for my news. And there still is some times where I'm like, oh, man, I got some breaking information from Twitter today.
Sure.
But, man, it is so much more of the conversation about what my opinion means to the world than anything. And a lot of people just make it I'm doing a hot take real quick when they really would never say something like that. And that's what I think. Do you agree that's what That's what the internet is not a real place means to you?
Yeah, just because the standards change. The goalposts always move about what in the lines of reality and fiction get blurred there real easily to the misinformation that spread. Like all of that, it ties into the fact that it just doesn't matter to real life to me what goes on there, and I think it's for every reason that you just said.
Yeah. It's a very different area where people can be who they want to be because they don't have to see the people that they're talking to every day in real life.
Yeah.
And when you have to go into work and see the person that you talked to S about today, it's different.
And like oddly enough, even if it's like mean, I feel like sometimes I would have more respect for the person if they're like, no, I said what I believe, instead of just trying to get some BS out there to get a reaction or to get clicks or whatever. Like, there's just been a couple of things that I'm like, my goodness, I disagree with that so much, but I at least can oddly respect that you're standing by your opinion, which means you really believed it. Like, I'm not saying that means it's a good opinion, but at least you really believed it and you didn't just say some crap to get some attention.
Yeah. And hey, sometimes there have been times when I've just been like, let's see what happens when I say this on Twitter. And you know exactly what's about to happen because the way people react. Rage baiting is a thing. And I agree. But you also have the ability to turn that not real place off. You can turn Twitter off at any point and walk away from it. I deleted Facebook from my phone a long time ago because I did end up scrolling a lot. The only time I really ever post is whenever I'm on my computer or even see it is on my computer because this is chaos world, dude. There's chaos world out there. All right. Also, 877-881-1053. Heading to the beach next week. What should I drink on the beach?
Water.
If you have you know what? That's a great.
Keep you hydrated.
That's a great one there, Kevin. Yep, water is what I was looking for.
Oh, you guys are being sarcastic. Okay. Are you supposed to drink? Look, question. Are you supposed to drink a Mai Tai, or is it any drink that you could put that little umbrella in that you're like, that's a beach drink?
Oh, that's a good question. It depends on if you like beer. I was thinking more like cold beers. Which cold beers should I have while I'm out there? If you have any local suggestions.
Every commercial I've ever seen says it's Corona,
so
right?
Some local craft brews that I should take down to the beach with me. I'd love to hear from that. Somebody said Guinness for strength. I appreciate that. That's a good one. I'm not drinking a Guinness on the beach. That's just not. That doesn't seem like the one that I'm rocking.
That's no fly list activities right there.
Yeah, but send in your texts. I'm going to go ahead and collect those, crowdsource them, and roll with it. Kevin, a tourist at the Palazzo
in Italy
tried to sit in a priceless chair covered in Swarovski crystals.
Oh, that feels like that would be painful.
And shattered it.
Yeah.
They shattered it. A tourist damaged this Swarovski crystal sculpture modeled after Vincent van Gogh's famous chair painting, by the way. The incident, which took place in April.
Pause. Because you're my art expert. I need your insight on this.
True.
Is there any part of you ever that looks some of these old paintings, whether it's from Van Gogh, Manet, Monet, whoever, and you're like, it's not really that great. It's just old. And so you guys decided a long time ago it was great. No one had the guts to speak up against it. Like, you look at some of these paintings, and do you ever think, like, I saw a painting 2 years ago that's way better than that, and it just came out 2 years ago.
Very similar to card collecting.
Oh, I can see that for sure.
The market decides what's important.
Yeah.
And the class of people that are collecting art decide what's important.
Yeah.
Plus, they got to launder their money somehow.
Well, look, I think about that all the time. Hey, it's a PSA 10. Do you give a crap about the card? Not really, but it's a PSA 10, so that works for me. Oh, do you really give a crap about this painting? No, but everybody knows it.
But yeah, it is the story. If it says Van Gogh on it, if it says Monet on it, if it says certain names, that's part of the story, which I've always told you, the story's more valuable than the piece.
I am so sad that I think that's been lost to time, because your
art rant,
bizarre rant, made all the sense in the world to me about why art is popular.
The sculpture, created in 2008, was constructed from metal and aluminium, but this person sat on it, broke it. Kevin, you need to watch this video. They jump up and run off. Like, they didn't even, like, hey, by the way, we're sorry. Does insurance cover this? they just took off, and I don't know if they've been caught. Also, I did see that in 2021, because was it a couple of years ago, dude ate a banana of artwork, and he ate the banana, and everybody was just like on the wall. And it was like
how is that
art? Salvatore Garreau in 21 sold an invisible sculpture for $18,000, providing the buyer with a certificate of authenticity to confirm its existence. And he's like, no, it's right there on the platform in my mind.
See, but you're right about that. Because, like, again, going back to cards, you could see a PSA 10. You're like, there's no way that's a perfect card. I can see it's not a perfect card. And they're like, well, it says PSA 10, so it's perfect.
That thing that sculpture doesn't even exist.
Yes.
It's fake.
Yes.
He goes, hold on. No, it's there. It is there. And you're like, $18,000. Let's book it right now. Ridiculous. Again, you got to launder your money somehow.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. I guess if you have to. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or is he sliding in the draft because he thought he was a lock at pick 3?
Oh, no.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
In this voice guy's opinion, my boys KNC are better.
products? Yeah, to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
but you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady?
And when you can powerfully break through concrete, the more you Bosch, the more you feel like a Bosch.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Bailey, same spot. Same result! New career high, 27 points!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And I'm going to start my buddy's an idiot by talking about how stupid Corey is.
No, I'm not. Just having fun, yo.
I got a picture from Jess, and it's our niece Allie standing with Shaq. And I showed the picture to Corey, and I said, hey, this is my niece Allie. His response, oh, she's tall.
Hey, I want to tell y'all something right now.
What do you want to say?
Man, stepdad Corey's got thoughts.
Yeah, he does.
You want those damn kids to shut the door so the air conditioning doesn't get out?
Most people out there, if they have friends at work, they spend most of the day at work trying to get their friends to laugh.
Yeah.
My job is I'm surrounded by people that try to make each other laugh all the time. And so that's usually the thing is what's the thing I can say that's gonna crack my friend up? And Kevin, you laughed.
I did.
And whenever I said it, and so that's my goal most of the day. And fortunately, we get to do this on air too.
Yeah.
A lot of times I'll say things on air. I don't care if anybody else gets it, just to make Kevin laugh. And if I did that, then I succeeded, and it made it a good day.
If you ever hear my response of, okay, that's a joke for like 3 or 4 people, that's specifically because it's for me and maybe Alec and Carter and maybe like sometimes Reggie or something like that. Oh, man. Interesting situation transpiring in the College World Series where I feel like the Louisville head coach is mad that he did not field the last Coastal Carolina batter moved out of the way. So then the next one who came up, the Louisville pitcher, made sure, I'm going to drill you good, especially when you're trying to bunt the ball.
Oh, my gosh.
So it felt like that was intentional. All right. Top from my buddies and idiots. I'm going to start with this. Ace Bailey. So, when we first talked about the draft lottery, I think it's pretty set in stone that Cooper Flagg 1, Dylan Harper 2, Ace Bailey 3. Or, as we frequently said, the 2 Rutgers kids. Felt pretty locked in, pretty set. Well, Ace Bailey has a bold strategy in the draft. He has been unwilling to visit a whole bunch of teams and has yet to conduct a single workout. Now, keep in mind.
Why?
That's a great question.
Something's got to be wrong. This is what I would think.
Well, and then there's one more thing that you're not going to like either. And the draft is in a week. And so this is from NBA, from Dunk Central. I've seen some references to it on Hoops Hype. Bailey believes, I don't know who's responsible for this. So this isn't a direct quote from Bailey. But that's the thing. Sometimes information, even if inaccurate, can be damaging. Remember we talked with Paige Beckers about like if she ever had any doubts about Dallas. And she's like, you know what? I'm really glad that you asked that because the answer is no. Bailey believes he's a top 3 player in the draft and wants to be selected by a team that will provide a clear pathway to stardom. Now, that's the part that is going to be concerning for people because not a clear path to team success, because think about what happened at Rutgers. They didn't even make the NCAA tournament, and in Harper and Bailey, they had the presumptive 2 and 3 picks in the NBA draft. And I would argue Ace Bailey would have been taken first over anybody in last year's draft.
Okay.
And so they have these hugely talented players. They didn't even get to 500. And if the quote he has is, what team is going to get me to superstardom, that's not why you're drafting him.
Nope.
And so because...
isn't that the feeling with Flagg is he's different than Luka in that he is going to work hard and all these things?
Now, we'll see. If he can turn into, 80% of the player Luka is, I feel like we'd all be pretty freaking pumped. But because of that, The betting favorite to be the third pick is now VJ Edgecombe, the kid out of Baylor, who is also a tremendous basketball player. But now you've seen that Bailey has slid out of the third spot. Bailey is not an overwhelming favorite to be the number 4 pick. There are some people who think, I don't know if it'll be Trey Johnson, but some people have seen Jeremiah Fears move up the board, and so maybe it won't matter. Maybe Ace Bailey will end up going third, and they'll be like, who cares? But it feels like in this moment that now the third pick is leaning pretty heavily towards VJ Edgecombe, and like, what's that going to cost Bailey in terms of money? Could he tumble down the board to 5th or 6th?
Or 7th?
Yeah, okay. I know where this is going. And so that could cost you potentially a lot of money, and just something to keep an eye out on.
Oh,
That
absolutely,
That
man.
is troublesome.
Now, dude, one of the things that, let's use Ben Simmons as an example.
Yeah.
We watched him play, and we're like, he's got so many amazing tools. You want a player like that.
Yep.
We didn't know he hated shooting 3-pointers and was scared of it.
And he quit on his team at the end of the year.
That right there. And then the other part of, did he ever really love basketball?
Yeah.
Or did he want to be a star?
Yeah.
And whenever you're going into doing something like that, that's the question and that's the question you want to ask somebody. Do you want to be a star, or do you want to be a champion?
And there's another, again,
champion's going to make you a star.
Sources say that Bailey is comfortable that a team will trade up to get him at 3 or 4 if he falls.
Okay.
I was like, maybe. I don't know that. Then there's the UFL. I think the UFL qualifies as an idiot for the day because they said that they're not worried about their ratings decline.
Okay.
Specifically, UFL President Ross Brandon said the league, quote, isn't worried at all about the ratings decline. All right, I'll throw out a couple of other things that you might want to be worried about. So in addition to the ratings being down, the TV audience dropped by 20%, and every single team they have except for Michigan had an attendance drop from last year. So, like, that's great. And I know you want to project confidence and everything like that, but yes, if the ratings for your final and your season in general are down 20%, your attendance is down because Michigan went up 30%. That's great. Every other team in the league dropped attendance-wise, including Memphis, whose attendance went down 42%. So your attendance is down. Your TV ratings are down. I have to assume the buzz about them is down. I feel like it's okay to be like, yeah, and we're going to go back to the drawing board. We got some new strategies or something.
Okay. Oh, man, I'm glad you said new strategies. Man, you always say something that piques my interest.
Oh.
Somebody said the other day that Corey always starts a sentence with "the" and then completely changes directions and wherever he's going. I'm like, you know what? You're right. Usually I'm like, I got a point, but I need to get you there. I need to get you there somehow. The part of new strategy, this has been a good series. These have been good basketball games.
Agreed.
And so that's what they wanted to sell. But how do you market that to the rest of the country when they don't believe it? That's a fun conversation.
The KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, let's turn our attention to the pitch from FC Dallas. We will talk with Steve Davis. Good afternoon, sir.
Howdy, fellas. How's it going over there?
Now, it's going really well, but we did run into one problem because usually we introduce, they are the owner or the midfielder or whatever. But when it comes to you, you will do radio for FC Dallas, but you're also the director of legacy programs for the FIFA World Cup in Dallas. And you also run the Pleasant Grove Soccer and Sports organization, which is a nonprofit, and also a bunch of other things. So I don't exactly know how to hyphenate that intro. It feels like too many cool things.
No lies detected. All things you said are true. No fake news there. Yeah, man, I do all of those things. I started as a writer at the Morning News, and back then they didn't know what they had with the 1994 World Cup, so they handed the assignment to the little cubby reporter who had just started and who had a big soccer background, and was off and flying from there. So wrote nationally for ESPN and then SI for little while, and then sort of merged into doing some TV work with my good buddy Mark Falwell, and
he's the best.
Radio broadcast and coaching and all the things, man. And a lot of World Cup in my life right now.
Well, how cool is it to see, just for the Metroplex specifically? Like, I know you were kind of joking, but when you said Dallas Morning News, Dallas in general, maybe didn't know what they had with the 1994 World Cup. Now we look ahead to just a touch below a year now, and the Metroplex is going to have more games than any city in this next World Cup. And people in the Metroplex were actively angry that we got a semifinal. Just think about how crazy that is. Like, we didn't get the final, so we're all super pissed. How much does that show you how soccer appreciation has evolved in those 32 years?
No, man, it is crazy because we did get 9 matches, and that's more, as you said, more than any of the other cities. And I know Dallas was so close to getting the final. In the end, FIFA, they love the flash and dash of New York, and I was at the final, in '94 in the Rose Bowl, also with the Women's World Cup final in '91 in '99 at the Rose Bowl. So that stuff resonates with FIFA. They love Dallas. They love the stadium. They love everything about us. But in the end, it's one guy. It's the head of FIFA, and he just, and he likes big city. But man, I mean, 9 matches. I mean, how about them World Cup apples? Nobody else gets that. We got a semifinal, and it's going to rock around here like nowhere else.
DFW is a huge hub for that too, like the
hub, yeah. And we're going to get our revenge in 2031 with the Women's World Cup final. You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying. Yes, and you're right.
Thank you. That's all. I can't get Dan Hunt to commit all the way. He's like, no, that better be the case. But I can't get him to be like, absolutely, that's going to happen. Trust me on that.
Well, I'm low enough down the food chain. I can say it. I think we got a good shot at it. And when the head of FIFA asked me, that's going to be my recommendation. I don't think he's going to, but if he does, that's what I'm going to say.
If we are asked by the head of that to send it to somebody, we'll send it to you. We'll just be like, oh, you got to talk to Steve. He's the guy you got to talk to right now. So we got this just in case.
Yeah, we got it. Yeah, we're good. We're good, man.
Okay, so I know we should probably be talking about contemporary FC Dallas, but they have the week off, so I have a different question for you. It's been long enough. Were you concerned at all when we switched the team name from the Dallas Burn to FC Dallas? Because I always thought Dallas Burn was super cool. You've been part of this organization for a really long time. Were you concerned when we switched the name?
Was I concerned? I mean, that was back in 2004, so it's hard for me to remember whether I had 2 arms and 2 legs in 2004. I think I did, but concerned, I don't know about that, man. It was an effort to sort of rebrand the team at a time when in 1996 the soccer world looked a lot different. Major League Soccer was new. Dallas Burn was very new. They were moving into a new stadium. They just sort of wanted to sort of start fresh and introduce a new era. So I don't know that I was concerned about any of it. It's just, it's marketing, and they did it for different reasons, and I think it was a good time because they were opening the stadium up there, and of course, as you know, the stadium's about to undergo this big renovation to sort of modernize it, bring it up to, because that stadium. I know sometimes people look at it and it's not as fancy as some of the other stadiums, but what they don't understand is the history that at the time nobody was building stadiums. It was literally the third purpose-built professional soccer stadium, and it sort of necessarily needed to be a little bit more, just sort of nuts and bolts and sort of basic, just to kind of get the stadium project moving. But because of that stadium, now you had stadiums pop up in New York and Kansas City, then on, and now the stadiums they're creating, they're awesome, they're great, roof structures and suites and big concession areas, and so what they're doing out there right now we sort of needed to modernize that and sort of catch up with the other stadiums. But again, that stadium out in Frisco was so important in getting the whole thing going. And the stadium project, nothing has helped drive the growth of Major League Soccer like the stadium projects all around the country.
Now, FC Dallas is about to have a run where they have 3 straight home matches. We have talked about this throughout the season, I think with really good cause. This FC Dallas team, unfortunately, has struggled mightily at home. And I realize they got a draw against Philly, which is a good team, especially being a man down for most of the match. But what do you think can change, or what do you think can improve to help kind of cure some of those home field ailments?
My job as media is to answer questions, to provide answers. I don't know.
Oh, man.
Come on!
It is crazy how good they are on the road, and that they just haven't translated that success at home. And look, I could get into the weeds with you, a little bit, and I could go 30 minutes about why, what sort of, tactically why that is, and player profile, and characteristics of the team, and new coach with Eric Quill, and a lot of it is just about their new playmaker, Lucho Acosta, who's a fabulous player, but they just haven't sort of figured out how to integrate him in ways when teams. I'll break it down very simply. At home, teams give you the ball a little bit more. They're going to sit back a little bit more defensively, and they just haven't figured out how to break those structures down. On the road, teams attack you, and in transition, Dallas is really good, and they've got a great road record, as you know. Most of the points they picked up are on the road. So it's just it's absolutely crazy, because it very rarely happens this way, but that right now is just the personality of the team, and I think what it shows is that this new coach has really created this real grit and resolve to where when they go on the road and they get punched in the face early, which they do a lot, frankly, they're able to rally back and even on the road. Whereas at home, when you're expected to be on the front foot, to take the initiative, they just haven't quite gotten there yet.
Well, we appreciate the time very much, good sir. And like I said, if you guys want to go check it out, Pleasant Grove Soccer and Sports nonprofit organization. I know we didn't even really get into that, but Steve, thank you very much for your time today, good sir.
You are always welcome. You guys have a good day.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Steve Davis right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
There's Verhage. Clark's head down towards the empty net. Reinhardt with his fourth.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing well. Has my NBA take brought down your mood whatsoever? So I thought I was close to an agreement with somebody that I thought Jokic was 1 and Giannis was 3, maybe 4. And we still haven't come to an agreement, and that's okay. You don't have to like Shea. You can think he's a free throw merchant, but I think right now in this moment, I feel comfortable putting him at second for the time being. And also, I don't think people acknowledge that Giannis's defense has dipped the last 3 years. He's still a really, really amazing player. But,
there's so many different ways to take this conversation. It's just so hard when you look at the supporting cast of OKC and knowing that Luka got the better of him. What do you do with that? Like, okay, so the Lakers had a massively disappointing season, but that's because their supporting cast is nothing compared to the Thunder.
True.
I think if you put Luka in OKC situation right now, the finals would already be over.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. Well, fascinating.
I think it was the part where you said Jalen Williams was the number 2 over Giannis. That's really ticked off some people out there.
Not true. I talked about how it's amazing how
Cooper Flag's already number 2.
No, none of that.
Because he's from Duke.
Okay. Obviously, I have a Duke bias, but I didn't say any of that. And by the way, we were talking about this earlier. I don't like the idea that because I like Duke, I think Cooper Flag's going to be good. I feel like that's like a national narrative that's out there. It's not, everybody thinks he's going to stink except for Kevin, who's really like, oh, this Duke kid's going to be something.
There might be some people that do think he's going to stink.
Which,
I don't know.
Yeah, which maybe there are, but feels like
you're not on an island with thinking that he is going to be pretty awesome.
So it was Trevor Lawrence has obviously not lived up to expectations.
Says you.
In the NFL. Yes, correct.
What were your expectations?
Says me. Well, my expectation
a playoff win? Because that's about what I had.
Yeah, or that he would maybe have the same head coach in multiple years. I don't know. But Mike talked about him a lot, and people were like, God, Mike, you're so wrong about that. And I was like, maybe. But I also feel like a whole lot of other people, except for Broadus and Zach, you have to get thrown into that mix of they were also wrong about Trevor Lawrence.
100% wrong about Trevor Lawrence.
People are wrong.
I thought he was one of the can't miss quarterback. Him and Andrew Luck.
Yeah.
They both coming out just seem okay, these guys are going to be pretty damn good. Like a worst case scenario, they're a really good starting quarterback in the NFL. T-Law definitely had that second half of the season where he was freaking awesome with Doug Peterson, and then they have the epic comeback against the Chargers, and for a minute, they were hanging on with the Chiefs, and then Mahomes, of course, had that ankle injury and then came back in, but ever since then, and you're right, I mean, the coaching changes there, that can affect a quarterback, the situation matters, but no, Trevor Lawrence has definitely not lived up anywhere close to the hype coming out.
Agreed. All right, so Corey, you brought this story up couple days ago.
Way to go, Corey.
Heck yeah, I'm
Corey,
contributing.
He what?
Team player.
He's doing a great job.
For sure.
Team player.
So we can either talk about Corey's guns or the story we never got to about Lenora Sellers turning down $8 million because his dad's like, you didn't need $8 million. You stay at your damn school.
That's a weird line. He's like, hey, he's staying at this school because we came here to play ball and get an education. I love hearing that from a dad. I think that's awesome.
Dude. South Carolina is an odd place to get an education from, but
it's not Vanderbilt. I get what you're saying.
I'll tell you what, that offer that softball lady took at Tech to leave Stanford, that is huge. I would never, as hard as it is to do.
Do you think the educational difference of those degrees from Stanford to Tech is worth more than she got paid?
Wreck them all day long, wreck them. But man, I'll tell you what. You would have to give somebody millions of dollars to leave Stanford, I believe, if you're really serious about the educational aspect of it.
I just that part though of like $8 million is a lot, and I don't know that I would be able to turn that down even for my kid.
He might be the situation where he is one of these second or third quarterbacks we talk about in this draft.
In the next one,
well, depending on what happens with Nussmeier and some others, he might be the best quarterback in the Southeastern Conference.
Yeah, you think Arch is going to stay beyond this year?
Well, see, I mean, like I say, Arch, you mentioned, Nussmeier, this kid right here. I mean, it's going to be, Nick. It's going to be depending. I don't know if Arch. I think Arch stays.
I think Arch stays too.
I don't think
Arch is coming.
So that's why I didn't include him. But if Arch were to come out, then of course you're talking about three quarterbacks right there.
Arch is going to go full Van Wilder, I believe. He's just going to stick it out as long as he can.
Okay.
You have a whole floor to himself at one of the dorms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It'll be the Arch Hall. Just be a one man.
He's living with McConaughey.
Well, I kind of like that. So
eating his tuna fish.
Oh yeah. Oh gosh, that tuna.
ESPN Bet put out this stat this morning, and I can't get over it. They have the Indiana Pacers' odds of winning next year's championship as better than winning this series. It's only 3-2.
Well, they know Halliburton's out.
Yeah, and he said he does have a calf strain. He's going to try to play, and I get it. But they just need to win 2 games. I don't think they're going to do it, but just 2 games. And ESPN Bet says you're better off. There's a better chance you win next year. Do this whole thing over again, then to win the next 2 games.
Sleeping forfeit.
That feels crazy to me.
That is crazy, dude. That is crazy. I guess they're putting a ton of stock. I guess they're just basically putting it at 0% chance that they're winning these.
It pretty much feels like
these next 2 games.
I think that's a mistake. I just don't know if I want to bet on either one of them.
And that's fair. That's fair. It just feels like I would just be like, oh, I'm going to default 2. Maybe they can win the next 2.
They are uniquely capable of winning in spite of losing their best player because of what they bring team ball wise.
Yeah.
And while Halliburton is important, I think Carlisle can put together a winning game plan to still mitigate what OKC does well. And if they don't shoot the ball well, if Thunder don't drop shots, I could see the Pacers force into Game 7.
Are you guys more impressed right now by Coastal Carolina or the Ravens picking up Yair Alexander for a maximum of $6 million?
Is it Yair?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, no, is it not? I always say that instead of Jair.
I thought it was the hard J. I like Jair.
You thought you were just going Vogue on us there.
I always scare away from the hard J. All right.
Yeah, so. that's fair. I would say Ravens, man. I think that's a nice pickup. That's a really nice pickup for
that
them.
Defense going to be nasty, man.
For those 5
That
Humphrey, Wiggins.
It kind of seems like that these guys all of a sudden find a home like at the Ravens and they don't get hurt anymore. He's one of these guys.
That's a good point.
Like all of a sudden it's kind of like, you watch Christian McCaffrey and stuff at Carolina. Look at the guy with the Giants it's in Philadelphia. It's like all of a sudden they're hurt for their original teams, and then when they get to another team, they never get a scratch on them.
Another missed opportunity for the Cowboys front office. Maybe there's another player they're going to acquire in one of these 365 days to help their defensive backfield. But I think it should have been a Yair Alexander myself.
It was like a hefty $4 million that they gave him. So I can
max
understand.
of 6.
A little bit out of the price range.
Yeah. We can't afford that. We only have $30 million in cap space. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Oh, pure gold as always. Thanks for asking, Higgs. George Sedano's coming up at 4. We'll talk Mavs offseason and NBA Finals with him.
I like it. Roll home with a G, Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with the show tomorrow. They'll be live at Globe Life Field. I believe it's Zach, Alec, and Carter doing the show tomorrow live at Globe Life Field right here on 105.3 The Fan.
See you in a week, Kevin.
Later.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we're off and running here on a Wednesday. It is a Rangers baseball Wednesday, and the pregame's coming up at 6:30. They're looking to bounce back after not being able to get enough hits, especially with runners in scoring position last night. And they took the loss.
A guy, Jack Leiter, was bad.
Well, I wasn't going to bring it up, but since you did, Brian.
Hey, Jack Leiter wasn't good, and I had a bad day yesterday doing radio. I picked, I thought Edmonton would play better. They played like ass. And then early in the, Jack Leiter usually is able to get through a couple of innings, and then things maybe start to fall apart for him. He was bad off the jump. So, bad day of being a broadcaster on these airwaves yesterday.
I thought you
apologies.
I thought you were bold and exciting, and looking forward to another day of broadcasting with you.
Yeah, bold, bad, misinformed, whatever else you want to tag me
Found
as.
the misinformation?
Yeah, I was found the misinformation yesterday.
Would you like to revise yesterday's show?
Would I like to revise? I should have just went back to South Carolina is what I should have done. And,
sounds nice.
Yeah, but you guys, I'm surprised I didn't have more pushback. But I'm getting out in front of it right now because I was completely wrong about everything I said yesterday about Jack Leiter and about the Edmonton Oilers.
I appreciate you being open and vulnerable. I tried to give you some guidance on that Florida Panthers deal.
No, you did. You said they're going to kick their ass, and I said, no. It's a good team, all that.
Super jealous of what they've got going on there. They've already broken the Stanley Cup. I mean, the party, and they haven't slept. It's been absolutely phenomenal there in Fort Lauderdale.
Florida can't handle championships.
It's crazy.
Like yeah. But Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup Master Control. He can handle 4.5 hours flawless. Has your G-Bag of the Day champion coming up at 2:25. The full meal deal now at 5:30 right before we get to LA Live, 5:40 every night here on The Fan. You do have Wolchuk and Chiafalo in the house. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, Rangers party came to a little bit of a halt. Offensive outage, only had the 5 hits. They could only get the 1 run. And now after yesterday's debate, let me tell you guys, I'm sorry, but it's not like I did anything special. Being a baseball analyst is easier than ever. You just go to the Baseball Savant page. Mm-hmm. And since Sandler and Baskey told me about that, I find it easier to get an understanding of what baseball players can do because these sample sizes that feel convincing, like how could you go for 2 months trending towards I'm in the Rookie of the Year conversation? It's because in baseball, luck is a major factor in every at-bat. And that's that's why Marcus Semien could look like the worst player in baseball for those same 2 months. And maybe Jack Leiter looked like an all-star or a Rookie of the Year candidate, but his ERA has jumped nearly a full point in his last 2 starts, and it's probably got another half point to go here before hopefully it evens out below 5. So my opinion that this is a 4 or 5 guy or maybe a quality bullpen arm for the long term, But I think right now we're 2 starts away from revisiting the minors, aren't we? What do you guys think about that?
You just lobbed that one right out there, huh?
That was a damn good grenade.
Oh, did you see what he did? It was like, we're 2 starts away from the minors, and then he went away from the mic. I know. Let me just go ahead.
And this is a faux surrender.
What more do you want from me? I admitted I was wrong.
The fake surrender.
Okay?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I'm so sorry for being right.
I'm the one that... Okay.
Who was a bigger bag of ass yesterday? Was it Broadus or was it Jack Leiter? 877-881-1053.
Oh,
please
me
continue.
by far.
You think so?
Absolutely I was. I picked. Man. I acted like I knew something about sports yesterday. Knew nothing about sports yesterday.
Yeah, that's the name of the game.
What?
That's the name of the broadcast game.
Shoot or shoot,
Every day you were the smartest son of a gun to ever talk sports, Brian. Saddle back up.
Oh, what are you doing now, Dawson? I'm about ready to jump over there.
Well, you just don't say anything in like the 6 good Leiter starts. When the bad ones happen, you got to take the victory lap. That's what you got to do. You just got to pretend like, and that didn't happen when you have the bad opinion.
The one that was
when the good ones pop up.
I'm
we got to let
them
know.
I'm challenging Dawson. I'm going, no, really, Dawson, you haven't watched him pitch, have you? I mean, he's done a better job. And I was acting like that guy.
He had done a better job. Last night he got tagged pretty good. He was giving up
by a team that doesn't hit home runs. Jared Sandler came on at 440 and told us that he doesn't hit home runs.
Tell that to Salvador Perez.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That guy was going off last
That's what I'm saying, though. I mean, and I was thinking, oh, man, Jack Leiter, we got this one. We're okay. He's going to pitch well. Rangers are going to find a way to score some runs. Going to be off to a good start here. Kansas City's lost 6 straight. Don't worry about it.
Well, I'm just having fun talking sports and hoping the Rangers do well. But, obviously that one's going to stay with me a little bit. And I hope for the best, and I think the best for Jack Leiter would be as a number 3 starter. Like, where is this likely headed? I don't know. But the 817 says, here comes Gavin saying we need to trade Jack Leiter. I don't think so.
You didn't say that.
Because I don't think you could get much for him right now.
Ooh. Now you said something.
Yeah.
Surrender Cobra there. Back up. But
man.
Yeah, you want to boost him up before.
You want to ask guys around the league if we get anything for Jack Leiter?
Yeah, might as well.
That would be interesting.
It's a fun exercise.
Yeah. I don't know. Throw Cooper Flag in there. Maybe some MLB teams want to take Cooper Flag.
We did learn. I had a team tell me that his basketball IQ is good. Good. I didn't hear great, tremendous. I didn't hear that word.
I mean, if you're 18 years old with a good basketball IQ,
that's a positive, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Absolutely, it's a positive.
Yeah, it's a damn good positive.
Well, I know, but we were kind of hearing the word great.
Some people are talking about him as a basketball savant.
Yeah.
Some people are talking about that, like a supercomputer, and he just gets things. You tell him one time, and his basketball brain just understands it.
He's one of those fast learners.
Yeah.
Yeah, like some of those people who, as kids, it's like, hey, let's play baseball. They watch it one time and they're like the best player. Everybody else has been playing for a couple of years and they're just like, they learn stuff so quickly. I think Cooper Flag's going to be great. It's just what degree of greatness are we looking at here, and what is the timeline? I think for the Mavericks, like, at what point do you say, hey, if we're not going for championship, we got to choose the timeline, and obviously we're choosing the young timeline, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you would think that would be obvious.
Because I think if you could fast forward Cooper Flag's career and he's 22 years old coming out of college after a full career, and you drop him as a rookie into this group, I would think he is going to have like a Richard Jefferson or Shane Battier like instant transition to the league and hit the ground running. I just think there's quite a bit to learn. And I would hate to be trying to develop this kid while whatever's left of Kyrie and AD's value is sort of dwindling. We got to trade those guys before they don't have any trade value. You agree with me on that?
Oh, yeah.
Because once they get to 34 or another injury, then, you're looking at a KD situation where they're like, well, this is an all-NBA type of talent we're looking at. And it's like, yeah, but I mean, the age, the injury history.
Damaged goods.
Yeah.
I mean, Shams yesterday, like, hypothetically, he wasn't actually talking about any real type of trade rumors that are going down, but he was just saying hypothetically, like, for a guy like Anthony Davis right now, you could get 4 or 5 first-round picks. I'm going, yeah, I'll take that right now.
What?
Yeah. That's what Shams was saying with McAfee yesterday, because they were talking about Desmond Bane and like all that they were able to get, Memphis was able to get for him. And so he was just like kicking around some names. He's like, right now you could trade Anthony Davis for 4 or 5 first round picks. That's what Shams was saying. I'm like, I would do that right now.
So if you're DeMont, you go to Nico and you say, hey, I think we should do this. And if he says no, you say you're fired.
I would have just fired him anyway. I mean, it sounds like there's some issues here with Jason Kidd, and Nico's like, oh my gosh, I can't have anybody else having more power than me. He sounds like a pain in the ass. I think the Mavericks can compete and be on this young trajectory with Flag and Lively. I think both can be true. Yeah. I get the apprehension of like, are these guys going to be healthy? Because you don't know when you're going to get Kyrie back, and Anthony Davis just got hurt the second you traded him. So I get that 100%.
Wouldn't it be awesome to go young with Flag and Lively, but still have PJ Washington and Najee Marshall?
Yeah.
And then and trade out Irving and Davis for an army of draft picks that you're going to be able to use to just keep pumping this young roster with guys.
Yes, dude.
Like the idea that you could win the championship next year is there, but that's a long shot. I think this fan base would buy into that idea a lot more than keeping your fingers crossed that AD stays healthy and Irving gets healthy.
I could not agree more. I 100% have felt that way from the jump, especially once you got the number 1 overall pick. That is
it's just not realistic, so we don't talk about it much. Right? As long as Nico's here, that won't be considered.
Like AD's not going to be traded. I don't know that I think that their run for a championship's as unrealistic as you two do. I think the West is pretty wide open. I don't think Indiana, if you had have asked them a month ago, would they be in the finals, they'd have said no, and they just showed up there.
Well, let me say it like this, Wolchuk. If they're healthy, I think they're going to the finals.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think like if they didn't make this trade and they just kind of kept everything status quo and they didn't even trade Quentin Grimes, I think they'd be playing right now. They would have won the West again, personally. So and depth is huge. Like yesterday you were talking about the minutes. If you get everybody to buy in, the Mavericks are the deepest team maybe in the NBA. And you look at the West, there's nobody with depth. We talked about the entire postseason. Denver had zero depth. Now, we'll see what ends up happening in the offseason. Do they end up adding to that? But there's nobody outside Oklahoma City that it will be anywhere close to as deep of a roster as the Mavericks are.
Yeah, they are freaking loaded. And I guess I would be thinking next year, can we get to the summer? Is that too late to make a trade of Irving and Davis? Maybe we don't have to decide at this coming up trade deadline how married we are going to be to this roster. But I think at some point in the next 13 months, they have to make a very tough decision, because if you continue to push forward and they hit 34, 35, then the chance to get the 4 and 5 first-round picks turns into, can we even trade him to anybody? Cowboy stuff today. There's a report that Siobhan Rivell is hurt. Is that old Albert Breer?
Well, Albert Breer.
Or had his setback? Is that what he said?
He said it was a setback, and I was told that's absolutely false, that he's been working ever since he's been here. He ran this week. He's going to run again tomorrow. So there's really nothing that I was told that's a false report.
Is Cowboys Twitter mad at Trayvon Diggs for playing basketball? I didn't think he wasn't going even 70%. That was maybe 40 or 50%.
Well, the thing about it is,
they were a little herky-jerky.
Yeah, I think, to me, just from talking to folks over at the Cowboys, they don't know where his availability is going to be until potentially mid-August. That's when there'll be it, because I was trying to get, hey, give me a timeline. He's talking about being ready week 1. I go, is that realistic? And he goes, a couple of guys said, I go, we don't know. We will not know until mid-August when his availability is. So obviously there's not very much love between what's going on with him and people in that organization right now. They would like for him to be here training, but he's got his rights to, if he doesn't trust the training staff, doesn't like the training staff, all those things, then he can go and do what, but they're kind of flying a little blind right now when it comes to his rehab.
Well, I think that's a big key. If you can get Diggs back and get him healthy, that would be a big boost, But I just think that is such a big ask coming back from microfracture in year 1. Like, I think he has a chance of returning mid-season and playing well enough that, the Cowboys will release him and he'll be able to go get a contract with another team. But it might be a prove-it type of year, as, that microfracture, the strength and the explosiveness just usually isn't back in year 1 especially, but overall, like 90 to 95% of who you were.
I mean, seeing him dribble around, he's certainly going like half speed, and he's just kind of stepping and dribbling and going between the legs and stuff, but I feel encouraged just seeing him do that with Neon. I'll be honest with you. I was thinking, man, if that's all he can do and we're mid-June, I don't think he's going to be close week 1 at all.
No.
That's not 6 weeks away. If he can do a lot more, but he's holding back because he wants to do the video with the guy, but he doesn't want to push it. If he's capable of a lot more, but he's like, trainers are saying don't push it, then that's one thing. I don't watch the Neon show or anything like that, so I don't know if he put any words to that, like how hard was he going. But what I watched, I think one of the angles is, well, you can't be at minicamp and can't be participating, but you're hooping. That wasn't hooping. That was just dorking around.
No, they were just messing around. And minicamp, I think this was recent. Like, I don't think it was post minicamp that he was doing the stream with Neon. I just started seeing clips of this yesterday.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting Pup to start the season for Trayvon Diggs. If he ends up being available before that, then that's awesome. But I think that's kind of the expectation I'm going in. He's probably going to miss at least the first 4 to 6 weeks of the season.
Panthers won the Stanley Cup second in a row, 5-1 in Game 6. I can't believe they did to the Oilers what the Oilers did to the Stars. Like, how far away are we from the Panthers?
I think we would have gotten swept by Florida if Dallas hadn't made it. I mean, they're just a juggernaut. For them to have been able to add Brad Marchand at the trade deadline, that one hurt. I mean, Tkachuk was playing with, his description of his injuries.
Torn adductor?
Yes, it's freaking unbelievable. He says he tore the adductor off the bone and was dealing with a hernia on the same side of his body. He wasn't sure if he'd be able to play to start the playoffs. So grinding through and being able to win this one made it mean even more. Sam Reinhart was brilliant for them. Barkov, the first European player to captain back-to-back Cup champions, and that's another Finnish guy. Sam Bennett's a free agent. Aaron Ekblad, one of their star defensemen, is a free agent. I'm hoping maybe the Stars could pluck Ekblad away. That'd be the guy. Bennett's going to be way too expensive in free agency. I don't see any way the Stars could get in on Sam Bennett. Maybe he even goes back there. But they also have Sergei Bobrovsky that was able to go ahead and put in 3 shutouts over the course of the postseason. Yeah. And he was pretty damn good during the Cup final as well. So, they have a better team in front of him, especially defensively, than what the Stars do. But Bobrovsky's a better goaltender. At least he's proven to be in the playoffs than what Otter is. And the physicality and just the nastiness in which they play with, it's something the Stars need to look at. I don't know that they can necessarily implement that same blueprint, but they've got to try and do something.
Great stuff, guys, and this is just the start to a 4.5-hour afternoon of sports with you here on The Fan. Wolchuk's Top 10 is around the corner. We'll get the G-Bag of the Day champion, which we do every day at 2:20. We replay the champion for you. If you miss it here in the 2, you can always go back and listen to that 5:30 segment with the Odyssey app or on YouTube. Lucius does that every evening now at 5:30 right before LA Live. But what's the top 10 looking like today, buddy?
Pete Prisco's got his top 100 out. Who are the top 10 players in the NFL coming into this 2025 season? How many Cowboys made the top 100? That's next in the nation.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, and the segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com. The go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's the Frankels. Okay, we'll check top 10 here in just a sec. Let's go to the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
All right, this would be day 2 for this challenger. Well, for this champion right here. Excuse me, put some respect on his name. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on The Fan at 5:30, and replay the champion here at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. All right, this man right here has somebody parked in front of his garage. He didn't know which somebody it was, so he went out there and confronted the first person he's seen. And I feel like this guy should be on 1080 KRLD.
Property, I can't get into my garage.
Look, I cannot move the car.
Why not?
Because I just can't move it.
Why can't you move it?
I just can't move it.
Well, listen, the cops are going to come, they're going to ticket it, and you're going to get towed. So it's either one of the other.
I cannot move that car.
Well, only because you don't want to, because you're going to be a prick about it.
Hey, why did you have to call me a prick?
Well, because dude, why don't you just be reasonable? You know, is it right?
Well, that's all, folks.
I cannot.
Why not just do the right thing? No, yeah, you can. You just don't want to. You know, we're done here.
Hey, no, I'm playing. That's not my car.
Jesus. Hey, man, you know what? You should be an actor.
He said, why can't you be reasonable?
Yeah. Hold on. I got a consumer report to file over there on KRLD.
I got a weather, man.
Here's Zach with an H. You're Wooly Bully.
Oh, man. Who are your top 10 players in the NFL entering the 2025 season? 877-881-1053. Pete Prisco of CBS Sports puts out his top 100 around this time every year, and he's got it out again. Do need to give a G-Bag Nation congratulations. 2 stars goalie Jake Ottinger. He's going to be a dad. Him and his wife Kennedy, they announced they're expecting their first child via Instagram yesterday, so shout out to Otter. Maybe that newfound dad strength. That's what they need to get themselves over this Western Conference hurdle.
Yeah, you know, I could go a lot of ways. I think for Otter, he's secured the bag, so there isn't financial. But at some point, you know those kids are going to watch your highlights. Can't let them down.
No, you can't.
You know, and it could get the best out of you. Might psych him out, and we'll just have to see which Otter we get.
I got to say, I did feel for Corey Perry, who has now made 5 Stanley Cup Finals since 2020, the first one being with the Stars in the bubble. He is 0-5. In all of those Cup Finals. Now, he did win one back in 2007 with Anaheim.
Yeah, he does have his name.
So he's got one, at least. But my gosh, to lose 5 Stanley Cup Finals over the course of the last, 6 years.
He needs to play for the Buffalo Sabres.
Oh, it's rough.
I'd like to join Luke Jackson, Rangers reliever, in also being a fan of the Florida Panthers just for what they did.
Yeah, it's pretty damn awesome.
Yes, thank you. Salute.
And I did just see this from Front Office Sports, but the world's first pro cheerleading league is going to launch next year with teams in Atlanta, Dallas, Miami, and San Diego. The founder is cheerleading giant Varsity Brands, seeking to turn the page after they had antitrust battles that resulted in at least $126 million worth of settlements. That doesn't sound very promising.
No.
But, hey.
We're back.
Competitive cheer. If you're into it, I know that show Cheer on Netflix really blew up, was super popular.
What are our cities again?
Dallas, Miami, and Atlanta.
San Diego in this one too, you said?
San Diego was the 4th one. Yep.
Okay. So there's no Green Bay or
no, not yet.
None of that up there.
You think there's a reason for that? We didn't have
Bay,
awesome cheer in
Minneapolis.
No.
I'm just wondering, just curious.
North Dakota.
South
Dakota.
Yeah.
Now they usually carry the flag, so it's like the flag girls or something.
Yeah.
Respectfully.
Respect.
You know what I'm talking about?
The flag, the flag ribbons, very important, integral part of what goes on a Friday night. Yeah, Lucius is right. Very integral part.
No doubt.
Best house of work in the game.
Everyone's doing their part.
Yeah.
Okay, let's.
Much to our dismay.
Let's get into.
I mean that as a broadcaster.
Yeah, do you?
Because the halftimes on a high school football game, I'm all for the home team's band gets to play. That's it.
Great question, though, from the 229. While you're at it, could you explain what those professional cheerleaders are going to be cheering for?
It's dance.
No, yeah, it's just routines.
It's dance. It's it's the whole thing.
We're flipping, we're tumbling.
Yeah, we're showing up.
We're high flying.
Yeah, we're showing up, and we're we're doing professional dance stuff.
It's less about the pom poms. It's more about the flipping and the twirling.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna set the routine to music. And we're going to perform accordingly.
All right, here's Pete's top 100. We'll focus on the top 10 here, but how many Dallas Cowboys do you think made Pete's top 100 this year?
Oh, man, let me just throw out 2.
2?
Yeah.
Okay.
3.
I'd say
I
3.
need final answers. 3.
Wait, in the top 100.
Top 100, not in the top 10, just the entirety of the top 100. How many Dallas Cowboys made the cut?
3.
Yeah, I think 3 is probably a good number there.
All right, we got 4, boys.
Oh.
We got 4 that made the cut.
So
Can
it's
you name them?
Micah
Parsons.
Smith.
Tyler Smith.
Ooh, Tyler Smith's in the mix. Okay. Then it's obviously CeeDee Lamb.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say
Dak?
I'm saying he threw in there. I think he likes Bland.
No Bland.
Oh.
No Deron Bland.
And it's not Dak?
It is Dak.
Okay.
All right.
So Micah is the highest rated. He is number 9 on the list. He's the second best edge rusher. CeeDee Lamb's at number 27 in the top 100. He's the third highest wide receiver. Dak Prescott, number 90, 10th highest rated quarterback. And then Tyler Smith is at number 98, just barely cracking the top 100. And he's the 7th best offensive guard, according to Pete Prisco. If there was a guy that I think should be higher, probably is Tyler Smith.
I thought he would be one of the higher ones.
Yeah, I don't know that I could necessarily go with 6 guards that are better than Tyler, but hey, maybe that's just a little home cooking.
Do we know
on
who
our
they
part.
are? The 6 guards?
I can go and find them for you. I didn't write them down.
No, I shouldn't have asked that question.
But so I know the Atlanta Falcons guard was on there. I'm blanking on his name right now. Joe Thuney was one of them. That was one of the guards ahead of him. But going through, Chris Lindstrom was the guard from Atlanta. He was the top-rated guard. You had Thuney, as I mentioned, who was one. There were several centers ranked ahead of him as well. But, the other ones, I'm trying to find them here. Landon Dickerson of the Eagles. Trey Smith of the Kansas City Chiefs was also ahead of him. Quentin Nelson of the Indianapolis Colts. And then Zach Tom of the Green Bay Packers.
He likes him some Zach
I just
Tom.
feel like that's such a fake name.
Zach Tom.
It's just a fake name.
Yeah, absolutely. But Dak being number 10, I think the rest of these are okay. Okay, the top 10 of NFL players.
Okay, are we going to do like a little guessy guess?
If you want to, fire it away. I did already tell you one.
You did already tell us
that
one.
Mike is in the top 10. He's number 10. Last year, he was number 9.
Oh, wow, a little slippage there.
He did. He moved one spot. Pete writes in 13 games last season. Parsons had 12 sacks. He's now got 52.5 in 4 years. He's one of the elite edge rushers in the game, a player who can move up and down the line to generate pressures.
Give me Joe Burrow.
Joey Burrow. Ding, 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 ding. Coming in at number 7. He's moved up. Last year, he was number 15 on Prisco's list.
Give me
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen, yeah.
Josh Allen.
How many quarterbacks are going to be in his top 10?
Well, I could tell you, but I mean,
then you'd have to kill me. I don't want to die today.
I'm going to have to take you out on this. We're going to have to go swimming with the fishies. We're going to have to put you on the boat, and we're going to have to see you later. Josh Allen is number 4. He moved up 2 spots. He was 6 last year. Lamar, 2 years ago, 16. This year,
this is going to be odd. This is going to be odd for him because he doesn't like running backs. I'm thinking he put Saquon Barkley in there somewhere.
Saquon Barkley comes in at number 3. The third best player in the National Football League.
He usually does not like running backs at all.
Man, he had a running back make the top 5.
Okay, how about Chase?
Jamar Chase, another LSU Tiger.
Yeah.
He's right behind his quarterback, Joey Burrow, at number 8. Chase also moving up, 13 to 8. Burrow from 15 to 7, and Lamar from 16 to 6.
Let's go with, did we say Mahomes yet?
Patty Mahomes. He is in the top 10. Where do you think in the top 10 he is?
He's
you guys have
number 2.
guessed?
Number 2.
2?
I'm saying number 2.
You've got 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 10.
And Burrow and Allen are out. Yeah, Mahomes got to be 1.
Mahomie, he's 1.
He's 1. Okay,
and that's consistent. Last season he was number 1. Again, this year he's number 1. His numbers have not been as gaudy the past few years. But he's still the best in the league. Writes Prisco.
Pete is going to throw in some type of defensive player here. I bet you he's going to go Surtain.
Patrick Surtain. Sneaky addition in the top 10.
Wow, good pull, bro.
Hell of a pull.
I just know Pete. This is what this is why I'm able to play this game, I think.
Yeah, he moved from 25 to number 9.
Yeah.
PS2 has emerged as the top cover corner in the league. His ability to lock down receivers impacts the way Denver plays defense in a big way.
Okay.
He was the defensive player of the year for a reason. Writes
Do we have
Patrick
number
Surtain
2 left?
II.
Is that what we need?
You've got Parsons at 10, Patrick Surtain at 9, Jamar Chase at 8, Joey Burrow at 7, Lamar Jackson at 6. I don't think you guys guessed 5, but you might have.
Myles Garrett.
Josh Allen at 4, Barkley at 3, Mahomes at 1. Myles Garrett, back-to-back years, comes in at number 2.
Okay.
14 sacks to finish the second most in the league, but his impact was much more obvious than that number. He is an elite game wrecker as he turns 30 this year.
He didn't want to even be there at the Browns. But
So there's one other player, you guys. I don't think you've said him yet.
He's gonna throw an offensive lineman into this thing.
There is an offensive lineman just on the outside looking in.
So
is it another receiver?
It is another receiver.
Okay, Jefferson.
It is Justin Jefferson at number 5. He moved up from 7 to 5. So your top 10, you got Mahomes, Myles Garrett, Barkley, Josh Allen, Justin Jefferson, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, Surtain, and Parsons. So what is that? 4 quarterbacks, 2 edge rushers, 2 receivers, a runner, and a corner.
Yeah.
The top offensive lineman is Lane Johnson.
Yeah.
He's got him at 12, moved up from 52. And a lot of people were texting in, where's TJ Watt? TJ Watt is at 11, just on the outside looking in. He fell from number 5 a year ago down to number 11. But both Eagles offensive linemen, Lane Johnson is in at 12. Jordan Mailata is in at 13. The Eagles have 10 players in the top 100 on this list. That is more than any other team. The Cowboys, as I mentioned, having 4. We got a text asking about Penei Sewell. Where was he on this list? Number 21. He fell from 17 to 21 on here. And some of the other notables, Aiden Hutchinson was at 15. Derrick Henry at 14. You have the top center in football, Creed Humphrey.
Yeah.
Of the Chiefs
Left-handed.
at 16.
Yeah.
How about the Eagles with Jalen Carter already? He moved up from 93. I think this might have been the biggest jump. 93 all the way up to 17. He's got him ahead of Chris Jones.
I think you kind of look at it. Yeah, wow, that's it.
17 and 18. Jalen Carter and Chris Jones. Yeah, he's got him one spot ahead of Chris Jones already.
That is scary.
I guess he's projecting ahead.
So there's a difference of 6 players between the Cowboys and the Eagles. How many could realistically take a step into this group next year and join the 4 that they have? You know, could a Jaden Blue have such a big rookie year? You know, I think George Pickens?
Yeah, George Pickens, I think, would be
Pickens
the first
could.
name that comes to mind. If Deron Bland has one of those seasons where he's forcing a bunch of turnovers.
Overshown and Osa?
Are you talking about the top 100? Is that what you're asking?
Osa maybe. I don't think Overshown's going to play enough.
Listen.
But he is a guy in the future that I think has the ability 100% to be on this.
Pete is going to look at Tyler Booker.
Yeah, the lineman. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, if Tyler Booker all of a sudden, like, Dallas starts to run the ball.
Or like BB.
And it looks physical, you know, that kind of thing. I could see Tyler Booker, BB, want to be one of these guys. Sure.
Are you guys familiar with the secret sauce that makes Jalen Carter so great?
Uncrustables?
Oh, is he Pelotoning?
I would have to imagine he's Pelotoning.
I think that's Jordan Davis. I read something about like Jordan Davis has jumped on the Peloton thing and he's lost a bunch of weight. And
because he's like huge, right? He's like bordering on too big.
Yes, absolutely.
Even
he's a
for
large human being.
Interior defensive
Can we get some
tackle.
hints? Sunny Delight?
You were barking up a pretty respectful tree when you went with the Uncrustables.
Honey.
PB&J's? Just in general?
I found out about the Crustables. I seen them for the first time.
But you didn't get them?
The empanadas, fool. Empanadas, bro. PB&J empanadas, dog.
They are empanadas.
Glorious.
Holy crap, Lucian.
These chefs or whatever on social media are like deep frying them and then putting powdered sugar on them and whatnot, bro. Yeah, you can really level those things up in a big time
Aren't
way.
they already? I thought the ones that I got from the Cowboys were already right at 1,000 calories.
If you get the really big ones, I think.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
I think your standard one, it might be like 350 on the calories. Yeah. But they have the
It'll fill you
jumbos.
up.
God.
But Jalen Carter is a big-time hamburger helper guy.
Nice.
He says it's his favorite food. He says his mom cooks hamburger helper. I don't know, maybe lives with his mom still or whatever. He says, I love it. I could eat it every day. She calls me to come eat. When I get the plate, it's gone in a minute.
Yeah.
So that might be that we might need
good.
Maybe we get Mozzie Smith on the hamburger helper
instead of Pop-Tarts.
See if that can get him
Instead of
going.
marshmallows.
The Pop-Tarts are not working for him.
No, well, they're not very good. I think that they might
Pop-Tarts
be the most
are
overrated.
good?
Yeah, the most overrated junk food out there.
You are excited about the Pop-Tart ice cream sandwiches, though, right? Does that like kind of?
Yeah. I think
No,
ice cream in there.
because you just called it the most overrated thing. Now we're jumping ship and saying, "Oh no, these things are outstanding."
Well, there's a lot of things that aren't that good, but then you add ice cream, and all of a sudden you think, okay, I'll give that
He
another
said
shot.
it was the most overrated thing he's ever eaten.
Why are you watchdogging me so much, bro?
He's upset.
Yesterday I had old Chuck on me.
Point his finger and everything. He said
it.
He said Pop-Tarts are the Jack Leiter of foods.
I love Pop-Tarts. My man over here is going, "Oh, jeez, that's overrated."
Have you not had the cookies and
It
cream
is
ones?
terrible.
I figured you'd love those.
It's basically a pie crust, okay? If you just
But
had
then
pie
he
crust.
said put ice cream on it, and you acted like you've never eaten one. I mean, you're like, "Oh, wait, we got to try these."
He was asking, would I like a Pop-Tart with ice cream? Yes, I would. Okay, but I wouldn't want just a regular Pop-Tart. There are so many better ways to get 600 empty calories.
Regular Pop-Tart Jack Leiter?
Oh, no. Jack Leiter's better than a regular Pop-Tart.
There you go. He's back, boys.
Yeah.
That's my guy.
Hey, where are we going next, Chief?
Let's hit you with a little hodgepodge. We got rings and things with the king. Plus, can I interest you in this young bull next in the nation?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, and here's the Chief with some more sporting.
Okay, there's a point guard name floating around Mavs Twitter right now. Are you interested in this fellow? We'll get to that in a second, but first we address LeBron James on his very own podcast, Mind the Game. Have you guys seen this?
No, what happened?
It's been popping up pretty hard. I think it was released yesterday.
Like the champions, like he's talking about the titles.
Yeah, it's LeBron and Steve Nash, and I don't know. I guess they were doing a mailbag thing where somebody asked about like ring culture in the NBA and how everything really just comes down to when it involves your legacy as an individual player. It just comes down to how many rings did you get.
Yeah,
and so LeBron is here answering the question of like, how did ring culture, why is it like that in the NBA and maybe it's not quite like that in other sports? Here's LeBron James.
It's funny, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it's discussed so much in our sport and why it's the A-all, B-all of everything. You sit here and you tell me, you know, Allen Iverson and Charles Barkley and Steve Nash, you know, our fucking wasn't unbelievable. Like, oh, they can't be talked about or discussed with these guys is because this guy won 1 ring or won 2 rings or won, like, it's just weird to me. It's like saying Peyton Manning can't be in the same room with Brady or Mahomes because he only has 1 ring. They don't never discuss that in their sport.
Right.
Or telling me that Dan Marino is not the greatest slinger of all time, or he can't be in the room with those guys because he didn't win a championship. They don't discuss those things, you know. I don't know. Barry Bonds never won a World Series, and you can't sit here and tell me that he's not the greatest baseball player to ever touch a bat. I mean, Jerry West, I think, went to like 9 straight NBA Finals.
Right.
And,
the logo.
And was only able to win 1. Right. And he's the logo of our league.
Yeah.
So you can't sit here and tell me that, okay, well, because he only won 1, the guy can't be in the same room with the guy who won 2 or 3 or 4. Like, why not? This guy, he's our logo.
I like that laugh there at the end. Kind of get the old man laugh out of LeBron right there. He's the same LeBron that was not 1, not 2, not 3. He's been chasing rings his entire career, and now because he's basically reached that point where getting to the level of even a Kobe, let alone a Michael Jordan, from a ring standpoint, is probably not going to happen. Certainly with not being the reason why if he ends up winning another title. So now he all of a sudden wants to sort of backtrack on it, and he's kind of getting dragged on the internet because of this take.
Yeah, I think it's got to be frustrating at times, but this is what the league set up, you know, in the 80s with Magic and Bird, and then it followed with Jordan in the 90s where it was marketed around stars, and the narrative that the sports reporters told was that, you know, these singularly great players are driving these teams to championships, when the truth was Boston was a super team, LA was a super team, Chicago Bulls were a super team, you know, and the NBA was constructed in a way that allowed the great teams to stay great, right? There weren't these punishments that they have now for, you know, collecting all these great players and keeping them together for a long time. So, I mean, that it was kind of a creation that took decades, you know, and then Kobe and Shaq took that and, you know, carried it on. Nobody can beat us. And then, you know, Steph Curry was allowed to do that. So, I think it is frustrating. It's inaccurate, but it's also made the game what it is and made him, you know, what he is. Because with 4 rings, you're in very, very rare company.
Yeah. And he's comparing it to other sports, but it really just doesn't work out, especially the baseball thing. Basketball is such an individually, like, one guy can really make a huge difference for you.
Yeah.
And he did find himself on plenty of super teams. He manufactured it himself. He didn't stay with the same team, but he bounced around to try and handpick the best opportunity for him to go win the rings because he was absolutely on a mission. He said it before, chasing the ghost of Michael Jordan, and now he's kind of realizing, dang, I guess I'm not going to reach that. So now he wants to pivot a little bit.
It is an interesting point because I think that basketball players and then quarterbacks, Those are really the two that we look at, and we're like judging success by championships more so probably than any other. Like
in this city, especially.
Yeah, like can you say how many people off the top of their head know how many Stanley Cups Wayne Gretzky won? Right? How many World Series did Babe Ruth win?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I think like we can rack off Brady. Peyton Manning had 2 Super Bowls, not 1 LeBron, as that's being texted in a bunch now. But like we kind of know. Like we know how many championships MJ had. Like that, I think quarterbacks and basketball players, to his point, there is something there. But he leaned into this his entire career. So you're 100% right to now all of a sudden where he sees the ending for him to be like, oh, we shouldn't really be measured just on championships. That's not the end all be all. It's kind of like, dude, that fits what you want now because of your legacy and how you're probably not going to be viewed as better than Michael Jordan. If he had have gotten to 7, he would have claimed, I'm absolutely the GOAT because I got more rings.
Yeah, and these quarterbacks that have not won, that is an indictment on you.
Like Dan Marino does not get talked about as the greatest of all time.
Right. And even though, despite the talent, we can all acknowledge it. But when you have guys that do achieve that, if we were living in these worlds where it was rare, most guys just get maybe 1, then okay. But when you have guys that have raised the bar, like a Brady, like a Michael Jordan, and even LeBron himself, I mean, four rings is spectacular. And he's still, pretty much anybody who has any rational basketball opinions is saying LeBron is worst case the second best player to ever play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's not like he's being docked in some crazy way and we're saying, no, we're only like LeBron, you're the 10th best player because we got other guys that have just won more rings.
Yeah, I think that would be my critique of it mostly if I was evaluating it. I would say it gets pretty nuanced. I think on first take, if you want to oversimplify a discussion or some idiots on social media, I'm sure LeBron experiences people oversimplifying it. And it's frustrating for him. But yeah, I would say like, here, at least in sports land, we're trying to have the nuanced conversation and compare what would LeBron do with Steph Curry's situation and what would Steph have done in all of LeBron's situations. I think those are fascinating, and there's plenty of room for debate. You talk about the greatest players of all time. Jabbar was insane.
He was.
Mm-hmm.
It was a different game. I would love to see how Jabbar would have evolved in this 3-point era, but I bet you his 7-3 butt would have been out there shooting threes and knocking them down.
Yeah,
maybe even sky hooks.
Yeah, I think that to me, like he developed that shot that nobody could block. With not only with his length, the way he's able to play, but yeah, I mean the way he played down low was just so impressive. But I guarantee you that if it came down to it, he'd probably step out there and try and knock down a shot or two.
I mean, if you grew up in this era, you couldn't help but try to shoot threes if you're playing basketball. That's instantly what you and your buddies are doing after you play horse or one-on-one or whatever.
Okay, so the Mavs need a point guard. Andy Larson, who covers the Utah Jazz, is saying that the Mavs have been mentioned as a potential destination for Colin Sexton, who is a young point guard who's pretty dang good. $19 million expiring contract, so it would be potentially a 1-year rental. But this dude is, I mean, you're talking about for his career, 19 points per game, 39% from the 3-point line. He was over 40% last year on 18 points per game and plays some defense. His nickname is Young Bull. Are we interested in Colin Sexton for a 1-year rental? I saw Dalton Trigg put together a trade of like Caleb Martin, Jaden Hardy, and Omax Prosper that could get it done, but I'm assuming the Jazz are going to want picks.
Yeah, if we can get that done without having to give up picks, I'd like that, but I would be willing to give up 1 first-round pick to get Sexton. I think if you're trying to build around him and become a playoff team, you're going to struggle. But if you're like, hey, we need you for 50 games while we're waiting for Kyrie to get healthy, and then we don't know if you're going to be a starter or a sixth man, Colin Sexton is a very talented guy, and he doesn't take bad shots.
Right?
Yeah.
He's efficient. He's not just some volume scorer. He's 48% from the field, and again, he was almost 41% from the 3-point line last year. Pretty good from the free throw line as well. So that's a name to bookmark there. 6'3", 190 pounds, and again, he's the young bull, two-way kind of guy.
Young bull.
I'm so down for Colin Sexton.
They've
if they
been
can
linked
pull
to
that
him
off
for the last couple of years. I also saw the Mavs could be interested in trading back into the first round, and a name that I would love would be Bolter Clayton Jr. from Florida. Just kind of has
Mr. Clutch.
Kind of has some
dip.
Brunson vibes to me a little bit, that guy.
Okay, how about players that could get traded before the deadline in the world of Major League Baseball? We'll look at that and the other top stories of the day here as we get into these top stories coming up next. Here's the G-Bag Nation fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
FM Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We do have the C-Note coming up in 20 minutes, Cowboys news. Then Krusty's Corner at 3:40. Then we're talking with George Sedano coming up at 4 o'clock. And we're just excited to be here with you. Hoping the Rangers can get back at it tonight, get the offense going a little bit, hopefully get a good starting pitching performance. It's a bullpen night, isn't it? We got a bullpen night coming up. Jared Sandler's going to join us.
Corbin's back.
Oh, Patrick Corbin is back.
Yep.
Okay, so the pregame at 6:30. Sanson's going to join us coming up at 4:40 here on your home of the Rangers. But yeah, neither one was good last night, the lineup and the bats. And if we get a lot of that, then maybe we'll be talking about being sellers as the deadline approaches. There in about a month or so we'll be in the home stretch to it. But The Athletic has a list of 30 players that may get traded before the deadline, and there's 3 Rangers on this bad boy. Tyler Mahle, Jake Berger, Adolis Garcia. And I'd never considered Berger and Garcia as trade bait this year. I don't know what The Athletic's smoking. You know, if they listen to the CY interview, it seems pretty clear they're going to be adding, not paring down anybody as we get into this deadline. But, you know, I guess we could talk about what would have to happen for them to wave the white flag and start looking at a guy like Garcia and Berger. These are, you know, bats that I think playoff contenders would be interested in. And Adolis can play some great defense as well. Berger, a DH or a first baseman. I guess there would be value there. And if you're not looking to give them contracts beyond the ones that they're in, you know, maybe it makes sense to deal them now. That'd be kind of a bummer. But I think there's a much more compelling case for this team just standing pat and looking to add, you know, another relief arm. I didn't get any indication from CY when we talked Monday they were going to be considering selling at all, right? That was strident. That was confident CY. And it was before that, even before they got to 500.
Yeah, I think he's made a commitment to Bochy. Like, as long as you're here, dude, we're going for it. Last year was an indication of that. I mean, unless it is just a total bottoming out in a ridiculous way, he's always going to feel like he's got a shot.
Yeah. Are you guys buying the we're not you know, Bochy and I haven't had any conversations? Doesn't it seem like that story probably has some legs to it?
Yeah,
I don't know, maybe
think
they just
so.
don't. They want to do it on their own timeline. That's kind of my read.
Yeah, and I think like when Boch signed on to the 3-year deal, he probably was thinking, I'm going to go 3 years, and then we'll see after that. So I feel like CY put himself in a good position where with the addition of Skip Schumacher, who would have been one of the most coveted managers out there by bringing him in from Miami, that they've kind of got a plan in place. Like if Boch were to decide, hey, I'm done, I'm going to retire, I think Schumacher takes over that role. If Boch decides he wants to stick around, we'll see if Skip Schumacher wants to, or maybe there's an opening that happens across Major League Baseball that he decides, you know what, let me take that gig over there. But either way, I think there definitely is some smoke here with Boch. I think he's a guy that's just year to year.
Yeah, and right now, if I'm Boch, I'm thinking I'm probably not going to be skipper next year if this is all we can do. We're going to have a little bit of a rebuild going if this offense, you know, can't be better. You know, the other thing about this, you know, when it comes to buying, selling, deadline stuff, Brian, I don't know if you want to take it another way, but the idea of trading pitching for hitting, I think, is at an all-time low because
that's and talking to my buddies who are front office guys around the league, and you know, we have these grand ideas about, you know, trading pitching and getting hitting back. It just didn't seem like to me that it was something that people, everybody that we'll throw out this guy and throw out, you know, we're thinking high value guy, and all of a sudden it's like, you might get a couple minor leaguer guys back. You're not going to get anybody of any substance back as far as a hitter goes. And that part of it was discouraging because I always want to believe, but that's again knowing your team. But the way the league evaluates their players is that, like, pitching's been good, but these are guys that are coming off injuries, major injuries and stuff like that, some of them. So, you know, why would we want to risk, we'd like to have the pitcher, but we'll find a way to buy low here and go that route.
Man, with that situation being what it is, then it's just another reason to not sell. Like, what can you sell to significantly improve your chances? If you could trade Anthony Davis in the NBA and get 4 first, that makes sense. But I don't think there is a similar situation happening over here for the Rangers. Is there anybody? Wolcott? I mean, who do they want? They don't want DeGrom. They don't want Eovaldi because they're hurt. They're old. They don't want Mahle because he's hurt and coming off a bigger injury, and who knows what he's going to be. It's like, what is a valuable asset? Because every time we think, okay, let's move this guy and fortify the minor leagues or rebalance the roster, get an exciting bat, it's like, nope, can't get jack squat for this guy, can't get jack squat for that guy. I say just stand pat and go for it then. If you can't, get the kind of prospects like when the Rangers traded Mark Teixeira in 2008 or 2009, they got Elvis, they got Nefty, they got the kind of prospects that I would think you should be getting for some of the guys that they got.
If I could just circle back, and I kept the information that my general manager friend sent me, and he said, and I asked him this question, I said, do the Rangers have a pitcher that you trade for and give up a bat for? And he said they could get something for Eovaldi or Mahle at the deadline. And this was a while ago when I asked this question. But probably a prospect package and not anything impactful of a major league team. Any team willing to trade for those types would not want to remove anything from their major league roster. Maybe Garcia in the bullpen. That was a guy that we mentioned, we've talked about before. But it wouldn't be much. The Rangers don't have many paths to add impact bats without trading Walcott. And they won't do that. So people would be interested in, according to my general manager friend, if you were to dangle Walcott, you can then get a bat. But he's saying they're not going to do that.
Maybe my Homer goggles are extra strong. Maybe this is the truth serum we need. That, hey, you're actually not that good.
Well, it might have been what CY was kind of trying to hint at, where he doesn't think that there is a bat out there that they could reasonably acquire that would really be any better than what they've currently got. So their best bet is the guys that they have, they need to start playing to the expectation level that the Rangers had for them and we had for them prior to the season. So, I think CY kind of hinted and spelled this out. Now, I'm sure bullpen arms, that's something you're always going to covet at the deadline. And things can change. Maybe a team gets an injury and all of a sudden there is more value for a guy like Tyler Mahle. But, right now, it's also tough with just how open the American League is. Like, the Rangers are just a game and a half back of the wild card right now. And you have more teams now competing than ever before, so you have less teams that are willing to sell. Like, the Diamondbacks were a team that we thought maybe they're going to be sellers. Yeah. Now the report is they're not. They don't want to be sellers. They want to be buyers. So that takes a team with a lot of good options on their roster that now probably aren't going to be available for you.
Yeah, it's a weird market, because I think the supply and demand and trying to figure out who all is going to be available. And when you have so many more teams that are in it, it's not just the teams in the wild card, but you double that amount of teams that are within a half dozen games. And there just aren't many squads out there that have players that can help you that aren't in the playoff race. Okay, at 877-881-1053, if you have any Rangers thoughts, our Franklin injury attorney text line is open for you. You can leave your name and city you're texting from. Last week I asked, should I eat crow on Jack Leiter? I was wondering, do you think the people that told me I should eat crow should now have to eat crow themselves? Is it like a
crow off?
It's like you had crow on your plate, but then
it's like a crow inception.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there is
a crow butterfly effect.
Yeah, if it's a game-to-game crow eating deal where after certain games you've eaten some and then now you're just swinging the pendulum back their way. If we're really going game by game on this thing, if we're taking a little bit more big picture, I just think you just scooted a little bit back.
We
from
just
the plate.
wait. Yeah, we needed a wait and see approach. I think because I wasn't willing to eat any crow last week, but that was like after 2 consecutive good starts.
Yeah.
Look at this. Now we got 2 going the other way.
Sure.
And maybe it's just going to be a seesaw affair for the time being. We did get a good updates last night of Eovaldi and Bradford nearing their return. And we've talked about how this has been incredible. They've been able to withstand 4 injuries to their pitching staff and still have the best pitching staff in the game. But that's just a testament to CY and the talent that they were able to acquire. Pacers are preparing for the possibility of not having Tyrese Halliburton in Game 6 of the Finals. Rick Carlisle saying in a radio interview this morning, availability is a concern. Been dealing with a lower right leg injury throughout the series, and it worsened. So he played with the injury for most of the 34 minutes, but failed to make a field goal as Indiana lost 120 to 109. And that's the big story right there. Sometimes you see crazy stuff like Aaron Rodgers playing with a strained calf against the Cowboys.
Yeah. And they couldn't get him to the ground.
Yeah.
At any point in time in that game. God, amazing.
Sometimes something clicks where Isaiah Thomas with a sprained ankle had all those points, or what was it, 15 points in 90 seconds? Just crazy stuff that happens. So, and, who was it, Kirk Gibson?
Yeah.
Is that 88 World Series?
88 World Series.
Sprained ankle. He can barely walk.
Hamstring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He gets up there, son of a gun. It's going to be a home run. Unbelievable.
I can't believe what I just saw.
yeah. One of the great moments in sports history. So I don't know what it is about injured guys, but I would imagine the Thunder are clearly the better team, and in order to beat them, you're going to need a great game from your point guard, and the turnover-free aspect that he brings. I just don't know how much Rick Carlisle can count on him. I saw a stat line on Caitlin Clark last night. It was on Twitter, and it said 52 points. And I'm like, holy crap, she did that? She didn't do that. That was over 2 games.
Yeah.
Okay, so I did feel misled on that, as impressive as it was. But then I was like, okay, so what is the all-time WNBA record? And 52 has never happened, but 53 has happened twice with Aja Wilson and Liz Cambage. They've each put in 53. Maya Moore has scored 48. Lauren Jackson has had 47, and Diana Taurasi had 47 as well. But I was thinking that's next. That's the next thing to happen, right? We need one of these massive, explosive, historic scoring nights from Caitlin Clark. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that in the next 2 weeks, boys.
Yeah, I mean, she had 25 points in 13 minutes the other night in her return from injury.
Crazy.
She can really get going in like a Steph Curry sort of way, especially with the threes. She could get there.
Do all these teams fight each other, or they just fight her team?
I don't know.
They're definitely. I can't speak on the other teams, but obviously last night it got super chippy. They're poking her in the eye, and then somebody else was coming over, body checking her.
They had like several injections. They had
injections.
They're injecting each other? Injections, yeah. They had several ejections. Did I say it right again?
Yeah,
Ejections, yeah. And then the next thing was a bunch of the like technical fouls and stuff. Like I just wondered. It seems like every time she plays in a game, it's like kind of like roller derby out there. She's getting knocked around all over the place, and like her teammates are having to, take care of her, but
to fight each other.
They're always trying to fight.
That Sophie Cunningham chick who sort of defended her honor last night. Apparently, her jerseys are out of stock now because people have just been buying them left and right. They love her for somebody finally having Caitlin's back there.
Wow. What a storyline. I just hope that she can keep this going, stay healthy, and start to put up the scoring totals that, I think can drive in more eyeballs. Like if I'm the WNBA right now, I'm kind of going to the Fever saying, hey, this story is great, right? And it's unbelievable. Let's push it. Can we get a 60-point game for her? Like let her shoot 43s. You guys aren't winning the championship this year.
Just go off.
We have the attention, okay? And then we're going to go to Aja Wilson and be like, hey, Caitlin Clark scored 60. And then they're way in first place, okay? They don't have to worry about seeding. We're going to have her shoot 40 times, too, and see if she can score 65. And we're going to capture there's no Olympics this summer, right? What are we doing for the next 6 weeks? Waiting for football training camp? Go drop 50 bombs, WNBA. All right, I think Paige Beckers can get in on this.
Absolutely.
Didn't she have 35 the other night?
She did.
She had 35 the other night. I think that might be the high for the year so far. So
let's get a bunch of 50 burgers going.
I think so. I think that's got to be the clear focus here as you move into the summer here if you're the WNBA. Raiders player Henry Ruggs apologizing to the family of the victim, Tina Tinter, the woman he killed in a car crash.
He's got a few more months left?
I was wondering about that.
Yeah,
he did get a 10-year prison sentence in August of 23.
I think he is on the verge right now of maybe a few months. August, maybe?
This is probably why he's having this opportunity to apologize.
He was temporarily released so he could speak at this Hope for Prisoners event is what it is.
Okay. He says, I wish I could turn back the hands of time. He acknowledged the impact of his actions. He emphasized his desire for the family to see the real him, not the person he was at the time of the accident, and expressed his remorse for the constant reminders his presence in the news brings to them. Pled guilty to felony DUI causing death. And his participation in the event marked a moment of reflection and accountability for his actions as he publicly addressed the tragic consequences of reckless driving. The story is so crazy. I mean, there's other one going on today with Karen Reed, right, the New Hampshire politician.
Yeah.
She got no conviction of wrongdoing or other than DUI.
Yeah. I don't think so, yeah.
Is that what we were able to gather here from that story today? So that's a big one in the regular news. Do you think Henry Ruggs could still play? Will there be an interest in him?
I will think that there would be an absolute interest in him, yes. I think when he gets out, I think there are people they'll give him time to see what he needs to do, getting in shape and all those things, and then you're going to see him get some workouts. Yes.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we have the C-Note coming up next. We'll take a look at the top Cowboys storylines from the day, and then Brian's Krusty's Corner is right around the corner. That's coming up at 3:40, and we're back here on The Fan. Can I chat D&M Leasing with you before we do any of that, though? Because if you want or need a new vehicle, you got to call D&M Leasing and tell them what you want to see in
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Step 3, garnish with a lime because you have taste. Naked or dressed, the choice is yours. Either way, it'll be great. Dos Equis. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2025, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Segment of the Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
All right, welcome back. It's time for the C Note here. The Cowboys news of the evening every day at this time. Gag Nation Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, so Albert Breer basically had a bad source or making stuff up. There was a report that Siobhan Ravel, the Cowboys rookie corner, who is recovering from a torn ACL, had a setback, but there's no such thing, Brian?
No, I was told that that was not factual at all, that he has been working ever since. Matter of fact, players are now gone for really that little break they have between the end of OTAs and then what they have at training camp. And, he's been here working out, and he hadn't missed a day of working out. And matter of fact, he's run all week, and he's going to run again tomorrow for him, from what I was told. So, yeah, it seems like to me there's, nothing to, if there was a setback that maybe they would have to take some time off and maybe adjust some things and all that. But I didn't get that opinion at all.
Well, that's good. That's good. The other story that's out there is Trayvon Diggs hooping, and that one made a little bit of waves on Cowboy social media, but not a lot, because I think most people understand he wasn't playing like intense basketball that appeared to be something that would be in line. I think the bigger concern with me and Trayvon Diggs is, are they so far not on the same page that he is not going to want to do everything he can to play? He says he wants to play through, but are they going to have a good working relationship? Like, it seems like Diggs is so jammed up with the organization that it's going to take some serious healing, and I don't know if the organization wants to invest that much. So I think this comes down to Eberflus and the coaching staff. Like, how do you get him totally locked in and bought in to an organization that it feels like he strongly resents right now?
Yeah, I wonder how many parts of the organization it is. Obviously, there's been butting heads when it comes to the training staff, and I think the Cowboys are well recognized. The poll that comes out with The Athletic, I think, is more about, hey, they need more people. Otherwise, Britt Brown and Jim Maurer are regarded as the best in the business, and they've done an excellent job of getting other people ready to rock. We've seen that when it comes to, what DeMarvion Overshone did last year, and hopefully Overshone's able to do it again. So it really, I think it's really all about the work ethic. Like, Britt Brown's going to love you if you want to come in, you want to bust your ass every day. That's what happens with Overshone. That's what happens with the Dak Prescott. If you're Trayvon Diggs and you're not really that interested in doing it, or you want to cut corners and stuff, then yeah, we're going to have an issue there. So Diggs trusts his guys. He's been working out with them. He made a whole documentary about it, put that out on YouTube to kind of one up what Jerry and the Cowboys were saying. Supposedly he's doing the same thing. I've heard from multiple people that if Trayvon Diggs, if this had been, there's no injury, he's healthy, he had been playing well, I do not believe Trayvon Diggs would be a Dallas Cowboy right now. They would have looked to trade him, because after that contract, things have just, the care, the want to. I got paid. What separates the good from the greats? Once you get paid, you go out there, you earn your money. Do you still have that drive to go out there and work? Because now you've made it. Now you're a millionaire. You've done what you wanted to do. You made it into the NFL. You were an all-pro. You were a Pro Bowler. Your bank account, your family set. After that, where is it? Where's the drive, right? And I think there's been a little bit of a lack of drive from some of the whispers that I've heard. So I think this is more on Trayvon Diggs to prove the people that are saying these things wrong, and I'd love him to do so. But since he signed that contract, it has not looked good at all for the Cowboys.
I hope he's massively locked in and he feels like they are going to move on from me, and I need these 8 or 6 games that I get to play to be amazing tape. I think that would be best case scenario, and then everybody would win.
Yeah, and then I think this is a big middle finger to Jerry Jones, too. I think that Diggs is in a situation, he's probably not happy with the trainers. I think everything Zach said, I think it's a big middle finger to Jerry Jones for coming out and saying his work ethic was poor. And like he's going to say, well, listen, I'll go over here and work. I don't have to be, he's not, it's probably not good for his mental state right now to be around people at the Cowboys because everybody's looking at him just the way we're talking about right now. Like, where's the work ethic? Why don't you want to be here? But he's like, you know what? You guys don't make me feel any better about myself. So I'm going to go over here and work in Miami. I'm going to go do what I want to do. I don't have to have you guys to do this. He's I think Zach's right. I think this contract has affected him in a way where his given S meter is really, really low when it comes to the Dallas Cowboys, especially his relationship with Britt and especially with the relationship obviously he has with Jerry Jones.
Well, I think they did make it a priority this draft to find people that love football. Maybe that's a little bit in response to that. And I think there are legitimately 2 sides to this story. And Diggs just is not a guy who is going to sit around and be like, oh, okay, great, and put a smile on his face. If he's offended, he's going to be real and not want to be around you. But I've been hearing about players not trusting since I basically got here. Like first year on the job, it's like, players saying, we don't exactly believe that the organization, everybody in there is having our back. They're trying to protect what the Jones investment is, more than serve me. I don't feel like I'm their client. And I don't think that's a reflection just on the Cowboys, but that's a pro sport veteran type of, position. Like you can only trust them so much. Okay. Next up here on the C note here, Cowboys news of the evening. Jerry Jones has another TV show coming up. A little bit different than Landman. We're going to Adult Swim, a TV network.
Oh, he's a cartoon guy.
Oh, wow.
They have a new show coming out called Keeping Up with the Joneses.
Oh.
I thought it would have been cool if they called it Keeping Up with the Jones Boys. But it's about a family that's called the Newberries, and they live next door to Jerry Jones.
Wow.
So Jerry's going to be popping in and being Jerry Jones and interacting. I think probably content-rich environment.
So this is like an actual human show, or is this a cartoon show?
It's a cartoon show.
Okay, cartoon show.
So you're going to have cartoon Jerry Jones.
Who's the voice of Jerry Jones?
I don't know. I'd probably go with Kavanaugh.
I would too.
Yeah,
I think that would be a great opportunity for Jeff.
I just let Kavanaugh improv all those lines. Don't show up and dork around for 20 minutes. We're good.
Don't you think Jerry's going to want to? Don't you think he's going to want that to be his voice? But I guess they say it's not going to be Jerry that's actually doing it. So Jeff should absolutely throw his voice in the hat.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Send in a demo tape.
I did a show with Jeff the other day, and he was doing Jerry Jones' voice. It was very good. He has to close his eyes to do it. He has to get in character.
Absolutely,
He does. He closes his eyes. Yeah, exactly.
He channels like Nicolas Cage.
It's not just the voice, though. It's the riffs.
Yeah.
It's also the crap that you're actually saying.
You gotta be kidding me. Okay, we got a couple of Fort Worth Star-Telegram things here. After a down year, Jake Ferguson's confidence remains high. This is a story from our guy Nick Harris, Star-Telegram. And he's just writing that the offense can be special if the Cowboys can get Ferguson going. He did have 59 catches for 494 last year, but no scores. I mean, that's not a good year, but it's not a bad year. I just think their offense stunk. And, Jake Ferguson was punished even more by a defense that didn't have to respect the running game or the deep ball. So, surprise. Your tight end couldn't produce that well. Couldn't stretch the field out and give him pockets of space. But I think that's got to be an emphasis because when you look at wide receiver 3 right now, I would like Jake Ferguson to be essentially that guy.
Yeah, I would be buying stock in Jake Ferguson, especially when you look at fantasy drafts and stuff where he's being taken. I think that his value will be because you're going to be focusing on Lamb and Pickens, of course, and Dak loves the security blanket of the tight end. So as long as Ferguson is staying healthy, I would imagine he puts up pretty respectable numbers this year.
That seam route, man. He loves that. I just wonder how healthy, when he had that knee against Cleveland, that we thought, my gosh, is that going to be like a season ender? Then he got the concussion. I don't know that he ever really was whole last year. That's my hope, and he's able to bounce back in a big way. Because a year ago this time, like, I was buying all the Fergie stock. I'm like, I think this dude could end up being top 10, top 5, possibly, if he ends up having a great year in the conversation of tight ends in the league. It didn't happen.
Yeah.
So this is a contract year. He needs to go out and perform.
Well, yeah, and I think injury, especially, I mean, he's kind of a crash dummy type of guy. I'm going to put my nose in there, and once you start getting hurt, especially your bell rung, it can make you a little bit apprehensive. So I think getting back to 100%. Harris also tweeted about the Brevin Spann-Ford, the tight end, and it's getting picked up in blogs. And he's working off a quote from Shoddy saying he's pushing Jake and Luke and all those guys. He's already made the jump. He asked me how I feel about it. He already made the jump. He's another guy that when he puts the pads on, you're going to see on the field. So I think this would be a pretty significant development.
Yeah, if he could just look comfortable catching the football. That's the things that makes him behind some of the other tight ends. Even the guys that are behind him. He just does not always look comfortable catching the ball.
Okay, Alabama.com picked up the Tyler Booker quote from media availability last week. He was asked the one thing that surprised me, nothing really. I feel like I've been prepared for this stage when I got to Alabama. And he talked about his mentors. Apparently, he's best friends with J.C. Latham, who he went to high school with and then was at Bama with. And he's now with the Titans. And he said J.C. Latham has been quite a mentor, helped him understand some things. But that's amazing, a testament to your program. And I don't know if that continues to stay the case now that Nick Saban is gone, but I mean, when you guys showing up from your program that say, yeah, nothing really surprised me, this is about what I'm prepared for, I don't know if you can get a better endorsement.
It's pretty amazing we're at a point where we're more confident that Booker's going to have a good year than we even are year 2 Tyler Guyton.
Yeah.
Just more experience, bigger games. The one thing that the holdback for Guyton was the fact, how many games? 8 games, 10 games, something like that?
Yeah, last year.
And he was on the right side, too.
Well, but yeah, at Oklahoma, he
started 1 year in college.
Yeah, he was not a highly decorated guy when it came to playing football as far as the number of games he played. The learning curve was going to be pretty it's very strange to me that Dallas, they're so plug and play that was the draft pick that wasn't as plug and play. I mean, this guy, they swung it back the other way now with this Booker pick. You start to talk about a guy that's a captain, a lot of starts, a lot of big games. It's kind of like they found their way again. It's like,
thankfully, yeah, because you can't be taking projects in the first round.
Well, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right, because the learning curve for for Guyton was just going to be too much, and ask him to go from right side to left side, that was even more of a strain on him.
Hopefully he's, 20-25% better this time around and can stay on the field and not commit penalties. RJ Ochoa, blogging the boys, did a nice piece on the second rounders and how you can't depend on any of them right now. Scooney, Williams, Nealon, Ezeraku, but there's still potential in there. And he notes they were on a run from Randall Gregory from 2015 to Trayvon Diggs in 2020. They had 6 second-round picks in a row, and then, boom, they hit Kelvin Joseph, haven't been the same since.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Ezeraku's got a shot at this one.
He's probably going to. I hope he's the best of this bunch.
Yeah.
If you were ranking the ones with the best chance, Ezeraku, who's number 2? Nealon, Williams, Scooney,
Nealon, yeah,
probably. Well, man, Nealon. I don't know about that one. I mean, he was one of those guys to me that was going to be, if he was able to stay healthy and learn how to rush the passer, good run player. But he never, and when it looked like he was going to turn the corner and be a pass rusher, that he got hurt and then kind of fell back down the ladder. So I don't know. That one's, I think, still very questionable to me.
Tape wasn't very good as a rook.
I didn't think it was, like I said, I think there was times where he played well and he was understanding how to disengage, how to dip, how to become a pass rusher. At Western Michigan, he wasn't that. He was a good run to player. Good point of attack. That was his thing. He was going to have to develop as a pass rusher, and the minute he started to show signs that he potentially could do it, he got hurt. And so we'll see where he's at that level. There's some guys now that they have on this roster that are better pass rushers than him.
Well, let's see what's coming up in Krusty's Corner, buddy. What do you got?
Yeah, I've got a question for you guys, and this came from our mailbag today at Love of the Star. We'll ask that question next.
Okay, I want to talk about Permapure Foundation Repair. If you have any cracks in your bricks, sticky doors, uneven floors, it's time to call them. Permapure Foundation.
When you hear it on the Fan, know that we are DFW's only radio station telling you what we saw, not what we read on social media. From now until the end of Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, turn it on and leave it on your Cowboys station, 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, this is exciting, G-Bag Nation. We have been told by the likes of Shams Charania that this could be the most insane NBA offseason we've ever seen, and we're hearing this afternoon that some news in the association is going to drop here coming up at the top of the hour. We'll have a guest on coming up at 4:20 to talk about it, so that's really good timing. But stay tuned to the news cycle. I don't know which team it's involving. Chuck, what do you have?
Yeah, I don't know. George Sedano was supposed to join us at the top of the hour. So hey, can I move back a segment? We get some pretty big news that's going to drop at the top of the hour, and you guys will understand when you see it. So that's all I got. I don't know if it's maybe Tyrese Halliburton related, because he is, of course, working the NBA Finals for ESPN. Is it Kevin Durant related? Could it be Jason Kidd? Could it be Mavericks related? So we'll find out here very soon.
I'm going to guess Durant. That would be my guess. But holy smokes, if it's Jason Kidd, that'll be bonkers.
See, that's the thing that I think is interesting. That he said, "Hey, let me come back on with you guys afterwards, and you'll understand." If it was Durant or somebody like that, does that really move the needle for us?
Well, just big for him. Yeah, it's got to be big enough to
it's huge for him.
Call him off. Because he's going to have to be on TV, right?
Yeah. I'd assume, yeah. So he's got something going on. He said 5 Eastern, which is 4 o'clock our time. He said, yeah, we got something big coming.
Well, I mean, Desmond Bain getting 4 first would definitely make me pick up the phone if I had any intent on selling. That guy's not even an all-star, although he's very, very good. Kevin Durant trade, maybe a Giannis thing. I think you got to look at that. Obviously, draft positioning could be in mind. Like, are we going to make trades with top picks? Are the Rockets going to get a star player? So a lot of different ways this thing could go. And again, George Sedano is going to join us coming up at 4:20, and we'll dig into that. It is time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. And here at the King, Brian.
Yeah, thank you very much, General, and thank you very much to Reliant as well. And man, I'm looking forward to seeing what this is all about. I mean, I'd like to believe that if it was something to do with Mavs, that maybe McMahon, they're right now, what's our show? The NBA Today is on right now, and they've got McMahon in Indianapolis. If something, but now they haven't shown him the last, he was on the 2 segments ago, but he wasn't on recently here. They're doing some draft coverage. But, if it was something like that with the Mavs, I wonder if McMahon would be the one to break it here for ESPN.
It's got to be Durant, dude. I mean, Shams was talking about 48, 72 hours late last week.
See, they're talking, and they're also right now, they're talking about Kevin Durant's preferred trade destination. So maybe they're setting things up here, so we'll see how it all plays out. All right. Zach and I did a Love of the Star podcast this morning. And is it up yet, Zach? I haven't checked.
It's up. It is out. It is there, and it is ready for you to listen to.
Yeah, do it after our show if you would today.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah, just give it a listen there, and because right now the Philadelphia Eagles are kicking our ass in these podcasting world, But we'll see. Like I said,
the old Super Bowl bump.
The Super Bowl bump is getting us, but we'd love for you guys to continue to listen to. If you already are listening to Love of the Star, just keep doing that. But if you're new and you want some Cowboy content, we'd love that. We did a mailbag segment today. Well, not a segment. We did a mailbag show.
Mailbag?
Man, we had some really interesting questions today.
We had some great ones.
From the great ones. And one of the ones I want to steal, because I think it gave us the most debate between Wolchuk and myself. And I'll go to Zach last so he can kind of fill you in on the direction he went with this one. But the question was posed to us is, you can only sign, tag, or let walk these players I'm about to give you. Sign, tag, or let walk. The players that they were asking about were Micah Parsons, George Pickens, and Deron Bland. Which player would you sign, tag, or let walk? And please tell me why you would do what you're doing. Give me your reason. Let's go with you first, Chief.
Okay, sign, tag, or walk. Micah, George, and you said Bland?
Bland, yes, sir.
Yeah. I can't imagine that I'm going to mess around with tagging any of these guys.
Well, it's part of the game. You get to
it's
do
like a marry, murder, bleed.
Yeah, you can get to do one of these things.
So somebody's got to be signed, somebody's got to be tagged, and somebody has to walk.
Let's hope that George Sedano comes on here in the next few minutes and livens this thing
Save us,
up
George. Save us.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm signing Micah Parsons, and I guess I'm tagging Deron Bland, and I'm letting George Pickens walk. I'm not going to be able to. If I tag George Pickens, that number is huge. Tag George Pickens. Give him top 5 wide receiver money, and you're going to be, that's what, 30 plus million on your cap for a franchise tag?
Sure.
There's no way. That's a non-starter. That's impossible. We're not doing it. I'm signing Micah Parsons because he's one of the best defensive players in the league, and I'll tag Deron Bland because it's still a premium position at the cornerback spot. Can't find him, not just all over the place like wide receivers are. And the number won't be quite as high as what it would be for tagging George Pickens. Easy money.
You know, I could go a lot of different ways with this, but I think it's signing Micah Parsons because I'm most sure about him with all these 3 guys, and I want to have somebody that I'm more sure about. Now, there's definitely some question marks with him, but I want to tag Pickens, because I want to bring him back for another year. I think right now what you have is an advantage. And I don't want to have it for just 1 year. At the same time, I don't want to go super long-term with Pickens. So I think the tag makes a ton of sense. I mean, shoot. You saw what Burrow did with those 2 receivers. We can't run the ball. We got the number 1 offense. And then the Eagles win the Super Bowl with 2 receivers. I think there's something to the 2-receiver deal. And especially with Dak. I think this is going to get favorable looks for your running game. Your passing game is going to be great. This offense should be amazing. And a lot of it is because what Pickens and Lamb are going to present.
Remember what the team that you're talking about. You're talking about the Cowboys. So as soon as they dedicate that much money to George Pickens, you got nothing. You have Joe Burrow's defense. So that's a lot of fun. Dak ain't even Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's not making the playoffs with that. So that's a lot of fun, but you have the worst defense in football history. So I guess it's going to be great scoring a bunch of points and missing out on the playoffs. But that's what you're doing. You're not talking. You're talking about Devontae Smith and the Eagles. Howie Roseman is not just paying Devontae Smith and saying, "Sorry guys, we can't pay anybody else." He's paying plenty of people. He's still going to have an awesome defense.
Well, I don't want to pay the 25th best corner like top 10 money at his position. I don't think that's an efficient use of my cap dollars.
Well, that was the constraints of this hypothetical. I don't necessarily want to tag either of these guys either. But
Pickens is better at his job than Bland is, isn't he?
I would say yes. But also, I trust Deron Bland to be a professional a hell of a lot more than I do George Pickens.
Yeah, I was thinking of the Murray F. Kill thing. Yeah. I was going to marry Bland, as I started going down that path. Because
you're going to F Micah?
I don't know. I couldn't get past that one. But I know for sure Deron Bland's the husband material.
So the Shams bomb to drop. It's the Buss family selling the Lakers.
Oh.
Didn't think that was coming.
That's out of left field.
Entering an agreement to sell majority ownership of the Lakers to Mark Walter, the CEO, chairman of diversified holding company TWG Global. So that is what the breaking news is. The Buss family, who has owned the Lakers since 1979, will be selling majority ownership. Okay, so Brian,
did they give a price on this?
I don't have that. I'm sure those numbers are going to come out very soon.
Okay.
Very, very soon.
Wow, Lakers are going to be throwing money around like crazy.
I mean, they bought the Lakers for $67.5 million back in 1979.
With Jack Cook.
I can't wait to see what the number is. I'm sure Shams is going to have that in just a second.
Billions, right?
Just a second.
Is it probably $3-4 billion, you think? I don't think the Lakers...
What was that Celtics sale for?
Yeah, what was the Celtics? I thought
6?
the Celtics...
It's got to be somewhere around there, don't you think?
Do the Lakers own... the hockey
crypto.
Hockey team actually owns the Boston Garden, or what is the Boston Garden?
I bet the Lakers
CD
own
Garden
that
or
arena. I bet they do.
So Staples, or it's the crypto arena now, right?
It's always Staples.
Celtics sold for 6.1.
I don't know if the
Bill.
Lakers are going to go for more than that.
Oh, for sure they will.
I can't wait to find out. And we'll have George Sedano coming up at 4:20.
Zach, tell me real quickly.
Okay, real quick. I did say they're signing Micah. I would tag Bland. I would let Pickens walk. But Brian, we then went into a theory that I loved from you, sir.
Go for it. Tell me what my theory was.
Micah Parsons. Why don't you tag one Micah Parsons per Brian Broaddus? Now, if you look at the tags for all three of these positions, the most expensive is wide receiver. Then you have defensive end for 2026. The projected franchise tag is $26.5 million. What are you looking at probably paying Micah Parsons right now?
40.
So could I save $15 million and just go ahead and slap a franchise tag on Micah Parsons, and then now I have an extra $15 million of money that I can spend elsewhere to try and make my roster whole? Now, I don't know. Maybe your player's not happy about this. In fact, I think we could guarantee the player's not happy about this. But when from a team-building perspective, I do kind of like this idea, because then maybe you can find a way to keep maybe a Pickens and a Bland.
Yeah. You could probably, if you just go ahead and tag him, you might have a chance to really sign all three of these guys.
I do like it in theory. Now, obviously, we're dealing with people and personalities.
I was just trying to think of the best way to get all three players.
Yeah, that's definitely the best way to do it.
If it was me though, I'm with Dawson. I would let Bland walk if I couldn't do this. But I'm going to tag Parsons. I'm going to sign Pickens, and I'm likely going to let Bland walk. But I think with the money that I save by trying to tag Parsons, and I'm banking on that Parsons is not going to want to miss game checks.
Right.
So I'm banking on him. I think he would be the hardest one to get done. So I'm going to go ahead and tag him.
So you think you tag Micah and he plays?
I think he doesn't want to miss money. He wants to. I think to me, you look at him. He's in this. He's going to be in this stay in or stay out, whatever you want to call it, and can't hold in, whatever you want to call it, camp. Just over $50,000 a day, I believe. So I'm going to take a chance that I could get him, and I'm going to take that $20 million, and I'm going to go do things elsewhere with it. Is what I'm going to do.
I think that's a fascinating.
It is. They got to be threatening to hand that out. I just don't think he would play under it.
Well, if he does not want to play, then he's roughly missing $1 million something a game. I mean, is that what we're looking at right now?
Mm-hmm.
$2 million, almost.
Yeah, he'd be missing a lot of money.
Do you think the Cowboys would really let him sit out, or would they cave to what?
This is what I would do. I would tag him, and I told you this. I would tag him, and like I said, if I had the feeling that he was going to hold out, I mentioned this. I would go get Von Miller and just try and put together 16.5 sacks, not just from Von Miller, but as Araku, Von Miller, whoever else is going to Fowler. I'm just going to put together as many sacks as I can with those guys. But I'm going to if he wants to sit out, fine. If he's going to miss game checks, let's see how long he wants to miss game checks for. I don't think he wants to do that. That's why if you want to turn the tide on how the Dallas Cowboys operate,
yeah, that'll do it.
Play hardball with him because he's the one guy that won't sit out, I believe.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation in Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 3:40 here on the Fan. That was good debates, guys. Great content as always with Krusty's
Thanks
Corner.
to the fans for sending that question in. By the way,
yeah, nice job. It takes a village. Brian brought us Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning every afternoon at 3:40. Okay, George Sedano was scheduled for next, but he's moving to 4:20, so we'll talk NBA offseason with him coming up then. Zach, where are we going next, though?
Got a couple of signings for our Dallas Cowboys. Which players made this Pro Bowl tackle retire? And Lamar did recruiting. That's next in the nation.
Your proud home of the Cowboys, Rangers, and...
like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Yes, the Lakers are being sold. It's an end of a small business owner era in pro sports. Of course, Jerry Jones and the Jones family and Blue Star Enterprises and everything they do. They were visionaries. They probably saw this coming 10, 20 years ago and have started all these businesses around pro sports that have provided the revenue that allows them to stay in the billionaire game and continue to own the Cowboys and be so successful. So congrats to them for not having to sell out as the Celtics have, as the Lakers have it, as another number of teams are. But they don't have to. So congrats to them. And I think congrats to Lakers fans because you got to have like billions and billions of dollars to play in this game with the size of these checks that you got to sign, and for the ability to sustain potentially losing tens of millions of dollars if you go for it and it blows up in your face. I think the thing is it's gotten too risky for a private group of owners that are grandma and grandpa basically to potentially lose hundreds of millions of dollars chasing a championship that blows up in their face, because that's the stakes these days.
It's nice to be an owner of a team, and there's been some families in NFL that have been at it a long time. The McCaskies, the Houses there in Chicago, the Rooneys in Pittsburgh, the Maras in New York. But there's going to come a point in time where they're going to have to, think about, how do we pay these contracts? How do we pay these signing bonuses? Yeah, our teams make money, but in the long run, though, it's going to take even more money. And if you don't have any outside way of making income, then you're probably best to get out of the business before, everybody comes down on you for being cheap.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, I mean, here's a kid at Cincinnati, our defensive end that they just drafted. And he has not played a down for the Bengals, and calling the Brown family out for being cheap. And this is the way they run their organization and all that. And, Mark Cuban said it about, his kids and stuff like that. I don't want to put that kind of pressure on them to have to come up with money. But like I say, it's sad because the Bus family are such a great part of
NBA history.
NBA history, yeah.
Yeah. One other note on it. We see with the Rangers, Ray Davis, and I joke and I call him Scrooge Davis or whatever.
Scrooge Duck.
But I mean, he's worth $2.8 billion. He is highly sensitive to the luxury tax threshold.
Yeah.
So I don't know the amount of wealth that you have to have accumulated to be able to very smoothly operate in pro sports is, apparently more than even that. If you want to have an owner rich enough to absorb and possibly lose money, here's Wolchuk.
Yeah, they're in a great place with Mark Walter, who also owns the Dodgers. We've seen the money that he's thrown around there. So the Lakers.
Magic Johnson's part of that Dodgers team too, right?
TWG Global
That's
company.
who we want to buy the Cowboys right now.
They're not going to give a damn about these aprons. Luka Doncic probably has a big smile on his face right now. Cowboys did make a couple of signings. They brought in several names last week, and they signed 2 of them. So they're signing corner Robert Rochelle and defensive tackle Perion Winfrey, according to Aaron Wilson of KPRC Reports. We've also seen Calvin Watkins come out and confirm the Rochelle signing. Rochelle was a 4th-round pick of the Rams back in 2021. He was a top 100 player on Dan Brugler's The Beast. He appeared in 48 games for the Rams and Packers the past 4 seasons, mostly special teams guy, 25 tackles, pick, 3 forced fumbles in his career. And then Winfrey was a draft pick in the 4th round of the Browns. He hasn't played in the NFL since 2023, was recently an all-UFL honors guy with the Birmingham Stallions,
Here we go.
whom they got Brandon Butter Aubrey from, who also, by the way, threw out an awesome first pitch last night at the Rangers game. Shout out to Plano Zone, Brandon Aubrey. But
athlete.
Man, there's Perion Winfrey. I watched a little bit of him last week, Brian, when they brought him in. This is a big dude. He does play a little high. He's got long arms, but my gosh, I forgot. If you'll remember Perion Winfrey based on one hit that he had against Brock Purdy. I thought he killed Brock Purdy in a game Oklahoma played against Iowa State. Tough eval because Oklahoma at the time was playing that slant front, that 3-3-5.
Sure.
But he's an interesting player that they're bringing in here to add some depth.
His draft class
tackle.
was when?
2022.
2022.
And then Rochelle, the corner, was 2021.
Gotcha.
So both former 4th-round picks the Cowboys are bringing in. Okay, speaking of the Cowboys, here was Trayvon Diggs on with streamer Neon talking about, hey, who were some underrated players on this Cowboys team?
Who's your favorite underrated player on the?
Hold on. By the way, I hit that button 30 times. Okay?
I can feel it.
Who's your favorite underrated player on the Cowboys right now?
My favorite underrated player?
Yeah. That's going to have a breakout season, you think?
Sam Williams.
Okay. What does he play?
Defensive end.
Defensive end?
He's like another Micah.
For real?
Yeah. I think he might be faster than Micah.
Yeah.
That's OP. That's crazy.
And we got a kid, he wear number 41. Watch out for him. He going to be good. I like how he worked. He worked real hard. He's fast, too. We got a lot of guys, though. Bell. We have a lot of players.
Izzy Mukwamu, I think, and then Marquise Bell. 41 is Donovan Ezeraku. That's the 2nd rounder out of Boston College.
You got to earn the right as a rookie to be called by your name.
Yeah.
Right?
Otherwise,
isn't that how it goes?
It's like the kid from Duke, that kid wearing 41. That's kind of that's the treatment you're getting.
He's right about Sam Williams with just the general athleticism. If he can put it all together, obviously coming off the injury makes things a little bit more challenging, the consistency stuff, but we've seen the flashes of healthy Sam Williams. He's a complete game wrecker as a disruptor.
He definitely knows who the other wild card on the defense is. He
does.
He's admiring a hard worker.
He does.
Birds of a feather.
And I like the way this guy works. I saw him for 3 days while I was out there at minicamp.
Hey, by the way, it looks like we have the number.
Oh, for the sale?
For the sale.
Is it over $6 billion?
It's over.
7?
Over.
8?
Over.
Over. 9?
Over.
11.
Wow, you skipped it. It was 10.
Well, I thought you were going to say over again, damn it.
$10 billion.
$10 billion for the Lakers.
Yeah.
I mean, is the Buss family selling the Lakers kind of the equivalent to Jerry selling the Cowboys?
I think it would probably be
looking at
the closest thing.
See, I don't see, like I say, Gavin's right. The Buss family doesn't have any. I think at one time when their dad was kind of a real estate guy, doing things that way.
But they probably have a bunch of apartments and stuff.
But I don't feel like that they're a family that has a lot of outside interests. I mean,
like the Joneses probably more so, but like innovating the league. Right, the way that the product is now turned into
one of the first families of a sport.
Like the Lakers are one of the pillars of the NBA. The Cowboys, obviously, the brand recognition, the number $1
billion.
That's wild
for an NBA team. Wow,
that's nuts. Absolutely crazy.
The Lakers are just going to be accumulating high dollar players for a long time.
What did these guys buy the Dodgers for? Then it's a bunch of them. I'm sure there's like a
I got to go back and check that. Maybe Eric, if you can do some Googling.
I could have Googled that too very easily.
You're
with ChatGPT, but
let's hear from Lamar Jackson. This was his press conference.
They brought it from the McCourt family, I believe. Remember they had all that
who
trouble?
Sold the Dodgers?
So this is interesting. Just a couple of years ago when that Sportico estimate happened, they put the Lakers at 8 and the Cowboys at 10.3.
Okay, there you go.
So the Cowboys are worth 25% more. So I think by that math, we'd think the Cowboys are worth 12.5 right now.
Yeah.
Damn. It's a lot of money.
Looks like when the Dodgers sold back in 2012, it was a record-breaking $2.15 billion.
So these guys
they're paying $10 billion.
So these guys have come up for $12 billion for the last 2 sports teams they've paid for.
Mm-hmm.
That is wild.
Pretty amazing.
Incredible.
And all the contracts that they've dealt out.
And how about though the two in the same city though? They have the two the two teams.
I think he's got some ownership stake in the Sparks as well.
Yeah.
And an F1 team. I don't know which F1 team.
He needs an NFL team,
again?
it looks like.
Who's this guy?
I think Walter.
Mark Walter?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark Walter.
Just crushing it.
I mean, luckily the Mavs have sold to like such huge money. Obviously the Rangers and Stars, money's not that much of an obstacle. But I think with the Cowboys, it is genuinely a big obstacle goal. Because you have so much huge money coming in, and like what Jeff Lurie is showing, what these teams are doing is they're taking equity to try to build a historically massive brand and a dynasty. And the Dodgers are going to pull it off, right? Maybe the Warriors would last to pull it off in the NBA. If you can get it going, then we're going to grow this and make so much money on the valuation of our franchise because of the championships we win.
Mm-hmm.
No championships, you're worth this much. Go win a couple championships and then sell the team so we can recoup all that equity lost in the future based on the added value we're getting from winning. And it's high risk, but it's got to be a ton of fun. If you're one of these young hedge fund managers or you're like a oil billionaire, you got the dice roller in you. You're like, this is going to be awesome. Jerry Jones is looking at it like we got to grind ROI every year and make sure we extract this amount of value, not thinking, wow, if we won multiple championships, we could double or triple this value right now. And maybe the Cowboys can't. Maybe that's why they don't so aggressively chase it, because as the team that's worth the most, there's not a big gap to catch. Like if the Eagles are worth $3 billion with no championships, but you can catch the Cowboys at 12 if you go back to back, hell yes, we're throwing another $200 million at that possibility. Because now we're as big as the Cowboys, and until we come up with essentially $1 billion to throw money at contracts, we can't imagine being in that game.
Yeah, he's part of the Guggenheim company. So that he's
don't they do like museums?
I don't. I mean, it's they're out of Chicago is where they're out of. And what's interesting about this guy, and you mentioned this, he's co-owner of Chelsea FC.
Mm-hmm.
Got 12, almost 13% in that. 20% owner of the Lakers already.
Okay.
So he just purchased the other.
Yeah, I saw that he was a minority owner, and I guess he had right of first refusal.
Right.
For the majority share of the team.
He exercised that. Then he's owner of Andretti Global, which is the new Formula One team that's coming up, too.
Okay, there we go.
So that's with Cadillac. He's principal owner of the LA Sparks, the WNBA team, and the owner of the Professional Women's Hockey League.
Damn. So this is they're investment bankers.
Yeah, that's what they are. Guggenheim is
crushing, man. Yeah, the Lakers. It's probably good to be a Laker fan right now. They're going to be making a ton of money. Last thing here, NFL Sounds of the Day. This was Lamar Jackson at his press conference yesterday when asked about what was at that time a free agent cornerback that he used to play with in college.
Accomplished cornerback available. Have you gotten a chance?
Go get him, Eric. I love all our corners, don't get me wrong, but go get him, Eric.
Have you gotten a chance to talk to Jair about coming here?
Yeah, I hit him up, but you don't know. You never know with Jair. That's my boy, man.
You never know with Jair. You never know. Well, less than 24 hours later, Jair Alexander is a teammate of one Lamar Jackson as he's getting a 1-year, $4 million deal. He's got the ability to earn up to $6 million with $2 million in incentives. And now that Ravens secondary, Jair Alexander, Marlon Humphrey, year 2 corner, Nate Wiggins, former Cowboy Chido Awuzie, and then Kyle Hamilton and their first-round pick, Malachi Starks. They have made that certainly a strength in that secondary.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
My pleasure.
There he is, Zach Wolchuk with a sports segment for you. Let's talk to George Sedano. Can the Pacers force a Game 7? Is Jason Kidd in play? Cooper Flagg and potentially big trades to roll as the draft and free agency is approaching. But, yeah, we just had the Lakers be sold. And we'll talk more with George about that, Brian.
Yeah, real quick, his company is worth, part of this partnership, $349 billion.
Wow.
No wonder they're throwing money around. Let's go.
Oh. Have fun competing with that, NBA.
Absolutely.
Looks like they're about to money whip the association like they money whipped Major League Baseball. Okay, what do you say, Chief?
I say let's go ahead and get you to Greystone Roofing, ladies and gentlemen.
very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
NBA breaking news story this hour. George Sedano, ESPN, joining us now to talk about that and the Mavs offseason, the finals. Segment's also brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And a good afternoon, George. How the heck are you?
I have had a very strange day. So obviously I was going to come on with you guys a little earlier, and I told you guys, Zach, hey, you got something coming that's pretty big that I got to be ready for because we all have to kind of have all hands on deck. And as you just mentioned, it's a pretty big story with the Lakers. But then while that was happening, we seem to have a pretty big weather situation here in Indianapolis where there was a tornado situation here. So we thought we escaped the tornadoes in OKC somehow and ended up having them here in Indy. So it's been an interesting last 45 minutes.
Well, thanks for battling through all that to get on with this, George. What Lakers sold, why is this the right time? Why did this happen now?
You know, I think it's been something they've been planning for a while, an exit strategy, especially when Mark Walters became part of the group back in 2021. He is part of the group that owns the Dodgers. So it makes a lot of sense to keep it within someone in Los Angeles that understands the Lakers brand. And the Dodgers and Lakers have so much synergy already to begin with amongst their ownership groups, and Magic Johnson obviously being a part of both organizations in a big way. So I just think that with Jeannie and them, they understand, like, at some point, while they will still have a level of ownership stake, that just, you know, it's an arms race right now. You know what I mean? Like, and I think that as a family, if I had to guess, you know, they didn't have the means per se that some of these other groups have. And that's just kind of where they find themselves in. And I think they just take a lot, you know, they take a lot of crap, right? When the team doesn't perform the way that it's expected to based on the standard they've created. So, you know, in the day and age of social media, man, like, you can't even open your phone. Someone's ripping you to shreds. And I'm sure, you know, they all get it, you know, 200-fold than what we all get it. So I think at some point a combination of all those things probably just said, you know what, enough's enough. We've had a great run. We'll still have an ownership stake within the family, but it's time to kind of move in a different direction.
How much of this is, you know, what we saw with Luka and the Mavs, and it takes very, very deep pockets to look at signing these Supermax guys?
Yeah, I think the finances definitely played a role. That's why I mentioned it was an arms race. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, I think that's just what sports are. Hell, we're seeing it in collegiate sports. So it just is what it is now. Like, you have to have deep pockets, and especially if you want to own a professional sports franchise.
So what's I know you're covering the finals here, George, but I know you got a beat on all of the NBA, and for whatever reason, this like Jason Kidd to the Knicks deal just won't die here in Dallas. We just see reports of this every day, like it won't go away, even though the Mavs said, step off, this is our guy. Is there real legs to this, or what's going to happen here with the Knicks?
You know, I think that if it's not dying, if I had to guess, and this is completely a guess, okay, I'm guessing that maybe Jason doesn't want it to die. You know, if I had to guess, that would be the case, because if the Mavs are not interested in letting Jason go, why would this story continue? The story only benefits, you know, Jason if he does want to leave, right, to keep that going and keep it out there. So, I guess the Knicks to some extent too, right, so they can save some face because they've certainly had a rough go of it. But, yeah, I always look at any story and say, who does it benefit? Well, in this case, it would only benefit the Knicks or Jason and or both. So I'm guessing one of those two have to be involved in keeping this story alive to some capacity.
Elsewhere around the league, of course, we have the finals to talk about with you, but at what point do you expect the KD news to drop?
I don't know. I thought it was going to be before the draft, but I don't think that's the case anymore. I think that Phoenix is a bit delusional as to what they were going to get in return for a soon-to-be 37-year-old Kevin Durant. And, you know, look, KD's still awesome. I still think he's like a top 20 player in the league, but I don't think he's the guy that can single-handedly get you to a championship anymore. I don't think he's that player. look at this Phoenix team, right? Granted, I will tell you, I've been there a ton. The construction was terrible. The more and more they reduced James Jones's role over time there over the last couple of years, the worse and worse things got. And the owner there, you know, he fancies himself a basketball guy. You know what I'm saying? He played college basketball for Tom Izzo, and he's putting a lot of his guys in place, and it seems like he wants to have more control, and he said as much actually to some extent. So, you know, you guys have seen this firsthand in sports, man. A lot of owners think they know what they're doing, and this is a very different business. So I think that the Suns are going to find themselves in a spot where these other teams are not going to relent. They're going to be pretty steadfast, I would imagine, on what they're willing to give up for KD at this stage of his career. And I think the Suns, if they keep KD and try to get through the season, I don't know if that's going to work out well for them, because I'll give you a quick little backstory, not to go too long on it. But when KD wanted to leave Brooklyn, he was allegedly, according to reports, willing to get and make things messy a little bit, because he wanted to go to either Phoenix or Miami at the time. And Joe Tsai, the owner of the Nets, and his wife met with KD and said, hey, look, we promise you we will get you to one of the destinations you want. You just need to play for us. And, you know, he was able to build that equity with KD because he followed through on that. But here's the problem. Matt Ishbia and the Suns, they tried to trade KD at the trade deadline without him knowing, and I just don't think they have that kind of equity. If anything, they have negative equity with him at the moment.
George Sedano here with you on the Fan. I mean, owners in the NBA, it's so tricky. Doesn't it seem like the new ones, they just can't help but get so involved that things get messy?
Oh, yeah. I mean, for sure. And by the way, look, I mean, you guys deal with a guy there in the NFL that certainly had his run at stuff like this too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, like, so you guys, if anyone understands these situations, it's you guys.
It's a perfect analogy with Ishbia because, you know, Jones played at Arkansas, national champion. He just looks at himself like, yeah, I'm a football guy. Why would I want to pay somebody else to do this?
Right. And, you know, he never really valued Jimmy the way he should have valued him. And we saw how that turned out. And then even when Parcells came there for a little while, it was not, I mean, he was starting to turn things around little by little, but then those two became combustible. So, yeah, like, I just think that that's just kind of where we are. Like, you know, you come into a sport, and I do think that there's that parallel where, like, hey, I know this sport, but the business side of it is different. And it's constantly evolving, too. You're dealing with agents, high-powered agents. You're dealing with players who are making more money than they've ever made. Like, there's a lot that goes into owning a sports franchise in 2025. And by the way, I'm not saying this is what, you know, Jeannie Buss is thinking either, but I'm sure that has to factor into the calculus at least a tiny bit too. Just like the world is moving really fast, man, and it's changing. The ground is changing underneath you pretty quickly.
Yeah, and we're going to have the draft and free agency and lots of opportunities to team build now with the Mavs. I think it's pretty clear they need a backcourt guy who can defend, preferably, and can play next to Kyrie Irving when he gets healthy. What's out there for him right now as they're looking to improve this team?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, they definitely need, like, I mean, not this guy per se, but like a Mike Conley type, right? A veteran guy who can run the team, you know, 20, 25 minutes a night, that can give you just kind of enough of an adult in the room and on the floor to get you through what you need to get through until Kyrie comes back. But yeah, I would look at a veteran like that, right? I don't know off the top of my head right now what the veteran point guard market looks like. But I do think that's what they need. Just someone who can stabilize things, keep things going, keep the trains running on time, get the ball to AD, get the ball to Cooper Flagg when you eventually draft him, and then and make sure that the offense works the way it's supposed to work.
Hey, George, and you mentioned Cooper Flagg, and I just kind of wondered where your scout buddies are, front office buddies are, about him as a player. Are there some mixed things about him, or is it all super positive in ability, basketball, IQ, all those things that we like to learn about?
Oh, it's all super positive. I have not heard anything negative about him with anyone that I've spoken to. High-level defender, obviously can score at 3 levels, is an excellent passer, just a willing defender, too, on top of being a high-level defender. I've heard all sorts of comparisons, man. I've heard, This one was interesting to me. I heard throw in Kawhi, Scottie Pippen, and Andrei Kirilenko into a pot, mix it all together, and that you get Cooper Flag. So I found that one to be interesting. But man, if you could find basically a brainchild that comes out of that mixture, my God, that's a hell of a player.
So how's this finals been to cover? You've been crushing it as always. What's up with Tyrese Halliburton? I picked the Pacers, man. I was like a lone wolf over here along with my guy Brian. We were kind of pulling for our guy Rick. I think he's done an awesome job, but have they just kind of run out of gas?
Yeah, they have. And look, I think Carlisle's done a masterful job these playoffs coaching this team. Like, it really was. Everybody was making the parallels, understandably so, to when you guys won the championship in 2011 as a big underdog. And now, granted, I actually feel like that's a bigger upset because you have LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh on the other side. No disrespect to OKC, but they're not those guys yet. They may be down the road. But certainly at that time, we all remember how much that was ballyhooed when those guys got together. But, yeah, he's been phenomenal. And look, this team is fun, man. Like, they are fun to watch. They get up and down. Their pace, no pun intended, is the highest in the league. And it's just an aesthetically pleasing brand of basketball. And on the flip side, I think the same of OKC. I know that Shea gets all this grief about being a free throw grifter or whatever they want to call him, free throw merchant. My guy isn't going to the free throw line any more than Kobe or Dwayne Wade or LeBron or any other MVP for that matter, or anyone who's been even close to sniffing an MVP in the finals before. Guys get to the free throw line, okay? That's just the reality of it. And, he has – I think we had this number correct the other day on TV, or I may have it correct. He's not even like the top 35 all time as far as like total free throw attempts in NBA Finals history for a guy that's at this stage of the finals. So I just feel like that stuff gets overblown. We just pay way too much attention to social media. But I love these two teams. OKC, great defensive team, turns you over, gets out in the open floor. Obviously, Indy wants to run. So it's just really fun to watch. Two great coaches. I love SGA. I mean, that kid, he has got it all, man. And you want to talk about a young group of guys who really are just a joy to cover. It's that group for sure, especially as young as they are. You don't see that very often where young guys get the pecking order of how things work with a professional sports franchise and understand that he's the guy, but he's going to make sure everybody eats. And you get a guy like Jalen Williams playing the way he's playing because they all understand that, at this stage, everybody's going to have to fill whatever role that is. And in Williams' case, he's had to take on a bigger burden because of the way they're guarding Shea, and it's working. So, yeah, it's been a fun finals to cover. I say it's like the finals for basketball lovers. The casuals may not care, but you know what? If you actually like basketball, it's really fun, high-level basketball to watch.
Hey, George, the way that the Oklahoma City's built and the way that they just kind of went and just got draft pick after draft pick and made trade after trade after trade, is this the only time we're ever going to see that in history because people are going to get very weary of they're going to try to do it, but they're not going to have the success of Oklahoma City doing it?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely, hit the nail on the head here. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about what they got.
Sure.
So they traded Paul George, who at the time, by the way, if you recall, finished third in the MVP vote that year. It's not like this is, was a guy who was not considered at that time, a top 5 to 10 player. And they trade him. They identify Shea on a rookie contract, and they felt like if we get this guy in our system, we can mold him to what we want, and he can be our alpha. And I think that teams will try to do that, to your point, but it's not always going to work. You know what I mean? Like, that's just the reality of it. You can try to identify a guy on a rookie contract, but we also know that teams are going to be a little more leery of that and saying, well, wait, why do you want our guy? You know what I mean? Like, even though there's always a level of desperation for certain teams because they feel they're close and they feel like a veteran guy will put them over the top. So there will be some back and forth with it, but the way they hit on it and the haul that they got, I just don't know if we'll see that again.
Thank you, George. Enjoy the rest of the finals, and we'll catch up with you soon if we can.
You got it, guys. Always my pleasure. Have a great rest of your show.
Salute. George Sedano, ESPN, with helping us out. The breaking news, the Lakers are sold for $10 billion. We reckon the Cowboys are worth at least 12 by that math. Where are we going next? It's Jared Sandler joining us to talk Rangers, Royals, and how they get back in the win column tonight. Next, the Nation.
skills?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it cell phone swap?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're now under an hour from LA Live. The G-Bag of the day is coming up in 45 minutes. You'll want to stick around for all that. It's getting to be quitting time, and Rangers baseball is right around the corner. Jared Sandler joins us now for his Rangers preview. Brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Sands? Buddy?
I got to turn my mic on. What's up, guys?
Hey, good to hear you. Would have liked some more timely hitting last night. Is this going to be the new stress point you think on this season?
Man, probably. The good thing is that when you look in the H column, it's not like a 2 or a 3. Although, it did feel like yesterday there were maybe some emptier hits. I think overall the last few weeks, it's looked a lot better in that regard. But yeah, I think we're going to have a lot of these conversations, especially games in which the ball doesn't go over the fence. It's not like the Royals pounded the ball around and out-hit the Rangers 12-5 or anything, but they hit the ball over the fence 3 times. That's pretty valuable. And we've talked about it before. It's not easy to get hits in Major League Baseball in 2025 relative to previous years, right? I'm just saying that in terms of like the league-wide batting average, and so hitting the ball over the fence becomes more valuable. And the Rangers built a lineup to do that, and it's I'm not going to say it's tough to win games when they don't hit home runs. I think they're certainly capable of doing it, but you're not going to win games very often when you get out homered 3-0, right? And 7 hits, none of them left the yard. They need to start hitting some long balls.
Well, what are you thinking about tonight with the lefty Chris Bubich, who's been pretty damn good? Like, on my expectations, I'm hoping for the best, but I'm kind of expecting it to not be much better.
Yeah, he's been really good, and the Royals deserve a lot of credit. They've been super patient with him. A guy that is a first-round pick, and it took a while for things to click. And last year he was a reliever and had success, and this year he's been outstanding in the rotation. I think there are some people around the league who are like kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop, and then there are other people who totally buy what he's selling. And obviously, again, being a first-round pick, tons of talent, right? It's not like he totally came out of nowhere in that regard. But, he's a lefty and throws, a little bit of a unique delivery. Good movement, sweeper, changeup combo, really good. And he's only given up 3 home runs this year. It's not going to be easy to get the ball in the air and out of the yard against him. But he's just overall been a really good pitcher. He's about a strikeout per inning guy, and started to see strikeout numbers tick up for him last year in a relief role. People were wondering whether it would translate as a starter, and it has. So, it's a really tough test, and we've talked before about the Rangers against lefties, but hopefully they can make something happen. And it's a game like this where I'm really looking at a guy, like Wyatt Langford to step up and come up big. Wyatt Langford and Marcus Semien. I'd imagine if the Rangers are going to have success against Chris Bubich, those 2 guys are going to be a big part of it.
How does Corbin match up with this lineup?
Well, I know I said it yesterday. The Royals don't hit home runs. Yeah. They're still last in Major League Baseball in home runs. And
they were due. It's a one-off.
Yeah, I guess so. Patrick Corbin's done a good job of limiting hard contact and for the most part keeping the ball in the yard. I think in general, the Royals lineup has a feel to it, much like the Rangers lineup when things weren't going well, where you just kind of felt like their lineup made other pitchers match up well, right? Now, that wasn't the case yesterday. Salvador Perez certainly matched up just fine against Jack Leiter, and Bobby Witt Jr. also with a couple of extra base hits. But, yeah, I feel good about Patrick Corbin against this lineup because he hasn't allowed 3 runs or more than 3 runs in a start all year. I don't necessarily go into a start thinking Patrick Corbin's like he's going to dominate these guys, but I just feel really good about his ability as a veteran to figure out how to compete and how to limit damage, and he gets a lot of weak contact. And much like you saw his start against Minnesota, when he's kind of backed into a corner, he doesn't wilt. He almost rises to that sort of challenge. Bases loaded, nobody out, getting out of jams, and that's not easy when you're not a huge strikeout guy, knowing how to find those strikeouts and how to find those swings and misses. And I'm hopeful that he's ready to go and give the Rangers a chance to win a series tomorrow for whatever it's worth. Again, not like this Royals lineup's been great against righties or lefties. They have been a little bit worse against lefties than they have against righties.
Hey, Jared, with Jack Leiter, I was brimming with confidence that Jack was going to go out there and have a fine game, and he got in trouble in the first and kind of just never really found himself that way. I was just going to ask you, is the front office or the people you talk to just kind of thinking like it's going to be always up and down with him, at least this season?
Yeah, I think overall they're pretty pleased with the steps he's taken from last year to this year. And I think that they expect him to go through the normal road bumps that a guy in his first full year would go through. We talked about Chris Bubich. It's taken him, a few years of being a major league pitcher before he's settled in. He's obviously, been a stud, and, if the season or if the All-Star results were to come out today, he'd be an All-Star. But it took a little bit. It took a little bit of trial and error, and he was a true college guy. And I say true because Jack Leiter he basically had one college season because he was a draft-eligible sophomore, and his first year was sort of interrupted by COVID. Chris Bubich was a true, proper 3-year college guy, and it's taken him, since the pandemic year when he made his major league debut. So I think the Rangers are expecting ups and downs. I think they're expecting growing pains, and I think they're also expecting maybe I don't know if dead arm period is the right way to put it, but just the challenges. Jack's, if he stays healthy, will throw more innings this year than he ever has, and not even really close. So, at the big league level, especially if you believe those innings to be a little more stressful than, in Double-A, for instance. So I think that, I think they're expecting ups and downs, but, I think as long as they feel like the arrow is still trending in the right direction, they'll feel good about it. And I think, obviously, last night wasn't, hey, that's 2 steps in the right direction. But I think they feel like overall things are looking, looking up, and that there's progress that they're seeing in general from start to start.
Jared Sandler here with you in the G-Bag Nation. How do you like Marcus Semien as your cleanup hitter?
It's different. Yeah, it's different. So, Gavin, it's really interesting. I don't know if you talk to people who they study the data on like batting order and how much it really matters. They'll kind of turn your world upside down a little bit in terms of which spots in the order are most important. And the cleanup hitter, that is important, but in a different way than what we think. We thought, well, the cleanup hitter is the big guy who's going to drive in runs. He's big home run hitter, but a lot of people look at it like, hey, the cleanup hitter in a lot of ways might be leading off innings. If a team goes down in order, and so Marcus Semien is not your traditional cleanup hitter, right? But I do think that he's a righty who's batting right after a lefty in Corey Seager, and he is adding a little bit of separation in that regard. And I mean, honestly, the way he's hitting it, he has been a good guy in terms of run production. But yeah, I mean, for right now, if Corey's going to hit third, I like having a righty hit behind him. And I think, in a way, Marcus in the 4th spot has kind of been a hybrid run producer, table setter for, the next group of guys. So I do like it. And I don't know that that's what they're going to ride the rest of the year. But for right now, it certainly seems to be working for Marcus, and, no reason to change it.
Thank you, Jared. Have a great night and good afternoon tomorrow, and we'll catch up with you Friday, I guess.
Hey, sounds good, fellas.
There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, and must follow for Rangers fans everywhere. Chief, where are we going next?
Hello, Football's Finest, featuring a little Around the Bases update. Sorry about that, Walchuk. I'm not stealing your segment. Around the bodies, bro.
Let's do it. We're bodying, not basing.
And Shador, I guess, is in a little trouble next in the nation.
Damn it, I had the bodies.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course I have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
Was it Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. The plot thickens here at 75 and Fitzhugh as we got our eye on the entire world of sports. The Lakers got sold. Breaking news just over an hour ago. So big hedge fund money coming in. Going to try to buy up championships for the Lakers like they've been doing for the Dodgers. Same group. Here's the Chief with some sports.
Yes, sir. Okay, plenty to get to here in the finest, but first we throw it over to the crustiest scout in the world with a little 411 on a brand new Cowboy.
Yeah, thank you very much. I reached out to somebody in the front office to get a report. I was interested in the Robert Rochelle one as a player, and what I was told was this guy's really a long, athletic corner who can really, really run. And the special teams experience is really, really good with him. And he's a guy that has the traits that they were looking for as that depth corner. So this kind of fits into the things that they've been trying to do with their secondary, especially the corner spot. Long, rangy guys that have the ability to run. That's something I think that when you ask Matt Eberflus and Overstreet and those guys over there, you know, what they're looking for at corners, this is how they evaluated this guy. So we'll see. I'm going to try and take a peek at him, maybe have a report. We're not working tomorrow, right? We're off tomorrow.
Yeah, we're off tomorrow.
Yeah,
I got midday with Carter.
Yeah, so check out Wolchuk from the ballpark.
10-1.
And then
partying out
Friday,
there.
I'll have scouting reports for you on these particular players.
Big interception guy. He led his team in picks in 18 and 19 in college. So maybe we can channel that ball hawk.
Let's channel it.
Let's channel it, dude.
That's exciting. All three phases, right, Broadus? That's what this is about.
And the year you said he was drafted again, so
2021, fourth-round pick of the Rams.
I was just looking to see if I went back in my draft notes. Oh, I got the hiccups all of a sudden.
Yeah, because like Friday, I think it was when you were out, I tried to do my own little scouts on this guy, and Dane had him as like his 98th player in the Beast that year. So I did a little watching of him, and I mean, he's exactly as you described there. He just hasn't had a ton of playing time starting.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a thumbnail what they thought of him. So we'll do some We'll do some more digging on him. I'm just trying to see right here. Oh, I do have him from Central Arkansas.
Central Arkansas, yes, sir.
Physically a good-looking player, is an exceptional athlete, outstanding time speed of 4.41 with a 43-inch vertical jump. I've seen videos where he's done box jumps, and you can see the explosiveness. He does a good job of playing press and getting his hands on man, as well as run things. As well as he runs times-wise. There are snaps where he needs to get his hands on his man. He's very competitive. He doesn't back down from a challenge. Will go right at his man. It makes a contested ball situation if you can. Has really good ball skills overall. Will put himself in position to get his hands on guys. He can finish plays. Saw some good tackling, others where he went low and bounced off. He's had a chance to attend the Senior Bowl and did a nice job. Game practice didn't appear too big for him. Plays with a chip on his shoulder. One of those players that wasn't highly recruited. He came to Central Arkansas as a wide receiver and changed position to corner. And he's filled out as a player while at Central Arkansas. That's what he was 6'1", 193
good
at the
size,
time.
man.
So
and
that's
the arms
what
were long.
That's what I saw him at Central Arkansas. But I'll look at his pro tape and get you a little bit better view of that.
All right, let's play a little game called What Position Group is Matt Eberflus talking about with the Doomsday Pod?
Yeah, there's a lot of competition in there. I mean, there really is. We're pretty thick in there, thicker than most people think.
Thicker than most people think.
Edge.
Is he talking defensive tackle?
He's talking D tackle, man. He feels good about the thickness, and I don't think
he's
actually
talking himself into this.
We're thicker there than people. Look, Perry on Winfrey here they just added. That's a thick boy.
Well, I don't even think he's going with the body types per se. I think he just feels about the.
You want to use the word thick?
The number of individuals in the position group to feel like we have enough guys here. We're thick from a depth chart standpoint, and we can get the job done.
Edge is where
I don't think he is believing a single word he's saying.
No,
there.
I don't think
trying
he is.
to preach the confidence.
He is trying to talk.
Yes.
He's trying to will this thing is what he's trying to do right now. If you said edge, I would believe him, but I don't believe his defensive tackle. So is that
you feel like edge is probably the thickest position on the defense?
Yeah, I think they're probably, as we always like to say, they will put somebody on the street that's probably a pretty decent player off that edge group.
Speaking of thickness, let's go around the bodies real quick. We start with Travis Kelce alleging that he's lost 25 pounds this offseason.
Well, yeah, I'm not surprised. It had to be embarrassing if he looked at that tape of him in a post-game situation. He had full retired man neck going on.
Yeah.
It was just embarrassing. So if I was the Chiefs, I would have let him go as a result of that because I thought it was a clear sign he's done.
Yeah, the idea that you have 25 pounds to lose is pretty wild. But maybe we get a turn back the clock here from Travis Kelce.
Maybe.
25 lbs down.
He's going to need a little something extra. Maybe some help from the pharmacist.
Okay, I don't want to throw any pharmaceutical allegations at anybody.
With Dawson. I don't know when I need to use them and not to use them because we had one the other day where you said, "Oh, he doesn't need to be."
As long as it's sports related, I think.
I don't need to be using.
He was just talking about women, bulky women.
Yeah,
he draws the line at dating a bulky chick who's on steroids.
So you're like bodybuilder chick. You were like, they don't need to be using that, right?
Well, I'm not going to be attracted. They can if they want. If they want to perform better, they should. As a matter of fact, they should use steroids, especially if the league that they're competing in doesn't test that much. And if there's a payoff like in men's sports, you could not roid and have no career, or you could roid and make tens and tens of millions of dollars. It's an easy choice.
Have you guys seen the picture of Derrick Henry floating around?
No, is there another one?
Oh my!
He's still looking
gosh.
fantastic.
Just look fat and out of shape.
No, dude, he
put on a weight.
He looks even better. If Derrick Henry could look any better than he has in years past, he's found a way to get it done.
Probably need to send that picture to Jerry and Steven and those cats.
Carter's got it up on the fan cam right now. Look at the tricep on that. If we just zoomed in, I say, what's the body part? If we played the what's the body part game, you'd say that's a thigh. You would say that's a thigh of a giant human being. That's just simply a tricep that you're looking at there.
Dang.
Look at that.
Maybe he's going to go for over 2,000.
Maybe. Adam Sandler was like, hey, you go for 2K, then you can be in my next movie or whatever.
I think he could probably tricep extend what I'm
deadlifting?
Squatting.
Yeah, squatting.
For sure. He's tricep extending.
I think he's tricep extending every single exercise that you can do, adding up all the weight.
I think he's taken the bar that you're trying to do work with and put it around his waist with a chain and then do the tricep
Oh,
extension.
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, you couldn't. There's not enough money in the world that you could pay me to step in front of a moving Derrick Henry.
No,
we've proven that.
Look at that arm.
If we just go back, Bobby will find the video of you playing in a game.
Okay, bleep
I think if I'm allowed to like rock
Oh,
back,
my ACL.
Oh, jeez. I just got my leg ripped off.
This guy jump over me? How did I break my knee?
Stupid Cam McDaniel. I'll never forgive him for that.
can I get in full pads and be allowed to like kind of absorb the hit? I don't want to run into him, you know. But yeah, if I could turtle and try to roll with it like a stunt man, I think I'd do it for $20 million.
Would you
for $20 million? That sounds good.
Yeah.
I think
that's the starting point.
You don't want to take like that on the thing straight on. I mean, would you turn to the side and just hope he just like wrecks one of your shoulders?
Well, yeah, maybe self-preservation.
I mean, would you get hurt like hitting the ground?
I think
so.
And honestly, you're trying to put your arms out.
You're not tackling him, right?
Elbows slightly bent, and just kind of absorb all that with your hands as you go to the ground.
Didn't Anthony Edwards said he could tackle Derrick Henry?
I think he did. He did say something about that because Anthony Edwards was like, "Dude, I don't even lift weights. If I lifted weights like a football player, then I could tackle anybody." No. But Derrick Henry, salute to him. He is in as good a shape as you could ever fathom for a running back right there. Yeah. Looking bigger and better and more impressive than ever. Okay, Shedeur Sanders apparently speeding ticket, Cleveland suburb of Strongsville, which is named after Derrick Henry. And he was driving 101.
He's the mayor of Strongsville.
Yeah, he is, dude. No, he's the president. He's the king. 101 and a 60. At 12:24 a.m. earlier this week for Shedeur Sanders. Just a little citation.
Is he a drinker?
Just a little slap. I have no idea. All I know is that he drove fast this one time.
No, I was
For all I know, it's the first time he's ever gotten a speeding ticket.
I'd say if he was doing a hundo and he was drinking, we would have heard about that.
Yeah, I don't think he's a drinker, dude.
No,
Dad's not.
This is just him late at night, open road.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and test what this car's about.
Got the music going.
I don't know what car he was driving. But I would assume it was something that can get up there pretty good.
What's he, 101?
Yeah, 101 and a 60.
I'm going to say that he was not in a sports car. I'm saying he was probably in a Land Rover or something like that. I'm saying a SUV type of a
Camry.
thing.
I mean, I could hit 101 in my Honda Civic. For all we know, he's going fuel efficient.
Dawson hit 101 in that van we were driving around there.
Dude, I averaged over 100 in the Sierra from Texas to Oregon back-to-back summers. It was amazing.
You averaged?
Averaged, bro. Because you get out in Nevada and you won't see anybody for 200 miles. And it's a straight desert road.
Man. Cruise control?
Been through the desert.
Cruise it right there on a hundo.
Yep.
Well,
I mean, 85 started to feel slow.
Yeah. Well, once you get going to 100, I'll say 85.
Hey, Bros, can you drive? Yeah. Okay, I don't want to see you go 100 when you say that. All right.
Different set of circumstances.
Zoom.
I'll be lucky to do half that in that situation.
If what I'm seeing is real, the new Madden 26 graphics are as good as anything that you'll ever see.
Very 4K.
They've leveled up even just from last year. You have like side by sides of there's like a screen grab of Jaden Daniels from last year's Madden to now the upcoming Madden, and it looks like it looks like a real game. I can't even get over how good these graphics are, and they're going to actually have the elements impacting games.
Ooh,
so like. Teams
like snow?
Yeah, which you have, but
wind?
Now it's actually going to affect the players. So teams like Buffalo or Chicago or Green Bay or whatever that play in the cold frequently, they will perform better in the game than teams from warm weather climates. So like a Miami or a Jacksonville, they will experience heavier movement penalties in the game. So you'll be getting like false starts if you're Miami and you're playing in Buffalo or whatever, and then vice versa. If you have a cold weather team playing in Miami, those guys are going to start to
lose energy.
Yeah, the cold weather teams will experience faster rates of fatigue when playing in the heat. So they're trying to make this as realistic as possible.
When you guys play these games, you automatically play them in worse conditions you can.
No, you don't want to do the wind. I like the snow. I don't really like the rain. I definitely don't like the wind.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Does the wind actually have factor in the game?
Yeah,
I thought
it does.
It was just
good luck kicking a field goal in Madden in the wind, bro.
Well, really? Good luck kicking a field goal in general with the way they've made the game play.
Unless you got butter.
Yeah, dude. I mean, come on.
How hard is it to kick a field goal in those games? Is it like you have to wait for the thing to go? Like, is there the old arrow thing?
Different every year.
Left, right. Oh, I hit it. Oh, it's a little left. Is that
I would say you got to go through the tutorials, and it's going to take you 30 to 45 minutes to make like 65% of your kicks.
Yeah. It's not easy.
Sucks. So now you're good at this game, but you got this kicking short, and you're like, do I want to spend the half a day to actually be good at this? And the answer is no.
No, not when you have.
You'll spend an entire year playing that game being frustrated that
Could you
can't
just go
kick
for
extra
2
points.
all the time?
You could.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could go for 2. I would, and
you're playing video games.
Yeah,
no punts.
I'm not
always
punting.
going for 2.
Totally, dude. My buddies used to get so ticked
Yeah,
at
do
me.
you
I'm like,
ever
I'm going
punt?
for it on 4th down. What are you talking about? Why do I feel obligated to punt?
You're on your own 7.
It's 4th and 27, dude. You're at your own 2-yard line. I don't care.
I'm going for it, bro.
baby.
I dare you to blitz.
Apparently, Aaron Rodgers' family reportedly does not believe that he actually got married this offseason.
Dude, he ball-sacked us all, bro.
This might be another one of those immunized situations, man, where he's like,
he just put on a ring to joke everybody.
They asked him if it was a wedding ring, okay, and he said yes.
Yeah.
But that was the extent of it. They asked him, how long have you
Was
had
it one of those
He
black
said,
rubber band things?
3 months. Yeah,
Yes.
like the same type that I have, just the random
This
ones.
cornball has a damn promise ring on like he's in the 6th grade.
Thinks he's married.
What a nerd.
All he's confirmed is that it is a wedding ring, but he did not say anything about actually
Took it from
getting
one of his
married.
buddies.
He got us again, dude. It's kind of funny.
He is a master troller.
He is, dude.
Yeah, he is.
I hate that guy.
His former teammate Garrett Wilson, Jets wide receiver. This is as high of a tweet as you'll ever read. He just randomly tweets out last night, spelling the letter W doesn't actually have a W in it.
What?
Only letter in the alphabet spelt without using itself. Like if you were trying to spell letters, I guess.
Like eat a W?
That's weed.
Like it absolutely is. Newey, you're 100% right about that.
That's wild.
He just wouldn't have a U?
Just if you're spelling,
have a W?
you're spelling the word, if you're spelling the letter W as a word, you'll spell it DOUBLEYOU. There's no W in that.
Good thing.
I don't know what
It's not
he
a word.
was sitting around and enjoying at the time, but that is as high of a tweet as I've ever seen someone make. Shout out to Garrett Wilson.
Do they have a deal where is there a site that kind of collects all the high tweets that people make?
Wouldn't shock me if
I
there
bet there's
was.
a Twitter account that screen grabs it and just
like
punches them out.
The top 10 high tweets of all time.
Old takes exposed.
Yeah, I think there's a Ideas Twitter account.
Ideas.
I like this.
Yeah, we got some good sound, but we'll save that for maybe a little Football Friday action.
Sounds good because we have the G-Bag of the day right around the corner. We'll take a snapshot of the local headlines and how much of a missed opportunity was this for the Cowboys. That's coming up next, The Nation.
If you're trying to get through...
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The top story across the world of sports today is the Lakers being sold. The Buss family, after 50 years, they bought it for $76 million. They sell it for $10 billion. And it's just, the latest in, the sales. Mark Cuban was one of them that suggests like private wealth isn't going to be something that is going to be able to keep up with the Joneses. We talked with George Sedano last hour, said it's just become an arms race. And are you willing to maybe risk losing money on a team and in your pursuit of a championship? And if you aren't, I don't think you're going to have much success as a team. And if you can succeed like that, you're going to create a massive windfall. So it's much more like a risk-reward investment situation. And if you don't have very, very deep pockets, like this dude that is essentially the owner of the Lakers now, you're looking at what, $1/3 of $1 trillion? He's into like the hundreds of billions of dollars of wealth, where it's like him and Elon and only a couple of other people belong. So, that's the kind of wealth that it's going to take to compete in pro sports. And I think that the difficulty might have just gotten significantly higher for the Mavs and anybody competing with the Lakers. They're going to take some time to make the trades that are going to allow them to build around LeBron and Luka. And LeBron might not be around by the time they get there. But once they get there, I think they're going to go deep into luxury tax territory and throw money at the roster in order to, maintain a championship like the Warriors did for a while, like the Celtics did this year. Maybe they can just afford to do it year after year. Like, oh, we lost $150 million. That's fine. But we're going to chase championships 22 through 40 or whatever here. That's what I expect. They're going to try to become like a Real Madrid or Barcelona of the NBA, which the NBA has gone out of their way. The owners have to negotiate a collective bargaining agreement that makes that very, very tough, just like in baseball. But at some point, that difficulty is an opportunity. What other owners are not willing to do, I'm willing to do, losing hundreds of millions of dollars to bring a championship to this city and to create a legacy and a dynasty.
Yeah.
And it's incredible. Jeffrey Lurie's doing with the Eagles. I'll take away future wealth because, hey, how many mansions and ski boats do you really need, right? And we're going to create a dynasty that my family's going to be responsible for. And that is, a lot of these times these billionaires, they get to a point they want to donate money to their university, name a building after me, name this part of the campus after me. Because they're worried about being immortal and their legacy, right? As the end is approaching, Walter White style. You can't do anything bigger in America than create a dynasty out of a championship, as far as how your name is going to ring through the years and years, and how people are going to look at you, especially if you're a big sports fan. And
especially for an organization like that, like the Lakers, the guy who created another dynasty for the Lakers, that's huge.
Yeah, it is. Okay, how much of a missed opportunity was this for the Cowboys not getting Jair Alexander? Is it base 4 up to 6?
Yeah.
Says ultimately he decided he wanted to go play with Lamar Jackson, his buddy from college. I mean, after this happened, the Cowboys announced that Robert Rochelle, I don't know if they were waiting to see if maybe Jair was going to take what they were willing to offer, but there were a lot of teams that could have had Jair Alexander, I believe, with this kind of a contract coming in. But what do you guys think? Is this missed opportunity for the Cowboys, or do you think it's discretion was a positive here?
I think we'd all feel better about the corner situation if you said the Cowboys just signed Jair Alexander today. Yeah. I'd feel 10 times better about kind of where they're at with the uncertainty of when is Diggs going to be available. We're hearing Ravel is still on track to be good to go for camp, but he is a rookie. And Kyrie Elam's been crushing it in the OTAs and the mini camps, but he was available for trade because the Buffalo Bills didn't want him, and he really did not play good football there at all. I mean, the Kansas City Chiefs just picked their way to yet another Super Bowl by going and targeting Kyrie Elam. So, I'm hopeful that he ends up being good. But, yeah, I mean, I would have loved to have signed Jair Alexander. I understand the apprehension. He's a guy that hasn't been available and hasn't played a lot of football. So it could end up being maybe he doesn't play much this year with Baltimore and the trend continues. But for $4 million, I'd have taken that gamble, unless they just kind of have a deal with Stephon Gilmore.
They were just worried about probably the health there.
Right.
I mean, there's like, hey, why do we want to spend that money? And potentially we've talked about the guy has not been consistent. One thing he's been consistent is not being available for games. Yeah.
So. And to be fair to the Cowboys, it seems like he left better, bigger opportunities financially on the table to play with Lamar Jackson and a team that could maybe go win the Super Bowl. So I don't think the Cowboys would have been able to sign him for what the Ravens did.
No, yeah, you would have had to pay more.
Yeah.
It seems like if things were equal or somewhat close to it, he wants to take the opportunity to play for the Ravens and with his buddy and the opportunity to be good. They have been agreeing with us. I think the Cowboys, when we've been talking about you need help at corner, you need help at defensive line, because they did both those things today. Not only Robert Rochelle, but they agreed to terms with the Oklahoma defensive tackle Perry and Winfrey. So that turned out to be the USFL guy, I guess they were looking at.
Yes.
They were
Birmingham
hinting around.
Stallion.
Okay, a USFL Stallion, and he's out of Oklahoma, right? He was a Sooner in his college days. And then, you mentioned Ravel. We have this Albert Breer audio. This is how the story got started this morning, and then we'll get Brian's update on it.
I mean, the draft itself was one of my favorites.
I really like their draft.
I
think Izaraku has a chance to be a real player. I think Tyler Booker brings like a nastiness and an edge to their offensive line that they were going to need with like losing Zach Martin. You know, I think like Will McClay and their scouting department doesn't get nearly enough credit for the job they've done, because that's the thing with the Cowboys is like you look over the years, it's like, when is talent ever really the issue? You know, like they have some teams that are more talented than others, you know, but when has it ever been like, it's been 20 years since we said like they just don't have the horses. It never seems like that's the problem.
Revel, I think, is going to be a beast. Like he
is really interesting, really, really interesting. Now, it doesn't always work out. I know it's the easy thing to do, to sometimes pluck the injured guy who, and he had like a little bit of a setback, I think, with his knee, but I think he'll be okay. But yeah, he would have been, fighting to be the first corner taken if he hadn't gotten hurt. So he's another one, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So everybody was wondering where to get this idea that Ravel had a setback.
Yeah, ever since he's been with the team, they were behind a little bit because he was rehabbing in Dallas for his injury, and so he was doing that. Then they picked that up after he got drafted, and ever since then, I've heard nothing but positives about him. How willing he is to do everything that they ask him to do. And I don't know, was this a podcast that was today?
Yes, with Connor Orr.
Yesterday, a couple days ago?
I saw Brandon Laurie clipped it yesterday. I'm assuming that he got it. It was somewhat recent. Now, he might have just been reading draft notes. Like maybe this was during the draft process.
I asked people in the organization, I go, was there a setback with this player? And they said, absolutely not. He's been working. He's been running every day. He'll run tomorrow for us, but he's been more than willing to do everything we've asked him to do.
Well, the positive stuff in there is incredible. And Brian told us, would have been a first-round pick. The talent is there. And I think that's really where the opportunity starts defensively, is if Ravel and Elam can be serviceable to good, along with Deron Bland, until you can, get Diggs back. But still, that seems like a long shot. I think not getting Jair Alexander is a missed opportunity. There's still other guys out there, and hopefully we can get to camp. And if there is a need, I think there's still 4 veterans out there. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup, though, where Lucius has your G-Bag
of the day. Boom shakalaka. Boom shakalaka. My bad. You step on your intellectual property like that.
No, just finish it off.
TD Tuesday shakalaka.
There it is.
I don't know why I did that, fam. Hey, this is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday at 5:30. If you see anything floating out there, man, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. That is Lucious. And you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter, and send all your hate mail there too, okay? All right, our winner and champ, day 2 right here is Mr. BBBBB Reasonable. Mr. BBBB Reasonable. Sounds like he should be doing voiceovers in commercials. Someone was parked right in front of this man's garage. He doesn't know who it was, so he just started questioning the first person he's seen.
I can't get into my garage.
Look, I cannot move the
I can't get into my garage.
I can't get into my garage.
Look, I cannot move the car.
Why not?
Because I just can't move it.
Why can't you move it?
I just can't move it.
Well, listen, the cops are going to come. They're going to ticket it. And you're going to get towed. So it's either one of the other.
I cannot move that car.
Well, Well, only because you don't want to, because you're going to be a prick about it.
Hey, why did you have to call me a prick?
Well, because...
Hey.
Dude, why don't you just be reasonable? You know it isn't right.
I
Why
cannot.
not just do the right thing? No, yeah, you can. You just don't want to. You know, we're done here.
Hey, no, I'm playing. That's not my car.
Jesus. Hey, man, you know what? You should be an actor.
You know what? You should be an actor.
Yeah.
And you should be doing voiceovers, sir.
Yeah, I'll do the voice.
Yeah, I'll do the voice.
I'm worried I'm going to get punched, though.
Punched. Okay, fam. Let's go to the Texas Rangers radio broadcast. We take some shots at our opponents.
Osuna on deck, and the breaking ball is over to Adolis. It is 0-1.
Pasquantino is a large man. There are a lot of large men in Kansas City uniforms today.
Yeah, large men.
Large man.
A lot of large men out there in Kansas City. On that damn barbecue.
Not necessarily the base runners. Travis Kelce had to get out of town to lose weight.
Yeah.
To Florida.
There it is. I had some barbecue. What is that at? Is that KC barbecue, I guess? St. Louis. I had the St. Louis ribs.
The ribs.
Oh, yeah.
The little, the messy kind of.
Yeah.
They're really good. Yeah, they're good.
Cut
man.
differently.
Yeah, okay. Is that what that is, too?
Yeah.
I had no idea, man. A guy in my neighborhood, he has like a food truck.
Uh-huh.
And I catch him coming down the street on his way to go do what he has to go do. And I go, me man. And I go out there like, yeah, boss. Like he's the ice cream man. I go out there, get me a plate.
You hear the music?
Yeah.
What music does the barbecue man play?
No, I just hear that SUV coming down the street. I was like, I bet that's him.
Smell the smoke.
He's got the smoker on the back. Yeah, I catch him outside. I got 20 for you, brother. Let me go and get a plate. All right, what else we got? Bam, bam, bam. Oh, Panthers win last night. Bullchuck sent this to me. Was it the second straight Stanley Cup for the Panthers? What part of Florida are they from?
Fort Lauderdale.
Sunrise. Is that Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah, it's the Fort Lauderdale area.
Fort Lickerdale. Well, let's go to Local 10 News out there. They were at the bar called the Elbow Room celebrating. Seemed like they had a little too many pops.
It's grimy in there, bro.
You need elbow
room. Here. I don't know.
Off at like 8 a.m. this morning. Like, I don't think it closed.
No.
Really?
It just stayed open.
It's got to be. Florida is crazy. Florida's a wild place.
It is.
How does this moment feel? Honestly, back to back, it's overwhelming. It's amazing to see. I called it last year. I think we all called it last year, and the fact that we're back here at the Elbow Room just makes it even sweeter. They worked hard. They grinded. They made it happen. Amazing. Absolutely astounding. It's like we all knew this would happen. We all knew, but we didn't want to call it, but we kind of called it. It's still so shocking, though. Like, what do you make of this moment?
To check around and find out. That's what I think.
I like that. I like that. Okay. So back to back, the last team to do this with Tampa, and here we are. Like, did you think this was going to happen at Game 6?
I didn't think it was going to happen in Game 6, but I had to my dog right after.
What?
Clearly, a lot of folks have been partying way too hard.
So random.
Yeah.
Just came out of left field with that.
Yeah.
Wow. It's like Florida trying to be Eagles fans. I don't know exactly how to explain that.
I had to bleep my dog.
Yeah, I don't think that would have made the final report.
Yeah, they
they ran with it. It was live.
Yeah, they stayed with it.
Should I edit this part out? Cut it? No.
Leave it in there. Is wild, bro. I was thinking about that while that clip was playing. Antonio Brown shot his gun at somebody, right? They let him go home that night. They let you go home, first of all. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
And then they say, okay, man, we want you for, what is that, murder? Attempted murder?
I guess, yeah.
Attempted murder. Here's what we want it, though. A $10,000 fine, and we're going to put you on house arrest. We're not going to put you in. We're still not going to put you in jail.
Wow.
Attempted murder. You get house arrest in Florida.
Wow.
$10,000.
I mean, I
like
guess
you're dumping a refrigerator on Harry Hines or something.
I guess they're taking innocent until proven guilty to an extreme.
Florida is
kind of respect it.
Florida is wild, bro. Let's see. Tonight is midweek service at your local church. Eric, you going to your midweek service?
Not doing the midweek. Sticking with that Sunday special.
Father God bless him. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes.
At least it's not the Saturday night special.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm trying to wonder why they're pranking a church like this. Is this Bobby Bell?
I'm praying this morning for Sister Mary Flanagan and also Brother Harry Dick Jones.
I think you realized what had happened. Like, you know what?
Kept powering through.
Just going to go with it.
Why they do him like that?
I have a very pure, wholesome mind. I don't see anything wrong with
Was
this
the middle name Dick there, or was the last name simply Dick Jones?
You requested it, so we rewind.
Praying this morning for Sister Mary Flanagan and also Brother Harry Dick Jones.
I think he might have improv the Jones when he realized what was happening.
Yeah, the Jones was not supposed to be in there. You're 100% correct.
It's crazy. Also, I have another clip for you. It's a combo situation at church because you dirty souls need to be saved. I'm telling you this right now.
Good. Come on, do me a favor. Look at a neighbor and say, neighbor. Neighbor. Have you tasted him this week? Whoa. Come on. That was the wrong neighbor.
That was the wrong neighbor. Other neighbor.
Have you tasted him?
Have you tasted him this week?
Wow. You're not talking about my husband like that. Getting a lot of trouble.
Pipe down, sir.
All righty. Is it our champ, the dispute about the parking spot in the vehicle? The troll. Expertly trolled, by the way. It's a good sense of humor.
Yeah.
Rangers announcers having fun. Panthers win the Stanley Cup. Check around and find out.
Mm-hmm.
There was some dog abuse happening in there, I believe, as well. Or the church combo platter, praying for Sister Mary Flanagan and Harry Dick Jones.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
and
hey, when you say it like that,
shout out to Harry.
Big Harry Dick Jones.
What's he done?
Member of the congregation. Very popular guy around here.
Not only it's full hey, it's like it's just HIV.
And have you tasted him? That's that church combo platter.
Oh my.
Hey yo.
Hello.
Let me see here. I'm gonna go with I'm gonna go with our champ, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, I believe I am as well.
Lucius?
Oh man, yeah, I'm riding with the church clips just to make it interesting here.
Wolchuk?
Johnson.
All righty. And Brian?
Is it 3-1 right now?
Was Johnson Jones?
I think it's 2-2.
Yeah, I'll go Johnson Jones on this one.
We're tied at 2, Brian.
Jones.
By a score of 3-2 in comeback fashion. Look at that, 3 in a row to get the win. Wow. Congrats to the G-Bag of the Day champ. If you ever miss this segment, you're wondering who the champ is, we run it back at 2:25. Plus, you can always go back with the Odyssey app or YouTube and go to any segment that you might have missed and catch the whole thing. Here's Lucius with LA Live.
All right, man, it's a hump day, butt naked Wednesday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James. Wow.
All right, you squares. It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Three-wheel motion. Oh!
Everybody get high.
I am here with the lovely
Farrah Abraham. Hi, guys.
Now, Farrah, let me ask you a question. What is your favorite set experience that you've ever had?
I haven't had a set experience, so that's funny.
Oh, you haven't had a set experience? Yeah, on set.
I'm known for a celebrity sex tape. That's what I'm known for, so I'm not.
I'm an idiot, yes.
It's okay.
Okay, so you're known for celebrity sex tape, okay. And, well, who is the celebrity?
I am. I think this is probably the worst interview I've ever done.
It's butt naked Wednesday.
Shout out to Miss Farrah Abraham. This is LA Live for Wednesday, June 18th. 18th!
Here we go.
What is June? Why are you going by so fast, bro? Slow down. Why is this year just grooving like this?
Still feels like spring, thankfully.
It's going so fast, though, man.
It is.
June 18th, 2025. It is a butt naked Wednesday here in LA Live. It goes fast until your ass is on that Stairmaster.
Yes, and then time crawls.
Oh, my gosh.
Longest 6 minutes of your life.
5 minutes.
Yeah, especially when you get up to like level 5, 6 and above.
Oh, I've never been there.
Oh, my gosh, the time is crazy.
How about that?
Oh, gosh. Shout out to Miss Erica Badu for naming today, and peace to the gods and earths out there. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. It is June. It is still Pride Month.
First of all,
me being friends with Remo, I would assume what's the opposite of homosexual?
Heterosexual.
I would assume his ass is a homosexual. And he's different. So if he was not a homosexual.
You gotta say heterosexual.
A heterosexual. So if he was ahead of the sexuals, bro.
If he's ahead of the sexuals.
I'm going to assume that you ahead of the sexuals and bro ahead of the sexuals too. I'm already ahead of the sexuals. So I'm assuming everybody who hangs with me is ahead of the sexuals, bro.
We're ahead of the sexuals.
That's awesome.
Фирма Transceptor Technology приступила к производству компьютеров «Персональный спутник».
Here we go. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Butt Naked Wednesday. I got a question for the Tolos.
That's fun. This is Russia, like grimy music. What are we getting into here, Lucius?
A little snap right here,
Okay.
fam.
I'm into it.
You've heard this before a million times.
Got him.
What profession
Should have known.
are prone to power trips? What professions are prone to power trips? This is a question that I asked the Tolos that follow me on Facebook. Fellas, you got any ideas?
Sports GMs.
What'd you say, Broadus?
Musicians?
Musicians, yes. Yeah.
Head coaches,
Yeah.
judges, security guards.
So that's the reason why I actually picked this one, because we did the judges yesterday, and you definitely have a particular thing about judges.
I'd just be more humble, you know?
Yeah, no, I can get it. I get it. What makes you think you can judge, huh?
Right? Yeah.
All your decisions have been perfect.
I know.
Are you kidding me?
Maybe that's some sort of a mask for their insecurities about some of the calls they had to make over the years. I know they would haunt me.
Yeah. So Tolo pointed out yesterday, the judge was mad at that girl for wearing a robe in Zoom court.
Yeah.
Tolo pointed out he had a robe on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What the hell are you, sir?
What's on under there?
What are you doing, buddy?
Yeah.
Yeah, what professions are prone to power trips? I got answers like the assistant manager, not the manager himself, the assistant manager.
Oh yeah, that guy's a head case. He's got a lot of organizational skills. But you don't trust him to be the actual boss.
But he's gunning for it. But he's the boss.
Yes.
And he'll let you know he's the assistant manager.
It's in a head case. What professions are prone to power trips? Nurses showed up on the list. That surprises me.
Yeah.
Nurses have power trips.
Nurses
Same type of deal.
They go through a lot of categories, right? They're always in some.
They're always there. They're in every single category.
It's the good categories, the bad categories. They're in them all.
Don't date a nurse.
Yeah.
If you need somebody, need a nurse. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yep. Power trip. Nurses. I don't know how. I wish you would have explained it for me a little bit, but hey, that's the case right there. What professions are prone to power trips? Broadus, how about this one? Chefs.
Chefs for
Oh,
sure.
good call. Yeah.
Oh, with their staff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Well,
just constantly just yelling.
Yeah.
Belittling their staff. Yeah.
How about security guards?
100%. Yeah, they're frustrated. I get it. But I mean, we paid a lot of money. I'm paying a lot of money to park here, and you're getting really rude. Yelling at people.
Oh, yeah. There's definitely a big difference between a parking security guard and just a security guard. And
Yes.
that parking guy is, oh, my God.
Yeah, that's a good
Oh,
clarification.
my gosh.
I mean, parking guy, he's having a hard time not understanding why people can't hear him. Their windows are up. He's waving them one way. They don't get it. So then he gets impatient, starts yelling at you. Puts you in a bad mood as you're getting ready to get into your event. I'd pay those guys. I'd find the best ones with the best patience, and then I'd run them on like 45-minute shifts. I think they're just too taxed.
You might be right.
I kind of felt like the ones at stadiums. Like I always kind of felt like that.
Absolutely.
I was working with a team 365 days a year, coming to this place.
You see me so many times. Now you want to give me a hard time, bro, today?
And now I have to.
I'm fooling you today. I decided today.
Yeah.
Known you 100 years.
Yeah.
Today I'm going to fool you.
Yeah. It's all of a sudden you're just kind of like going, wait a minute, man. You come here 12 days a year. Yeah, you're working.
You can't enter here.
Yeah, and you're like,
yeah, it's your place of work, and they're like, hold on now.
Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah,
that's happened to me downstairs sometimes with new ones, new security guards. I'd be walking in with like that 18-pack of Coors Light. They're like, "Sir, we can't have any alcohol on the premises." I'm like, "We're fine."
Yeah.
Sir, no, you need to. I'm going up to my job now. Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna step off.
Yeah, my man said security guards, the unarmed security guards are the worst. He said.
Yeah.
Hold on. We got a Mitch Hedberg joke about security guards.
And a security guard came over and said, "You're going to have to move. You're blocking the fire exit." As though if there was a fire,
I wasn't going to run. If you're flammable and have legs, you are never blocking a fire exit.
What professions are prone to power trips? My man said the postmaster. The postmaster at the, I guess.
Those customer service folks, they can get pretty barky with you.
They look pretty beat
He's the head of the mailman guys, though.
Yeah.
The postmaster's the head of it all.
Postmaster General? Is that what that guy is?
Huh?
I'm just thinking, like, yeah, I always felt like the post people at the post office when you went, they're really beat down. They're just like.